At this time, Xuanhuan had already appeared at the gate of the palace, and happened to see a burly man in front of him being stopped by the guards for interrogation. He was so frightened that he couldn't help but sweat coldly for the guards. That's a veritable boss, aren't these little bastards afraid of being torn to pieces? This burly man, with a burly figure and tight and bulging muscles, was wearing a leather jacket sewn from animal skins. His red hair like flames was casually tied behind his head. Coupled with the slightly raised lips, it gives people a sense of rebellion. He is carrying a big bow. The bow is 1 foot long, the color of purple and gold is eye-catching. At this time, Lei Zhenzi, Bai Baigan, Lu Bowen and others had already arrived in front of the Holy Emperor Palace. When looking at Hou, his face was full of dignity. It's like facing a big enemy. As strong as Jiu Ling. Couldn't help clenching his fists. Hou, you're finally here. I drank a few more glasses yesterday and kept you waiting. I apologize to you here. Hou is a strong man at the pinnacle of Dou Yu Wonderland. There's no shame in being humble to him. Because the strong will be respected wherever they go. Seeing this, Hou's eyes flashed strangely, and then he said with a smile, Your Majesty is serious. You can apologize to your ministers in the posture of a king, which shows that you have a broad-minded heart. They don't know me. And they are close friends of His Majesty. Wei, as it should be. After hearing this, Xuanhuan burst out laughing. Afterwards, Hou was introduced to everyone. This is Hou, a strong man at the pinnacle of Dou Yu Fairyland. He is here to join me. If you have time, you can have a good chat. Xuanhuan intends to let Hou's name spread while making Haotian Holy Court invincible. It can also deter Xiao and increase Zhuge Liang's confidence. This was already planned by Xuanhuan. The pinnacle of Dou Yu Wonderland. As soon as Quafu's words came out, everyone around him gasped. Especially Jiuling Yuanqing's pupils shrank suddenly. Don't look at him as the middle stage of Dou Yu Fairyland, he is a small realm behind Hou. But this small difference in realm is like a natural moat. Fourth? Is that you, fourth brother? Just when everyone was shocked, 2 voices of surprise rang out almost at the same time. At the same time, 2 tall figures, Xing Tian and Quafu, walked quickly from behind. Haha, second brother, third brother, I didn't expect you two to come here. First, you and my brothers are gathered in Haotian Holy Court, what a joy to congratulate. Hou was also very happy. At this moment, laughing loudly, he quickly walked towards the 2 of them. Hey, it's okay, fourth brother, you have broken through to the peak of Dou Yu Wonderland. You have left us brothers behind. At this time, Quafu was surprised and praised Hou. There was no jealousy on his face, only heartfelt joy. Hee, Your Majesty, we seem to have a visitor. At this moment, Hou, Jiuling, and Quafu looked up at the sky at the same time, and Hou said to Xuanhuan relaxedly. When everyone heard this, they quickly looked up, but Xuanhuan's heart was moved, and he also looked at the sky. I saw that a group of unusually burly monks, with different looks appeared in the calm sky at some point. This group of monks not only have different appearances, but also people, monsters, and demons are all different. There was even a figure of the spirit race among them. The number reached 70,000. And all of them are wearing thick, bright silver armor. The momentum released was even more murderous. Hiss, someone is here, what are they doing? Could it be that they are looking for trouble? So what if you're looking for trouble? Now that the Haotian Holy Court is so powerful, who would dare to stroke a tiger's beard? Just kill him. I think these people should have come to join His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. At this time, following the vision in the sky above the holy city, the common people and monks all stopped, looked up, and even pointed and talked a lot. Minister Gong Yunxing, bring the world-destroying divine army to meet His Majesty. At this time, with the appearance of 70,000 people, the Taishan fairyland powerhouse standing in front of the team bowed to Su Haotian. Haha, Gongqing's family doesn't need to be too polite. Just lead the army and station in the school ground first. Su Haotian's majestic voice echoed in the holy city, which excited the 70,000 army. It also made the faces of the people show a look of pride. Haha, today is a great event for Haotian Sacred Court. First Hui came and now the World Destroyer army arrived. I decided to hold another banquet to welcome Hui, and at the same time, to honor the World Destroyer army. Soldiers pick up the wind and wash away the dust. When Su Haotian's words were spread by his magic power, the world exterminating divine army shouted long life. Although Lei Zhenzi, Huang Tianhua, Baigan and other powerhouses are used to having powerhouses or large armies coming to join them from time to time, the arrival of Hui and the world-exterminating God army still shocked them. However, the news that there was a sudden defection of a deluge in fairyland powerhouse in the Haotian Holy Court spread like wildfire, which deeply shocked everyone in the world. Even the surrounding domains have received news. Haotian Holy Court is already the top power in this land, even those old powers are pale in comparison. If this news is true, then Haotian Holy Court will be unmatched. In order to prove the truth of this news, various forces have sent spies into Haotian Holy Court to inquire. Time flies like a white horse, in a blink of an eye, half a month is fleeting. The war in the western regions is coming to an end, and now only the Holy Court of the western regions is still fighting in order to take down the western region as soon as possible. Su Haotian sent out Yang Jian and Sha Wujing, two De Luo realm powerhouses. What's worth mentioning is that since Hui came, Quafu and Xing Tian are tired of being together all day long, and battles will break out from time to time, which also attracts other strong men. When watching the battle, they frequently attack. It ended in failure. Su Haotian didn't stop this kind of discussion, on the contrary, he made every effort to facilitate it. After all, where there is competition, there is progress. Following Su Haotian's instructions, Jiuling Yuanqing and Quafu have been restraining each other and being patient. During this period, Su Haotian gave Luoqing the opportunity to enter the Palace of Inheritance. Give Han Xian the ultimate awakening. The two of them did not disappoint Su Haotian, and joined hands to reach the peak of Tai realm. And Su Haotian decided to keep the two opportunities to summon the super strong, and wait for 5 times to exchange for a chance to copy the strong. As a reward, give it to your subordinates. On this day, the system prompt finally sounded in Su Haotian's mind. Ding. Complete the side mission, Domination of the Western Regions. You will get a chance to selectively summon superpowers. The Western regions were finally won. After taking down the Eastern Flame territory, he will sit in the land of the 3 domains. At that time, he will not be afraid of those small domains that are swaying left and right to surrender obediently. 3 days later, Zhuge Liang and Xia Tian, who had been away for many days, finally returned. Civil and military officials gathered in the Hall of Supreme Harmony to discuss matters. See Your Majesty. The minister and Lord Xia have traveled all over the 18 domains, and the 13 domains have agreed to come to Haoyan Holy Court to attend the banquet in 8 days, that is, at the beginning of next month. This includes the Baiming domain. Zhuge Liang said loudly. Next to Xia Tian was equally excited. Standing straight, he enjoyed the envious eyes of all the officials. Ding. Complete the side mission, invite the domain master. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to selectively summon a superpower. A chance to pass on skills. The system notification tone also sounded at this time. Su Haoyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. At the same time, he said, "Very good, you are worthy of being Zhuge Kongming, and my great disciple. Both of you have done a great job and must be rewarded." Seeing this, Jiuling Yuanqing and Quafu, who were standing below, had fiery expressions on their faces. 8 days later, it will be the banquet of all domains. That is the day they fought. It was also their blockbuster moment. Afterwards, Su Haoyan asked about the war in Dongyan region and announced the disbandment of the dynasty. At the same time, the news about the Feast of All Domains spread like a whirlwind, and coupled with the deliberate publicity of Qianlong Pavilion, it made Xia Tian a myth. It was said that Xia Tian, the general of the Holy Court of Haoyan, had defeated the invincible hands in the 13 domains, and had just forced the 13 domains to compromise and came to the holy city of the southern region to attend the banquet of the Holy Court of Haoyan. However, there were still 5 days before the banquet, but an unexpected visitor came to Haoyan Holy Court. This is an old man in a green brocade robe. What is surprising is that the exposed skin of this person turned out to be dark green. Wherever you go along the way, everything is destroyed. Hey, is this the Holy Court of Haoyan? A force that even the world of heaven wants to treat each other squarely? The old man looked at the holy city in the distance and muttered to himself. After the words fell, he flew towards the holy city. Soon, the old man in green robe appeared in front of the holy city. Looking at the bustling holy city, the old man in green robe showed a ferocious and cruel smile. Poor untouchables, don't blame me for being cruel, for the majesty of the heaven world, you must die. The green-robed old man muttered to himself, suddenly burst out, and released his aura without any scruples, causing the people in the entire holy city to suddenly feel depressed, as if their hearts had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. Can't breathe. Almost at the same time, in the holy city, several auras not inferior to the green-robed old man suddenly rushed out, directly blowing out the aura of the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "What? Why are there so many Deluo realms? This is impossible?" As soon as the words fell, a figure rushed out from the Holy Emperor's palace. Like a shooting star across the sky, and in an instant, it came over the old man in green robe. Without saying hello, he directly raised the axe in his hand and threw it at him. The green-robed old man looked up and saw that he was a burly man like a giant. He subconsciously took out a black long gun, and then raised the gun to block it. However, Quafu came at a high speed and fell from the sky again. He slashed down with a powerful and heavy axe. The terrifying and berserk force directly blasted the green-robed old man into pieces. Pity him, the majestic strong man in the early stage of deluge in Wonderland, who lost his wits before seeing the true master. Ding. Complete the side mission, The Wrath of the Hall of Poisons. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to copy a strong man. A chance to summon a super strong man. Xuanhuan was chatting with the 5 daughters of Baisujian in the imperial garden, although he felt a strong and strange atmosphere. But he didn't care. Today's Haotian holy court is not what it used to be. Not everyone can come to live in the wild. Sure enough, the system notification sounded at this time. Nima. It turns out to be the Avenger of the Hall of All Poisons. It really lingers. But, so what? It's not dead yet. Xuanhuan was talking and laughing while thinking in his heart. Your Majesty, the enemy has been eliminated. At this time, Quafu's voice sounded over the imperial garden. Thank you for your hard work. Xuanhuan said politely. Quafu waved his hand in the air, then turned around and disappeared. Xuanhuan chatted with Baisujian and the girls for a while, and then returned to Shang's study. Although he has not collected all 5 summoning opportunities now, but killing the venerable of the Hall of All Poisons gave him another chance to be a strong dungeon, a chance to awaken to the limit. He intends to use it up. Feng Liang, go and call Gohong, the 2nd general of Hengha. The eve of the banquet. The holy city was crowded with people, and countless monks came to Haotian holy court to watch the ceremony. Many masters with tyrannical auras came to the holy city one after another. And under the leadership of the guards sent by the Haotian holy court, they stayed in the post house. Xuanhuan, who was wearing the 9-dragon supreme dark gold robe, stood at the highest point of the holy peak. Behind him were Xing Tian, Yang Jian, Xia Tian, and Lu Boan. But Hui, Quafu, and Jiuling Yuanxing did not appear. Because today the domain masters of all domains will come. As the host and the organizer of the 100 Regions feast, Xuanhuan had to greet him personally. After tomorrow, Haotian Holy Court will deter dozens of domains in Xuanwu continent. Lu Boan said with a smile. Hearing this, the blood of Xing Tian and the others boiled. Xuanhuan looked up at the blue sky, and said with a light smile, it's just the number domain. My goal is to be the master of the entire Xuanwu continent. Lord of the entire continent. Lu Boan and the others shook their bodies, and looked at Xuanhuan with fiery eyes. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. His ambition was more than that, but he didn't say it before the time came. At this moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the holy city, with strong winds, thunder and lightning, and wisps of black light overflowing from it, causing countless people to look up. I saw a black French ship, tens of feet long, slowly sailing out of the black hole. Tiger roaring domain Lord Xuanhuan came to the Zhongyu banquet. On the black Dharma boat, a young man in a pitch-black dragon robe cupped his hands and said. And behind him, there are dozens of subordinates, all of whom are in the Tai realm. Hu Xiaoyu, Xuanhuan. His words spread throughout the holy city, causing the people and monks in the holy city to be in an uproar. Although everyone has never heard of the tiger roaring territory, the word Lord of the territory is extremely powerful and makes people excited. Xuanhuan cupped his hands and said, Haotian Holy Court, Haotian Holy Emperor welcomes Master Tianwu. After hearing this, Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan with a pair of tiger eyes. His eyes flashed with surprise, and he said secretly, "Isn't this holy? Emperor Haoyan too young?" There are Qianlong pavilions in each domain, and anyone whose status reaches a certain height can get a leaderboard, called the Hero Lord ranking, which includes hundreds of domains in the Xuanwu continent, and 1,500 heroes are selected, including the Haoyan Sage Emperor has entered the top 500 list. Strongly, described by Qianlong Pavilion as Young Hero. And those who can enter the list are either old monsters of 10,000 years or heroes of thousands of years. And the younger generation is not without, but too little. Except for Su Haoyan, there is no strong man who controls a domain within 200 years old. The Qianlong Pavilion in the southern region is slightly behind, so there is no relevant ranking. Su Haoyan didn't know that there was an excuse. Xuanhuan jumped beside Su Haoyan, and his black magic boat was received by officials of Haoyan Holy Court. Sage Emperor Haoyan is young and promising, and he is the master of the Southern Territory. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as unprecedented. Xuanhuan said softly. He didn't put on a superior posture in front of Su Haoyan, because he was already Xia Tian's defeated opponent. Su Haoyan waved his hands and said with a light smile, "I am very relieved that Lord Qian can come. Tomorrow is the banquet of all domains. Lord Qian, you will go to the post house to rest first. I have prepared the food and wine." As soon as the words fell, Sha Wujing appeared in front of Xuanhuan. His cultivation base in the early stage of Deluocean fairyland made him tremble with fear. Only Sha Wujing said, "Come with me. This person is extremely strong." Xuanhuan was horrified, looking at Lei Zhenzi, Luoqing and others. He felt that they were not inferior to Xia Tian. Why is Haoyan Holy Court so terrifying? What kind of existence is he? Stared at by Sha Wujing's gaze, Xuanhuan didn't dare to show off, and hurriedly followed Sha Wujing. In order to meet the domain masters of all domains, Su Haoyan specially arranged for Sha Wujing, Neza, Yang Jian, Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, Second General Henhe, Ge Hong, Yuan Hong, Emperor Huaguang, Emperor Zhenwu, Luoqing, Han Xian, and Guan Yu to come. The 13 domain masters who participated in the banquet led the way. One is to appear solemn, and the other is to act as a deterrent. Let the domain owners dare not make trouble. Soon, the domain owners of other domains came one after another. Some of them came by tearing apart the void on a Dharma ship. Some came directly by land. Burst the domain master, Zhao Qinfeng, is here to participate in the feast of the domains. Lord of the Lingshui domain, Shui Lingxi, is here to participate in the banquet of the domains. The domain master of the Kushan domain, Tai Qingtsong, is here to participate in the feast of the domains. In less than 4 hours, 12 domains came one after another. After being polite, they were all taken away by a powerful man from the Haoyan Holy Court, who was above Tai Gold Immortal Realm, which also shocked the domain owners and envoys of all domains endlessly. They don't understand why there are so many powerhouses in Haoyan Holy Court. Here, Tai Realm powerhouses are like rotten cabbage. Grab a handful. These domain masters themselves have all been defeated by Xia Tian. Some are strong and some are weak. The strongest is only the middle stage of the Tai Gold Wonderland, and the weakest is only the early stage of the Tai Heaven Wonderland. Compared with Sha Wujing and the others, they are simply weak. About another half an hour passed, and the Northern Dark Territory arrived. The domain owner's name is Baiming Xiao Tian, who was in the middle of Dou Yu, Tian's fairyland, and was directly taken away by Neza in the late stage of De Luoxian's fairyland, and he didn't even dare to fart. It was approaching dusk. Xuanhuan and the Lord of the 13 Domains chatted happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Except for Ho Yi and Xing Tian, all the strong men of Haoyan Holy Court were present. All the strong men in the great Luo realm stood in the front row, the closest to the domain masters. The next few rows stand according to the strength of the cultivation base. Looking at the long row of powerful men with terrifying auras, although the domain masters of all domains forced smiles on their faces, their hearts were bitter. They would never have thought that Haoyan Holy Court would be so tyrannical. This time, the banquet of all domains may not be so simple. If they want to go back, they have to peel off their skins if they don't die. Unexpectedly, such an evildoer as Xuanhuan appeared in this world. In front of Xuanhuan, the young domain master, they all felt that they had spent tens of thousands of years living on dogs. Feel ashamed. Everyone, they are all generals of my Haoyan Holy Court, and their cultivation bases are all in the great Luo realm. It's all Dou Yu realm. The faces of the domain masters changed wildly, and there was a turmoil in their hearts. There are more than a dozen Dou Yu realm powerhouses. Make them dizzy, short of breath, dry mouth. They dare not imagine, how can a small domain owner have so many superpowers? Holy Emperor, there are rumors that you were invited by Qianlong Pavilion to participate in the dragon slaying conference. I wonder if this news is true or false? Although the name of the domain master of the spirit water area is very feminine, but he is a burly man. At this time, his extremely low posture, coupled with his cautious appearance, made Xuanhuan feel contemptuous. Xuanhuan glanced at these domain masters, and said with a smile, "There is indeed such a thing. Not only that, but I also plan to enter the Tianji Pavilion. Dragon Slaying Conference. Tianji Pavilion." The domain masters gasped. Participating in the dragon slaying conference was shocking enough, but this person wants to enter the heavenly secret pavilion. Really ambitious. After looking at Xuanhuan's back, the row of Dou Yu, they fell silent. Okay, now let's get down to business. Xuanhuan ignored the surprise in everyone's eyes and spoke. Tomorrow, we will mainly discuss the alliance of our 13 domains. Before the discussion begins, I will let you watch a big show. Xuanhuan said meaningfully. 13 domains form an alliance. Don't you just want to be the lord of the domains? Just say it, why make those twists and turns? The domain owners are all old goblins who have lived for tens of thousands of years, so they don't understand what Xuanhuan meant. Although he cursed in his heart, he admired Xuanhuan's courage. As for the so-called big drama, he doesn't care. Tomorrow, there will be a battle between two Dou Yu junctions, kicking off the prelude to the Feast of All Realms. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Dou Yu junction's fighting skills? As soon as these words came out, the domain masters all gasped in unison. An ordinary big Luo is enough to kill all of them. What's more, it's Dou Yu Jinxian, and there are two of them as soon as they appear. What is even more shocking is that they are all Xuanhuan's subordinates. What does this mean? It shows that their high-end combat power is already at the top of this world. They are more than a fart. In the middle of the night, Xiaqing was still extremely lively. In the Xia Kingdom Palace, in a secret room, Gong Yicheng stood respectfully in the secret room. Opposite him, there was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged. This person is none other than Zhao Gongming, who was summoned by Xuanhuan 10,000 years ago. He was wearing a gray robe, with short hair and a beard. Compared with 10,000 years ago, Zhao Gongming at this time is more stable and domineering. Uncle Zhao, it's been thousands of years, where did you go? Did you know that? Master is back. At this time, Gong Yicheng asked Zhao Gongming excitedly. Naturally, it is the palace of 10,000 poisons. The recently rising power of the demon emperor has formed an alliance with the palace of 10,000 poisons, and is aggressively invading all domains in the heavenly world. Among them is the southern territory where His Majesty is located. The most important thing is that I have been captured by the palace of 10,000 poisons and the demon palace. God is watching. For the sake of His Majesty's eternal foundation, I can't meet His Majesty yet. To avoid causing trouble to His Majesty, I can only come to you secretly. Later, you will bring my words to His Majesty, and ask him to pierce through the heavenly world of the southern territory within 1 month, and find a way to gain a foothold in the heavenly world and accumulate strength in order to prevent the demon emperor from encroaching. Zhao Gongming smiled wryly. Demon emperor? Is he really that powerful? Gong Yicheng couldn't help but gasped. Although they are in the lower interface. But in recent years, I have also heard the name of the demon emperor. It is said that as soon as the demon emperor appeared, he defeated the prestigious demon ancestor, and even removed the power of the demon ancestor from the heavenly world. The demon emperor has never lost a single defeat since he was born. It's just a pity that its power is the old department of the demon ancestor. And it is exploited by it, so it is extremely weak. There are many enemies. So the development is slower. Not only is he powerful, after the demon ancestor was killed by His Majesty, the entire heavenly world, hundreds of millions of demon clans, respect him. Even human monks, there are only a handful of people stronger than him. Zhao Gongming shook his head and sighed. Although he had never met the demon emperor, his record made Zhao Gongming very sad. With a soft brilliance, the moon slowly faded away. In the holy city of the Haotian Holy Court, the blood of all the strong is excited with the holding of the banquet of the multitudes today. In the center of the holy city, in front of the Holy Emperor Peak, a huge square had already been set up a few days ago. The name is Fighting Platform. The fighting platform is circular, covering a radius of 20,000 meters. There are 20 steps built around it, which can accommodate more than 1 million people. In the early morning, when the sun was shining on the earth, the fighting platform was already full of monks and monster clan powers. As the land of the falling dragon was occupied by the holy court of Haotian, many big monsters in the form of monster races were willing to surrender to the holy court of Haotian. Xuanhuan didn't object either, and treated them like his own people, which moved these big monsters very much. At this time, everyone who sat down looked in awe at a towering platform in the north, discussing in a low voice. A tall dragon chair has been placed. There are maids and guards already in place, but the figure of Emperor Haotian has not yet appeared. The banquet of the all domains. When did our southern domain attract so much attention? Our southern territory has risen because of the Holy Emperor Haotian. We have also attracted the attention of the world because of the Holy Emperor. Today's event will surely be recorded in history. Look, the ones sitting on it are the domain masters who came to the banquet. It's self-evident from where they are sitting and their strong aura. Why hasn't the Holy Emperor come yet? Nonsense, there is no reason why the master arrives first, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? The domain masters of the 13 domains are sitting in the south, and they have different expressions at this moment. But one thing is the same. Everyone's face is extremely deep. Facing the millions of monks around them, they have a feeling of juggling. What is Holy Emperor Xuanhuan doing? Is he deliberately humiliating us? Xuanhuan, the owner of Tiger Roaring Domain, said angrily. Sitting next to him was Tai Ching-sung from Quokanjiu, who sighed and said, "It's not entirely true. I think the move of Holy Emperor Xuanhuan is also good for our domains. Whether it's Xiaoyao Palace, or Nether Palace, or even Wan Poison Palace, the friction between them is getting bigger and bigger. The heavenly world is now in dire straits, and they can't take care of our existence at all. If a foreign enemy invades Xuanwu, we must be alone. From this point of view, it may be a good idea to unite and form an alliance." Tai Ching-sung's words made the domain masters of all domains fall into deep thought. Although the domain masters who sat down again hated Su Haoyan, it was undeniable that the Haoyan Holy Court was too powerful. It is not a problem to destroy their domains. However, the Haoyan Holy Court has too few troops to organize a large-scale war. Perhaps this is the reason why Haoyan Holy Court wants to form an alliance. What if Holy Emperor Haoyan is ambitious and wants to annex us? Xuanhuan said worriedly. If he really has such thoughts, what can we do? We have to accept our fate. Zhao Qinfeng, who was on the verge of violence, spread his hands and said resignedly. Xuanhuan fell into silence. Holy Emperor Haoyan has arrived. At this moment, Zhang Fei, standing on the top of the fighting platform, shouted loudly. The terrifying sound directly drowned out the uproar of millions of people, making the audience instantly silent. At this time, apart from the holy city, the places within 1,000 miles are also full of monks. They are waiting for the start of the Great War. Su Haoyan walked up to the high platform wearing the 9-dragon supreme dark gold robe, followed closely by the 4 holy concubines, by Suzhen, Zixia, Shui Miao Miao, Linghu Shanlan, and Shinjianer. In the back are Quafu, Xing, Tian, Yang Jian, and other strong generals. Jiuling Yuansheng was also among them. He was wearing a purple-gold black robe and heavy armor. He was majestic and his face was full of excitement. 9 spirits fight Quafu. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. Ding. Trigger a side mission, enter the heavenly world within 1 month. Task. Details, due to the rise of the demon emperor of the heavenly world and the raging reputation, the situation in the heavenly world has taken a turn for the worse. If the host enters the heavenly world within 1 month, the system will specially reward the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon a super powerhouse. Su Haoyan came to the dragon chair, and as soon as he sat down, the system notification sounded. What's the situation? Could it be that the heavenly world can't be changed? Entering the heavenly world within a month, is it so urgent? Su Haoyan watched casually while thinking secretly. However, after that, I didn't care about it. Because he wanted to pierce the southern sky world. In addition to one's own ambition, there are also tasks issued by the system that need to be completed. It is imperative to travel to the world of love and reason. Eliminating distracting thoughts, Su Haoyan looked at the big monsters and Monk sitting around, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Although the banquet of all domains in front of him is grand, his goal is not. Here, he wants to hold a feast of hundreds of domains. I am the only one in the world who is subject to the surrender of all domains. Gentlemen, although it is the first time that the banquet of all domains is being held today, I am very relieved that so many monks came to watch the ceremony. And the Haotian Holy Court, as the host, will surely become an eternal story. Su Haotian's words were shouted out with force, and the voice directly turned into a wave of air, spreading throughout the entire holy city, making everyone's blood boil. Next, let me introduce the domains that came to participate in the feast. Baiming territory, the master of the domain, Baiming Xiaotian, is the first domain under the heavenly world. Su Haotian introduced with a smile. These words fell into Baiming Xiaotian's ears, making him ashamed. The master of Tiger Roaring Domain, Xuanhuan, broke into the domain master Zhao Qinfeng. Su Haotian introduced them one by one, causing more than 20,000 people in the audience to focus on them. However, what surprised them was that these 13 domain owners either pretended to laugh or were extremely gloomy, and some even had angry expressions on their faces. This kind of expression falls in the eyes of everyone, as if there is a feeling of being overpowering. Let them admire Su Haotian even more. Being able to force a domain master, it can be seen that Haotian Holy Court has become so tyrannical now. After introducing the 13 realms, Su Haotian continued with a smile. Next, I arranged a great battle, one of which was Quafu, the great witch of the Holy Court of Haotian. His only record is to kill the venerable master of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Big Witch Quafu. Kill the venerable Hall of all poisons. As soon as this statement came out, the anger of the audience was directly ignited. Even the expression of the 13 domain masters changed instantly. They did not expect such fierce people to be on the side of this battle. The venerable master of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, the last thing he needs is the cultivation base of the middle stage of the Great Luojin Fairyland. If this person kills him, his strength must be higher than or equal to that of De Luojin in the middle stage of Wonderland. This strength can already sweep dozens of domains. What's more, there is another existence equal to him. Who is that person? Is it General Xiaotian? I think it should be General Neza. You don't know, there are more than Neza in Haotian Holy Court, Xiaotian. There are so many, don't you understand? The 2 million people on the fighting platform began to discuss. Su Haotian smiled and looked towards the sky. This move was also seen by more and more people, and they all looked up. The scene was simply spectacular. Millions of people looked up, only to see a tall and burly giant floating in the sky at some point. The giant man carried a pitch-black hatchet like a water tank. Coupled with the burly figure of 3 feet high, it gives people an absolute visual impact. I am the Great Witch Quafu. Ha ha. Quafu's wanton laughter spread throughout the holy city. At this moment, the Big Witch Quafu has become the focus of everyone. After enjoying the feeling of being watched by thousands of people for a while, Quafu landed on the open space in the middle of the fighting platform. With a bang, like a meteorite from the sky, carrying a billow of air. The huge feet trampled the ground to pieces, and the wind and dust raised were like a sandstorm, which frightened the millions of monks around and quickly raised their hands to cover their faces. The domain owners all stared wide-eyed, and were stunned at the moment Quafu landed on the ground. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help feeling that Quafu's appearance was so handsome. It is another general under my command, Jiuling Yuansheng, who is facing the Great Witch Quafu. As soon as Xuanhuan's seductive voice fell, a purple gold figure shot up into the sky from behind Xuanhuan. There was a deafening bang. Jiuling Yuansheng fell directly on the open space, without any fancy tricks. The strong wind that was stirred up seemed to tear the void, and everyone felt the tearing pain on their faces. Although it is temporarily impossible to see the true face of Lushan Jiuling Yuansheng, judging from the momentum of this appearance, he is not weaker than the Great Witch Quafu. The next moment, Jiuling Yuansheng roared, blowing away the smoke and dust in the sky, revealing his tall and mighty figure. He was dressed in purple gold heavy armor, and he was also carrying a pair of water tank thick hammers with shining gold and silver in both hands. He was tall and mighty, and he was even more domineering, holding a broad axe and holding a pair of hammers, two completely different auras rose steadily, causing a whirlwind of spiritual power to suddenly blow up on the fighting platform, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into two thick storms of tens of feet, and the aura still getting stronger. At this time, not only the more than 20,000 spectators at the scene were excited, but the domain owners of all domains even clenched their fists. As the host, Xuanhuan, narrowed his eyes even more. My heart is full of pride and excitement. Your Majesty's General, let me see how powerful you are. Quafu suddenly shook the axe and shouted loudly. Feeling Quafu's high-spirited aura, Jiuling Yuansheng snorted lightly, and also swung his hammers. Great Wu Quafu, Master's #1 General, I hope you can live up to this title. What's the situation? This is no competition, it's full of gunpowder. The domain masters of all domains roared in their hearts. Both of them are my favorite generals. If one is hurt, I will be heartbroken. So, let's stop here, understand? Xuanhuan's voice was resonant and spread throughout the audience. He was really afraid that the two of them would start fighting, so he had to remind them. Both of them nodded. Haha, I'm coming too. After Quafu laughed wildly at this moment, he stomped his feet suddenly. Boom. Booming, at the same time as the sound of bombing, Quafu's tall and burly figure shot up into the sky instantly, like a sharp sword, and went straight to the bombardment of Jiuling Yuansheng. Facing Quafu's terrifying attack, Jiuling Yuansheng stared at him. At the moment when Quafu's attack came at a high speed, his burly body stepped forward. The speed was so fast that a phantom appeared directly, like a lightning bolt rushing straight sky, like a wild ancient beast, appeared in front of Quafu in an instant, with an unparalleled ferocious aura, and directly blasted towards Quafu with the pair of hammers opening and closing. Boom, boom, boom. The broad axe and the double hammers bombarded together in an instant, bursting out a roar that shook the void. The two glared at each other, their whole bodies were tense, and their legs were slightly bent. Because their strength had reached the extreme, the aura they released directly caused the entire fighting platform to shake. It's so strong. The eyes of Yang Jian, Yuan Hong and other powerhouses were all sparkling, full of fighting spirit, and they couldn't wait to go down and fight. And at the highest point of Xingdi Peak, Hui stood facing the wind, watching the fierce battle below. I didn't expect that in this world, there really is a physical cultivation comparable to our Wu clan. This monster is interesting. Hui muttered to himself, looking squarely at Jiuling Yuansheng. And Fengliang standing in a certain corner was even more smiling, and at the same time muttered to himself. The ancient demon god is the ancient demon god, no matter it was 170,000 years ago, it still plays the leading role in the world. At the same time, Jiuling Yuanqing and Quafu looked at each other, and there was no anger, but infinite fighting spirit and excitement. There was a loud bang. But the two fought together again. When. The two began to collide forcefully with their physical strength. The speed was extremely fast, the golden and silver hammer swayed, and the pitch black hatchet collided dozens of times per second. Their figures are also tossing and turning at an altitude of 1,000 meters on the fighting platform. The speed is so fast that people can only argue their voices, but not see the person. Even the 13 domain masters couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the fight. As their figures staggered, they tried their best to shake them so that their mouths were numb and they were in extreme pain. But the more so, the more excited the two became. Haha, how is it? My love will be okay, right? Xuanhuan laughed, and said more modestly. The master of the 13 domains curled his lips. At this time, Quafu yelled loudly, his body suddenly rose, and he reached a height of hundreds of feet in an instant, before he lowered his head and said, in a muffled voice, to Jiuling Yuanqing. Haha, how about my giant Dharma body? Seeing this, Jiuling Yuanqing let out a low voice, that's all. As soon as the voice fell, he transformed himself without hesitation, and in the next second, a giant monster with a human body and a lion's face suddenly appeared on the fighting platform. What surprised everyone was that the lion had 9 heads. At this time, with the fierce light of the 9 heads flashing, Chi-Chi roared at Quafu. Hiss, what is that? Is that the great demon king? Master Demon King, that is the demon king of confusion. The leader of our demon clan. All the demon cultivators present stood up suddenly and roared at the giant lion in the sky. Some even made a plop and bowed down to Jiuling Yuanqing. There were hundreds of thousands of Yaozu monks, if not millions. At this time, when shouting in unison, the momentum is huge and extremely spectacular. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help cheering for Jiuling Yuanqing. Haha, happy. Quafu looked at Jiuling Yuanqing, who had also turned into a giant, and laughed, and even slammed into him. Boom! The two giants collided with each other at an altitude of 1,000 meters. The terrifying power made the void buzz, forming a sound wave, which made everyone on the scene cover their ears. When the jet-black broad axe and the Huang Jinliang silver hammer bombarded together, again, turning Quafu back to its original size, and the two of Jiuling shook each other away again, scattering the sea of clouds in the void. I didn't expect you to be able to transform into a giant, Quafu said in surprise. He even developed a certain kind of intimacy with Jiuling. Jiuling Yuanqing was also shocked. At this time, he grinned and said, in this case, let us fight for 300 rounds. There is actually a feeling of sympathy in Jiuling Yuanqing's words. It is good. The two laughed at each other and collided again. The two collided with each other like shooting stars in the void. There was no limitation of space, no fetters of enmity, only the confirmation of strength. Raging sky. A bunch of bastards. Don't be afraid this time. Xuanhuan looked at the 13 domain masters on the opposite side, and thought proudly in his heart. He clearly saw the dumbfounded, unbelievable, and fearful expressions in the eyes of the domain masters looking up at the sky from time to time. It greatly satisfied Xuanhuan's vanity. Xuanhuan knew that the Zhongyu banquet was already half successful. After today, Haotian Holy Court will really take off. Summer City. Zhao Gongming and Gong Yeqing stood on the top of the peak, looking at the endless night sky. Their faces were solemn, and even more shocking flashed. This breath is so powerful. Gong Yeqing muttered to himself, his eyes full of fear. When Su Haotian left the western region and the outer regions, he used his supreme mana to push down the mountains of the two realms. From then on, there was no barrier between the southern region and the outer regions. Therefore, Xia City is very close to the south region. It's not surprising that they could feel the aura released by the battle between Jiuling Yuanqing and Quafu. At this time, Zhao Gongming frowned. He could feel that there were two big Luo Jingshans fighting in that direction. That direction is the southern territory, His Majesty's territory. Could it be that there is someone powerful invading the southern territory? Zhao Gongming thought about this. His face suddenly changed drastically. It seems that I need to rush to the southern region. Your Majesty must be in danger. Zhao Gongming muttered to himself, and was about to get up and go. Gong Yeqing stretched out his hand to stop him. Uncle Zhao, I don't think you need to go. Because the two people fighting are under the master. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming was inexplicably astonished, and asked, Since we are both His Majesty's subordinates, why did you fight? Because Master is holding a feast of all domains in the Holy City. The battle between the two Daluos is to deter the domain masters of all domains. Banquet of all domains. When did the strength of Haotian Holy Court become so terrifying? Boom, boom, boom. Jiuling Yuanqing and Quafu kept colliding with each other, and the open and close play made the two steamy, and the tiger's mouth was even more cracked. Under this high-intensity confrontation, both of them were in a daze. But the aura of the two became more and more powerful. One wielded the double hammer, the other wielded the broad axe. Sparks jumped and hit, and there were layers of waves of air, rolling in all directions. The domain master of the 13 domains was already in fear at this time. They were defeated by Xia Tian first, and now seeing the fighting power of Jiuling Yuanqing and Quafu, the last bit of luck in their hearts was also ruthlessly taken away. It seems that we have no choice. Xuanhuan leaned weakly on the chair, and said with a wry smile. Baiming Xiaotian's face was extremely gloomy. He originally came to the banquet with the intention of fishing in troubled waters. However, the battle between Jiuling Yuanqing and Quafu extinguished his proud heart. Boom. At this time, the two collided again and separated. Ha ha ha, Quafu, I was the one who lost, and a certain family was convinced to lose. At this time, Jiuling Yuanqing's aura was fluctuating. He put away his double hammers, and clasped his fists at Quafu. Haha, fellow Taoist 9 spirits doesn't need to give me face. We are evenly matched. It should be a tie. If so, let's end with a draw. Quafu knew it well. With his big witch avatar not being able to please, a draw is the best choice. So good. The two looked at each other and smiled, then flew to the northern high platform. So far, this epic battle has come to an end. On the Holy Emperor Peak, Hui looked at Jiuling Yuanqing in amazement for a moment. This monster has the demeanor of our witch clan. Your Majesty is really lucky to have this general. Su Haotian stood up slowly, and said to the 2 million people on the battle stage, how about this unrivaled battle? As soon as the voice fell, the fighting platform was silent for a moment. However, deafening cheers erupted immediately. Excellent. This battle shocked the world, weeping ghosts and gods. The general of Haotian Holy Court really lives up to his reputation. The great witch Quafu is so handsome. Master Demon Lion is amazing. The spectators roared excitedly, especially those big monsters in the holy land of the monster race, who were even more excited. 9 Spirit Yuan Sheng showed the real body of the holy lion ancestor, making these big monsters seem to have found their backbone. At the same time, he also completely turned his heart to Haotian Holy Court. The domain master of the 13 domains has become numb to this. Until now, neither of them had recovered from the battle between the two. The strength of Quafu and Jiuling Yuansheng made them despair. Now it seems that Haotian Holy Court can kill them without a single soldier. Master, this subordinate has let you down. Jiuling Yuansheng came to Su Haotian and knelt down, and said ashamedly. Haha, Jiuling hastened to get up. Your performance is already very good. I am very relieved. Su Haotian said in relief. Although Su Haotian didn't blame him, Jiuling Yuansheng still felt bad. Your Majesty, if Haotian Sacred Court has a general like Jiuling, why not worry about the great cause, and I will help His Majesty solve problems. At this time, Quafu half-kneeled in front of Su Haotian, and said in a low voice. The sincere words made Su Haotian feel happy. Region Masters, the heavenly world of Xuanwu continent doesn't regard us as their subjects at all. If they say conquest, they will conquest. If they say slavery, they will be slaves. Why? Today's banquet of all domains is to fight against the world. Fight for our freedom. Su Haotian said slowly, and the voice came out with mana spreading across the audience in an instant. While making everyone's heart skip a beat, their blood boiled even more. Fight for freedom. The 13 domain owners were terrified when they heard this. There was a hint of understanding on his face. It seemed that they could already foresee what Su Haotian wanted to do next. I intend to unite the realms, to strengthen myself, but also to make us the protagonists of the world. Not them. Su Haotian pointed to the sky and said impassionedly. Today's banquet of all domains will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. In the future, there will be 30 domains, 50 domains, and even 100 domains. Feast of 100 domains. Hiss. The 13 domain owners knew that Su Haotian was ambitious, but they didn't expect it to be so huge. While being horrified in my heart, I was filled with emotions. Next, General Yang Jian will preside over the competition. 10 strong men will be selected. These 10 strong men will be rewarded generously. They will also be selected by the Holy Court of Haotian and given official positions. Su Haotian continued. Let the audience boil again. Afterwards, he took a meaningful look at the 13 domain masters and left the venue. Seeing this, the 13 domain owners were taken aback for a moment, but immediately showed a look of helplessness. Get up and leave. The banquet of all domains has finished its opening scene, and it's time to get into the main topic. Of course, this topic cannot be done in front of everyone. Yang Jian, holding the three-pointed knife, flew down the fighting platform. And Gao Xing shouted, the competition is very simple. The person who flies out of the fighting platform loses, or he can admit defeat himself. I will watch from the sidelines. If someone admits defeat, I will stop the game. To prevent everyone from hurting their peace. Of course, these rules were arranged by Su Haotian in advance. Today is a very Important day, if there are casualties, it will be bad. As soon as the words fell, there was the demon king, and the monks stood up. One after another, eager to try. Afterwards, a staff member activated the formation to cover the central space. This was done to prevent the surrounding audience from being injured by the technique. Who's coming to the first match? Although Yang Jian doesn't have the strength of the great witch Quafu and Jiuling Yuansheng, but with the cultivation base of De Luozhen's mid-period peak, no one dares to disobey his words. Haha, as long as someone can persist for 10 consecutive victories, they can advance to the next round. Because the initial competition only has 2 hours. Everyone should hurry up. Inside the Holy Emperor Palace, Xuanhuan sat on the first seat, and on his left was the domain master of the 13 domains. On the right are the 13 Dou Yu realm powerhouses headed by Quafu and Jiuling Yuansheng. Of course Baigan and Zhuge Liang are among them. One of them is the first civil servant of the Haotian Holy Court, and the other is the person in charge of the banquet of all domains. It is not surprising that they can be present. The rest of the generals have dispersed. The public banquet held today can be said to be very successful. Of course, Our Majesty is not simply establishing friendship with everyone. Baigan spoke directly. And Xuanhuan drank wine on his own, looking leisurely. As soon as Baigan's words fell, the faces of the domain masters became ugly. Indeed. Really direct enough. The domain masters could only smile wryly, and Xuanhuan asked, Holy Emperor, who is this? I am the heavenly official of the Haotian Holy Court, and I am in charge of the banquet in all domains. Although Baigan's strength was not very good, he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort on his face when facing the domain masters of the 13 regions. There is no fear. Your Majesty hopes that the Holy Court of Haotian can conduct business with various domains, and at the same time open the long-closed commercial road. Baigan continued. But the domain masters frowned. The territory of Haotian Holy Court is vast, and its financial situation must be strong. If the commercial power of the Holy Court of Haotian enters their domains, it is likely to destroy their finances, and the final result is that the Holy Court of Haotian will control the financial direction of each domain. If things go on like this, it will be difficult for each domain not to disappear. Baigan ignored the expressions of the domain masters, but told Xuanhuan's plan on his own. The powerhouses of Haotian Holy Court were amazed by this scene. They were sitting opposite the domain masters of the 13 domains, and it was easy to see that these domain masters were already sweating profusely. On the other hand, Xuanhuan felt complacent, as if the matter in front of him had nothing to do with him. This is the demeanor of an emperor. You don't have to do anything yourself. Just have your subordinates work for you. Follow your Majesty, you can become stronger and famous all over the world. Isn't that what you want to do in life? Everyone thought so, and the expressions on their faces became more and more determined. Baigan didn't give the domain masters a chance to speak, and directly stated the request that had already been fabricated. The domain masters trembled when they heard it. This is alliance cooperation, this is clearly an alternative annexation. The most important thing is that the 13 De Luo realm powerhouses on the opposite side are always staring at them. If they make a slight move, they will disappear. They absolutely dare not try their best at this point. After about a stick of incense, Baigan just finished his statement. At the end, he looked at the domain masters and asked, Do you have any doubts, fellow domain masters? What tone is this? Is it a discussion? This is clearly an order. Baiming Xiaotian, the domain master of Baiming territory, couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and asked, what Tianwu Baigan said is very good, but what benefits will these bring us? The Holy Court of Haotian is your backing. It can protect you. How about it, is this enough? Su Haotian said calmly. The Haotian Holy Court has already had a conflict with the heavenly world. I plan to overthrow the heavenly world. At that time, do you still have room for discussion? Su Haotian's straightforward words made all the domain masters fall into silence again. If you don't stand in line now, you will be the enemy in the future. There is no chance of winning against the Haotian Holy Court, and there is only one dead end. Since you can overthrow the world of heaven, why don't you act? Is it just talking? Baiming Xiaotian still didn't give up, and continued to ask. Let me tell you the truth, Haotian Holy Court's current strength is still somewhat lacking. Although the high-end combat power is strong, the low-end combat resources are not enough. That is, the troops are not enough to start a large-scale war. Su Haotian said with a smile. Even if I could start a war, wouldn't I do it now, and leave you wide-eyed wolves behind to take advantage of it? I'm not a fool. Upon hearing this, all the domain masters showed a relieved smile on their faces. It turns out that you, Haotian Holy Court, are not as powerful as you seem on the surface. Holy Emperor Haotian, you are just talking big. But Su Haotian's next words made their faces ashen, as if falling into an ice cellar. In order to make the Haotian Holy Court strong enough to compete with any forces in the sky world, I need to use the knife on other domains. Threaten. Naked threats. If you don't accept it, I will destroy you. Jiuling Yuanqing, Quafu, and other powerhouses showed smiles on their faces, looking at the domain master of the 13th domain as if they were looking at a dead person. What do you think? Su Haotian asked pressingly. My master, the Haotian army has broken through the Eastern Flame domain, and the domain owner, Dongfang Yan, has been torn to pieces by General Xia. At this moment, Feng Liang came in and said loudly to Su Haotian. Hiss. What? The Eastern Flame territory was defeated by the Holy Court of Haotian. How is it possible? That is the second only to the existence of the Northern Dark Territory. How long has it been destroyed? When the domain masters heard Feng Liang's words, they were chilled, and at the same time, they couldn't understand the strength of Haotian Holy Court. Haha, the little Dongfang Yan is also worthy of disobeying His Majesty's decision. General Xia is still too kind. If it were me, I would have to swallow him alive. Jiuling Yuanqing said loudly with a grim smile. Let the domain owners on the scene tremble with fear. This is the nine-headed Lion King. He said he swallowed it, so he swallowed it. Never relent. What are you doing? Mama Gigi, what do you want to be a domain master? What a shame. With a loud roar from Quafu, a domain owner was so frightened that he spit green water out of his mouth and passed out on the spot. An hour later, the 12 domain masters walked out of the Holy Emperor Palace with pale faces. Their hearts are bitter. The public banquet not only made them lose face, but was also forced to sign a treaty that humiliated the country. What made them feel even more chilled was that one of the domain owners was frightened to death on the spot. You're so useless. Baigan sent them to the gate of the palace and said, tomorrow we will sign an Alliance contract, I hope you will not do anything stupid. The domain owners did not stop, but accelerated their pace of departure. Do they still have the guts to repent now? People under the eaves, it is best to get down. In the hall, Xuanhuan said to the generals with a smile on his face. Although these guys are not convinced, they are not important anymore. But there will be a large-scale war in the future. I hope you will be ready to go. Out. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'm just waiting. All the generals laughed, they were all brave and ruthless people, and there was no word for peace in the dictionary. On the second day, after the 12 domain owners obediently signed the contract, they left dejectedly. As for violating the contract secretly, as the masters of a domain, they have never considered that the end of treachery is to perish. And they still attack. In groups. The top 10 winners from yesterday's contest also received rewards and were assigned official positions in the Holy Court of Haoyan. So far, the public banquet is over. Ding. Complete the main task, the master of the domains. The system rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to copy the strong man. A chance to inherit the Dao. A chance to selectively summon a super strong man. A random call chance for the super strong. On the day after the banquet, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Put a smile on his face. Now that the banquet of all domains is over, the next step is to pierce the world of the southern domain. It was only a matter of time before this continent was conquered by him. He needs a wider world, so he can only walk into the vast world of heaven and earth. Of course, before going to the heavenly world, he still needs to prepare well. Under the condition of ensuring the safety of Haoyan Holy Court, take away some strong people. He also needs to study who is left to sit in the Holy Court. However, in the afternoon of that day, Xuanhuan ordered to announce the results of the banquet in all domains to the world, including every corner of the Xuanwu continent. Haoyan Holy Court has unified the 15 domains. This news stirred up thousands of waves, shocked the sky, and even shocked the whole world. The entire Xuanwu continent, including the righteous and evil realms, all domains, dynasties, kingdoms, and even the people who have not been conquered by the Haoyan Holy Court, have begun to discuss this matter. The Holy Court of Haoyan is becoming more and more powerful. This is the rhythm of entering the Xuanwu continent. What do you know? The Haoyan Holy Court invited all domain masters to a gathering some time ago? It is said that those domain owners were forced to go. It can be seen how terrifying the Haoyan Holy Court is. Does it mean that the Haoyan Holy Court will soon unify the Xuanwu continent? For a while, there were monks and commoners everywhere talking about this matter, and some people even made a story about the life of Emperor Haoyan and spread it among the people. This made Xuanhuan's lucky value soar again. Sitting in the study room, Xuanhuan thought for a while, and felt that he should use up the summoning right. In addition to the mission he just completed, he already has 5 summoning rights that can be combined with 1 chance to summon a super army. He is in desperate need of manpower. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited those bums to the banquet. System, integrate 5 summoning rights, and have the opportunity to summon a super legion. Xuanhuan secretly instructed the system. Ding. The system is randomly summoning the super legion for the host. Xuanhuan blinked, without much expression. It is too difficult to meet the designated opportunities. He's used to this. Besides, he doesn't have a good target right now, so even if there is a designated call, he will put it aside. And won't use it immediately. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Phantom Legion. From. Even the Legion of the Unknown interface has been brought in, the system is really powerful. I just don't know how strong it is. Xuanhuan thought to himself, and then called up the attribute list of the Phantom Legion. Phantom Legion, from. Race, Yaozu. Active area, unknown interface. Number of people, 1 million. Phantom Legion, Earth Stage 7th grade early. Golden Wonderland. Coach, Xiongkue, Tai Golden Wonderland middle stage. Attributes of the core, overwhelming with demonic aura, surging momentum. I'll go. There are as many as 1 million. How spectacular it would be if you put it on. It just so happens that Jiuling has already won the title of Lion King in front of the demons. When the army arrives, give it to Jiuling. After repeated thinking, Xuanhuan felt that it was very correct to do so. It is better to hold such a huge force in one's own hands. Feng Liang, bring Baigan, Lu Bowen, and Zhuge Liang here. Xuanhuan then ordered. Because he wants to promote 3 people, what's wrong with civil servants? He also has the right to pursue immortality, right? He needs the strong to be true, but he can't favor one over another. In the following time, Xuanhuan sent the 3 of them into the space created by the system. The 10 breath time passed quickly. The 3 returned to the real world one by one. Baigan in the early days of the Tai Heaven Wonderland. Lu Bowen at the pinnacle of Golden Wonderland. Zhuge Liang in the early days of the Tai Heaven Wonderland. Looking at the attribute lists of the 3, Xuanhuan showed satisfaction. System, randomly summon superpowers for me. There is 1 random summoning right-left, and he hopes to summon a more satisfactory strong man. Xuanhuan found that if he went to the heavenly world, he would definitely take away 1/3 of the Haoyan Holy Quartz staff. The remaining manpower still needs to conquer the rest of the Xuanwu continent. As a result, he is simply not enough manpower now. There is a feeling of stretching. Ding. The system is randomly summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the god of killing Baiqi. From. What, god of killing is nothing. Damn it, this is an amazing existence. In history, not just anyone can be called a god of killing, a human slaughterer. Hurry up and call out his attribute list. Baiqi, from. Previous names, Gongsunki, Rintu, Wanjin. Race, human race, the reincarnation of Wu. Cultivation method, the way of killing. Magic weapon, iron spear. Luck level, late stage of Deluge in Wonderland. Loyalty, 91/100. Puff. The late stage of Deluge in Wonderland. Wu reincarnated. Looking at the attribute list in front of him, Xuanhuan was stunned. It took him a long time to wake up from the shock. Not to mention his eye-catching cultivation. Just talk about the reincarnation of Wu. What is? That is one of the 4 evils in ancient mythology. It has a physique like a tiger and a hairy dog, with long hair, a human face, tiger legs, wild boar like tusks in its mouth, and a foot-long tail. It dominates the West. It is strange that such a monster reincarnated as a human being can be a kind person. But his ferocity is aimed at the enemy. 91's loyalty is absolutely trustworthy. Xuanhuan was very satisfied with the addition of a late-stage Deluogene Wonderland strongman. Ding. Complete the main task. Enter the Xuanwu continent. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to enter the copy of the strong. A chance to inherit the Dao. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. On this day, Xuanhuan was practicing, when the system notification sounded. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then showed excitement. Entering the Xuanwu continent means that he is one step closer to his goal. Hey, that's not right. I remember that there should be a main mission related to the Xuanwu continent. Logically speaking, it should have been completed. Why is there no response? In doubt, he opened his mouth and asked the system, I remember that. There is still a main task, to become the master of Xuanwu continent. Why? Hasn't it been completed yet? That's right, but there is actually that mission. However, it has been merged with this mission by the system. The system's answer made Xuanhuan almost lose his temper. Nima. The tasks issued by the system are merged. Why didn't I know? You have to explain to the system. Xuanhuan said angrily. Okay, the system will give the host another chance to awaken to the limit. The system compromised. No, one more designated call. Xuanhuan bargained. In that case, let's call randomly. The system gave in again. Okay, let's do it. Accept it when you see it, but don't mess with the system, otherwise you will be the one who suffers. It would be nice to be able to add one more random summon. With so many rewards at once, Xuanhuan became a rich man again. In the next few days, he continued to promote strong generals, which raised the high-end combat power of Haoyan Holy Court to another level. Bai Qi was summoned in the late stage of the Deluo Fairyland, and he became the god general of the Haoyan Holy Court alongside Hou. After the arrival of the Phantom Legion, Xuanhuan handed it over to Jiuling. Jiuling Yuanqing didn't disappoint him either. It took less than half a day to be accepted by an army of 1 million monsters, and he penetrated into the hearts of monsters. On this day, Xuanhuan was practicing selflessly. If you want to have tyrannical strength, you must practice continuously. Xuanhuan still knows the truth that hard work can make up for one's weakness. Besides, Xuanhuan is not clumsy, on the contrary, his aptitude is against the sky. As long as he works a little harder, he will surely soar into the sky. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from outside the Holy Emperor's palace, which shocked Xuanhuan, and at the same time he got up and flew out. He wasn't the only one like this. The entire Saint Emperor's palace, including the strong men stationed everywhere in the holy city, felt the terrifying aura, and their souls were trembling, and they were all terrified. Your Majesty, powerful enemies are coming. Quafu, Jiuling flew to Xuanhuan's side first, and said in a deep voice. Yang, Jian, Neza, and more than a dozen Daluo realm powerhouses arrived one after another. Even the powerhouses in the Great Luo realm were startled, so it can be seen that they are extremely powerful. Who is this? Xuanhuan's eyes flickered coldly, and he muttered to himself, surrounded by evil spirit. Namo Amaba. At this time a voice of justice resounded through the heaven and earth, and in an instant, a skinny giant Buddha appeared above the void of the holy city, with a purple gold color all over his body, as majestic as Mount Tai. In front of him, the holy city was as insignificant as an ant. Nima. Is this the Tathagata Buddha? Xuanhuan's eyes widened, and a storm had already set off in his heart. His thoughts were spinning. Only Shitian Tathagata Buddha could have this ability. Besides him, which other Buddha has this ability? Amitabha. 18 arhats appeared behind Xuanhuan at some point, seeing the emaciated but still majestic golden Buddha in front of him. He couldn't calm down for a long time. As disciples of the Tathagata Buddha, they recognized this golden Buddha from the moment it appeared. Yang Jian, Neza, Taibai Jinxing, Giant Spirit God, and all the original members of the heavenly court have all seen the ancient Buddha burning lamp. At this time, in front of this giant Buddha, cold sweat was already seeping on his forehead. Both Sha Wujing and Marshal Tianpu have recovered their previous life memories. When he saw the ancient Buddha burning lamp, his legs couldn't help shaking. Although the lantern ancient Buddha is not the protagonist of Journey to the West, as a well-deserved boss in the Buddha's world, he is still remembered by countless gods and monsters, because his status is too prominent. Master Buddha, Tathagata. So strong, Your Majesty, this golden Buddha is definitely not only in the late stage of Deluo Jin fairyland. It even surpasses Deluo Jin Xian. Quafu said solemnly. Surpass the Deluo Jinxian. This Buddha is quite interesting, what do you think? On the top of Xingdi Peak, Hou-yi and Bai Qi, the god of death, stood side by side, looking at the ancient purple and gold Buddha, which was more than 5,000 feet high, with fighting spirit in their eyes. At this time, Hou-yi turned his head and asked Bai Qi in a soft voice. Bai Qi is clad in silver and white armor, holding an iron shovel measuring 8 feet horizontally in his right hand, with a bronzed and resolute face, and a figure similar to that of Hou-yi. Standing there, his aura is not inferior to that of Hou-yi. It's interesting. However, if you come here separately, you really can't make any big waves. Although Bai Qi's face was full of fighting spirit, it seemed a bit overkill to challenge a clone. Although this clone is stronger than him. But he is still not afraid. Beyond Deluo Jinxian. What kind of realm is that? Xuanhuan didn't understand. But now is not the time to ask. This old bald donkey turned out to be the ancient Buddha of Randang. But Randang shouldn't appear in this world unless. Wouldn't this guy be one of those who escaped from the system world? Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help asking the system. Secretly. Based on the time when he appeared, he should undoubtedly be one of the 5 strong men who escaped the bondage. The system's answer made Xuanhuan feel like 10,000 chickens galloped past. Immortal God who ran out of the system, you just stay in the corner and forget it. What are you doing here? And judging by his snarky appearance, there must be nothing good. System loopholes do harm to people. Who is here? Xuanhuan scolded when he had enough magic power. While speaking, he activated the supernatural powers of the sky and the earth changed to a height of 2,000 feet, suspended in front of Xingdi Peak, and looked down at the golden body of the ancient Buddha. No one loses. Although the supernatural powers of the sky and the earth in the 72 techniques of the earth evil spirits are eye-catching, the mana consumed is also multiplied. Growing to 2,000 feet is his current limit. Although he is still small in front of the dying ancient Buddha, he has a high advantage. Millions of people in the entire holy city couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Xuanhuan's 2,000-foot body. It is really the appearance of Randang that brought too much pressure to them. Fortunately, the Holy Emperor is still strong, which filled their hearts with a sense of Security. I am the Lord of the Buddha Hall in the upper interface, the ancient Buddha of burning lamp. Because I have a Buddha relationship with the Holy Emperor. Xuanhuan, today I am here to form a good relationship with you, the Holy Emperor. The words of the ancient Buddha Dieng Dang were like a piece of Buddha's words, full of endless Zen ideas. The moment his words came out, everyone including Xuanhuan fell into confusion for an instant. Roar. At this moment, Jiuling Yuansheng suddenly turned into a body of thousands of feet, and the lion's supernatural power roared out from the 9 heads. Suddenly, the sound enough to shock the world suddenly turned into a violent sound wave, directly shaking the void in front of the burning lamp ancient Buddha. Amidst the roar, everyone's minds were cleared, and after that, all illusions disappeared. Xuanhuan was sweating profusely at this moment, and he was terrified in his heart. This old bald donkey is really nothing. In a panic, he pointed at the ancient Buddha who burned the lamp and shouted sharply, "You old bald donkey! You are called an ancient Buddha. We are one in the sky and the other on the ground, and we have nothing to do with each other. Today you come to my holy court to play wild. What is the intention?" He came directly to the Xuanhuan holy court in the form of a golden body. Xuanhuan didn't think he was just passing by. Ba. I heard that my Buddhist Vajra is working under the Holy Emperor. The old monk thinks that the Holy Emperor is blaspheming the Buddha. It is a serious crime. Today the old monk will take the Buddha Vajra back to my Buddha. At the same time, in order to alleviate the Holy Emperor sins, the old monk will also take you away. Although the Dharma was destroyed by Jiuling Yuansheng, but the voice of the lantern ancient Buddha was still so mild. It seemed that he was doing a little thing that he thought was insignificant. Hearing this, Xuanhuan almost lost his temper. You are here to rob someone. No wonder you are so aggressive. It's just that the old bald donkey took it for granted. Ba Buddha. The words of the ancient Buddha are wrong. The monks and others were enlightened by the Buddha and came to the southern region Buzhou to assist the child prodigy of luck. How come the theory of sin? At this time, standing on the Holy Emperor Peak, Fuhu Arhat saw this and said. It made Xuanhuan's heart skip a beat, but there was a bright smile on his face. At the beginning, I suspected that the 18 arhats appeared too suddenly. It stands to reason that apart from the 5 strong men who ran out, no one else should be able to come to this world. However, what happened to the 18 arhats? Xuanhuan was suspicious and asked the system secretly. After the system scan, the 18 arhats are not immortals in the system world. They are purely local Buddhist cultivators. The system's answer made Xuanhuan's eyes brighten up. If what the system said is true, then the people behind the 18 arhats have even bigger problems. How does he know that there are 18 arhats in this world? Unless. No way, could it be that the great God has also descended? Just thinking about it, Xuanhuan felt dizzy. The well-deserved boss in journey to the west, he doesn't want to be an enemy. You and the other Buddhist disciples are willing to degenerate. It is really unfortunate for Buddhism. Forget it, old monk, I have to reluctantly clean up the sect. Upon hearing Fuhu's words, the burning lamp ancient Buddha said with a sharp look in his huge eyes. You old bald donkey is unreasonable. I am magnanimous and don't care about you. I don't have time to talk to you. You go, 18 arhats will not go with you. I have no crime, let alone sin, it's serious. Xuanhuan snorted coldly. It is rumored that Holy Emperor Haoyan can challenge by leapfrogging. He has also been selected into the list of heroes. He can be called a young hero. Today, the old monk is here to discuss with you. While talking and laughing, the burning lamp Buddha suddenly raised his right hand that was hanging by his side, and patted Xuanhuan slowly and urgently. The palm of the great light came out in an instant, and a giant purple gold palm like a mountain in the sky pressed towards Xuanhuan unstoppably. In an instant, there was a strong wind, accompanied by wind, sand, and rocks, a coercion like an earth-shattering fell, but Xuanhuan did not show any fear. At this time, his hands were covered, and he looked at the huge palm falling from the sky with ease and fearlessness. At this moment, two meteor-like figures flew out from the Holy Emperor Peak at high speed. At the same time, two waves of coercion from the late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland spread out instantly. Although these two coercions came later, they came first. Call out. Boom. Two sharp piercing sounds sounded. It was a rocket burning with raging flames. And 1,000-meter-long silver-white lance, advancing side by side, piercing through the palm of the great bright god with a bang. The seemingly huge and unstoppable huge palm collapsed into smoke in an instant. The coercion spreading over the holy city also disappeared. As soon as the light faded, Hou-yi and Bai Qi stood opposite the ancient Buddha who burned the lamp. Bold, the two of you are helping the evil, the Buddha will let you go to the 18th hell. My Buddha is merciful, turn around and be right, quickly convert to my Buddha, this is your only choice. Ran Dang Gufwa didn't expect Haoyan Holy Court to have two strong men from the late stage of Daluojan fairyland. At this time, his eyelids drooped and he said in a cold voice, "Humph, it's really reckless to speak such wild words even with a mere avatar." Bai Qi's voice resounded through the sky, shocking everyone. Doppelganger? What, this golden Buddha is just a clone? Xuanhuan felt dizzy even more. The avatar of Diangdang ancient Buddha is so strong, how terrifying is his real body? I'm afraid that with a single palm, the southern territory can be shattered. Paralysis. Can you still play this? You really want to help the evildoers? Is it worth it? The burning lamp ancient Buddha was a little hesitant. Although his avatar surpassed Dou Yu. But in the face of the joint efforts of the two Dou Yu, although he was not afraid, he didn't want to get hurt because of it. Faced with the provocation of the ancient Buddha who burned the lamp, Hou-yi once again pulled the bow of the god of breaking the sky, and Bai Qi raised the iron shovel. The two responded to the ancient Buddha burning lamp with actions. Haha, I'm coming too. You idiot, why did you come here? The two voices sounded almost at the same time, and then Quafu turned into a giant and 9 lions who were also giants appeared in the void, standing in a row with Hou-yi and Bai Qi. In an instant, the terrifying aura of the 4 Daluojan wonderlands was released instantly, intersecting with each other, and attacked the opposite golden Buddha with a bang. Every time he took a step forward, his aura swept across and scrupulously, causing wrinkles in the void. It can be seen how terrifying the strength displayed by the 4 of them joining forces at this moment. Facing the terrifying coercion of the 4 people, the ancient Buddha of Dang squinted his eyes, and the slightest murderous intent rushed out. Unscrupulously. Looking below, he was extremely shocking. The combination of these 4 people has far surpassed Dou Yu. Although this clone can resist, it may be very difficult to defeat. If one is Not done well, it will disappear. Even the deity will be implicated. The burning lamp ancient Buddha hesitated, although he has a considerable influence in the heavenly world. However, the top combat power in the entire Buddha Hall is too small. If this clone is being destroyed, it will definitely affect the next plan. That may be worth the candle. Thinking of this, the ancient Buddha Randang had the intention to retire. Since you are willing to help the evildoers, the old monk has nothing to do. But I will come back from the Haotian Holy Court. Today, I will let you go. I hope you will have such good luck next time. As soon as the words fell, the purple gold giant Buddha suddenly collapsed and disappeared. In the next second, it turned into light smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Your sister, let's go now. Are you the teacher of the Buddha? Bullying the weak and fearing the hard, I'm sorry. Xuanhuan was extremely depressed in his heart, and even complained endlessly in his heart. And the 18 Arhat's face was even more gloomy. If someone observes carefully, they will find that in the depths of their eyes, there is a flash of tyranny. After a stick of incense, all the officials of the Haotian Holy Court came to the Hall of Supreme Harmony for a court meeting to discuss how to deal with the ancient Buddha. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Xuanhuan is no longer in a lazy and undisciplined manner, but sitting upright, his sharp eyes scanned His Highness. Everyone lowered their heads unconsciously. From today onwards, Hou Yi, Bai Qi, Kua Fu, and Jiao Ling Yuan Xing will serve as the generals of the Haotian Holy Court, and will be awarded the first-rank title. Xuanhuan said. All eyes looked up. In front, those 4 tall figures were extremely conspicuous. Although everyone is a little envious. But the first-rank official title of Haotian Holy Court will change at any time, and it is the first-rank official title now, but it does not mean that it will be the same in the future. Of course, although the official position is changing, the general's salary has not been reduced. Now no one objected to giving the 4 people a first-rank official position, and no one dared to object. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 4 bowed in unison. But everyone, don't underestimate yourselves. I will go to the heavenly world. In a short time, I will make the ancient lamp-burning Buddha double the revenge of today. From now on, the Holy Court of Haotian will never suffer the humiliation of today again. Xuanhuan's sonorous and powerful words made all the generals excited. On the top of the mountains, the wind returns and the clouds disperse. Light. Golden sunlight casts down from the thick clouds, and among the colorful clouds, peaks of 10,000 zhang are revealed. Through the clouds and mist, you can see the palace and Qianglu are all over the place. The whole picture is like a fairyland, beautiful and magnificent. In a magnificent palace, a doll with braided hair is looking up at the sky while leaning on a purple gold dragon stick. Her long and narrow eyes emit a frightening purple gold light. You, the ancient emperor, are still number 1 on the list of heroes. The ranking of the top 10 has basically not changed. It's just that the demon emperor has jumped from the 500th to the 17th in just a dozen years. The speed is staggering. It is worth mentioning that the lantern ancient Buddha has entered the 38th place. As for the lower interface, Haotian Sage Emperor has been promoted from the 492nd to the 370th. Look at the hero. An old man with white beard stood behind the doll, holding a pale golden scroll and recited it very respectfully. The demon emperor is not bad. It will be a matter of time before he enters. The top 10. But what is the origin of this ancient lamp-burning Buddha? Holy Emperor Haoyan is beyond my expectations. I never thought that a young man could grow to such a level. But, after all, there is still something lacking. If the human race wants to truly rise, there is still a long way to go. The doll said softly. His voice was old, the complete opposite of his appearance. The breath is also very warm and weak, even giving people a feeling of dying. However, if his identity is revealed, it can scare people to death. The most powerful person in the world, the ancient emperor who is the first person in the human race. Among the rankings of Qianlong Pavilion, the most important one is the hero list. People without Tai realm cultivation base are not qualified to know at all. For those who can be selected for the list of heroes, Qianlong Pavilion will personally send a copy of the list of heroes. Its update time is uncertain, and the time can be long or short, depending on whether there are major events happening in the whole world. It is said that the Lantern Ancient Buddha defeated the demon emperor's clone. But he was repelled by Haoyan's sage emperor a few days ago. Otherwise, his ranking could be higher. The old man with white beard had a curious look on his face. His eyes were even more thoughtful. Randang is good, but it's not worth mentioning. The demon emperor needs to pay more attention. After finishing speaking, he sighed secretly, turned around and walked deep into the hall. The edge of the world. The place is barren, and the biting wind is raging all year round. In the depths of the barrenness, there is a pale palace made of white bones. This is the zombie hall, one of the 3 halls. Dense zombies are flying in and out of the zombie hall. In front of this hall, they are as insignificant as ants. Hey, the Lantern Ancient Buddha is not bad. Although he didn't achieve his goal, his strength is indeed good. Although the catastrophe is approaching, all parties are still standing still. I didn't expect this bald donkey to move. First, isn't the reason for shooting the head bird? Does he not understand? What does this old bald donkey want to do? A slightly puzzled voice came out, making people unclear. The walking zombies stared blankly, indifferent to the sound. Southern Territory, Haotian Holy Court. Your Majesty, this is the hero list just sent by Qianlong Pavilion. Lu Bowen walked into Shang's study room with a scroll, and said with a smile to Su Haoyan, who was looking at him. At the same time, he handed over the golden scroll in his hand. Su Haoyan took the scroll, entered it with spiritual consciousness, and began to read it. Seeing this, Lu Bowen didn't bother Su Haoyan, turned around and left quietly. It took Su Haoyan an hour to finish reading the scroll. Although the introduction of 1,000 famous heroes was extremely simple, Su Haoyan's eyes suddenly brightened. It feels wonderful at the same time. This is his first contact with the hero list, and the rare information about the hero list is still from Wang Xiaofeng. Unexpectedly, this ancient lamp-burning Buddha could climb to the 38th place, which is worthy of being an ancient great Buddha. However, he had expected the ranking of the burning lamp ancient Buddha. It's just that the demon emperor who ranked 17th on the hero list made him feel very strange. This can't be the demon emperor in ancient myths and legends, Dijun, right? If it's him, then one of the 5 people who escaped has been identified. Adding Xiao Xianggu, 3 people have already appeared. There are only 2 more to come together. But now it was Dijun who gave him a headache. With Dijun's terrifying Cultivation base, who else in this world can hold him back? Xuanhuan shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. After all, Dijun was still far away from him, and his influence was not at the same level. Today's Dijun is still attacking the top 10 of the hero list. The Haotian Holy Court is still hovering around 300, and people don't like it at all, so there is no need to mention the threat to him. Besides Dijun, Xuanhuan also paid special attention to the top 10 rankings. First place, Ancient Emperor, the most powerful man in the world, the master of the Hall of Human Emperors. Second place, Supreme Dou Yu, controlling the underworld, the overlord of the land of Dou Yu. Third place, the sage monarch of 10,000 poisons, where no grass grows, the master of the 10,000 poisons hall. Fourth place, Lei Zhu, the lord of Thunder Court, the master of thunder. Fifth place, Yuqi Xianting, king of Bawagu, lord of Zombie Hall. Sixth place, Juggernaut, master of the way of the sword, lord of the sword tomb. Seventh place, Siren King, the overlord of the Sea of Death. Eighth place, Sima Longnu, king of Yinyang Ghosts, lord of Yinyang Palace. Ninth place, Emperor Yan, the master of fire, the master of Nanming Lihua Palace. 10th place, Wang Jinlong, the patriarch of the mysterious ancient family, who dominates the land. These titles, these names were deeply remembered in Xuanhuan's mind. What surprised Xuanhuan was that the list of heroes did not indicate the cultivation level and supernatural power of each hero. This may be to give the heroes a little mystery. After all, once his cultivation base and supernatural powers are exposed, he will put himself in more danger. However, the ranking of the heroes does not mean that they are the most powerful existence in this world. Most of the rankings here are based on power. Those single-handed superpowers are not included in the list. Although it is a pity, this is the trend of the times. Big power is stronger than casual cultivators. However, the 3 palaces, 4 halls, and 5 gates did not all enter the top 10. This reason is estimated to be related to personal combat effectiveness. After all, the size of the power is the primary factor to consider in the leaderboard. In the end, Xuanhuan took a special look at the little hero who had the same identity as him, and after seeing him, his depressed mood became better. His current ranking is extremely high among Xiaoxiongzhu. The position of more than 370 people made his identity as a young hero shine. However, it is still weak in the hero list. Xuanhuan lingered in the Shang study for a long time holding the scroll of the hero list, and then continued to work with a sassy smile. 10 days later, Xuanhuan walked out of the emperor's palace surrounded by civil and military officials. This time, it was a leap forward of Haotian Holy Court. It was not only Haotian's expectation to pierce the southern sky world, but also the expectation of everyone in the entire Holy Court. Xuanhuan planned to move the holy city to the heavenly world once he broke through the heavenly world. At that time, Haotian Holy Court will officially gain a foothold in the sky world. Ding. Trigger a side mission based on the world of heaven. Task details. Since the host is about to break through the world of heaven and go to another world. If the host succeeds in gaining a foothold in the world of heaven, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A random call chance for the super strong. The mission was actually triggered. Although it is only a side mission. But as long as there are missions, there will be a steady stream of strong people joining. My team will be further expanded. With longing for the future and curiosity about the world, Xuanhuan came to. The top-grade Dharma boat docked in front of Xingdi Peak. This time, Xuanhuan is going to bring Hou-Yi, Xing Tian, Bai Qi, Bai Li Xian, Su, Yang Jian, the 7 sages of Meishan and Lu Boan and the 18 Arhats, accompanied by 100 guards. And Guan Yu commanded the world extinguishing God army. He left most of the powerhouses in Haoyan Holy Court and let them conquer the entire Xuanwu continent with the army in batches. And Xia Tian had already returned to Xia country after the end of the Zhongyu banquet. But he went back with Xuanhuan's order. He wants to represent the Haoyan Holy Court to guard the western regions. The Haoyan Holy Court is guarded by Quafu, Jiuling Yuanxing, and 10 Daluo realm powerhouses. Xuanhuan was very relieved. What's more, there is Feng Liang, a hidden master sitting in charge. Xuanhuan was even more relieved. Your Majesty, you have to be careful, the world of heaven is complicated and not as safe as the world of the lower world. Bai Suzhen exhorted. Zixia, Linghu Shanlan, Shui Miao Miao, and Shenzhener said the same things. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile. At the same time, I feel warm in my heart. On the other side, Hou-Yi and Bai Qi, who were carrying the god-breaking bow, had already arrived at the French boat, and the other accompanying generals and soldiers had already entered the French boat and were ready to set off. Want to go to the heavenly world? It is necessary to break through the barrier. Due to the existence of spatial turbulence, it is necessary to choose a relatively stable node. To be on the safe side, Xuanhuan had secretly dispatched a small team a few months ago to find a stable node on the border of the southern region, near the eastern flame region. Breaking through the barrier from here to enter the celestial world, in addition to saving time, the spatial turbulence is also relatively stable, which is beneficial for their super-large Dharma boat to pass through. After Xuanhuan finished explaining, he jumped into the Dharma boat. The French boat roared after Xuanhuan entered, and went straight to a certain direction through the air. It takes half a month to go from Haoyan Holy Court to Sky World. And the space node they use is in the west of the western regions, which is an inaccessible place. At that time, as long as a super strong man uses supreme mana to break a small hole, the magic ship will be able to pass through. Xuanhuan is considered to have entered the world of heaven. It's just that all this is easy to say, but it is not so simple to actually do it. In less than half a day, the French boat left the holy city and quickly flew to the east of the southern region. Time passed quickly like this. Xuanhuan's trip to the world was neither publicized nor attracted people's attention. Haoyan Holy Court is still running smoothly. Your Majesty, the black dot in front is the node of space. We only need to pierce it, and the magic ship can enter it, and the world of heaven is not far away. At this time, after a day, the Dharma boat finally came to the node leading to the heavenly world. At this moment, Lu Boan pointed at the node in front of Xuanhuan and said, "Which general is going to pierce the sky?" With his hands behind his back, Xuanhuan asked slowly, his eyes sparkling. The words were full of domineering aura. "Your Majesty, I'm going to stab him." Hou-Yi touched the Poshinshan bow behind his back, and said, "Okay, once Hou-Yi's sky-breaking arrow is released, it is unstoppable." Xuanhuan praised. Seeing this, Hou-Yi didn't say a word. The moment he soared into the sky, the Heavenbreaker Bao was already in his hand. Without any hesitation, he pulled Gongxian directly, and a domineering aura erupted from his body, directly shaking the surrounding void, and space cracks even appeared in some places. Strands of space storms emerged from it, wreaking havoc on the void. Hui stared at the distance, smiled contemptuously, and loosened his right hand lightly. Suddenly, 100-foot-long flaming fire dragon tore through the void, shaking its head and tail, and attacking the space node at extreme speed. The arrow was fast, and with an unparalleled momentum, it swept across the void in an instant, and directly hit the space node. Rumble. Amidst the roar, a pitch-black void with a size of several hundred feet suddenly appeared. At the same time, strands of space power shot out from it, which shocked Xuanhuan and others in the distance. Ding! Complete the main task. Pierce the southern sky world. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken at the peak. A chance for a copy of a strong man. A chance for an extreme awakening. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. The system prompt sounded at this moment. I'll go. The reward for this mission was unknown at the beginning. Now it seems that the reward is really generous. Talking to himself, he was completely relieved. Completing the main task means that he has successfully pierced the southern sky world. Next, he will truly enter the heavenly world. Your Majesty, we can go in. Hui received the potion Bao, and after returning to Xuanhuan, he stood aside. Well, Hui has worked hard. After Xuanhuan gave a few words of encouragement with a smile, he waved his hand, and the top-grade magic boat roared and dived into the black hole. Even at the moment of first entering, the protective light shield on the French boat was opened. The next moment, the place returned to its former tranquility. Soon, the black hole also flickered a few times before disappearing. Savage, Nether Mountains. The dark Nether Mountains stretch for millions of miles. The sky was even covered by a layer of black mist, giving people a depressing feeling. Shingongbao sat under a towering old tree and meditated with his eyes closed. There are hundreds of thousands of monks resting behind him. Most of these monks were injured. Some are even simple corpses. Even the uninjured monks looked exhausted. At this time, a wise and mighty figure slowly walked towards Shingongbao. It was Xuanhuan from 100 Illusionary Army. 10,000 years have passed, and Xuanhua's face has not changed much. But the momentum of the whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. His breath is not weaker than Shingongbao. Can you still hold on? Xuanhuan asked aloud. His silver-white battle armor was already stained with blood, and it was obvious that he had just experienced a big battle. One of Shingongbao's eyes was dripping with blood. He opened the other eye, glanced at Xuanhuan, and said softly, "It's nothing, just a small injury." Li Xian and Qin Feng were arrested, we must rescue them. Xuanhuan said angrily. Li Xian is Shingongbao's close disciple, and he has high hopes. And Qin Feng is Xuanhua's only parent and child. He couldn't give up the love of flesh and blood. Shingongbao couldn't give up either. Shingongbao got up and looked at Xuanhuan heavily, his horrible face made people shudder. It must be rescued, even if there are only one soldier left, we must rescue them. But in our current situation, to rescue them is undoubtedly to die. The cultivation base of Joyo Mingzuan, even if the two of us work together, we are not rivals. What's more, the Demon Emperor sent people to intervene. 9 Yu Mingzuan, ranked 25th on the hero list. Xuanhuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, wishing he could rescue his only son now. Suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He quickly said, "By the way, didn't your majesty establish a mighty holy court? We can ask him to support him." Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao smiled wryly and said, "Haoyan's sacred court has just been established, and its strength is still very weak. Moreover, it is still within the sphere of influence of Xiaoyao Palace, and it is only a lower-level force. Do you think he can compete with Yuan Palace?" When Xuanhuan heard this, he immediately became silent. "Hey, it's really hard for me to find it." At this moment, a gloomy, tooth-piercing voice sounded. The expressions of Shen Gongbao and Xuanhuan changed drastically. Sky World, Jinluan Mountains. Boom. 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 Deep in the Jinluan Mountains, a group of monks of different ages are besieging a woman in red to fight. The airflow generated by the collision of various colors of spiritual light in the sky raged, making the mountains within a kilometer radius uneven, and some places were even blasted out of scorched black pits. Fairy Lan, hurry up and hand over Yongyi Hua. Otherwise, hey, I haven't eaten meat for a few days. A blue-clothed young man held a blue-fronted sword in his hand, and said lewdly, the sharp blade pointed directly at the red-clothed woman. This woman is tall and slender, with a protruding front and back, and her appearance is even more amazingly beautiful. She belongs to the kind of big beauty who brings disaster to the country and the people. This woman is using a colorful ribbon, which looks like a rainbow when she waves it, and she is tightly protected in it. The surrounding attacks seemed to be raging, but they couldn't break through the woman's defense for a while. However, only the women themselves know that it is only a matter of time before they break through their defenses. But I, Fairy Lan, have never given up the things I like. Don't say that. You are disciples of the Yuan Palace, even if it is the human emperor's palace, this fairy can still snatch it. Fairy Lan said indifferently. Brother, stop talking nonsense with him, she's just a bitch, I don't believe. Many of us can't take her down. A woman in black shouted loudly. Okay, let's set up the battle. I want to make this chick want to die is an extravagant wish. The blue-clothed youth in the lead snarled, and ordered everyone to form an array to kill the red-clothed woman. But at this moment, the sky above everyone suddenly thundered loudly, accompanied by violent winds. The wind and sand walked among the rocks, as if the end was coming. Rumble. When everyone's face changed drastically, they gave up one after another. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky, and at the same time a terrifying, overbearing aura came from the sky. Everyone, including the woman in red, looked up in surprise. In the next second, everyone opened their mouths wide in horror, dumbfounded. I don't know when, a black hole with a size of hundreds of feet suddenly appeared in the sky, and the power of space overflowed from it, and a black and ferocious magic ship with a width of 100 feet came out. Standing shadowily on it, a group of extraordinary men descended like magic soldiers. Ding! The system has been upgraded successfully. After several functions have been optimized, new functions have been further developed. As soon as the ultimate magic ship flew out of the space barrier, the system's notification sounded again. While making Su Haoyan happy, recalling what happened just now, he couldn't help but secretly wiped off his cold sweat. To say that they were really unlucky, shortly after entering the space node, they encountered a space storm that frightened the monks. Fortunately, the top-grade French ship is strong enough. Driven by a large number of top-quality spirit stones, it finally sailed out of the space storm. After untold hardships, the system is finally upgraded. First, the opportunity to pass on skills will be cancelled and will be replaced with an opportunity for skill empowerment. That is to say, those who are rewarded will be directly rewarded with skills by the system in the form of empowerment. Second, 5 copies of the strong man can be fused, which can be exchanged for a diehard peak. The 5 chances of extreme awakening can also be exchanged for a diehard peak. The diehard peak will be absolutely loyal to the host and will not worry about being raped. Those who betrayed ignore the strength of the cultivation base. Thirdly, the listening function will be upgraded. The listening opportunity obtained through the task will send the host to the powerful dojo that the host wants to listen to. That is, the opportunity to independently and selectively enter the listening dojo. Of course, the selected can the power exceed the host's 7 great realms? Fourth, add the function of searching for talents. It includes the search for powerful people who are political, military, and powerful. Fifth, the legion summoning function is upgraded to a designated opportunity to summon a super legion. After completing the task, the host can designate any legion to summon. 5 consecutive system prompts made Xuanhuan open his mouth and widen his eyes. This is the rhythm of soaring into the sky. The peak of loyalty, he can awaken Hui. He can also make Dijun, the peak of loyalty. It's simply overbearing. Summoning the legion has finally become a designated summoning. This is the function he has dreamed of. This time he can call with confidence and boldly. Ding. Trigger the side mission, save Shingongbao and Baihuan Shinjun. Mission details, Shingongbao and Baihuan Shinjun were captured by Yuang Palace. If the host can rescue them, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken at the peak. Once a chance for a strong dungeon. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. Shingongbao and Baihuan Shinjun are in trouble. When Xuanhuan's face changed drastically, he couldn't help but sink. He doesn't even know where he is now, so how can he talk about rescue? But he will save Shingongbao and Baihuan Shinjun no matter what. Not only because they are his subordinates, but also because they have been waiting loyally for thousands of years. The most important point is that the attribute lists of Shingongbao, Qinhua, and Zhao Gongming were finally updated the moment they passed the space barrier. Shingongbao in the Dzogchen realm in the late stage of Daluogen Wonderland. Qinhua in the late stage of Daluogen Wonderland, and Zhao Gongming in the Dzogchen realm in the late stage of Daluogen Wonderland. He couldn't ignore the 3 Daluo junctions. Your Majesty, there are many monks below. It looks like they are fighting. Listening to them, it seems that the woman has robbed their eternal night flower. It was just interrupted by us suddenly. But one of them seems to be a monk from Yuan Palace. Yang Jian's voice suddenly sounded outside the cabin. Xuanhuan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Due to the space storm, they have now deviated from the southern sky world. As for where it went, I don't know. In the absence of a map, it is best to find a guide to lead the way. Besides Yuan Palace, they showed up at the right time. Well, let someone go down and catch a few monks from Yuan Palace and bring them back. I have something to ask. Su Haoyan's voice drifted out from the room, and Yang Jian casually ordered 5 Imperial Guards to go down to work. The Imperial Guards were specially trained to defend Su Haoyan. Their cultivation bases are all around the Golden Immortal Realm, and their combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Good at sneak attack and assassination. After the 5 Imperial Guards took the order, they flew out of the Dharma boat, turned into 5 afterimages, and fell downward. So far, Su Haoyan and Yuang Palace haven't reached the point of life and death. Su Haoyan doesn't intend to kill innocent people unless it is absolutely necessary. Besides, they are just a group of low-level monks, so killing them is useless. Who are you and what are you going to do? When the woman in red saw this, her pretty face turned cold, and when she sensed the cultivation of the 5 people, her pretty face changed even more. And she hurriedly asked. Without any nonsense, the 5 Imperial Guards directly formed an encirclement. Circle, encircling everyone here. Except for the woman in red who was struggling to resist with her early cultivation in the Golden Immortal Realm. All the disciples of Yuang Palace were captured instantly. The woman in red was also behind her, and under the joint attack of the 5 of them, she was defeated and captured. Take us to the wilderness. Yang Jian came to these people and said expressionlessly. You are really blind. We are the disciples of Yuang Palace. If you want to live, let us go as soon as possible, otherwise there will be no place to die. The blue-cloaked youth threatened sternly. Help me kill them, and I will take you there. At this moment, Fairy Lan said with a chill in her heart. Fulfill her. Su Haoyan's voice drifted out from the cabin, appearing ethereal and ethereal. Fairy Lan, you wicked bitch. Ah. Yang Jian didn't hesitate, just waved his hand, and everyone in Yuang Palace died. Fuck. Anti-aircraft guns are overqualified for killing mosquitoes. Su Haoyan muttered to himself in the cabin. Okay, it's as you wished, let's lead the way. Yang Jian ignored the dead body and said to Fairy Lan indifferently. It is good. What happened in front of her eyes made Fairy Lan's heart tremble violently. Those are all monks from the real fairyland. The 3-eyed young man in front of him will be destroyed as soon as he says he is gone. What is his cultivation level? Tai realm? Even the subordinates are in the Tai realm, so what kind of cultivation should a master have? Cannot imagine. Lan Xianzi glanced at the cabin in awe, then walked to the bow, pointing in one direction with her slender hands. In this way, the best magic boat continued to move forward following the guidance of the blue fairy, and soon disappeared at the end of the sky. Are you from the Hall of 10,000 Poisons? On the French boat, Fairy Lan couldn't help asking. People who talk too much often die quickly. Yang Jian replied coldly without even looking at the other party. Ask her, can you give me Yanghua? At this time, Su Haoyan's voice came from the cabin behind. Let the blue fairy's pretty face change. This eternal night flower is the treasure she plans to save her life. Nothing can be exchanged. To be honest, the reason why I snatched this treasure was to save my life. If you take it away, a life will be lost. Lan Fairy thought for a long time before she gritted her teeth and said. Do you see if this thing meets your requirements? As soon as Su Haoyan's words fell, a golden shadow flew out of the cabin at an extremely fast speed, and as soon as Chipu appeared, he came to Fairy Lan. In an instant. Then it quietly floated in front of Fairy Lan, allowing her to see clearly. Seeing this, Fairy Lan suddenly became angry. He was about to say something. But after glancing at the golden shadow standing in front of him, his eyes widened, and he covered his red lips with his hands, dumbfounded. Jade Spirit Pill. It turned out to be Jade Spirit Pill. Lan Xianzi's heart has already set off a stormy sea. If Yonghua is a good medicine for treating internal injuries, then Jade Spirit Pill is a holy medicine. Although eternal night flowers are rare, Jade Spirit Pills are equally rare. But in terms of medicinal value, even 100 eternal night flowers are not as good as one Jade Spirit Pill. This was also the main reason why Fairy Lan was horrified. Who is the person here, and why did they exchange such a precious Jade Spirit Pill for Yonghua? Even a fool can see that the two things are more precious. Lan Fairy reluctantly moved her eyes away from the Jade Spirit Pill, glanced at the cabin in the distance, and said, "You should understand, which one is more valuable, Yonghua or Jade Spirit Pill? Of course I know, but to me, Yonghua is more important. Do you want to change it or not?" Xuanhuan said calmly. Change? Fairy Lan hesitated for a moment, then agreed with gritted teeth. The next moment, the curtain of the cabin was lifted. Xuanhuan grasped it from a distance, and pulled the Yonghua in Lan Xianzi's hand into his hand. Fairy Lan hesitated for a moment, before grabbing the Jade Spirit Pill in her hand. Is it that easy to get the healing holy medicine, Jade Spirit Pill? She still had doubts in her heart, and at the same time a feeling of unreality haunted her. Wang Xiaofeng, aren't you fooling me? This little black flower is really the holy medicine for quenching the body? Xuanhuan was fiddling with the black flowers about the size of a foot in his hand, while talking with Wang Xiaofeng in his heart. Of course it's true. How could I deceive you as the #1 domain lord of the Southern Territory? TSK, eternal night flower, the holy medicine for quenching the body, rarely appears in this world. Wang Xiaofeng's greedy expression flashed in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan suddenly rolled his eyes. The body-quenching holy medicine is the same as the ordinary medicine, and it will have drug resistance. In order to temper his body, he had already used all the holy medicines that he could find in the southern region. How could he be unhappy now that a brand new body-quenching elixir appeared? In the Wild West, the Nether Mountains lie cross-legged like a giant lion. The main altar of Yuwang Palace is located here. The forests and trees here are all in pitch black. Looking around, it is extremely gloomy. In the depths of the Nether Mountains, there is a gigantic huge city. It is called Yuwang City. None of the monks who went in and out were lower than the Golden Wonderland. And Yuwang City is the core city of Yuwang Palace. Monks of Yuwang Palace with low status are not qualified to enter here at all. In the center of the city, there is a large palace. At this time, Lord Yuming, the master of Yuwang Palace, is practicing in the main hall. The black golden face, coupled with the bull-like eyes, gives people a sense of coercion like a savage giant beast. The black robe is swaying with the pure magic energy, and the breath is condensed and lingering like a gust of wind wrapped around the body surface. Yuwang Palace is mainly based on demon cultivation. Before Jiuyo Mingzuan became the lord of the palace, in the barbaric generation, he was a famous and vicious big devil. Jiuyo Mingzuan ranks 25th on the list of heroes, which is enough to show that his strength is absolutely high. Palace Master, that Qin Feng and Li Xian are still unwilling to speak. If torture continues, they may die. A streak of magic smoke approached from outside the hall, and soon condensed into a human figure in the hall, kneeling on the ground on one knee, and said, in a low voice, "This person is the attendant of Lord Juyuming, directly under the jurisdiction of Lord Juyuming." Jiuyo Mingzuan is still cultivating. He closed his eyes tightly, but shouted in a cold voice, "You are really a bunch of trash, even two of you can't deal with it. This subordinate is incompetent, please punish him." The waiter kowtowed and said in a trembling voice, "Forget it, there is news that Li Xian and Qin Feng will be beheaded at the Jade Bone City outside the Nether Mountain Range 10 days later. This deity wants to make an example to the monkeys, and let the wild forces see that our Yuan Palace is not easy to mess with." Nine Nether Lord's voice was icy cold, making the waiter feel like falling into an ice cellar. Ever since the 100 illusionary army came to the wilderness 5,000 years ago, there has been friction with Yuan Palace. More than 10 years ago, Shengongbao came to the wildlands to develop his power and beheaded an elder of Yuan Palace. Naturally, Yuan Palace couldn't let it go, because it was a matter of face. So Shengongbao and Yuan Palace started a tug-of-war. Unexpectedly, Baihuan Shenjun joined forces with Shengongbao, catching Jiuyo Mingzuan by surprise. After finally establishing a relationship with the Demon Emperor, the two families quickly formed an alliance, and their power rose sharply. He was now competing with Shengongbao's 100 Illusions army, and he was confident in getting rid of this hidden danger. "Your Majesty." The waiter promised to leave. "Slow. Have you found Yangguwa?" Jiuyo Mingzuan called to stop the waiter. Jiuyo Mingzuan's magic skills need the stimulation of Yangguwa to successfully break through to the next level. That's why he mobilized the entire Yuan Palace to look for Yangguwa. "There is no news yet." The waiter replied honestly. "Get out." Jiuyo Mingzuan was a little upset. During this period of time, when everything went wrong, he had an urge to become possessed. The waiter bowed his head and walked out obediently. It took a long time for Jiuyo Mingzuan to calm down his irritable mood. At this time, he took out a palm-sized golden skull with his backhand. Strange and dazzling runes are inscribed on the skull. This small skull is golden, and there seems to be a strange energy contained in it. But no matter how much he studies, he can't see the name. What's the secret of this skull? The Demon Emperor generously gave it to him. Is there some conspiracy here? Jiuyo Mingzuan muttered to himself. This time, the Yao Emperor sent someone to help him eliminate Shengongbao and the 100 Illusionary army, and also gave him a mysterious skull for free, which made him feel like he was always on his back. It's just the saying that you don't get rewarded for no merit. It's also said that if you don't do anything, you can either rape or steal. The Demon Emperor's move is really unpredictable. It's an eventful year. I'm afraid it means that a catastrophe is coming. Yu Mingzuan was talking to himself, his face was full of worry. Every catastrophe in this world will plunge the world into chaos. The ending will not be very good, and there will be no force to reach the end, and even a huge force will be hurt. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed by in a hurry. 100 miles ahead is the barren land. Lan Xianzi pointed to the sky ahead that suddenly dimmed and said. She was calm on the surface, but she was very nervous in her heart. Whoever it is, will be worried about killing the donkey. Yang Jian nodded, and then asked the cabin at the back, Your Majesty, we are about to enter the wilderness. How should we deal with her? As soon as this remark came out, Fairy Lan clenched her fists tightly. The beautiful forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. A pair of blind eyes stared at the ordinary cabin behind, secretly worried. In the past few days, the voice and the owner of the voice have not appeared. And Xuanhuan's identity is unknown. Stop the boat and let her go. I'm not killing innocent people indiscriminately, and I want everyone to know that I'm in the wild. Bowen. Give her a spirit stone and treat it as a toll. Xuanhuan's voice drifted out from the cabin, and Fairy Lan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a different emotion in my heart. This person is so arrogant. Doesn't he know that the overlord of the barbaric is Yuan Palace? Yuan Palace is not easy to mess with. As soon as Lan Fairy finished speaking, she jumped out of the Dharma boat, but she didn't leave, but hesitated for a moment, before asking loudly. You said you wanted everyone in the wild to know your name, so what's your name? She didn't know why she did this, it seemed that she subconsciously wanted to help Xuanhuan. Because she knew that Xuanhuan wanted her to spread the news. Haotian Holy Court, Haotian Holy Emperor. The magic boat gradually moved away, and Xuanhuan's voice came from afar, making Fairy Lan feel as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer. Her red lips opened wide, her face full of disbelief. Holy Sky Court. Holy Emperor Haotian, idol. The usually indifferent Lan Xianzi tremblingly said to herself. The hero list may be considered a secret in the lower plane. But in the world of heaven, it is very famous. Even these humble little monks are familiar with it. As a juvenile domain master on the list of heroes, the Holy Emperor Haotian, who ranks more than 370, is extremely famous in the eyes of the younger generation of monks. Even Man Huang is often talked about his legendary life. The Holy Emperor Haotian is also the goal of Fairy Lan's struggle. Although she knows that she will not be able to match the Holy Emperor Haotian in her whole life, being a role model is still beneficial to her practice. What she didn't expect was that her role model, the goal of her struggle, spent 5 days with her, which is really unbelievable. As Xuanhuan blew his name, the resentment in Fairy Lan's heart disappeared. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that Holy Emperor Haotian was really kind to her. Instead of killing him, he also presented a large number of top-quality spirit stones. Not to mention the rare jade spirit pill. For her, no matter whether it is the jade spirit pill or the high-quality spirit stones, as her identity, they are treasures that are extremely difficult to see in normal times. Not to mention getting them. Okay, His Majesty's reputation is destined to spread throughout the wilderness, Lu Bowen said with a light smile. Xuanhuan in the cabin did not use his spiritual sense to lock the rear, but when he heard Lu Bowen's words, he couldn't help saying, "That's it, who am I?" 8 directions. When Yang Jian, Xing Tian, and Bailey Xiansu heard this, the corners of their eyes twitched fiercely, while Hui said angrily, "Your Majesty's face is unparalleled in the world, and although the ministers are astonishingly cultivated, it's hard to flatter them." What Hui said was a joke, and everyone could hear it. At this time, amidst the laughter, the atmosphere became more lively. Xuanhuan didn't care at all. Instead, he opened his mouth to brag. It caused constant laughter on the French boat. Soon, they saw the eerie Nether Mountains. It roared past without any lingering, and entered the depths of the wild mountains in a blink of an eye. My God, is that a spaceship? It's huge. TSK, a giant spaceship that is thousands of feet long. Who has such a big show? It seems that the barbaric is about to change. It is said that Jade Bone City is about to behead Li Xian and Qin Feng of the 100 Illusionary Army. Could it be that the owner of the giant magic ship is also here? It's very possible, because it's been rumored that a catastrophe is coming. A mountain depression at the entrance of the wilderness gathered many resting monks. When they were talking about the Dharma boat flying by in the sky, they even talked about the current situation. In the next few days, the news about Haoyan Holy Quartz Emperor Haoyan coming to the wilderness spread like wildfire, causing a sensation in the whole wilderness. In order to thank Su Haoyan for donating the medicine, Fairy Lan spared no effort to fuel the flames. Thousands of miles of barren hills are rolling, and black is always the main color here. It seems single and boring. In a black valley, Shengongbao, Xuanhuan, and tens of thousands of monks were quietly recuperating. These monks are all members of the imaginary army. The cultivation bases vary from high to low, but the worst ones have the cultivation bases of Tianmen realm, which is more than a star and a half stronger than 10,000 years ago. But at this time, the soldiers were all wounded and their morale was low. Shengongbao sat cross-legged in a corner of the valley, his breath was sluggish at the moment, and there was a faint black light shining through his pale face. All this shows that his injury is not serious. Not far away, Xuanhuan was also sitting cross-legged to heal his injuries. They were chased and killed by the top 10 demons under the Demon Emperor. With Shengongbao's cultivation base, a big monster in the Tai realm is not enough to threaten. But before that, he had fought head-on with Lord Jiuyou Ming, and suffered serious internal injuries. The demonic energy took the opportunity to invade his body, greatly reducing his strength, and he was chased and killed by the big monster. At this time, Shengongbao slowly opened his eyes. His injured right eye has healed, but there are scars left in some places. He smiled wryly and said to himself, "If this continues, we will all die." When Xuanhuan heard this, he opened his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "Li Xian and Qin Feng will be beheaded in a few days. No matter how hard we are, we will go to Jade Bone City to rescue them." Save? How to save? Jade Bone City, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it is a huge trap. Once we show up, we will face a catch. Shengongbao said seriously. In their prime, they might be able to deal with Lord Jiuyou Mingzuan and Baisho Yaojun. But now that both of them are seriously injured, I'm afraid they will disappear in less than one round, not to mention rescuing the two. Even the whole group of people in front of them will get involved. Xuanhuan punched the ground heavily, bringing up a pile of dirt. He hated it. This feeling of being led by the nose and being unable to resist drove him crazy. The 100 Illusions Divine Army has already been dispersed, otherwise we would take advantage of our strength and make a big disturbance in Jade Bone City. Maybe we could take advantage of the chaos and rescue the two of them. However, after chasing and killing them all the way, they were in a panic, and now there are only more than 70,000 people left, and all of them are injured. The situation is not optimistic. In this way, you guard them, and I will go to Jade Bone City by myself, and play by ear. Shengongbao looked at the soldiers in pain, his heart ached, his face flashed with determination, and he made a decision instantly. "No, you are the backbone of the entire team now, you can't go, I will go." Xuanhuan immediately objected. Shengongbao waved his hand and said, "No, it's because of my high strength that I have a better chance of succeeding, and you are the soul of the 100 Illusions Army, so you have to take on the important task of protecting them. Xuanhuan was silent. He knew what Shen Gongbao said was right. It's just that he is really unwilling. He has such a character, he would rather be a knife than a tile. It's hard to feel protected. That's it. I'm going to set off in 3 days. And now I'm going to make the most of this place. Arrange formations and protect the vital forces. Xuanhuan nodded without any objection. Yuwang City. Bastard. Yang Yuhua was actually taken away by Haoyan's sage emperor? How could this happen? Jiuyo Mingzuan roared angrily, his body trembled because of his anger. Kneeling in front of him was the attendant of Lord Nine Nether, at this moment. He said in a deep voice, "Yes, my lord, the news came from Fairy Lawn. The Emperor Haoyan also got the eternal night flower from her." Jiuyo Mingzuan took a deep breath, and asked suspiciously, "Sage Emperor, Haoyan has come to the world of heaven, what is he doing here?" The waiter didn't answer, because he didn't know either. Furthermore, he has no right to know about this rising to the leaderboard. As the one on the list, the Holy Emperor of Haoyan, who has the title of Young Hero, Lord Juyuming, has also specially investigated it. Now, Haoyan's sacred court can basically sit on an equal footing with Xiaoyao Palace, forcing Xiaoyao Palace to nominate Haoyan's sage emperor to the hero list. Holy Emperor Haoyan defeated and killed the demon ancestor, unified the Xuanwu continent, and repelled the clone of the lantern ancient Buddha. All these achievements combined made him have to pay attention to Holy Emperor Haoyan. Its threat is not weaker than that of the ancient Buddha burning lamp. First the demon emperor, then the Haoyan Holy Emperor. Lord Nine Netherworld suddenly felt palpitations. A hero who unified the entire continent suddenly came to the wilderness. What is he going to do? Could it be related to Shen Gongbao's 100 Illusions army? After several days of flying, the top-quality magic ship finally carried Su Haoyan and his party to the first city that entered the wilderness. "Your Majesty, there is a city ahead." Lu Bowen's voice suddenly reached Su Haoyan's ears, waking him up from his cultivation state. Su Haoyan thought for a while before saying, "Berwen, go in and inquire, we will wait for you here." The entry of the 1,000-foot-long ultra-high-quality Dharma boat would definitely cause an uproar. He didn't want to have a conflict with Yuwang Palace before Shen Gongbao and Bai Huan Shenjun were found. Lu Baobao shook his head and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you can rest assured that the wilderness is full of fish and dragons, and the city is free. And there are no guards. Because there is only one voice here, Yuwang Palace. We can enter directly." As Su Haoyan's imperial military advisor, he has already read all kinds of materials before coming here, and now he is an active wild world. When Su Haoyan heard it, he immediately felt relieved, so the huge figure of the top-grade magic boat flew towards the city in front without any scruples. This city covers an area of only tens of miles, but although the sparrow is small, it has all internal organs. Qianglu Yuyu has everything from shops, restaurants and post stations. Just no walls. It can be described as extremely strange. When they saw the huge monster flying from the sky, the monks in the city suddenly made a noise. "Oh my God, such a big spaceship must be as big as 100 feet, right?" "It's more than that, I think it's more than 1,000 feet. Who, such a big show? Could it be the legendary Emperor Haoyan?" Recently, there have been rumors that the Emperor Haoyan has come to the wilderness. Could it be them? The monks were discussing a lot, and Su Haoyan and his group flew into the city at this time. The 100 imperial guards standing on the bow, all in purple and gold costumes, cold faces, and gleaming waist knives made them angry. The field is huge and the momentum is extraordinary. In the end, the ultimate magic ship landed on a mountain in the city. Xuanhuan opened the curtain and walked out of the room. He stretched and smiled at the same time. It's been a long time since I walked out. Seeing this, Lu Bowen shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, a luxuriously decorated 3-story loft appeared on the top of the mountain. This is the ultimate treasure of the day after tomorrow, Ziji Cave Mansion. With its own restrictions, which can prevent foreign enemies from invading. Of course, it is still like paper in front of real masters. Yuan Hong came to Xuanhuan at this time, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Your Majesty, do you want me to go to the city to find out?" Although his strength is impressive, his cultivation at the peak of the Tai Gold Immortal Realm is nothing compared to Yangjian, Hou-Yi, Bai Qi, and others. He couldn't let the Imperial Guards go, so he took the initiative to speak. Yuan Hong understood that this time Xuanhuan brought the 7 brothers out to give them a chance. With more and more capable people under Xuanhuan's hands, he and his brothers could no longer keep up with Xuanhuan's pace, and he needed to perform. Only then can he be worthy of Xuanhuan's cultivation. Don't be a monkey. Xuanhuan glanced at Yuan Hong and nodded secretly. But he still spoke up. Yuan Hong's temper is not good. Monkey temper is not unique to Monkey King. In Xuanhuan's perception, the world is as dark as crows, and monkeys have bad tempers. Yuan Hong scratched his head, nodded with a smile, then turned around and disappeared. Xuanhuan then turned around and walked into the Ziji cave. According to Wang Xiaofeng, Yangjiwa has a very good quenching effect, so he naturally wants to experiment. It was not convenient to be on the Dharma boat before, but now he just uses it to pass the time. As for other things, there are naturally Lu Bowen, Hou-Yi, and the others. He only needs to look at them. Hou-Yi and Bai Qi smiled at each other, walked to the 2 sides of Ziji cave, and sat down cross-legged. And Lu Bowen and the other 6 people from Meishan were divided into various parts of the French boat. Yuan Hong, who had transformed into an ordinary man, began to shuttle, slowly, through the streets and alleys of the city. This city is called Obstinate Stone City, and its traffic is considered to be in the middle of the wild cities. The wild wilderness is so huge that even with a map in hand, it is difficult to find the city. There are street stalls everywhere in the streets of the city, all kinds of low-level exercises, elixirs, magic tools, and magic weapons are all available. The biggest difference from the city in the mortal world is the lack of fireworks here. Everyone is in a hurry, as if there is something big to do. Soon, Yuan Hong stopped in front of a high wall, where many people had already gathered, surrounded by people from the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors, pointing at a notice on the inner wall. Qin Feng and Li Xian of the 100 Fantasy Army will be beheaded outside the Jade Bone City in 3 days. Hey, I thought the 100 Illusionary Army was pretty good, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this in the end. What a pity. 100 Illusionary Army has 4 big Luo Realm monks, and its high-end combat power is not inferior to Yuwang Palace. It's a pity that the 100-handed demon monarch stepped in at the demon emperor's behest. Thanks to Zhou Tianping saving him with death, the 100 illusory divine army was not completely annihilated. Respectable. 3 days later, Jade Bone City, who was going to see it? I feel that the 100 Illusion Army will not watch 2 big luos be beheaded like this. It's quite a show. Listening to the discussion of the monks and the notice on the wall, Yuan Hong's heart moved. He knew the purpose of Xuanhuan's trip very well. He was about to release his consciousness to check the notice carefully. However, at this moment, rumble. 1,000-foot-long opening suddenly opened above the stubborn stone city. And then 100-foot-long Dharma boat rushed out of it. This scene made everyone in the city look up. Look, what's written on that ship, my God, aren't those 2 big blood-red characters of King Yu? The Dharma boat of Yuan Palace, what are they doing here? Exclamations came and went, and Yuan Hong frowned even more. Because he could feel that there was a Daluojan Fairyland strongman and several Taiyajin Fairyland monks on board. On the deck of the French ship, a thin middle-aged man in a black brocade robe stood in the middle. His cultivation level is astonishingly that of the Daluojan Fairyland. On both sides stood 3 monks in green robes. The aura of Taiyajin Wonderland is undoubtedly revealed. The target is Emperor Haoyan, let's catch him alive. The thin middle-aged man said with a smile. Following Fairyland's release of the news that Emperor Haoyan had come to the wilderness, and after deliberate investigation by Lord Zhu Yuming, it was finally confirmed that the Emperor Haoyan had really come to the wilderness. That's why he sent an arresting team headed by his wraith Guizuan. The significance of this move is to prevent Xuanhuan from participating in the grievances between Yuan Palace and 100 Illusion Army. The second is to win the Evernight Flower. Your Majesty. The 6 Taiyajin Fairyland monks all bowed and answered. Afterwards, he sent out his consciousness to search the whole city for Xuanhuan's whereabouts. Finally found traces of Xuanhuan and others on a mountain in Ziji Cave Mansion. Xuanhuan is slowly refining Yangyua with his hands. Although this eternal night flower is not really a top-notch medicine in the body-hardening holy medicine, it is also extremely rare. For you now, it is a great tonic. Wang Xiafeng's voice introduced in Xuanhuan's mind. In this regard, Xuanhuan deeply felt the same, because he felt an extremely strong aura in Yangyua, and even had the feeling of falling into millions of top-grade spirit stones. In addition, there is a very special kind of energy in Yangyua, and every time he absorbs it, his spiritual consciousness will grow stronger. This feeling is very strange. If he absorbed all of the Yongyi Hua, his Gui Saint body would definitely be upgraded to a higher level, and it would be closer to the 4th level. Transformation into thousands of bodies is a supreme supernatural power. It is different from ordinary avatars in that it can deepen into thousands of bodies, and its cultivation base is the same as that of the main body. The ordinary avatar technique can produce up to 7 avatars equivalent to 1/10 of the deity's cultivation level according to different cultivation levels. A clone equivalent to half of the body's cultivation, like the ancient Buddha of Diangdang, is already aloof. However, there are thousands of incarnations on the 4th level of the Gui holy physique. Not only the number of avatars is huge, but also the cultivation level of each avatar is the same as that of the deity. That is to say, once Xuanhuan successfully breaks through the realm of incarnation, whoever fights with him is equivalent to fighting with thousands of Xuanhuans. Just imagine, where thousands of Xuanhuans stand, what kind of scene it will be. By that time, I am afraid that anyone will feel weak in their hands and feet. Xuanhuan fantasized happily for a while, and then continued to concentrate on absorbing and refining Holy Emperor Haoyan, get out and die. Outside Ziji Cave Mansion, a tyrannical voice suddenly sounded, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, shaking the world. Su Haoyan didn't show any sign of wanting to get up and go out for this breaking drink. He still continued to refine the eternal night flower. Because Hou-Yi and Bai Qi were there, I was relieved. As expected of the wild overlord, he was found so quickly. Su Haoyan muttered to himself, thinking that he could no longer keep a low profile. But Su Haoyan didn't know that the reason why Jiuyou Mingzuan made such a big move was because he took the Yongye flower, otherwise Jiuyou Mingzuan would not be so aggressive, and would only pay attention and take precautions. On the other side, Yuhan Guizuan brought 6 Tai golden immortals to fly up the mountain, and the extremely strong devil energy rolled in, and the huge coercion made everyone in the stubborn stone city extremely depressed. That's the ghost of Yuan Palace. Oh my god, it is said that ghost venerable broke through the great Luojin fairyland not long ago. He is in existence at the level of a fairy. They seem to be looking for someone? What, Holy Emperor Haoyan? Could it be that the group of people just now are Holy Emperor Haoyan? Hey, good show is coming. The monks talked a lot, whether it was the ghost or the Haoyan Emperor. They were all famous existences, when such a person appeared in front of him. And a big battle was about to break out, would they not be very excited? At this moment, Yuan Hong regained his real body, holding the iron rod tightly to block the path of ghost. Xiao Xiao, court death. Yuan Hong shouted coldly. He swung an iron rod, and his long robe quickly turned into a set of pitch-black armor. Yuhan Guizuan frowned, and shouted disdainfully, the little Tai Jin Fairyland monk dares to come out and make trouble. I really don't know how to write the dead word. Kill him. Yuan Hong was only at the peak of Tai Gold Immortal Realm, he didn't bother to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 Tai Gold Mid-Fairyland monks jumped out behind him, took out their magic weapons, and attacked Yuan Hong like a ghost. Yuan Hong's fighting spirit surged, he laughed, and swung the iron rod, which turned into a golden light to kill the 4 Tai Jinxians. The speed is fast. Just like a flash of lightning, it arrives in an instant, and it is smashed away with a stick. Although he is only at the peak of the Tai Gold Immortal Realm, with his combat power, even the monks in the early stage of the Deluojin Immortal Realm are not afraid. What's more, there are only 4 monks in the mid-period of the Tai Gold Fairyland. When Yuan Hongshi's powerful and heavy stick directly knocked a Tai Golden Immortal into the air, causing him to fall extremely fast and smash into a building with a bang. The monks scattered and fled. Weak chicken. Yuan Hong laughed wildly. He might be helpless in the face of Deluo, but it was too easy to face the 4 Tai Golden Immortals. Sweeping down with a stick, they knocked 2 of them into the air again, causing them to spurt blood on the way to rewind, and before they landed, they shattered with a bang, turned into minced meat all over the sky. Yuhan Guizuan's pupils constricted when he saw it. He just heard how powerful and terrifying the generals of Haoyan Holy Court were, and he sneered at this. But today's fight took him by surprise, and at the same time, he had a terrifying and intuitive feeling about the generals of the Haoyan Holy Court. Immediately, he shot directly. What he used was a pair of pitch-black spikes, named King Yu's Thorns. It was given to him by Lord Nine Nether before leaving. The Yuang thorn filled with demonic energy was held in his hand, like a sharp spike. Yuan Hong felt a bone-piercing wind coming from his back, and subconsciously swept it away with his backhand. Boom. The iron rod and Yuan thorn collided instantly, and the sparks flew, making Yuan Hong frown. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that de Luo is de Luo, and such a huge force can be produced with just a light wave. Yuan Hong tried hard to shake Fan Shuiamei thorn away with his wrist, but the ghost suddenly shouted, and with a movement of the devil energy in his hand, Yuan thorn suddenly retreated towards him at a high speed. The terrifying power pulled Yuan Hong and flew towards the ghost, which greatly shocked Yuan Hong. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it so weird? The frightened Yuan Hong wanted to let go of the iron rod, but a demonic energy had already wrapped his wrist, and it was impossible for him to withdraw even if he wanted to. Call out. Between lightning and flint, a silver-white lance cut from the sky with unparalleled momentum, and directly cut off one arm of the ghost. Yuan Hong also escaped from control. The only 3 remaining Tai Gold Immortal Realm cultivators were so frightened that they all turned their heads to look. On the mountain where Su Haodian was staying, a tall cultivator in silver helmet and silver armor was standing there looking at them, with the iron shovel in his hand flickering with silvery white light. It really reflected the chuckle on his face. Bold, unexpectedly attack Lord Guizuan, court death. A big man in the Tai Gold Immortal Realm with a ghost-headed knife, shouted angrily, raised the knife and slashed towards the hill. A flash of contempt flashed on Bai Chi's indifferent face. He picked up the iron spear again and slashed in the air, saying at the same time, I don't know how to live or die. Puff. The big man with the knife only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when a silver light flashed, his whole body was instantly split in half. With a bang, the half-turned corpse fell into the dust from the air, and countless monks opened their mouths and eyes wide open, looking like a ghost. Even Yuhan Guizuan and the other 2 Taijin Fairyland monks were dumbfounded. Instantly kill the Tai Golden Immortal. Yuan Hong's pupils shrank suddenly, and in the horror in his heart, the desire to become stronger became more and more intense. Run! Ghost Guizuan yelled as he clutched his right arm with only half of it left. He also ignored the Yuan thorn that fell on the ground. When the voice frightened, he turned and fled. He was so fearful even in the early days of de Luojin Wonderland, not to mention the other 2 Taijin Wonderland monks. At this time, he released his mana and tried his best to move the cloud and missed to escape, only regretting that his mana was too weak to speed up his escape. Boom. 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 Bai Chi swung the iron spear continuously, and when tearing the sky apart, he even chopped the remaining 2 Taijin Fairyland monks into pieces. Even the ghost paid the price of having his legs chopped off to fly out of the stubborn stone city. Just when Bai Chi waved the iron spear again to end the ghost, Lu Boan stopped his movement with a loud voice. Let him go. Although Bai Chi was puzzled, he still put away the iron rod. As Su Haotian's imperial military advisor, Lu Boan still wanted to give him face. Maybe Lu Boan has some plans related to this person. Silence. The whole city is silent. Accompanied by the escape of Ghost, there were gasps of breath in the city. Yuan Hong took a deep breath, calmed down his throbbing mood, and flew towards the Dharma boat thrown here by Ghost. There is no reason to discard spoils of war. A battle that could destroy the stubborn stone city came and went faster. Let everyone in the city have a feeling of unreality. Yuan Hong received the Dharma boat and flew back to his own Dharma boat. 4a. While the city began to talk about it. It's unbelievable that 6 Tai golden immortals were instantly killed like this. Where's the sacred place on that mountain? It's simply terrifying. That should be where the Holy Emperor Haoyan is. TSK, it is said that the Holy Emperor Haoyan has a lot of strong people under his command, and his reputation is really well-deserved. Bai Qi was indifferent to the discussion below, and after collecting the iron rod, he sat silently beside Ziji Cave Mansion. Although the imperial guards on the French boat were still expressionless, their hearts had already set off turbulent waves, and when they looked at Bai Qi, they showed deep fear. Powerful. Ridiculously strong. Lu Bowen explained with a smile, unless it is clear, we can't fight with Yuwang Palace forever. Letting this big Luo is to paralyze Yuwang Palace. You can also use his mouth to frighten Jiuyou Mingzuan. The military division is absolutely right. Bai Qi said with a slight smile. Yuwang City. You are, how did you do this? How could someone cut off your arm and add your legs to your majestic Deluojing cultivator? Looking at the dying Yuhan Guizuan in the main hall, Jiuyou Mingzuan had a look of disbelief. What? Except for you coming back, all the others are dead? The whole army was wiped out? After listening to the intermittent introduction of Yuhan Guizuan, Jiuyou Mingzuan roared angrily. My lord, that is a young man in a white robe, its strength is definitely beyond the early stage of Daluo Jingxian, it may be in the middle stage. Ghost said stammeringly. Jiuyou Mingzuan was so angry that he trembled all over his body, his breath leaked out, making the whole Yuwang city tremble, and countless monks were frightened. Hey, what is it that made our Lord Mingzuan so angry? At this time a gloomy voice sounded, and when the voice fell, a light blue figure floated into the hall, with afterimages. The blue smoke-like demonic aura lingers all over his body, and his robes are covered with tentacle runes, which makes people's scalps feel numb when they see it. But his face is handsome and extraordinary, but the gloomy aura that flickers in his eyes from time to time makes people dare not get close to him. When Jiuyou Mingzuan saw him, he was furious immediately, and said with a cold snort, the 100 Hands Demon Lord came here uninvited, have you forgotten? Who is the master here? As soon as the words fell, the aura of the great consummation in the late period of Deluojing Wonderland suddenly erupted from the body, and pressed towards the 100-handed demon lord. Wherever it passed, the tables and chairs instantly turned into dust, and the flat ground was plowed out by the terrifying aura. The groove is shocking to see. The Baisho Yaojun shrank his eyes suddenly, he was only in the middle stage of Deluojing Wonderland, and the two sides were like a world apart. Invincible. Lord Mingzuan, don't misunderstand me. Didn't I come to relieve your worries? Lord Yaodi ordered me to assist Mingzuan with all my heart. How dare I not do my best? Reluctantly resisting the pressure, the Baisho Yaojun quickly lifted out the Demon Emperor. Sure enough, as soon as Jiuyou Mingzuan heard the word Yaodi, he immediately woke up, and immediately withdrew his momentum. But his face was still as cold as ice. If the old thing hadn't considered that the 3 palaces, the 4 palaces, and the 5 gates should not be violent, the Lord Demon Emperor would have destroyed Yuwang Palace long ago. I thought so in my heart, but my face was full of smiles. Wiping off his cold sweat with no image, the Baisho Yaojun secretly thought that it was dangerous. There is no basis for what you say, but you helped me capture Haoyan. Sage Emperor? Jiuyou Mingzuan said, coldly. Qin Feng and Li Xian asked to kill in the past few days. In order to prevent Shen Gongbao from coming to make trouble, he could not leave. Okay. Baisho Yaojun agreed very readily. But then he rolled his eyes and said, Sage Emperor Haoyan probably also came to Qin Feng and Li Xian. How about I intercept him halfway? He is a monster, not a goose, and he has also heard about the Battle of the Stubborn Stone City. He was able to instantly kill 6 Tai Golden Immortals in the middle stage, and also severely injured a Deluo Jinxian in the early stage. This guy is very strong, maybe even stronger than him. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Mingzuan began to think about it. He didn't want the Jade Bone City to have a flaw a few days later, so he nodded in agreement with the proposal of the 100 Hands Demon Monarch. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the Demon Emperor already knows about the arrival of the Holy Emperor Haoyan in the wilderness, and may send a clone to come. Baisho Yaojun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Master Jiao Yoming's face changed drastically. With his strength, even the clone of the Demon Emperor is invincible. What is the Demon Emperor going to do? Jiao Mingzuan said coldly. He paused for a moment, and continued, Don't forget, the former owner of the Yuwang Palace was a close friend with the Sword Master. Could it be that the Demon Emperor wants to offend the Sword Master's Nilin? Juggernaut, the master of the sword mound, ranked 6th on the list of heroes. With the point of the sword, invincible. Although his power is not as powerful as the palace of the emperor and the land of Netherness, his personal strength is extremely terrifying. Baisho Yaojun quickly waved his hand and said, Master Dong has misunderstood, our demon emperor came here for the Haoyan emperor, you know. He killed the demon ancestor. Although the demon ancestor has already set in the west, but once the demon emperor was here, all the demons patted their chests in front of them and promised to protect the demon ancestor comprehensively. However, the holy emperor Haoyan actually killed the demon ancestor out of emotion and reason. The Lord Demon Emperor must seek justice from the holy emperor Haoyan. Dianju Dong, named Dong Zizai. Hearing this at this time, his complexion improved a bit. However, he didn't believe the reason given by Baisho Yaojun. Why is it necessary to ask for an explanation for the demon ancestor? After all, when it comes to the size of the territory, Haotian Holy Court can be ranked among the top 50 on the list of heroes. If the demon emperor wins, his worth will double immediately. It seems that this time the demon emperor is determined to kill Haoyan's sage emperor. At this moment, a waiter ran in and said, My lord, the son Milan from the land of the secluded world is here to visit the palace lord. Mr. Milan? Jiao Mingzuan's complexion changed drastically, and Baisho Yaojuan's eyes widened, and his body trembled even more. The name Milan is very popular. Looking at the whole world, Mr. Milan can be said to be an amazingly talented person, and he was also the son of Tianwu Supreme, who was ranked 2nd in the list of heroes at that time. It was rumored that Tianwu Supreme even wanted to train this son as the next master of Tianwu land. Compared with the land of Netherness, neither the Yuwang Palace nor the demon emperor is enough to see. The land of Netherworld is the place in charge of the underworld. In terms of its sphere of influence, it can be said to be the largest in the world. Even the ancient emperor's human emperor's palace can't match it. It's just that Tianwu Supreme lost to the ancient emperor, so it can only be second. Please hurry up. Jiao Mingzuan hurriedly ordered. Baisho Yaojun stood aside, his face was cloudy and cloudy. He didn't expect the arrival of Mr. Milan. At the same time, he had an intuition that the wild world was about to change. Mr. Milan can't come to the wilderness for no reason, the Emperor Xuanhuan is also here, and the Demon Emperor will also send his avatar to come. It's hard to imagine what will happen if so many big shots come to the wilderness. Soon, the waiter ushered Mr. Milan Indiana. I saw the son of Milan in Yushu, facing the wind, holding a folding fan, wearing a blue brocade robe carved with dragons, with star-shaped eyebrows, and bright eyes, and a personable demeanor. Behind him were 4 big men in black and brocade robes. 4 great Luo Jingxians. Dong Zizai's eyelids twitched wildly, and Baisho Yaojun trembled all over. The whole person was restrained immediately. He didn't even dare to lift his head. He really didn't dare to look at Mr. Milan. There are 4 big Luo Jingxians as bodyguards. It can be seen how much Dou Yu Supreme loves this son. For Yuan Palace, De Luo Jingxian is already a high-end combat power, but looking at Mr. Milan is really. Dong Zi felt bitter in his heart. Palace Master Dong, long time no see. Young Master Milan said with a slight smile. The smiles displayed give people a feeling of spring breeze. Although Mr. Milan was polite, Dong Zizai didn't dare to take it too seriously. I haven't seen you for 100 years. Mr. Milan is becoming more and more handsome, Dong Zizai said with a smile. At the same time, he motioned for Mr. Milan to sit down. Standing beside him, Baisho Yaojun couldn't help thinking about how to get in touch with Mr. Milan. If there is a chance to curry favor with Mr. Milan, he would rather immediately abandon Yuan Palace and choose the land of Dou Yu. The 5 sects are the biggest power in this world. It sounds nice to say it, but no one in this world knows that the power of the 5 sects is not as good as before, and the high-end combat power is getting more and more watery. Yes. I would also like to thank Palace Master Dong for his previous grace. Young Master Milan said with a smile. While speaking, he sat down on a chair. 4 big Luo Jingxian bodyguards stood behind him. The face is serious and serious. Afterwards, the two exchanged some courtesy, and then got to the point. To be honest, I came to Wildland this time for the fairy tomb. Young Master Milan said with bright eyes. It seemed that the gate of the fairy tomb had been opened to him. Hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. Needle drop can be heard. Dong Zizai frowned even more, and Baisho Yaojun's face changed drastically. Obstinate Stone City, on a hill, in Ziji Cave Mansion. Boom! Xuanhuan felt a loud explosion in his body, and his entire body instantly turned into a purple-gold color. Mana began to surge even more, his clothes were bulging, his long hair was fluttering, and the evernight flower in his hand had withered into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the peak of the 3rd layer of the ancient Eucharist. The system prompt sounded. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth turned up. Relying on the pure aura of Yangguwa, Xuanhuan finally pushed the 3rd layer of gooey holy body to its peak. There is only a slight chance of breaking through to the 4th floor. TSK, I really didn't expect your physical body to be so tyrannical. The deeper you cultivate, the more incomprehensible you will be. Wang Xiaofeng's voice said with emotion in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan opened his eyes, and a purple-gold light shot out of his eyes, looking dazzling. When Xuanhuan stood up, there was a crackling noise all over his body, which made Xuanhuan feel extremely refreshed. Awesome! Xuanhuan waved his fist and sipped repeatedly, with a bright smile on his face. Your Majesty, this is the magic weapon left by that man. Standing outside the cave, Yuan Hong sensed Xuanhuan's aura, and immediately handed Yu Wang's stab in. Xuanhuan stretched out his hand to hold the Yu Wang thorn in his hand. As soon as he touched it, he felt a biting cold feeling. The demonic energy permeating its surface swept towards him even more. This is a magic weapon, the grade should be the best treasure in the day. After tomorrow. At this moment, Wang Xiafeng's voice rang in Xuanhuan's mind. Acquired ultimate treasure. Infinitely close to the innate treasure. Although it is not as high as his Yanlong armor and purple flame saber, it is more practical. Can I use this thing? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. Yes. I can help you erase the mark on it. Wang Xiafeng nodded and said. Not bad, hurry up. Xuanhuan couldn't wait. He has the blood of the ancient demon god, so it is no problem to use this magic weapon. Soon a strange force gushed out from Xuanhuan's body, poured into the Yu Wang thorn along his arm, and in an instant the Yu Wang thorn shot out a breathtaking light. Ho Yi, Bai Qi, Yang Jian and others outside Ziji Cave Mansion all frowned. This magic energy is amazing. Yang Jian muttered to himself. But Yuan Hong was terrified. Even Hui and Bai Qi's expressions changed. Even so, they didn't act rashly, because Xuanhuan's breath was steady. This shows that Xuanhuan is fine. Of course, if they hadn't known in advance that there was some kind of extremely powerful existence in Xuanhuan's body, and this existence would not pose any danger to Xuanhuan. Nor will they let it go. Shaoqing. The pure magic energy in Ziji Cave gradually receded. Let everyone secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the cave, Xuanhuan played with the small and exquisite Yu Wang thorn in his hand with a face full of surprise. Wang Xiafeng not only erased the mark on King Yu's thorn, but also helped him identify the master with a drop of blood. In other words, from now on, this acquired ultimate treasure belongs to him. It's really strong. Xuanhuan waved the Yu Wang thorn lightly, and while muttering to himself, he could feel the endless devilish energy in the Yu Wang thorn waiting for him to arouse. Ding. Trigger a side mission, Dong Zizai's revenge. Mission details. Because the host deprived the right to use the Yu Wang thorn, Dong Zizai, the 9 Yuming Lord, held a grudge. If the host kills Dong Zizai, he will get a selective summon chance for the super strong Dong Zizai's revenge? Xuanhuan frowned. Could it be that the Yu Wang thorn is related to the 9 Nether Kings? In fact, the previous battle had already been heard by Lord Jiuyou Mingzuan. You must know that Manhuang is the headquarters of Yu Wang Palace, and anyone here may be a spy of Yu Wang Palace. It is not surprising that Dong Zizai knew that he had killed 6 Tai golden immortals. It seems that removing Dong Zizai is imperative. Xuanhuan held the Yu Wang thorn and muttered to himself. Yu Wang Palace and Xiaoyao Palace are the same, and its high-end combat power is Deluo Jingxian. So he is not afraid. When the people saw him coming out, they all came forward to say hello. How? What Xuanhuan asked was naturally about the previous battle. Yuan Hong hastily opened his mouth and reported the result of the battle. Hearing that Bai Qi killed 6 Tai Jingxians in a flash, he couldn't help smiling. How can a mere Tai golden immortal be able to stop my Zhenting general? Bai Qi didn't speak, but his bright smile showed that Xuanhuan's words had greatly satisfied his vanity. Next, Xuanhuan reported the news he got in the city to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Qin Feng, he doesn't know who Li Xian is. But even in the name of the 100 illusory divine army, it is impossible for him not to save him. Where is Jade Bone City? Xuanhuan asked in a deep voice. It's so far away that even if we move forward at full speed, it will take a day. Xuanhuan said solemnly. As he said that, he took out the topographic map of the wilderness that he bought in the city. Xuanhuan nodded and said, let's go right away and go to Jade Bone City as quickly as possible. I'm going to make a big disturbance in Jade Bone City. Hearing this, Xuanhuan, Yang Jian and the 6 sages of Meishan all showed excited smiles. In the blink of an eye, the 5 days passed in a flash. Jade Bone City. There are many buildings of different heights. All kinds of Dharma boats and bird mounts flew in and out from all directions, making it very lively. In the middle of the city, there is a high platform. At this time, Qin Feng and Li Xian were kneeling on the stage. They were dressed in rags, covered in blood, and their breath was even more sluggish. Standing behind them were 2 big men holding ghost-head knives, staring straight ahead with expressionless faces. And Dong Zizai sat in the first place. Baisho Yaojun and young Master Milan sat at the bottom. There were densely packed monks standing under the stage. These monks all came to watch the fun. At the same time, he pointed at the 2 people on the stage. They are Qin Feng and Li Xian. It is said that one of them is the direct disciple of Shen Gongbao, and the other is the parent son of Master Junhun of the 100 Illusions Army. They can be regarded as the core of the 100 Illusions Army. Hey, this Qin Feng has the demeanor of being a father. I heard that he is already a cultivation base of the great Luo realm. That Li Xian is also a Da Luo realm cultivator. It's a pity to be beheaded like this. So what a pity, who made them offend Yuwang Palace? Who doesn't know that the wild wilderness is the territory of Yuwang Palace? They call it self-inflicted. Listening to the discussion below, Qin Feng and Li Xian were expressionless. It seems that life and death have been ignored. Young Master Milan said to Dong Zizai, the 2 big Luos, killed just like that? According to his understanding, Yuwang Palace should try its best to win him over. Dong Zizai waved his hands and said with a smile, these 2 guys belong to the stones in the latrine. They are smelly and hard. They have to be chopped off. But the souls of De Luo Jing are good things. How about taking their souls and giving them to Mr. Milan? Hearing this, young Master Milan's eyes suddenly lit up. As he said, the soul of the great Luo realm is extremely hard to find. So he said with a smile, as long as there is something to ask for, this young master will definitely be obliged. Although he is the most important son of Yu Supreme. But below him, there are no less than 1,000 brothers with this status. If you want to sit in the seat of Yu Supreme, it is not enough to rely on the support of Yu Supreme alone. Networking is very important. When Dong Zizai heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. But the Baisho Yaojun next to him cursed secretly. It's really shit luck to get on a big boat like this. This is very detrimental to the demon emperors. Next plan. Seeing Dong Zizai's relationship with Mr. Milan, Baisho Yaojun was in a hurry and had no choice. Don't mention how uncomfortable it is. Time flies. Dong Zizai looked at the time and saw that it was almost time. But Shen Gongbao and Xuanhuan hadn't appeared yet, so I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He also wanted to take this opportunity to catch them all. The time has come, behead! Dong Zizai shouted loudly. Hearing Dong Zi's words, the strong man standing behind Qin Feng and Li Xian smiled ferociously, raised the ghost knife high, and was about to cut off their heads. Qin Feng and Li Xian lost their cultivation bases and were completely powerless to resist. Brother Qin, although you and I were not born in the same year, the same month and the same day, but being able to die with you, Li's life is worth it. Li Xian said. There is no fear in the absent eyes. You and I are brothers in this life, and we will be brothers in the next life. So what about death? It's just that I didn't get to see the legendary His Majesty before I died. It's a great pity in my life. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. When Xuanhuan was mentioned, Li Xian also showed reverence. At this moment, the two big men behind them raised their swords and were about to fall down. Because they want to lure the fish to take the bait, their movements are very slow. Young Master Milan kept scanning the crowd below with a pair of eagle eyes, trying to find Shingongbao hiding in the dark. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Whether it was Dong Zizai, young master Milan, or the monks in the audience, or people hiding in the dark, they were all waiting eagerly. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and the surface of the beheading platform was just a short distance away, and the ground suddenly shattered. And then a gray figure came out quickly. Its speed is as fast as lightning, so that countless monks did not react in the first time. In the blink of an eye, Shingongbao came to the high platform, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was about to drag Qin Feng and Li Xian away. Ha ha ha, Shingongbao. There is a way to heaven, you don't go, but there is no way to hell, you just want to break in. Today is your death day. Dong Zizai let out an angry laugh, with a flash of joy on his face. The person suddenly disappeared in the same place, and when he appeared, he had already appeared on the high platform. At the same time, a mountain-like giant palm rushed out, past Qin Feng and Li Xian, and hit Shingongbao directly. Shingongbao was caught off guard and was directly blasted out. The huge body rolled back and smashed more than a dozen attics along the way. The dust was flying, and the nearby monks ran away in fright. Master? Uncle Shen? Qin Feng and the two lost their voices almost at the same time. Unexpectedly, Shingongbao really came to save them. But isn't this self-inflicted? The late Dzogchen realm of the great Luojin wonderland. A man in black behind young Master Milan said. Although this person has the same level of cultivation as Lord Juyuming, it is obvious that he has been injured, and now he has been knocked into the air. Again, adding more injuries to his injuries. He has no power to fight back. The corners of Milan's mouth turned up, his handsome face was full of mockery. He despises such a loyal person the most. In his view, there is no absolute friendship in this world, only eternal interests. Humph, look at your bear, you are worthy of Deluo Jinshan's consummation. Dong Zizai looked at Shingongbao condescendingly, and said sarcastically, without any scruples. The next moment, Dong Zizai stretched out his hand to slap open the ruins, and lifted out the dying Shingongbao. This is Shingongbao who disturbed the wilderness and made no peace. TSK. Wasn't he very aggressive before? Offending Yuan Palace is a dead end. Shingongbao was thrown on the beheading platform by Dong Zizai, and he wanted to stand up. But Dong's whole body was being pressed down, and even moving was a delusion. Xuanhuan, if you don't get out, you're going to die if you don't see them? Dong's voice rolled out, resounding throughout the Jade Bone City. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was in an uproar. Xuanhuan, the true giant of the 100 illusory army. Is he here too? The audience was silent for a while, everyone was waiting for Xuanhuan to appear. He won't come. Don't expect too much. As the soul of the 100 illusory army, his responsibility is much more important than saving us. Shen Gongbao scolded angrily. Master Dong, this person's soul is very precious, how about giving it to me as well? Young Master Milan said excitedly at this time. With Shen Gongbao's soul, his ghost slave strength will be greatly improved. No problem. Dong's waved his hand indifferently, the future owner of the land of Netherness is worth making friends with. Haha, Palace Master Dong is arrogant. If that's the case, whoever dares to disturb the court today, I, Milan, will definitely let him come and go. Young Master Milan said with a laugh. Dong's cupped his hands, and the smile on his face grew even wider. But when he looked at Shen Gongbao and the three of them, he turned into a gloomy expression. Since there is no use value, you three can die. Dongzi said indifferently. To order the beheading of 3 people. But at this moment, a huge mountain-like black shadow suddenly appeared, and in an instant, countless people looked up. The next moment, everyone opened their mouths wide and exclaimed. I saw a huge spaceship thousands of feet long appearing in the sky. This huge spaceship is like an asteroid, it arrives in an instant, and in the next second, it arrives in the sky above Jade Bone City. Holy Emperor Haoyan is here. Someone exclaimed. Dong's and Baisho Yaojun frowned, and Mr. Milan narrowed his eyes suddenly. But Ghost Venerable was trembling with fright. The young hero on the hero list. There was a cold light in the eyes of Mr. Milan, because his father had praised Haoyan's sage emperor. He was always proud, so he was naturally not convinced. I didn't expect to meet the legendary Emperor Haoyan here today. He wanted to see what kind of demeanor the holy Emperor Haoyan was. 100-handed demon monarch, didn't you say that you sent someone to stop him halfway? Dong's secretly sent a voice transmission to the 100-handed demon monarch. For this, Baisho Yaojun was very embarrassed. I don't know how to answer. Yuwang Palace is quite majestic. Palace Master Dong has a great trick. Su Haoyan's sarcastic voice resounded throughout the world, shocking countless people. This is the rhythm of the war. All the monks who are here to watch the excitement are here to rob the magic field. It's so boring if you can't fight. Seeing Su Haoyan's appearance now, he was immediately nervous and excited. That's the young hero, the legendary existence. Such a huge top-grade French ship is rare nowadays. Sage Emperor Haoyan is so handsome. TSK, Holy Emperor Haoyan, Dong's young Master Milan, and the 100-handed demon monarch gathered in the wilderness. This time it will be quite exciting to watch. Listening to the unscrupulous discussions of the monks, Dong's face was extremely gloomy. Su Haoyan beheaded 6 of his Tai golden immortals, and severely wounded Yuhun Guizuan, which made him angry enough. But what he couldn't tolerate was that Holy Emperor Haoyan not only snatched Yongye flower, but also deprived him of Yuwang thorn. That is the ultimate treasure of the day after tomorrow. He is distressed. Kill them for me. Dong Zizai is now like an enraged male lion, roaring in anger. He knew that Xuanhuan came here for the three of Bao, but he couldn't let him get his wish. Those two big men with ghost-headed swords swung their swords without any hesitation, and were about to kill them. Call out! Call out! There were two sounds of piercing the air, and two sharp arrows tore through the air like a roaring fire dragon, crossing the void, and directly shot the heads of the two big men. Just at this moment, when Dong Zizai turned around, he saw this scene. Young Master Milan's pupils shrank, and the four people behind him immediately stood in front of him. Presumptuous! Dong Zizai was furious, and the billowing devilish energy burst out instantly, crushing the beheading platform until it creaked. Immediately, he raised his hand and patted Bao in front of him, intending to kill him first. But at this moment, a huge lance glowing with silver light crossed the void and slashed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Before the lance ray arrived, a monstrous killing aura hit him one step ahead, making him suffocate instantly, and he couldn't help it. Don't retreat, get rid of the suppression of the lance. It's too late, so fast. Dong Zizai retreated 1,000 meters at an extreme speed before he escaped from the suppression of Lianmeng. However, he also lost the chance to kill Bao. Boom! The next moment, Lianmeng slashed heavily at the place where Dong Zizai was standing. Although Dong Zizai dodged quickly, the aftermath of Lianmeng chopped off two of his fingers. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, before everyone could react. Dong Zizai has already been wounded and turned back. Die to me! Yang Jian roared angrily, raised the three-pointed knife with both hands, and smashed it directly on the stone platform. Rumble. The area with a radius of 1 kilometer collapsed in an instant, while Mr. Milan was protected by 4 men in black and flew out of the stands without any damage. Amidst the dust, Yuan Hong had already carried Qin Feng and Li Xian back to the French boat one by one. And Bao was also rescued by Yang Jian. What happened between the ups and downs of the rabbit made everyone stunned for a moment, and Dong Zizai was even more furious. Although the three-eyed young man's cultivation is only at the early stage of Daluogen Fairyland, it's not easy for him to make Dong Zizai suffer. A man in black explained behind young Master Milan. There is also that big man who shoots arrows with a cultivation base of the late stage of Daluogen Fairyland. We can't see through the silver-robed youth. Who is envoys? My son, there are 2 strong men in the late stage of Daluogen Fairyland and a spectator. Daluo is impenetrable. Our situation is not optimistic. The cultivation base of the 4 of them are all in the middle stage of Daluogen Wonderland, which is more than enough to protect young Master Milan. But against the 2 late-stage powerhouses of Daluogen in Wonderland, it is only possible to draw a draw. In such a comparison, young Master Milan's side is actually slightly inferior in terms of absolute strength. It made young Master Milan narrow his eyes slightly. At this time, Hou Yi, Bai Qi, Yang Jian, and Yuan Hong had all returned to the French boat. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Yuan Hong asked eagerly. Xuanhuan in the room said, kill Dong Zizai. It is good. Yuan Hong and Yang Jian rushed out excitedly. Both of them were militants. Even though they knew that their strength was slightly inferior, they still rushed forward without hesitation. This is unparalleled bravery. Hou Yi and Bai Qi smiled and followed together. On the other side, Dong Zizai had 2 fingers cut off by Yang Jian, and was already dazzled by anger. Seeing Yang Jian rushing here, he immediately roared and killed Yang Jian. Seeing this, Baisho Yaojun gritted his teeth and followed. When the 3-pointed knife of the god of war collided with the pitch-black magic knife in Dong Zizai's hand, and the huge force stirred up layers of air waves, causing the expressions of the two to change at the same time. This person is just a Deluogene fairyland early stage who can compete with himself, and his strength is astonishing. According to legend, Emperor Haoyan's subordinates are as strong as clouds. And seeing him today really deserves his reputation. Dong Zizai was frightened while fighting with Yang Jian. On the other side, Yuan Hong directly confronted the 100-handed demon lord. Although the strengths of the two were very different, the 100-handed demon lord in the middle stage of Deluogene Wonderland didn't take advantage of it. He just flew Yuan Hong away without harming his life. The Baisho Yaojun was shocked. Call out. Ho Yi's fire dragon arrow shot out again, with an unmatched speed, directly piercing the thigh of the 100-handed demon monarch. As he retreated extremely quickly, he was even more terrified. Acura on board. Shen Gongbao endured his injuries, knelt down in front of Su Haoyan excitedly, and cried bitterly, "Your Majesty, Shen Gongbao is satisfied to see you again in my lifetime." Shen Gongbao originally thought that he would perish here today, but he didn't expect Su Haoyan to kill them and save the 3 lives. Make him feel like he's dreaming. Fenger, Xianer, come here quickly, I have seen your Majesty. Shen Gongbao wiped away his tears, dragged Qin Feng and Li Xian over, and bowed to Su Haoyan. Who are these two? Su Haoyan asked suspiciously in the room. This is Qin Feng, the son of Qin Hua, who is now at the peak of Deluo's immortal realm. This is Li Xian, my minister's disciple. He also has the cultivation of Deluo's true immortal. Shen Gongbao replied happily. Well, it's true that they are 2 strong men. Wait a moment, I will find you. Healing medicine. Su Haoyan hasn't come out for so long, he just searched in the Lucky Mall. In addition to Qin Hua's 4 great Luo realm, if he recovers, his strength will soar a lot. System, choose for me a holy medicine that can instantly heal Deluo. At this time, Su Haoyan gave instructions to the system. He is extremely rich now, and as he ascended the list of heroes, his fame has become world famous. What followed was that the lucky value continued to soar, reaching an appalling number. If we have money, we are willful. On the other side, Mr. Milan ordered 2 men in black to help Yuan Palace. The 2 men in black were ordered to go. They didn't choose to help Dong Zizai, nor did they go to help the Baisho Yaojun, but they found Bai Qi who was standing aside. Seeing this, a strange look appeared on Bai Qi's expressionless face. I really don't know how to live or die. Bai Qi muttered to himself, and waved his spear to meet him without hesitation. Regarding Bai Qi, the two didn't take it seriously. After all, Bai Qi only made 1 move just now, and there was nothing too brilliant. Although they can't see through, the two are not afraid. I thought that the 2 of them came here easily. But what happened next made the 2 of them extremely regretful. I saw Bai Qi rushing towards the 2 of them, not only showed fear, but also smiled sarcastically. The moment his body jumped up, he swung a heavy blow at the 2 of them. Rumble. A huge mountain-like lance fell from the sky, and before the 2 of them could react, they were instantly crushed by the terrifying lance. Seeing this scene, Mr. Milan was taken aback, and hurriedly told the remaining two men in black to retreat quickly. He really overestimated his subordinates, but underestimated the strength in the hands of the Holy Emperor Xuanhuan. This is not equal at all, not a level of existence. Sage Emperor Xuanhuan really lives up to his reputation. Young Master Milan gritted his teeth and thought. It is said that Emperor Xuanhuan has masters like clouds. When I saw it today, how could this be like a cloud? This should be called the base camp of masters. And it's still Big Luo gathered together. He actually has a group of big Luos, just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. Boom, boom, boom. Dong Zizai and Yang Jian fought back and forth, having a great time fighting. Yang Jian was more and more courageous as he fought, even though he was knocked into the air countless times by Dong Zizai, he didn't scare him away. And entangled Dong Zizai so much that he was furious. Whoop, whoop. Two fire dragons came roaring in succession. Dong Zizai barely avoided one, but was pierced through the abdomen by the other. Amidst the splash of blood, Dong Zizai looked up at Hui with difficulty, with fear in his eyes. Who is this big man? Dong Zizai thought, with a pale face. He didn't expect Xuanhuan Sage Emperor to have such a master of archery, he didn't know it at all. According to Yuhun Guizuan, the opponent also has a master wielder. Could it be that person who killed the two bodyguards of Mr. Milan just now? With one blow, two big Luo Jingshans were instantly killed. This is too scary. Is it true that my Jiuyou Mingzuan is really going to fall here today? What? At this moment, a shrill scream sounded from his left side, and he turned his head to look in the midst of his busy schedule. However, he saw that the 100 Hands Demon Lord had one of his arms chopped off instantly by a lance that fell from the sky. Where is Dong Zi looking? Look at the arrow. At this moment, there was a loud bang in Dong Zizai's ear, and then he felt a lightness in his left shoulder, followed by endless pain, which made him cry out in pain. Dong Zizai, in the next life, you will be the bright spot in recruiting, and don't provoke people who shouldn't be provoked. Hui said coldly. At the same time, the ultimate method is on board. Su Haoyan walked out of the cabin in one step. He was wearing the 9 Dragon Supreme dark gold robe, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and a purple knife imprint on the center of his brow that was about to move, making Su Haoyan at this time full of evil charm. The 3 people on the ground were in a trance. Especially Shen Gongbao. Su Haoyan is exactly the same as 10,000 years ago, nothing has changed. It's just that the temperament has become more majestic, like an emperor. Although Qin Feng and Li Xian were injured, the little stars in their eyes already showed their mood at this time. The name of this elixir is Linglong Yulu Elixir. After taking it, the 3 of you will not only heal your injuries, but your cultivation will also increase significantly in half an hour. Su Haoyan walked up to the 3 of them, opened a silver-white jade bottle in his hand and poured out 3 transparent blue pills. Linglong Yaluden, one worth 150 million lucky points. If it is placed in the sky world, it will definitely cause a huge sensation, because such luxuries are extremely rare. But he is worth it if he can save the 3 Ronaldos. And Shen Gongbao's long wait was worth it. Your Majesty, does this pill really have such a heaven-defying effect? Qin Feng swallowed, and asked in disbelief. Su Haoyan smiled and nodded. Without even thinking about it, Shen Gongbao took the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then crossed one's knees to heal the injury. Seeing this, Qin Feng and the 2 didn't hesitate any longer, and started to Painted gourd. Lu Bowen next to him had a strange look in his eyes. He was very surprised. Why Su Haoyan had such a god-defying pill? Unexpectedly, it took half an hour to restore a seriously injured Dou Yu to his original state. No matter how you listen to it, it is all fantasy. But these words come from His Majesty's mouth, absolutely true. Lu Bowen is convinced of this. Young Master Milan in the lower land, can the Holy Emperor let Gong, Master Dong, go for his own sake? His subordinates have already paid the price with their lives for this, so please stop the Holy Emperor now. At this moment, Master Milan's voice sounded, causing Su Haoyan to look down. I saw Mr. Milan and two men in black standing with Dong Zizai. At this time, Dong Zizai's breathing was stable, and his broken arm had recovered. The injury has also been healed. Mr. Milan? Everyone was in an uproar. Young Master Milan from the land of Netherness is a veritable boss-level figure. Unexpectedly, he also came. Master Milan is here too, did I hear correctly? After Mr. Milan revealed his identity, everyone immediately became excited. Boss, super boss. Now it's getting more and more lively. Su Haoyan frowned, and immediately cursed. Fuck. What a fucking thing, get lost. As soon as this remark came out, everyone opened their mouths wide, looking shocked. Does Haoyan Xingdi really not know who young Master Milan is, or is he just pretending to be confused? But no matter what the reason, Emperor Haoyan even dared to scold Mr. Milan. Powerful. It's so strong. When Mr. Milan heard this, his face suddenly became ugly. Dong Zizai and the pale Baisho Yao Jun looked at Su Haoyan strangely. Seeing Su Haoyan was very upset. Hou-yi, Bai Qi, Yang Jian killed Dong Zizai for me. I will kill my beloved general who dares to kill me. Today I want him to be killed. Seeing the tragic situation of the three of Shengongbao, Su Haoyan couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Dong Zizai must die. Hearing this, the three of them spread out their bodies and attacked Dong Zizai without hesitation. Seeing this, the two men in black hurriedly backed up to protect young Master Milan. What a madman! Young Master Milan scolded angrily. It was the first time he saw someone who didn't give him face. And still a teenager. He is the young lord of the land of Netherness, no one will give face. But this kid is going to do the opposite. Not only did it disgrace him, but it also offended his arrogance. Mr. Milan's Lin is to lose face, whoever makes him lose face will die a miserable death. Sage Emperor Haoyan, right? Sooner or later I will make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Young Master Milan's heart was filled with endless hatred. Ding. Trigger the side quest, Mr. Milan's murderous intention. Mission. Details, because the host offended Mr. Milan, he was hated by him. I want to kill the host and then hurry up. If the host kills Mr. Milan, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken at the peak, a chance to awaken at the limit. A chance to selectively summon a super strong man. A chance to specifically summon a super legion. At the same time, the host will become hostile to Tianwu land, which will anger Tianwu supreme. The system prompt sounded suddenly in Su Haoyan's mind. Su Haoyan was taken aback suddenly. The reward is so rich? Wrong. Tianwu supreme. Su Haoyan was speechless for a moment. No wonder that kid is so rampant, it turns out he is the second generation of Quan. That's right, there is an old man who is second on the hero list, and anyone would be crazy. That is Dou Yu Supreme, second only to the existence of the ancient emperor. No matter how many big luos he has under him, it won't help. Because it is not a grade. Just when Xuanhuan called out bad luck, Dong's eye was shot into a sieve by Hui's fire dragon arrow. Although the magical ability he cultivated could reshape the physical body, it was based on the support of mana. Now with the gradual lack of mana, he has been unable to do what he wants. Holy Emperor Huayan, Palace Master Dong, and our Demon Emperor have an irresistible relationship. Can you give our Demon Emperor a face and let Palace Master Dong go? The Baisho Yao Jun, who had recovered to his original state, hastily said. He suspected that Xuanhuan didn't know the identity of Mr. Milan, so he refused Mr. Milan's intercession without hesitation. Now that he blew himself up, he believed that Xuanhuan would not lose face to him. Go away. Although the land of the netherworld is a giant and dare not fight for a short time, it does not mean that he is afraid of the land of the netherworld. As long as he doesn't kill young Master Milan, he won't have any conflict with Supreme Dou Yu. When his wings are full, sooner or later he will flatten the land of Dou Yu. At this time, the hundred-handed demon monarch roared at Xuanhuan angrily. Holy Emperor Huayan, don't you really fear the land of netherness and the Demon Emperor? If Jiuyou Mingzuan died, all the Demon Emperor's plans would be in vain. Then he will die without a place to bury him. Young Master Milan's handsome face was also extremely cold. He didn't expect that even if Xuanhuan knew his identity, he would go his own way, so he didn't give him face, so contemptuous of him, which made him extremely angry. Boom. At this time, Bai Qi raised his hand and slashed out, directly cutting Jiuyou Mingzuan in half. Both form and spirit are destroyed. The dignified palace owner of Yuwang Palace was tortured to death in this way. Ding. Complete the side mission, Dong's Eyes Revenge. Get a chance to selectively summon superpowers. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, making Xuanhuan feel relieved. It can be regarded as killing Jiuyou Mingzuan, but fortunately there was no accident. Palace Master Dong is dead? I guess so. At this time, countless monks were scattered in every corner of Jade Bone City. They trembled and looked at the top-grade Dharma boat and the majestic figure on it in horror, mumbling to himself, even more unbelievable. It wasn't until Hui, Bai Qi, and others flew back to the French boat that they suddenly woke up. Dong's eye is dead. Boom. The whole city was boiling, and everyone exclaimed. God, Jiuyou Mingzuan was hacked to death like this? This Huayan Sage Emperor is too strong. Holy Emperor Huayan actually brushed off Dou Yu Supreme, the demon Emperor's face one after another. He is really daring. Baisho Yao Jun didn't know whether he was angry or frightened, looking at Huayan trembling, he was inexplicably terrified. Such a Huayan Sage Emperor no longer has the courage to threaten again. Strong. Too strong. Young Master Milan took a deep breath, his heart was overwhelmed. What a righteous Emperor Huayan. What a powerful Emperor Huayan. As powerful as he is not so bold. Directly kill one of the 3 palaces, 4 palaces, and 5 palace masters. The name of Holy Emperor Huayan will be famous all over the world after today. Even the ranking on the hero list will rise accordingly. Xuanhuan glanced coldly at Mr. Milan and sneered, Xiao Xiao is dead, let's go. He deliberately used his power to spread his voice, and his laughter spread to every corner of Jade Bone City, which excited countless monks. The dignified Jiuyou Mingzuan is Xiao Xiao. In the world, only Holy Emperor Haoyan dared to say that. Not only dare to speak, but also dare to kill. Looking at the figure of the best magic ship going away, the monks in Jade Bone City couldn't calm down for a long time. What are you planning to do next in Yuan Palace? Baisho Yaojun asked in a deep voice. Jiuyou Mingzuan is dead, and Yuan Palace is bound to face reorganization. Because of Haoyan's sage emperor's strength, Yuhan Guizuan didn't have the guts to send troops to chase him down. At this moment, young Master Milan said, "My young master is here to help Yuan Palace to tide over the difficulties." As soon as this remark came out, not only the Baisho Yaojun looked at him vigilantly. Even Ghost looked at him with raised brows. At this time, there will be kind people coming to help Yuan Palace? I'm afraid it's wolf ambition. I won't bother Mr. Milan. Because the palace master has invited the Juggernaut to come to the wilderness before. Ghost said in a deep voice. When Mr. Milan heard this, his expression changed. And Baisho Yaojun was so frightened that his legs trembled. Because he has already notified the demon emperor that he will come to the wilderness soon. There is a rift between the sword master and the demon emperor. If the two meet. Oh my God, am I in the rhythm of dying? The Baisho Yaojun was dripping with sweat. The Juggernaut is coming to the wilderness. This young master must see such a big man. Because my father praises the Juggernaut so much. Mr. Milan shook his fan and said. At this time, King Yu's attendant knelt in front of Yuhan Guizuan and said. Master Guizuan, please succeed you as the new palace master of Yuan Palace. System, start summoning superpowers. Su Haoyan sat in the cabin, instructing the system in his heart. Killing the dignified palace master only gave him one chance to be summoned. The system is too picky. But so what? In front of the system, he is just a younger brother. Resistance is useless. Ding. Start summoning superpowers. The system beep sounds at this time. Lu Bowen's voice came in almost at the same time. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? Should we go directly to the southern sky world? Before Su Haoyan could make a sound, Qin Feng's voice rang out first. Your Majesty, we have to find our father and them. We can't leave them behind. Qin Feng and the others woke up when Lord Jiuyou Mingzuan died. Not only did the injuries of the three of them heal completely, but their cultivation bases also increased to varying degrees. In particular, Qin Feng and Li Xian directly entered the early stage of Deluojin Wonderland. Yes, go find Xuanhuan and the others first. He now has 6 Deluo Jingshuns under his command. Coupled with Xuanhuan and the 100 illusionary army, it is no problem to go to the southern sky world to replace the Xiaoyao Palace. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Emperor Sui. Yang, do you want to summon again? Emperor Sui Yang? Su Haoyan almost lost his temper. This thing is not a good thing. And it's delicious, lazy, and useless. Summon again. Ding. Start resummoning the super strong. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Baifeng Miao. From Baifeng is the god of fire and wood. It looks like a red-crowned crane, but it has only one leg. It has a blue body with red spots and a white beak. Baifeng does not eat grain, but devours flames. By Fong? Xuanhuan was a little surprised, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the weak chicken was not summoned. Call out By Fong's attribute list. By Fong, from Race, Divine Bird. Luck level, Dzogchen realm in the late stage of Deluge Wonderland. Supernatural powers, all fires start a prairie fire. Special attribute, auspicious divine bird, which can increase the luck of the owner. Loyalty, 100/100. The late stage of Deluge Wonderland. Xuanhuan gasped, and couldn't help asking in his heart, By Fong is just a bird, why is his cultivation so terrifying? First of all, By Fong is a divine bird. Secondly, its power comes from the Vulcan. How can the power of the Vulcan be underestimated? Xuanhuan suddenly realized, that's right, the Vulcan god Zhu Rong has not dared to summon him until now, which shows that his strength is definitely beyond the Deluo realm. And By Fong, who is also known as the god of fire, is not far behind. In short, another Deluo Jinxian was added to his side, and it was still the late Deluo. In addition, Xuanhuan already had 7 Deluo Jinxians by his side, coupled with Yang Jian, who was comparable to the late Deluo Jinxian. The 8 super big Luos can walk sideways. Cough cough. Loki is king. In the following time, under the leadership of Shengongbao, they flew towards the valley where Xuanhuan was. Ding. Complete the side mission, save Shengongbao and Baihuan Shenjun. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken at the peak. A chance to copy a strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Let Xuanhuan smile all over his face. Night, dreary night. Yuwang City was dead silent. The news about the Lord of Yuwang Palace, 9. Yumingzun, being killed by Haoyan's sage emperor was like a hurricane, blowing across the wilderness in an instant. Yuhan Guizuan sat on the seat of the palace master, and on the left and right sat the elders of Yuwang Palace. There are 3 Daluos in Yuwang Palace, besides Juyu Yumingzun, one of them died in the battle just now. And he also lost to Xuanhuan. In other words, the high-end combat power of the entire Yuwang Palace was defeated by Xuanhuan. It can be described as extremely unlucky. Now, Yuwang Palace has suffered heavy losses, and its vitality has been greatly damaged. It is no longer possible to maintain the status of the 3 palaces by relying solely on Ghost Venerable. So at this moment, everyone in the hall is in a bad mood. What should I do? Don't you want to avenge this revenge? Some elders said that they would not do it. As soon as this person opened his mouth, those who sat down again expressed their opinions one after another. You can't just forget it like this revenge must be avenged. Aren't you dreaming? How do you repay it? Can you shake the thigh of Holy Emperor Haoyan? That's right, the Holy Emperor Haoyan doesn't even give face to young master Milan today. We are dealing with him, and then the palace will be destroyed. Damn it, why does Holy Emperor Haoyan have so many strong men? The ghost sitting at the top listened to the discussion of the people below, and the eyes shot out the light of hatred. Although he didn't make a sound, he must be in a bad mood. However, although he was furious, when he thought of Bai Chi's iron spear and Ho Yi's fire dragon arrow, he immediately lost his temper. If you don't have that diamond, don't do that porcelain job. Humph, the majestic Yuwang Palace is so unbearable, how noisy it is. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came into the hall, which surprised everyone and hurriedly looked for the reputation. I saw a ruthless man in a snow-white gown stepping in. This person's black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, his facial features were sharp and angular, and his eyes were like stars. The most eye-catching thing is that he carries 5 swords on his back, fan-shaped distribution on his back. The 5 swords are of different colors and styles. As he walked in, the pressure on everyone in the hall increased. Juggernaut. Xuanhuan hurriedly stood up, terrified. The man in front of him was ranked 6th on the hero list. Because the territory he controls is far inferior to the previous hero, so he can only be ranked 6th. Some people say that the Juggernaut can compete with the ancient emperor. Of course, none of the top 5 heroes, such as Juggernaut and Tianwu Supreme, have ever really competed, so it is still unknown which one is weaker. But one thing is certain, Juggernaut is definitely the figure standing at the pinnacle of this world. Is Dong Zizai dead? The Juggernaut asked in a cold voice as he walked towards Ghost Guizuan. His voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Like his sword, it was extremely cold. Xuanhuan quickly gave up his position, took the opportunity to kneel down, and said loudly at the same time, "Sword Master, please be the master of our palace master." Seeing this, the elders below huffed and fell to their knees, weeping bitterly and pleading. The dignified Yuan palace elder actually wants to kneel down and beg for help. If this word gets out, how many jaws will drop in surprise? There is no way. The situation is stronger than people, and in this situation, where the high-end combat power of Yuan Palace is completely wiped out, only this one in front of them can bring them hope. With high combat strength and friendship with the ancestors of Yuan Palace, the Sword Master will definitely help. Everyone knows that despite Juggernaut's cold and haughty appearance, he is good at attacking his friends. Of course, Juggernaut doesn't have many friends. The Juggernaut went directly to the upper seat and sat down. He glanced at the people in the hall, everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to look at him. Someone tell me what happened. As soon as he received Dong Zizai's message, he rushed over immediately, but it was still a step late. This made him a little angry. Xuanhuan quickly recounted the grievances between Yuan Palace, Shen, Gongbao, and the 100 illusionary army. After he finished speaking, the entire hall was silent. What a waste, the Sword Master said coldly. All the people in the hall were so angry and bloody that they trembled in fright. The huge oppressive feeling of the Juggernaut is really unbearable for ordinary people. Holy Emperor Haoyan, this junior is truly courageous. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the Juggernaut, and a smile of approval appeared on his face. Of course, everyone lowered their heads and did not see such expressions. Dong Zizai meant to let him suppress the demon emperor. But on the way, Haoyan Saint Emperor came out. I'm going to meet this holy Emperor Haoyan. As for this place, you can clean it up yourself. The Juggernaut disappeared in place after speaking coldly. Xuanhuan and other elders immediately became excited when they saw this. If there is a sword master to make a move, Holy Emperor Haoyan will undoubtedly die. The ultimate Dharma ship roared past in the sky, shocking the monks along the way. Look, it's Holy Emperor Haoyan. Is Emperor Haoyan going to leave the wilderness? No way. Isn't it rumored that the fairy tomb is about to open recently? The Emperor Haoyan won't miss this opportunity, right? If Holy Emperor Haoyan participates, it will be even more lively. Yang Jian on board the method boat listened to the discussion below, and couldn't help asking curiously, what is the fairy tomb? Recently, there have been rumors in the wilderness that a fairy fell in the wilderness a long time ago and left a cave hidden somewhere in the wilderness. There are countless treasures in it, and there are even classics of the immortal family. It has attracted countless people to go crazy. Shen Gongbao replied with a smile. Su Haoyan in the cabin raised his eyebrows, and suddenly became interested. I did kill many immortals back then. Maybe there was one immortal who hid here and died. Wang Xiaofeng's voice suddenly sounded. Su Haoyan was speechless. Drop the chain at the critical moment, and come out when you are pretending. His skin is thicker than a city wall. Besides, the demon emperor's coming to the wilderness is most likely because of this matter. Shen Gongbao guessed. In this case, we will find Xuanhuan first, and then wait for the opening of the fairy tomb. Maybe there are treasures inside that will allow him to advance. Hey, it's wishful thinking to want to enter the fairy tomb when you are about to die. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was the Baisho Yao Jun. At this time, in front of the team, the hundred-handed demon monarch stood there with a sarcasm, obviously trying to block everyone's way. Hundred-handed demon monarch, you came at the right time. Shen Gongbao was in a hurry, and he was about to step forward to finish. Baisho Yao Jun. Slow down, you can't go. Hui blocked Shen Gongbao's figure. And Yang Jian, Qin Feng, Li Xian, Bailey Xuanzi, and others all looked at the Baisho Yao Jun in doubt. This guy is only a middle-stage cultivation base of Daluojan Fairyland. He was cut off by Bai Qi before. How can he have the guts now? Come. In the room, Su Haoyan also felt flustered for no reason. Not good. There is Luo Xuxian descending. Wang Xiaofeng exclaimed in Su Haoyan's mind. Hearing this, Su Haoyan trembled all over. Great Luo Xuxian. No need to guess, he knew it was the demon emperor. The demon emperor has no enmity with him. Could it be because of the fall of the demon ancestor? But there is no relationship between them. How unlucky. At this moment, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared behind Baisho Yao Jun, and a burly and stalwart figure stepped out of it. This person is 3 feet tall, wearing a blue robe, with blonde hair fluttering in the wind, and a young face. The expression is indifferent, and under the thick eyebrows is a pair of cold eyes without emotion. Demon Emperor. A strong man who suddenly appeared more than 10 years ago. In more than 10 years, he killed all directions, defeated the demon ancestor, and even drove him to the lower realm. In the end, he established his own power in Bailiang, and Bailiang Mountain represented the highest power center of the world monster clan here. As soon as the demon emperor appeared, Hui, Bai Qi, and other strong men felt infinite pressure. Luo Xuxian's aura made Luo Jingxian tremble with fear. At this time, Su Haoyan quickly walked out of the room and looked at the demon emperor in front of him. It can be confirmed now that this demon is a strong man who broke free from the system world. The demon emperor Di Jun, who is as famous as the demon emperor. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's mind. Su Haoyan couldn't help squinting his eyes. Hui, Bai Qi, Yang Jian, Xing Tian, and others quickly stood in front of Su Haoyan, ready to fight. Demon Emperor, why are you blocking my way? Although his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, Su Haoyan bit the bullet and asked. Holy Emperor Haoyan, that's right. I heard that you killed the demon ancestor, is there such a thing? The voice of the demon emperor is thick and powerful, shocking the void. It shocked everyone. This monster's cultivation is astounding. We are invincible, your majesty. Retreat quickly, Hui said. He was trying to persuade Xuanhuan not to act impulsively. You're right, I did kill that old demon ancestor. What, you want to avenge him? Xuanhuan didn't hide anything, and took the opportunity to ask back. Very good, only I can move the demon ancestor, you are not worthy. So today, you have to die. The demon emperor said coldly. Go, stop him, Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. Afterwards, he went back to the room, but called Xing Tian in. Seeing this, the three of Shingongbao didn't know why. Bailey Xuanzi and others were envious. Xing Tian, I want to make you stronger, I hope you don't let me down. System, let Xing Tian peak awaken. There was no time, and without waiting for Xing Tianbiao to be loyal, he ordered secretly. As soon as the words fell, a black hole appeared on the top of Xuanhuan's head. The next moment, Xing Tian was shocked and turned pale, and was pulled into the black hole by a burst of black light. Whether I can get out of here today depends on you, Xing Tian. In fact, he wanted to choose Hui or Bai Qi, because the two are infinitely close to Dou Yu, their achievements must not be small. However, the world tree in his body showed the appearance of Xing Tian. Xuanhuan still trusted the selection of the world tree. I just hope that Xing Tian can give him a surprise. At the same time, Bai Qi held up the iron spear and slashed at the demon emperor. Although there was a huge difference in realm, Bai Qi was reckless, and his face showed no scruples. Facing the menacing Bai Qi, the demon emperor's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slapped him casually. The distance between the two sides was hundreds of meters, but Bai Qi felt a monstrous force rushing towards him. With a bang, Bai Qi fell down extremely quickly. When rolling, blood spurted wildly, the silver-white battle armor was blasted to pieces, and the whole person's breath became weak in an instant. White. Although Xuanhuan didn't stand outside, everything outside was presented in front of his eyes, vividly. At this moment, seeing Bai Qi being knocked into the air instantly, his eyes turned red. On the other side, Hui shot 6 fire dragon arrows in a row, but they couldn't stop the demon emperor's progress. In the room. Ding. Xing Tian's peak awakening is complete. May I ask the host to release it? At this time, the system's notification sounded, which made Xuanhuan excited. Release, and call up his attribute list at the same time. Xing Tian, from race, which identity, god of war, which god luck level, late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland. Cultivation method, great which god art. Magic weapon, relatives. Loyalty, 100/100. The late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland. Mal. It's too violent, Dijuan, let's see how crazy you are this time. Xuanhuan laughed wildly with excitement, and at the same time a breath that could destroy the world was suddenly released from Xuanhuan's room. Everyone is familiar with this breath, because they have felt it from the demon emperor. Now I feel it again, but it makes everyone frightened and excited. Great Luo Xushin. And it's still the late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland. Although it was a little lower than him, the killing atmosphere mixed with it made him feel his heart beating. The Yaodi stopped, and narrowed his eyes slightly to look at Xuanhuan, the room where Xuanhuan was. At this moment, the curtain of the room was opened, and Xuanhuan walked out. With a smile on his face, followed by Xing Tian with a calm face. Everyone stopped fighting, and the demon emperor even looked at Xing Tian. Behind Xuanhuan, with nothing but shock and doubt in his eyes. This person was still at the Tai realm just now, but why did he suddenly increase his cultivation and become a late-stage Dou Yu immortal realm? Why? Demon Emperor, you are Dou Yu immortal, and my subordinates are also Dou Yu immortal. How are you two doing gestures? Xuanhuan came to the FA boat and asked loudly. No matter who it is today, it can't stop my determination to kill you. The demon emperor snorted heavily and said indifferently. Xing Tian will leave it to you when he picks it up. Don't give me face, let me abuse him severely. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Just look at it, Your Majesty. Xing Tian's face was full of fighting spirit at this time. Although the demon emperor's cultivation is still stronger than him, but as the god of war, he has never been afraid. While dancing, the relatives slashed at the demon emperor heavily. Rumble. The strong light shot out by Ganqi's dance covered half of the sky, and in an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The Baisho Yaojun, standing next to the Yaodi, only felt a gust of wind blowing towards him, and before he could scream out, he was instantly drowned by qi guang that filled the sky. Facing the sky filled with qi, the demon emperor's complexion changed slightly. He did not expect this person to have such a powerful combat power. But he didn't dodge or dodge. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he raised his hand and slapped upwards. Ganqi brought out bursts of white beams of light. A beam of light with a diameter of 100 meters and a thickness of 100 meters directly blasted where the demon emperor was standing, and Ganqi submerged the demon emperor in it. Instantly with unparalleled terrifying power. Rumble. During the tremors, the mountains collapsed, the trees shattered, and the huge force turned everything within 1,000 miles into dust. It made everyone present look horrified. TSK, I didn't expect the existence of Dou Yu in the hands of the Holy Emperor Haoyan. It really deserves its reputation. It's just that Dou Yu wants my life in the later stage. I'm afraid it's a bit whimsical. The demon emperor sneered in the dusty sky, causing Xuanhuan and others' faces to change drastically. Isn't this guy's life too hard? While everyone felt pity, they all became curious about the cultivation base of the demon emperor. Thousands of miles around turned into ruins. After the dust cleared, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge cave thousands of miles long. The figure of the demon emperor quietly floated 1,000 meters ahead. At this moment, the demon emperor was unscathed, and his smile was insolent. Even more disdain flashed. Although you are very strong, I, Xing Tian, am not intimidated. I will kill you today. Xing Tian shook the relatives in his hands, and looked at the demon emperor opposite him happily and fearlessly. There was a fighting spirit in his eyes. Okay, you are worthy of being my general, with courage. Xuanhuan was also infected by Xing Tian's heroic and dry words. At this time, the mana was rising, and the sun and moon wheels suddenly appeared on his shoulders. Seeing this, Shen Gongbao immediately became excited. 10,000 years ago, Xuanhuan defeated the Macaque King by relying on this trick. Seeing it again, now, he felt in a trance. Haha, Demon Emperor, even though you are very strong, I don't believe that I can't take down you, an old demon, when all the people are united and the earth turns into gold. Xuanhuan's sonorous and powerful words immediately excited everyone. They raised their weapons one after another, showing signs of gang fights if they disagreed. Hey, isn't this the one from the Zhao family? When the demon emperor saw the sun and moon wheels on Xuanhuan's shoulders, again, he couldn't help but muttered to himself. Your Majesty, no, there is something wrong with the demon emperor's expression, as if he is worried about something? Lu Bowen suddenly said softly at this time. Xuanhuan also noticed it at this time. The demon emperor did not attack for a long time, but stood there with a hesitant expression on his face. What happened? Xuanhuan found that the demon emperor's eyes were not fixed on Xingtian, nor him. It was on the sun and moon wheels behind him. This made him even more strange. Haha. The majestic demon emperor personally took action against a junior. It's really wonderful. At this moment, a cold and slightly joking voice sounded, causing the demon emperor's face to change wildly. The faces of Xuanhuan and others suddenly turned ugly. Because with the sound of this voice, a sense of oppression no less than that of the demon emperor hit instantly, making everyone's mouth dry in an instant. Everyone looked around, only to see a man with 5 flying swords stuck in his back floating high above the clouds. Is it true that all the powerful people in the heavenly world are rotten cabbages? They are all over the streets. During this time, he ran into 2 of them one after another, which was really unlucky. While Xuanhuan was depressed, he couldn't help but look at this young man in Xing. This person's aura is like a sharp sword out of its sheath, sharp and full of killing intent. Made his skin ache. Even the mana in the body was confused. The yin and yang twins trembled even more. Sword Master. What does this emperor do to you? The Yao emperor looked up, and when he gritted his teeth and asked, he was even more apprehensive. Juggernaut. Xuanhuan's complexion changed drastically, as did Hui and others. Even Xing Tian, who was Dou Yu, showed a dignified look. He came to Xuanhuan and said, Your Majesty, the strength of the sword master is even better than that of the demon emperor. Very strong. How strong can a person who can make the strong in the late stage of Dou Wonderland say that he is strong? The answer is self-evident. In the whole world, among all high-level monks, who doesn't know the name of the sword master? The 6th strong man on the list of heroic masters is not comparable to these little heroic masters. It's over, this time it's completely over. The sword master has a deep relationship with Yuan Palace. Shen Gongbao's words made Xuanhuan's heart sink instantly. Could it be that God is going to kill him? However, after a while, the Juggernaut ignored him at all and confronted the Demon Emperor directly. Forget it, Holy Emperor Huayan, I'll just let you go today. Remember that. Next time we meet again, we won't be so lucky. The Demon Emperor said suddenly. Then he put his eyes on the Juggernaut and said, Juvenile Saint, don't think that I'm afraid of you by leaving voluntarily. It's just that we are so different, there is no need to continue the fight. As soon as the words fell, he took a deep look at the sun and moon wheels behind Xuanhuan, then tore open the void and turned to leave. No way, he just left? It's weird. Facing such a scene, everyone was stunned. You looked at me, and I looked at you with puzzled expressions on their faces. However, the Juggernaut has not left yet, and they are still in danger. Even the danger from the Juggernaut is higher than that of the Demon Emperor to some extent, because the Juggernaut seems to want to stand up for Yuan Palace, Your Majesty, are we still not going back? Lu Bowen asked softly, while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Back, where are you going? Can you be faster than the Juggernaut? Su Haoyan's words shocked everyone. It seemed that the only way was to admit their fate. Wait, the Juggernaut seems to be gone? At this moment, Xing Tian suddenly said suspiciously. Although he is now Su Haoyan's #1 general. But when facing the Juggernaut, he couldn't even raise the will to resist. This took a toll on his self-confidence. Hearing this, Su Haoyan and the others couldn't help being greatly surprised. Could it be that the Juggernaut didn't stand up for Yuwang Palace, but came here to deal with the Demon Emperor? Su Haoyan frowned, puzzled. However, he was also greatly relieved. A lofty peak. The Sword Saint and the Demon Emperor faced each other from a distance. At this moment, the Demon Emperor was full of anger and asked angrily, "What on earth do you want? Why do you prevent me from destroying the Haoyan Holy Emperor? You must know that Jiuyou Mingzuan died at the hands of the Haoyan Holy Emperor. Come on. You should avenge him." The Demon Emperor was very depressed, and the Juggernaut was like a lunatic. He had already recognized the bear, and he was still chasing after him. It drove him crazy. You really don't know how to be kind. Don't you see the difference between Haoyan Sage Emperor? Don't you really understand? The Juggernaut really wants to go up and beat this kid up. He doesn't know a good heart. Hearing this, the Demon Emperor's expression couldn't help changing. Is that really the yin-yang wheel of life and death? Could it be that he is really from the Zhao family? Finally, he's not stupid, he still knows something. Holy Emperor Haoyan should be the center of the catastrophe of heaven and earth. In the past few years, he has expanded wantonly and unscrupulously. It is almost to the point of arrogance. He has offended countless people and forces. But still skyrocketing. Don't you think it's weird? The Sword Master flashed a sneer, and then said, because of my old friend, I really don't want to let him go. But once he dies, the Zhao family will definitely move. At that time, whether it is your Bailiang Mountain, or my Sword Tomb, or other forces that want to take fire and chestnuts will be involved, and the world will be in chaos at that time. Are you sure you will be alone? When the Demon Emperor heard this, he immediately became furious. It's just that he can't do anything about it. He has had a bad luck recently. Not only the Avatar was beaten half to death by the burning lamp ancient Buddha, but also many of the big demon kings under him died. Bailiang's strength has dropped a lot. It is really not appropriate to go to war at this time. At the beginning of the catastrophe, I will kill you first. After the Sword Master dropped a sentence that made the Demon Emperor furious, he disappeared. Although threatened by the Juggernaut, he has nothing to do. The strength of the Sword Master is astounding, and he can't protect himself with his cultivation base at the peak of Deluosu Wonderland, let alone kill him. He was puzzled, since the rise of Haoyan Sage Emperor, he didn't seem to have a smooth life. And that Wang family makes him jealous and unwilling. As the sun was setting, Su Haoyan and the others stopped beside a forest. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebuilding. At this time, Xing Tian knelt straight in front of Su Haoyan and said excitedly, Haha, my god of war, hurry up. Su Haoyan laughed, and helped Xing Tian up with his own hands. Second brother, congratulations on your promotion. At this time, Hui also walked over with a smile on his face. At the same time, he looked at Su Haoyan with shock. He knew very well that Xing Tian's ability to become Dou Yu immortal must be due to Su Haoyan's credit. It was shocking because he knew it. Not only him, Bai Qi and other strong people all have the same expression. Shen Gongbao was even more shocked. Organized the language, and asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, General Xing is." Thousands of years have passed, and although His Majesty's cultivation is still at the same place, this supernatural power has become even more strange and unpredictable. My supreme supernatural power, Su Haoyan replied mysteriously. It's just, what kind of supernatural power can make a person become a peerless powerhouse in the blink of an eye? Hui couldn't help asking. Others also looked curious. To this, Su Haoyan answered very mysteriously. This supernatural power allows the strong to experience the afterlife and the present in an instant. He sharpens himself and tempers his will during the experience. Finally, he freezes in his strongest state. This makes people become super strong. However, once I activate this supernatural power, I must pay a huge price. Only then can you become an existence like Xing Tian. Things that can make the strong stronger cannot be hidden at all. Rather than being remembered by others, it is better to say it yourself. It can also give hope to all those who follow me. Haha, you don't have to envy Xing Tian, you lovers, you will reach his height in the future. Su Haoyan's words immediately made everyone show fanatical expressions, even Buddhist eminent monks and 18 arhats were not spared. Crackling, whooping. At this moment, a sharp bird song suddenly came. Afterwards, everyone felt a blue shadow coming from a distance at a high speed, and appeared in front of everyone in an instant. It was a big bird nearly 10 feet in size. The bird's beak is pointed, like a red-crowned crane. The whole body is shining blue, mixed with fiery red. A pair of wings are as sharp as a blade, and there are flames in the mouth from time to time. Deluogene Wonderland Dzogchen Realm. Not good, this monster is powerful, retreat quickly, Your Majesty. Seeing the big bird coming suddenly, Ho Yi's face changed drastically, while Xing Tian stood in front of Su Haoyan. The rest of the people are also alert. Big Bird ignored everyone's vigilance. Although he looked at Xing Tian with some fear, he still tilted his head to look at Su Haoyan. Seeing this, Su Haoyan's heart moved slightly. Could it be that Bai Fengyao has arrived? Because he noticed that the bird had only one leg. It's okay, this is Bai Feng, and he's here to join me. With that said, Su Haoyan walked around Xingtian and came to Big Bird. Bai Fengyao. Su Haoyan waved at Big Bird. Bai Fengyao's loyalty was at full value, and he was not worried about being attacked suddenly. Seeing Su Haoyan's beckoning, Bai Fengyao landed on Su Haoyan's shoulder. Without any hesitation, and his huge body shrank to the size of a foot in an instant when it fell. At this time, the huge bird's beak kissed his cheek affectionately. Little guy, can you talk? Su Haoyan tried to ask. However, Bai Feng didn't answer his words, still sitting and making intimate movements. The intelligence of this bird is still very weak. Although Su Haoyan felt it was a pity, it was because of this that made the bird even more lovely. Although Bai Fengyao has flames in his mouth from time to time, but he is the holder of the karma-washing gold fire, so naturally he will not be afraid of this flame. Hee, little guy, you will stay by my side in the future. Su Haoyan stroked Bai Fengyao, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Zhu Zizhen, come in with me. Then Su Haoyan ordered. Completed the task of rescuing Shen Gongbao and by Huan Shenjun, and got 3 rewards. The peak awakening has been used up by him, and there is only 1 strong dungeon and random summon left. As soon as Zhu Zizhen heard this, he smiled honestly and followed Su Haoyan into the room. After sending Zhu Zizhen into the copy of the strong man, Su Haoyan began to summon the super strong man. System, I want to summon a super strong man. Su Haoyan ordered secretly. Ding. Start randomly summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the phoenix. From what, phoenix? I'll go. Why are the powerful men summoned recently all divine beasts? But it seems that the phoenix is also good. System, call out the attribute list of phoenix. Su Haoyan ordered with some expectation. Phoenix, from race, divine bird, auspicious beast. Ability, Nirvana divine fire. Luck level, Dzogchen realm in the late stage of Deluge in Wonderland. Kung Fu, law of fire. Special attributes, auspicious protector, can bring good luck to the host. Loyalty, 100/100. Okay. Just now a Bifong came, and now a phoenix is coming, and the flames around me can be said to be overwhelming. Ding. Zhu Zizhen's dungeon is complete, do you want to release it now? The system's notification tone sounded at this moment, making Su Haoyan smile slightly. Then he called out Zhu Zizhen's attribute list. The pinnacle of Tai Gold Wonderland. It's not bad. Compared with the Zhu Zizhen in the myth, he is now much better than then. However, his aptitude is too ordinary, and I'm afraid that's all there is to it. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the sun has shone on the earth. Su Haoyan stretched in the room before slowly walking out of the room. Bye. Fang Miao stood on his left shoulder, tilting his head to look at the smiling Su Haoyan. However, at this moment, a cold, ethereal voice came into his ears. Phoenix. Seize your majesty. Su Haoyan was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously looked up, which made him take a few steps back in shock. I saw a girl in red standing at the bow of the boat, looking at him calmly. But Hou-yi, Xing Tian and others were surprised, but they didn't mean to be on guard. They even looked at Su Haoyan jokingly. Who is this heroine? Su Haoyan asked with Jianghu etiquette. This red-clothed girl has a skin of Sai Shui, with a petite figure and long black hair, casually draped behind her back. Her big eyes are crystal clear. Her red lips are slightly pursed, and she looks radiant. It's so beautiful. He was sure he didn't know the woman. I am Phoenix. The girl in red replied. Phoenix? Brother system, could it be that you are playing with me? Isn't the phoenix a divine bird? How did it become a human? At this moment, Su Haoyan felt like 100,000 chickens galloping past. The sound of bombing and bombing shocked the heartstrings. The beast phoenix is a woman? No, it's the mother's. Could it be that the host's thoughts have been influenced by Baifeng? Can't the divine beast be a woman? Hearing this, the corner of Su Haoyan's mouth twitched fiercely. He was not complacent, but rather awkward. Your Majesty, is this woman really coming to join you? Shen Gongbao was beyond frightened at this time. 10,000 years later, His Majesty is still so awesome. Wherever there are strong people. It seems that he defected to His Majesty thousands of years ago. Haha, with the help of Phoenix, half of my grand plan has been achieved. Su Haoyan comforted himself. This is a great Luo Jingxian perfect powerhouse. He can't be offended. Fenghuang rolled his eyes and said softly, Your Majesty has said this sentence no less than dozens of times, right? One sentence made Su Haoyan very embarrassed. It really made the girl guess. Right. Seeing Su Haoyan's embarrassment, Xing Tian and Hui burst out laughing. The rest of the people also started booing. Because they have all heard Su Haoyan say such words. Su Haoyan coughed, touched his chin and said, in short, with everyone's help, I can indeed make great achievements. So I am sincere. Fenghuang curled his lips, his eyes full of suspicion. Okay, with Phoenix joining us, we must kill him on this trip. Let's go. Su Haoyan waved his big hand boldly, and then the French boat set sail and galloped away in a certain direction. In the valley, Qin Hua and the soldiers of the 100 Illusions army were recuperating. Although Qin Hua looked calm at this time, his heart was sad. Because his only flesh and blood may have been beheaded. If it wasn't for the tens of thousands of imaginary divine army, he would have gone to rescue his son long ago. The soldiers not far away were discussing in low voices. Hey, I don't know if the young army master can survive this calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Shen has already gone to rescue him. Besides, the young army leader is so benevolent and righteous, he won't die young. Listening to the discussion of his subordinates, Qin Hua was even more disturbed. He has a bad feeling. Everyone is in this isolated valley, with no news, and no idea what's going on outside. He didn't even know that Jiuyou Mingzuan had been killed. 3 days later, Su Haoyan and the others finally arrived at the valley, where the 100 Illusionary army was located. When Qin Hua saw Su Haoyan, he was stunned for an instant. Then he came to Su Haoyan in surprise, knelt down on the ground with a plop, and said in a trembling voice, Minister Qin Hua pays homage to His Majesty. The tens of thousands of monks in the valley were also dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw the legendary His Majesty. And the figure of His Majesty had already been instilled into their memories when they first became the 100 Illusionary army, so everyone was just a little stunned, and then they knelt down in excitement and shouted loudly, See Your Majesty, long live! Your Majesty, long live, long live! The sound of tens of thousands of people gathering together echoed in the valley, shaking people's hearts. Su Haoyan waved his hand, and said with emotion, Everyone, please be flattened. Thousands of years have passed, and I never thought that the 100 Illusionary army has grown to so many people. It's really hard for you. Yang Jian, Yuan Hong and others don't know why. 1,000 years? Su Haoyan is only 17 years old. Could it be that his real age is more than 10,000 years old? Although they were puzzled in their hearts, when they thought of Su Haoyan's incredible supernatural powers, they already believed in this doubt in their hearts. And Fenghuang's pretty face already showed a surprised expression. In the following time, Su Haoyan took out a Linglong Yulu pill and gave it to Qin Hua. He also took out a large number of high-grade pills and distributed them to the soldiers. Then the group settled down in the valley. Half an hour later, Su Haoyan summoned Qin Hua, Shen Gongbao, Qin Feng and Li Xian, the 4 big Luo Jingxians, to sit down in the cabin, and then learned about the footprints of their struggle for thousands of years from the mouths of a few people. According to Qin Hua's estimation, the 100 Illusionary army now has tens of millions in number. Most of these cultivators of the imaginary army are low-level cultivators. They are distributed in every corner of the heavenly world, and even in the Lower realms, there are figures of the 100 illusions divine army. As long as Xuanhuan climbed up and shouted, it would be easy to destroy the domain. Of course, if you can't do anything against the big forces like Shengyo Palace and Xiaoyao Palace. How did you break through Dou Yu? This is the biggest doubt in Xuanhuan's mind. It would be acceptable if there was only one person, but it is absolutely rare for 4 people to break through together. To tell you the truth, we once went to the Leishu, and we accidentally entered the cave of an ancient monk in the Leishu. We got a great opportunity from it. Not only us, but even Zhao Gongming is already a Dou Yu Jingxian. Xuanhuan said honestly. He felt an inexplicable excitement when he thought of Leishu. Leishu? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and thought. Xuanhuan first knew Leishu's name from the hero list. Leishu, who is ranked 4th on the list of heroes, is Thunder Shocking, the Lord of the Thunder Market. Yes, Leishu is located in the Far East, and it crosses the deserted no man's land along the way. It took us 700 years to go back and forth once. Shen Gongbao said with a wry smile. That's right. It is said that the Thunder Market used to be a battleground for immortals and demons, and it was flooded by thunderstorms all year round. Before the lowly strength monks could even enter, they would be smashed to pieces by the thunderous energy in the air. However, because it is the place where immortals and demons fell, there are countless opportunities. Leishu is even more dominant in Leishu. If Leishu is angered, it will definitely end in a miserable end. Xuanhuan spoke. Leishu. Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled, but he had already remembered the name in his heart. As his power continues to grow, one day he will come into contact with the Lord of Thunder. Where is the fairy tomb? When will it open? Xuanhuan asked again. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, I don't know. But it is said that if the fairy tomb is to be opened, the whole wilderness will know. I think it should be within a while. Xuanhuan nodded. Apart from the matter of the fairy tomb, he now wants to eliminate the Xiaoyao Palace and gain a firm foothold in the southern sky world. What do you think of Yuan Palace? Xuanhuan asked with a pun. Xuanhuan's body shook suddenly, and he immediately guessed what Xuanhuan meant. He swallowed reluctantly and asked, Your Majesty, you want to replace Yu Palace? As soon as these words came out, the other 3 also looked at Xuanhuan with burning eyes. Yes. We want to give the world a huge surprise. Of course, everything must be done in secret now, not to be made public. In other words, Yuan Palace is still Yuan Palace, you are still you, and my Haotian Holy Court is still Haotian Holy Court, keep a distance from Yuan Palace. Xuanhuan said with a smile. His smile was full of cunning, and the ambition revealed in it made the 4 of them feel excited. If this matter really happens, it will be the time when Haotian Holy Court will become stronger again. Of course, for security reasons, only a few of us know about this matter. Xuanhuan paused and continued, the 4 of you bring Feng Huang with you. And assist Feng Huang to sit on the seat of Palace Master. Xuanhuan's lineup has already been made public, and the world knows the faces of his subordinates. Only Feng Huang is a new face, not known to outsiders yet. Start now? Xuanhuan was eager to try it, as if he couldn't wait. Xuanhuan waved his hand and said, Don't be in a hurry, wait until the juggernaut leaves. The strength of the juggernaut is too strong, and the 4 of them together are not one. Now you have dispersed the 100 illusions divine army and distributed them in every corner of the wilderness, to collect information about Yuan Palace. An immortal tomb for me, Your Majesty. In this way, a plan capable of overturning the entire barbarian was born. 5 days passed in a flash. Xuanhuan was practicing in front of a giant peak. Tens of thousands of imaginary divine army have been scattered, they are like Xuanhuan's eyes, always watching the wind and grass in the wild. Jiuyou Mingzuan is dead, and Yuan Palace is in chaos, so naturally he has no leisure to worry about them. Boom, boom, boom. Xuanhuan punched the stone wall one after another, and Emperor Guyi's fist shook the huge peak in front of him. This boxing technique is not easy, Xing Tian said thoughtfully. Standing beside him are Hui, Bai Qi, Feng Huang, Shengongbao, and so on. Bai Feng hovered in the air, having a great time playing. The Gui Emperor fist is not inferior to the yin and yang wheel of life and death. Even Xing Tian, who is in the late stage of Deluoshi fairyland, can't see through it. A seemingly useless punch, but it contains infinite power. Fighting against the same level, it can definitely kill in seconds. Rumble. At this moment, there was a deafening explosion in the sky, and everyone turned their heads to look. Xuanhuan is no exception. I saw a huge city that could not be seen to the sky slowly rising in the distance. The city shone purple in the sunlight. Among the stalwarts, it covers the sky and blocks the sun, and it rises slowly with a majestic posture that can shock the world. Even hundreds of miles away, you can still feel its incomparable stalwart, let alone in front of it. What is that? Xuanhuan looked at the giant city that was still rising, and muttered to himself in shock. At this time, after the giant city rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters, it stopped somewhere. Below it appeared a huge pothole, with a length of tens of miles, like an abyss, and like a big mouth. It was shocking. At this time, countless monks soared into the sky and flew towards the giant city at a very high speed, but most of them were pushed up by the air waves, blown up by the giant city as a last resort. Everyone looked at this stalwart giant city in horror. If you look carefully, you will find that there are pavilions and magnificent palaces all over the giant city. It's just that it may be due to the long years, or other reasons, it has been covered by a thick layer of dust. Foreshadows the ancient times of the city. In an instant, a vast aura from the ancient wilderness pervaded the world, making everyone instantly silent. Everyone saw a stone elephant on the top of the giant purple city. It is 10,000 feet high, with a human head and a bare body, and it is extremely ferocious. It looks down at the ground, with its front paws raised slightly, as if it is ready to pounce forward at any time, ready to fight. That should be the fairy tomb, Xuanhuan muttered to himself, with frenzy flashing in his eyes. At this time, no matter who it is, they will show shocking and fanatical eyes. How prosperous such a grand building must have been at that time. Xuanhuan murmured softly. Xuanhuan City? I didn't expect it to be born again. Wang Xiaofeng exclaimed in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan City? Isn't it the tomb of the immortal demon? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. Actually, you can call it the immortal tomb. It is extremely mysterious. In my time, Xuanhuan City also appeared occasionally. It's just that the frequency of appearance is uncertain. Sometimes once in 10,000 years. Sometimes in thousands of years. There is no rule. And it can also appear in walking underground. However, this city will only appear for 5 days at most. Of course, I'm just hearing about it, and I haven't been in it myself. 5 days? The forces that are far away have no time to arrive. The fairy tomb is owned by Yuan Palace, and idlers are not allowed to approach it, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. At this moment, the voice of the ghost in the distant sky rolled out. And the sound spread thousands of miles, making the nearby monks who were about to go to Xuanhuan city suddenly stagnate, and stopped unwillingly. While speaking, countless Yuan Palace monks flew towards Xuanhuan city. Tens of thousands of them densely packed. This scene made those extremely unwilling monks temporarily give up their plans to fish in troubled waters. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although Yuan Palace's strength has been greatly reduced, it is still the overlord of the wild. That's a fairy tomb, there are countless treasures in it, and there are even great opportunities. It doesn't matter, let's go together. The 9 Yuming Lord is dead, and the Yuan Palace has already existed in name only. Let's go. At this time, facing the huge temptation, many fiery monks had already taken risks and resolutely launched an attack on Xuanhuan city. But Xuanhuan, who was hundreds of miles away, only saw the monks from Yuan Palace gathering towards Xuanhuan city like locusts. The scene was spectacular. Ding. Trigger a strong task to control Xuanhuan city. Mission details. Xuanhuan city is one of the cities of destiny. The system forces the host to master Xuanhuan city. If successful, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A random summoning of superpowers, a chance. A chance to summon a super legion. A chance to find a worthy man. Mandatory task. City of Destiny. What is Destiny City? He had never heard of City of Destiny, and this mandatory mission system was released for the first time. Coupled with the generous rewards, Xuanhuan felt that this Xuanhuan city must be extraordinary. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Shen Gongbao and the others were eager to try, and their eyes were full of excitement. Hui had already held the potion Shen Bao in his hand. Xing Tian followed Xuanhuan closely. Then what are you waiting for? Fuck him. Xuanhuan smiled, and his eyes sparkled even more. He waved to everyone and said at the same time, follow me, and take down that giant city. Qin Hua, the 6 generals of Meishan, will stay here to protect the world. Destroying Divine Army, the 100 Illusions Divine Army. Xuanhuan turned around and said. After speaking, he led Xing Tian, Hui, Bai Qi, Feng Feng, Yang Jian, and others, and Bai Fengniao, to fly to Xuanhuan city. They flew extremely fast, trying to enter Xuanhuan city before the others. The other side. Young Master Milan and his 2 guards also flew towards Xuanhuan city at a very high speed. Young Master Milan stared at Xuanhuan city with evil eyes. Even though it was hundreds of miles away, Xuanhuan city still shocked him. Young Master, when you enter the fairy tomb, you must be careful. One of the guards reminded him. As a bodyguard he possessed unparalleled vigilance. Because the closer you are to Xuanhuan city, the more uneasy you feel. Young Master Milan nodded, this time coming to Xuanhuan city was also acquiesced by the Supreme Master Dou Yu. In a sense, this is also a test for him. But at this time, the figure flying towards Xuanhuan city was like a locust, making one's scalp tingle. The other side. Ghost had already arrived in front of Xuanhuan city, and he looked at Xuanhuan city with an excited look in his eyes. This time, he has formed an alliance with young Master Milan to attack Xuanhuan city together. As a native force, they know a lot more information. They know that Xuanhuan city is full of dangers, and it is not that simple to find opportunities and pick up bad things. Rumble. At this moment, a huge tower in the middle of Xuanhuan city suddenly shook. And then a door and window with a size of 3 feet suddenly opened. A stream of jet black gas rushed out, twisting and twisting, extremely strange. Hey, there are so many people. At this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded, followed by tens of miles away from Xuanhuan city. The space fluctuated suddenly, and then 3 silhouettes with monstrous aura emerged. As soon as these 3 figures appeared, they spread out and attacked the nearby human monks. Boom! I saw a knife shadow, straddling the heavy clouds and mist, tearing through the air, and slashed heavily among the crowd, blasting thousands of human monks into pieces in an instant. Cruel. As soon as the 3 demon kings appeared, they started to kill, but in an instant, more than 10,000 monks of the human race were murdered. Where is the evildoer, dare to poison the monks of the human race? Court. Death. Come on, kill these 3 monsters. A monk in the Tai realm had already left the main force, and went to besiege and kill the big demon king who suddenly appeared. Xuanhuan was also slowed down by this sudden situation. 100 miles to his side, the monster monks headed by the 3 monster kings were flying towards Xuanhuan city with an army of tens of thousands of monsters. Its momentum is not weaker than that of the human race. Unexpectedly, the demon emperor would make such a big move, and all the monks of the demon clan who could control the sky were all in sight. These demon armies were so powerful that they quickly collided with the human army, and a big battle broke out around Xuanhuan city. Could it be that lunatic demon emperor? Young Master Milan said to himself in disgust. The 2 bodyguards shot consecutively, blasting the demon clan, attacking them to death. It would be troublesome if the demon emperor came in person. Young Master Milan was a little worried. If in normal times, he used his status to suppress, the demon emperor might be able to sell him a face. But in the face of a huge temptation, the demon emperor is so motivating. Absolutely. Won't let go, at best, don't move him. Yuhan Guizuan also felt bitter secretly. The 3 demon kings alone were not something he could contend with, let alone the demon emperor. Haha, you are the new palace lord of Yuan Palace, your strength is pitifully low. At this moment, a big demon king suddenly appeared in front of Yuhan Guizuan and attacked Yuhan Guizuan while sneering. Seeing this, Ghost Guizuan hurriedly dodged. He was the only big Luo Jingxian left in Yuan Palace, and even he chose to avoid it at the first moment, and the others couldn't stop it. Haha, wait for you to leave quickly, this fairy tomb is already mine. At this moment, a domineering and arrogant voice suddenly sounded, shaking countless people dizzy. Some couldn't bear to fall from the sky. I saw the demon emperor stepping out of the void, and his tall figure appeared in the void with a domineering aura. The sudden appearance of the demon emperor silenced the battlefield instantly. Xuanhuan's eyes were shining brightly, and Xing Tian had already clenched his relatives tightly. They were still tens of miles away from Xuanhuan city. And because the creatures in the sky were too dense, the demon emperor didn't notice them. Your Majesty, do you want to attack the demon emperor? Xing Tian tightened his grip on the relatives in his hand and asked. And many more. Xuanhuan raised his hand to signal Xing Tian not to worry. The reason for this decision is that Wang Xiaofeng reminded him just now that there is a terrifying existence in Xuanhuan city. Always proceed with caution. In today's world, there is no one who knows Xuanhuan City better than Wang Xiaofeng. So Xuanhuan firmly believed in this. Waiting for these guys to lure that thing out, they used to be a good idea too. Be a Oriole here. Although Xing Tian and the others were puzzled, they did not act rashly. They all stood in place and looked ahead. As time went by, more and more monks participated, and the scope of the battle became wider and wider. In addition to the monks of Yuwang Palace, the monks of the human race and the monks of the monster race, looking around, there are tens of millions of people fighting in the melee, and countless corpses fall from the sky, like rain, which is terrible. The entire sky turned an eerie red. It can be said to be blood-stained. Even Xuanhuan was moved by it. Although Xuanhuan created a huge family business in a short period of time, he has never participated in such a huge melee. While the mind was swaying, I felt even more deeply shocked. The number of wild monks is not weaker than that of the monster race known for their numbers. But it is not good in high-end combat power. The three big demon kings were rampant in the melee, rushing left and right, often killing and injuring the monks of the race. Not to mention the demon emperor watching over him. Although there are many people, it is possible to fish in troubled waters, but the monks with this idea all died in the melee. However, no matter how many people fall in front, there will always be those who come after. Cultivation is an act against the heavens. If you work hard, you may get great benefits, but if you don't work hard, you will be mediocre and turn into a pile of loss in the end. So some monks would rather die than fight for a little hope for themselves. Except for those rare geniuses, most people rely on chance to advance to cultivation. And the appearance of the fairy tomb is a great opportunity. In order to live forever, they naturally have to fight hard. The river of destiny exists forever. I guard the city of fate, and I will live in all directions forever. At this moment, a boundless voice came from the depths of Xuanhuan City, which moved everyone, and at the same time, there was a feeling of being hit by a heavy hammer. The headache was about to split, and the 7 orifices of the low cultivation were already bleeding, and their eyes were dazed, turned into a stupid person. Even Xuanhuan felt depressed. If Wang Xiaofeng hadn't protected the soul in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. It's such a powerful soul attack. This person's cultivation is far better than mine back then. When Xuanhuan heard this, he immediately became worried. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Sure enough, mandatory tasks are not so easy to complete. The origin of Xuanhuan City must be very big. Even bigger than Wang Xiaofeng. Although he was upset, it also aroused his strong curiosity. The system allowed him to occupy Xuanhuan City, which meant that Xuanhuan City could recognize him as the master, and the system would not let him do things that were not beneficial. Xuanhuan is now very curious about what benefits Xuanhuan City will bring him. The demon emperor turned around and looked at Xuanhuan City in horror. He saw that the monster with a human head and a bare body above Xuanhuan City started to squirm. It was a human bear that could walk upright. On its surface, the stone crumbles and fades away quickly. It became a giant demon bear with jet black fur and blue hair fluttering in the wind. The demon bear's eyes looked in all directions, and the bloodthirsty killing intent in the eyes shot out in all directions, like 2 bright beams of light shooting into the distance. No matter who sticks to it, it will instantly turn into powder. This scene made everyone and the monster tremble with fear. 2 shudders. Almost want to run. This demon bear is as tall as 10,000 zhang, and it came alive at this moment. The aura of destroying heaven and earth made everyone feel as if the end of the world was coming. This demon bear has the strength of the middle stage of Dou Yu Wonderland, Xing Tian said. Hou and others were shocked when they heard this. It turned out to be the legendary shocking devil bear. Wang Xiafeng's voice sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Shocking demon bear? Just hearing the name, you know it's not a simple thing. The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched. He turned to Xingtian and asked, "Are you sure you can kill it?" "One relative is enough," Xingtian answered quite conceitedly. The eyes of Hou and others suddenly burst into bright light. How powerful is Xingtian now? Cannot imagine. Give it to me, kill this devil bear. The three big demon kings greeted all the demons immediately, and killed the heaven-shocking demon bear. Seeing this, the heaven-shocking demon bear standing on the top of Xuanhuan city suddenly roared, the roar that shocked the world, shaking the ground endlessly. All the monks in the whole wilderness can hear it. Even the various domains around the wild wilderness could hear clearly. What is this thing? It's frightening to death. Why does it feel like there is a devilish energy filling the air? It's wild again. Why are there so many things happening in the wild recently? It's really not peaceful. After hearing this voice, all the surrounding domains began to discuss. At the same time, facing the three demon kings, the heaven-shocking demon bear suddenly leaped up, and its Wanzhong body almost leaked the sky. The shocking demon bear blasted towards the three demon kings with the momentum of Mount Tai pressing down on the top. The speed was so fast that it was like a boring shell. In the whistling, it directly crushed the sand and rocks below, and the mountain collapsed. The scene was so spectacular that it shocked everyone's heartstrings. Faced with tremendous pressure, the three demon kings were unable to resist and fell directly to the bottom. Roar. The heaven-shocking demon bear let out an angry roar, then raised its mountain-sized fist and blasted at the three demon kings. Facing this monstrous punch, the three great demon kings were extremely insignificant. They seemed to be bound by this giant force, unable to resist at all, and could only watch helplessly as death came. Even the demon emperor couldn't rescue him, he could only watch his subordinates being blasted to a pulp by mountain-like fists. Boom! Tens of miles away, Xuanhuan and others stared at the destructive aura over there and dumbfounded. In their eyes, the majestic figure of the shocking demon bear fell to the ground suddenly, and hit the ground with a fist, which instantly shattered the ground within a radius of 100 miles, and huge rocks flew around, like the end of the world, shocking people. In this huge destructive force, countless monks and monsters were ruthlessly swept away, turned into minced meat. Even their screams were covered by the roar of the earth. Xing Tian stood in front of Xuanhuan, pushed forward with one hand, and an invisible barrier was formed to block the huge rubble raging in the air. This made him form a relatively safe isolation zone behind him. Rumble. Xuanhuan looked in horror at the torrential dust billowing to both sides. The sky was overshadowed by the destructive force of this destruction. But over there, the punch of the heaven-shocking demon bear was still spreading in all directions. When it stretched for hundreds of miles, it destroyed everything along the way. Xuanhuan was trembling violently, and the collapse of the sky was not enough to express the scene at this time. Is this the power of Dou Yu Xuxian? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. If this punch hits the solar system, it may cause all the planets in the entire solar system to explode. Hui, Bai Qi, Fenghuang, Shengongbao, etc. were all trembling, but Bai Fengya didn't dare to fly around, and stood obediently on Su Haoyan's shoulder. But Xing Tian, who stood in front of everyone, looked relaxed. Rumble. Su Haoyan stared at the front firmly. At this moment, the smoke had gradually cleared away, and he could already see the figure of the shocking demon bear. As tall as Buzhou Mountain. Su Haoyan knew how powerful Dou Yu was, but it was the first time he felt its destructive power so intuitively. When Xing Tian and the Yao Emperor fought back then, both sides had room for it. But not so destructive. It wasn't just them who were frightened at the moment. Under the protection of the two men in black, young Master Milan also looked forward with a look of horror, that tall figure, like a fairy. This monster is too strong. Young Master Milan gritted his teeth and growled. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Dou Yu to explode his strength so unscrupulously. Even if they want to erupt, they are erupting with a purpose. It will not cause such a huge destructive power. After seeing the crazy and unscrupulous behavior of the shocking demon bear, Mr. Milan concluded that this monster has no intelligence. To put it bluntly, it only knows how to kill. This monster has probably reached the realm of Dou Yu's fairyland. Among the monks present, only the demon emperor can match it. A bodyguard in black said in Milan's ear. At this time, the two of them used their power to condense a shield to protect Mr. Milan inside. Protected from the heavy dust billowing outside. Who? The shocking demon bear roared unscrupulously, looking so arrogant. On the other side, 100 miles away, the ghost was suspended in the air, covering his face with his bloody arms. Although he has kept an absolutely safe distance from the sky-shocking demon bear, he still feels fear. When he looks at the majestic figure of the sky-shocking demon bear, the Yao Emperor clenched his hands and looked at the heaven-shocking demon bear from a distance. His face was full of anger. What kind of existence is this monster? The demon emperor frowned, his heart full of doubts. Xuanhuan city had appeared before, but the statue never came alive. Not to mention being so violent. However, even though this guy was a bit difficult to deal with, he never thought of letting this monster go. Otherwise, his plan to enter Xuanhuan city would be ruined. After thinking about it, he rushed towards the shocking demon bear. The moment he rushed out, he suddenly released his aura, and at the same time raised his right hand, turning into a monstrous giant palm, passing through the billowing clouds and mist, and attacking the shocking demon bear head. However, the shocking demon bear seemed to have eyes behind it. He turned around abruptly, and while roaring at the rushing demon emperor, he punched fiercely. The incomparable punch once again slammed at the demon emperor with a destructive momentum. The giant palm of the demon emperor had no power to resist, and was blown away. In an instant, the terrifying power acted on the demon emperor's body through the void, making the demon emperor instantly stunned. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a jet-black beam of light suddenly appeared, directly submerging the demon emperor, and with a shocking momentum, set off layers of clouds and blasted the demon emperor thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. The wind and waves it blasted directly crossed the wilderness, flew to other domains, crossed the heavenly world of the western regions, and the heavenly world of the southern regions, and there was still no tendency to stop. Looking up from below, it seems that the sky has been torn in two, which is extremely spectacular. Su Haoyan and the others survived, because they were behind the heaven Shocking demon bear. Hey, it's time to make a move. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, and then ordered lightly. Xing Tian, kill that devil bear. Hearing this, Xing Tian slowly lifted up his relatives, and an aura that could destroy the world suddenly erupted on his body, directly blasting away the surrounding gravel and dust, and blue air currents lingered around him, moved by Qi and the others. Haha, the devil bear is leading the way. Xing Tian laughed wildly, and the Chang Qi who was raised high slashed down hard, a Qi Mang that was thousands of feet long tore through the void, and slashed heavily at the heaven-shocking demon bear. This Qi's power was astonishing, and he slashed fiercely at the shocking demon bear who had just raised his head with a destructive aura. It was cut in half directly. The moment the heaven-shocking demon bear's 10,000-foot body was split in two, it exploded and shattered. Large chunks of flesh and blood turned into a bloody rain that filled the air, causing the entire world to change color. The demon emperor, who rushed out of the billowing dust storm, was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. He had already experienced the strength of the heaven-shocking demon bear, just now. Now that he was instantly killed by someone, he felt a chill down his spine and his hair stood on end. Hiss, was that an axe glow just now? How could there be such a terrifying axe glow? Am I dreaming? The monster was split in half. My God, who is that? The demon emperor has been dumbfounded. All the monks talked a lot, even those monster monks who survived were inconceivable. The demon emperor's mouth was parched, he looked in the direction of the axe light, and met Xingtian's cold eyes. This is Holy Emperor Haoyan. The demon emperor's eyes suddenly revealed a shocking murderous intent. The last time it was the sword master who made trouble, he failed to do so. This time, whatever he said would kill the Holy Emperor Haoyan here. Ding. Trigger the side mission, subdue the demon emperor. Since the demon emperor is a strong man who escaped from the system world, the host is obliged to take it back. If the host subdue the demon emperor, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the strong man at the peak. A chance to inherit the Tao. A chance to awaken the limit. A chance to randomly summon superpowers. Ding. Trigger the side mission, repel the demon emperor. Task details. Since the host was once intercepted and killed by the demon emperor, he was indirectly defeated by the demon emperor. If the host repels the demon emperor, within half a day, he will get a chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A chance to copy a strong man. Two system prompts sounded suddenly in succession, making Xuanhuan stunned. On the spot. I am actually asking you to subdue the demon emperor. This task may be difficult. Fortunately, there is no time limit. You can slowly figure out a way. If it's just repelling, it shouldn't be a problem. Xing Tian, can you force this old demon back? Xuanhuan turned his head and asked. Even if you kill him, there is no problem. Your Majesty, just kill this guy. Now. Xing Tian shook the relatives on his hands and said. Xing Tian's arrogant laughter and relaxed words were deliberately released by him so that everyone here could hear them. Kill the demon emperor? All those who heard it exclaimed, this person is too arrogant. The demon emperor was so angry that his lungs would explode, even if he wasn't his real body. The demon emperor could no longer bear the anger in his heart, and immediately killed Xuanhuan and others. At the same time, 100 miles away, the juggernaut stepped out of the void. He looked down and found that the minced meat transformed by the Shocking demon bear had covered the ground, and there was a stench everywhere. Late Luo Xuxian. The juggernaut frowned, his gaze swept across the void, and landed on Xing Tian. Some time ago, although he had seen Xing Tian and knew that he was a Luo Su immortal, he didn't care. Unexpectedly this son turned out to be so terrifying. Who is he, why is he so powerful, and what kind of benefits did Haoyan Xingdi give him to make him die? He can't see through. It's not that he can't see through Xingtian, but Su Haoyan, the young hero. This old guy is still useful for me to keep. Let him teach him a lesson today, so that he can remember it deeply. Su Haoyan said thoughtfully. Xing Tian was a little puzzled, but nodded slightly. However, facing the menacing demon emperor, he snorted, showing a disdainful smile, and immediately raised his relatives. Rumble. Qi Meng. Thousands of feet long and as huge as a mountain, Qi Meng slashed at the demon emperor with a destructive aura. Seeing this, the demon emperor shrank his pupils suddenly, crossed his arms, raised them above his head, and covered it. At the same time, a huge shield, formed by the supreme demonic power, blocked his head. At this moment, Qi Fumong roared towards him and slashed fiercely on the shield. The huge power of the axe glow directly shattered the shield and cut it. On both arms, blood gushed out, and even blasted the demon emperor away. The demon emperor's mana surged, trying to stop the mighty axe light, but in front of Qi axe, his strength seemed so insignificant. No! The demon emperor screamed, and in the next second the person turned into a black dot and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The demon emperor's unwilling roar came faintly from the air. Holy Emperor, Haoyan swears to kill you. Ding. Complete the side mission, repel the demon emperor. You will get a chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A chance to copy the strong man. The system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's mind, causing Su Haoyan to roll his eyes. You're so stupid. Hey, that's not right. Dijun shouldn't be so inferior, right? Dijun is the first emperor of heaven in the mythical world. Except for the 12 ancestral witches, no one can match it. His strength is not just the rank of Luo Xuxian. It must be far superior to Luo Xuxian. Su Haoyan even suspected that his strength could rival the former saints. At the very least, he didn't take out his accompanying treasure, Hichu Luo Shu. And he didn't release the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation, otherwise they would all die. In front of this large formation, the juggernaut is just a reptile. Is there something hidden in it? Su Haoyan was full of doubts. At the same time, Bailiang Mountain, which is millions of miles away from the wilderness, is the base camp of the Demon Emperor and the sacred place of the Demon Clan in the Sky World. At this time, in the depths of a heavily guarded hall in this holy place, a handsome young man sat cross-legged on a futon with his eyes closed. Above his head was a huge ancient book that was glowing with green light. It is slowly turning. At the moment when the Demon Emperor was hit by Qi's axe, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time a mouthful of pale golden blood gushed out violently, making his aura instantly sluggish. Even because of these changes, the huge ancient book above became unstable, collapsed directly, turned into little blue light and dissipated in the hall. Ah, Haoyan boy, you dare to ruin my important matter. I swear to tear you to pieces. The angry roar echoed in the hall without stopping for a long time. Wild battlefield. With just one move, Xing Tian knocked the mighty Demon Emperor into the air, leaving the world in complete silence. As strong as a Demon Emperor, he was repelled with an axe. While shocking everyone, they all stared at Xing Tian's stalwart figure in a daze. Over there, the green robe of the sword saint fluttered in the fierce wind. At this time, his eyes were full of horror and he muttered to himself, Xing Tian. There is another peerless powerhouse added to the world today. Holy Emperor Haoyan, an extraordinary young man. Looking at the whole world, in the late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland, it can't exceed 10 fingers. I really envy this little guy. The juggernaut muttered to himself with a wry smile. It's just that the demon emperor's cultivator seems to be a misnomer. He shouldn't only have the cultivation base of the late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland. Could it be that the legend is wrong? Juggernaut couldn't figure it out. I declare that this fairy tomb belongs to me. Su Haoyan's unscrupulous voice echoed in the wildland, making everyone silent. Just kidding, even the demon emperor was repelled by the Haoyan emperors. Subordinates, what qualifications do they have to fight? Su Haoyan didn't care about the astonishment of the crowd, and as soon as the words fell, he turned around and went straight to Xuanhuan city. Xing Tian, Ho Yi, Yang Jian, Bai Qi, Feng Feng, Bai Fengyao and others followed closely behind, and no one dared to stop them wherever they passed. They all avoided it far away. After the Great War, the thousands of miles around Xuanhuan city had been turned into ruins. There were huge bottomless pits everywhere, and countless broken and wide cracks spread all over the place. It was shocking to see. Although the heaven-shaking demon bear existed for a short time, it killed millions of monks and countless demon clans. Even if it survived by chance, it would be seriously injured. It can be seen how terrifying the strength of the shocking demon bear must be. How is it possible? Why is it him again? Young Master Milan had a ferocious face, gnashing his teeth, and even more so with jealousy and hatred. Young Master, the situation is no longer favorable to us, so let's retreat. One of the bodyguards said solemnly. Xing Tian's strength made him tremble with fear. I can't even arouse even the slightest resistance in my heart. Horrible. In this person's opinion, only Tianwu Supreme can defeat Xing Tian. But Holy Emperor Haoyan was extremely arrogant. He didn't give young Master Milan any face last time. Now when he is in high spirits, he will not give him face even more. Young Master Milan's eyes were unwilling, he gritted his teeth, he didn't say to leave, and he didn't go rashly. Standing there, I don't know what I was thinking. The ghost on the other side was already frightened like chaff. All the previous events made him cast a huge shadow on the Holy Emperor Haoyan. This time it was even more frightening. At this moment, he turned and fled without any hesitation. Although Yuhan Guizuan left, even if the monks in Yuan Palace had no leader, even if they were terrified of Su Haoyan. But in the face of huge greed, none of them left. At the same time, Su Haoyan and others quickly came to Xuanhuan city, in front of a high tower. The entire Xuanhuan city is in a closed state, only the doors and windows here are open. Because it was a strange place, Su Haoyan and others did not rush in rashly. Ho Yi's fire dragon arrow shot through a big hole in the wall, and everyone got in through the hole. Xing Tian noticed the gas floating around, frowned slightly, and then reminded, Your Majesty, be careful of the black gas around you. Seeing this, Feng opened the mouth of the pool, spewing out billowing flames and incinerating the surrounding gas. Make everyone's surroundings instantly refreshed. Hiss. The flames that this girl spits out have such a terrifyingly high temperature. What kind of supernatural power is it? Although the crowd didn't speak, they felt terrified when they saw the flames spouted by the phoenix. I was shocked. They all guessed. Xuanhuan City has a long history. Don't think that there is a big Luoshu. Immortal to be unscrupulous, everything must be careful. Wang Xiafeng's voice sounded in Su Haoyan's mind. Su Haoyan nodded slightly. A group of people walked towards the only open door and window. Seeing this, the surrounding monks and monsters all flew towards Xuanhuan City. In unison. Your Majesty, do you need to clean them up? Yuan Hong's fighting spirit surged, and seeing Xing Tian's majestic display, his heart was restless, and he couldn't help wanting to fight. Shen Gongbao was also very excited. Seeing this, Su Haoyan said angrily, "What are you doing? Our goal is to step down from this huge city, not those little people. Let's go, follow me, and don't make any troubles." Xuanhuan City has a long history, and it must not be as simple as just guarded by a terrifying demon bear. Among other things, the dark gas around him is extraordinary. When he came to the iron window, Su Haoyan frowned, because the inside of the iron window was densely packed with skeletons. And judging from the freshness of the skeleton, it should have just died not long ago. These skeletons should be the first batch of monks who entered here. Su Haoyan vaguely guessed this possibility. Mumbling to himself, he stepped inside. This is a corridor leading to the depths, which is more than 10 meters wide. In the corridor full of skeletons, a group of people walked extremely carefully. Although the light is dim, it is almost impossible to distinguish things. But everyone is not immortal, and seeing things in the dark is not a problem. On the other side, the human monks and monsters finally stepped onto Xuanhuan City. Not everyone and the Yaozu are as cautious as Su Haoyan. They rushed up to Xuanhuan City in a swarm, burrowing into various buildings recklessly, and even fought again with the demon clan and humans in order to monopolize a building. No one paid attention to the dark gas around them. It hurts, itches. At this time, there was a scream in a certain attic, and I saw that the monk's face was covered with deep blood grooves, and his hands were strips of flesh. He actually scratched himself mutually. And the eyes are turned outwards. Blood red, extremely frightening. Immediately afterwards, screams one after another sounded out one after another. If you look carefully, you will see that those dark gases are actually some tiny mosquitoes. These mosquitoes formed a gas that even Deluo Jinxian couldn't recognize. This situation is like an infection, and even the monsters start to roll on the ground. For a moment, Xuanhuan City was filled with shrill screams. Those monks who were about to board Xuanhuan City suddenly froze. Because the screams one after another made them flinch. Although treasures are tempting, they still have to think carefully about the cost of their lives. What happened inside? Someone asked. Is there a ghost inside? Nonsense, it seems to have something to do with the fog. It doesn't matter, He Haoyan Sage Emperor can go in, so can we, let's go. The monks finally couldn't bear the temptation of the treasure, and finally chose to go in. Those monster races all have the same idea. Looking from the outside, the entire Xuanhuan City has been wrapped in black mist, and the entire Xuanhuan City has turned into a vast expanse of darkness. In an instant, he is suspended at a height of 10,000 meters, like a ghost land, looking hideous and terrifying. Young Master, let's leave. A bodyguard of young Master Milan reminded again. Those black mist made him feel a kind of fright. He felt that if he continued to stay, everyone would die. Walk. Although he was unwilling, although his light was obscured by Xuanhuan. But there is only one life. When it's gone, it's gone. One day, I will make you Holy Emperor Xuanhuan kneel at my son's feet and beg. Throwing down a sentence viciously, young Master Milan quickly retreated under the protection of two men in black. The other side. Xuanhuan and his party meandered down the passage and came to the bottom of Xuanhuan City. Xuanhuan looked up, and the scene in front of him shocked him endlessly. It turned out that Xuanhuan City had a hole in the sky below, not to mention the wide space, and there were tall buildings standing on both sides of a flat road, just like a city within a city. In this underground city, corpses can still be seen, although the flesh and blood of these corpses are still there. However, these corpses have been dismembered and their appearance is horrible. Master, it seems that there should be something here. Bailey Xuanhuan walked beside Xuanhuan, and said thoughtfully. Now everyone has been separated and scattered around Xuanhuan to protect themselves from unknown attacks. Bailey Xuanhuan even more closely guarded Xuanhuan's side. Xuanhuan nodded, and at the same time asked in his heart, since the system wants me to control Xuanhuan City, can you tell me how to do it? Grandma, you bear. You should give me a little friendly reminder. Xuanhuan thought to himself. It's a big deal and I just walk away, there is no punishment anyway, what can you do to me? Xuanhuan thought proudly. If the host fails to complete the task, the system will deprive the host of all his cultivation, and may also mentally destroy the host. The system's sudden opening almost tripped Xuanhuan. However, the system's next prompt made Xuanhuan angry and unable to vent his anger. The host has reached the central area of Xuanhuan City, where there is the core of Xuanhuan City. The host only needs to drop blood to recognize the master. At that time, Xuanhuan City will belong to the host. This is too simple. Xuanhuan was puzzled. At this moment, black shadows floated out of the attics on both sides of the street. Like a ghost. Crackle, who? Bai Fong suddenly soared into the air, opened his pointed mouth, and spewed out a stream of blue-purple flames, burning the black shadow instantly. Then he turned his head and glanced at Feng Huang, who was following Xuanhuan. There was actually a provocative look in his eyes. Seeing this, Xuanhuan shook his head and remained silent. Bai Fong actually showed off, thinking that Bai Fong was stimulated by the Phoenix's flame power. Because Bai Fong also has the power of fire. Feng Huang directly ignored Bai Fong's provocation, but judging from the twitching of the corner of her mouth, her heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Over there, Xing Tian and others also shot frequently to disperse the ghosts. It's just that after these ghosts were scattered, they could still be reborn. Which surprised everyone. Seeing this, Bai Fong screamed fiercely, and blue-purple flames spewed out. Frequently, burning all the densely packed ghosts on the way forward. Namo Amaba. I heard that there is a demonic energy here, and the old monk came to slay the demons. At this moment, a solemn and resounding Buddha's voice resounded outside, which made Xuanhuan and others feel their hearts tightening, including Xing Tian. His face instantly became ugly. Lantern Ancient Buddha. His grandma is a bear. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and the old bald donkey still appeared as the Lantern Ancient Buddha who came to this world ahead of time. Even if his actual strength is not the peak Ancient Buddha, it will be a mess. In the world of mythology, the ancient lamp-burning Buddha is second only to the Tathagata Buddha. But this is just a statement on the surface. In fact, according to seniority, the status of Randang in the Buddhist world is absolutely detached, because even Tathagata calls himself a little monk in front of him. Although Xuanhuan had repelled the clone of the ancient Buddha of Diang Dang, he was still not optimistic. According to Xuanhuan's understanding of the system, the lamp burning ancient Buddha summoned by the system should undoubtedly come from ancient myths and legends. The strength of the burning lamp in ancient mythology should be the highest in the Buddhist world. It is the ancient lamp-burning Buddha at its peak. Its strength is even stronger than before. Xuanhuan doubted that no one in this world could suppress the ancient Buddha of Diang Dang. After more than 10 years, he has created a great reputation, and even ranked among the top 50 on the hero list. Everyone present has basically recovered their previous life memories, and they are very familiar with the ancient Buddha of the Western burning lamp. Especially after experiencing the great battle in the Southern Territory, the memory of Randang is even more vivid. Okay, it has nothing to do with us to let him light the lamp as powerfully as possible. Now we will go to the core of Xuanhuan City with me. Xuanhuan ordered quickly. After speaking, he ran forward. Black ghosts attacked Xuanhuan one by one, trying to submerge Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't say anything about this. It didn't stop, it kept moving forward. Humph! Yuan Hong shouted angrily, and swept away with a stick, shaking it away. Over there, Bailey Xuanzi, Shengongbao, Feng Huang and others made their moves one after another. So, with Xing Tianhui leading the way in front, and strong men protecting both sides and rear, Xuanhuan drove straight in, rushing deep along the wide street. At the same time, outside Xuanhuan City, all the monks and demon clan looked up at the tall figure that suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a huge Buddha shining with purple gold light. The Buddha's light shines everywhere, and his face is compassionate. Looking up from below, he looks like a god and Buddha. Burning lamp ancient Buddha, current god Buddha. In the dim afterglow, the 10,000 Zhang Buddha bloomed with brilliant golden light, attracting the eyes of all the monks and monsters. Even the Juggernaut frowned and looked at Randang. Lantern ancient Buddha. The sword master muttered to himself. He and Randang ancient Buddha met 10 years ago. Although there was no conflict between the two sides, Randang's strength is unfathomable, and he has been listed as an opponent by the Juggernaut. Being able to become the opponent of the Juggernaut is extraordinary in itself. Ba. The sword master is here too. Randang set his eyes on the Juggernaut, and his kind voice resounded throughout the world. Let all the living beings here turn pale with fright. Oh my God, even the sword master is here. The Juggernaut faced off against the ancient Buddha, and it's getting more and more lively now. Is there no hope for us? You think you still have hope, you must know that Emperor Haoyan has already entered. For a while everyone and the Yaozu began to discuss facing the two powerful men. Although they were frightened, none of them withdrew. The eyes of Randang and Juggernaut glanced across the void, and they collided directly. Some monks who happened to be standing between the two exploded directly, turning into a cloud of blood mist. This scene saw everyone, and the Yaozu was terrified. I'm just here to take a look. I don't mean to get my hands on the fairy tomb. The sword master said lightly. The 5 swords behind him didn't intend to move out. Obviously he didn't want to fight the ancient Buddha Diang Dang. Since the establishment of the sword mound, he has to consider the problem. From the perspective of the sword mound, every time he does something. Bah. The old monk is not interested in this fairy tomb either. I came here to see the demon emperor. The voice of the lantern ancient Buddha was still loud. The demon emperor has been repelled by the holy emperor Xuanhuan. You can go to Bailiang Mountain to find him. After the juggernaut finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared. The majestic face of the dying ancient Buddha froze for a moment. Holy Emperor Xuanhuan, why is this kid again? Hearing the answer from the juggernaut, Randang muttered to himself, his eyes, full of Buddha nature, narrowed immediately. Holy Emperor Xuanhuan was able to repel the demon emperor? This young man has a strong man named Luo Xuxian under his command? How long has it been, and he has grown to such a degree, it is simply shocking. If you let him continue to grow, I'm afraid it will be bad for you. Randang was puzzled, and even more intense murderous intent filled the air. The overflowing murderous intent instantly blasted the monks passing by into blood mist. The nearby monks and Yaozu were shocked. Although he has the determination to kill the holy emperor Xuanhuan, but he didn't rush to do it either. Now is not the time to kill holy emperor Xuanhuan. So he didn't waste time to inquire. At this time, he turned his eyes to Xuanhuan City. Xuanhuan City is 10,000 feet high, and he is also 10,000 feet high, so from his eyes, Xuanhuan City is only slightly larger. He could feel the presence of a great Luo Xuxian in Xuanhuan City. It must be the subordinate of Holy Emperor Xuanhuan. Seeing that Randang was silent, some daring monks and monsters bypassed the golden body of the ancient Buddha of Randang and flew towards Xuanhuan City. Again. Up to now, the number of monks who have rushed into Xuanhuan City is not less than 1 million. However, not many actually entered it, and most of the monks were killed by the black mist, turned into a pile of bones. This city is a bit weird. The ancient Buddha Randang muttered to himself, watching the behavior of the monks like moths to the flame. Randang shook his head and remained silent. Although he didn't have any interest in Xuanhuan City, the Holy Emperor Xuanhuan was inside, so he didn't leave in a hurry. He wants to see what kind of existence the strong man who can push back the demon emperor is. If possible, he wants to recruit it and use it for himself. Inside Xuanhuan City, Xuanhuan and others were advancing at a high speed, and finally came to a huge iron gate. This iron gate is hundreds of feet high and extremely solid. Hou, who was at the front, punched him without even thinking about it. Boom! Under the strong force, the iron door was shattered and hit the wall inside. The loud noise shook the entire Xuanhuan City. The dust dissipated, and what appeared in front of Xuanhuan was an equally wide passage. It was pitch black inside, and it was impossible to see. And at the end of the passage, there is a bronze seat with a colorful light cluster on it. Incomparably bright. Your Majesty, where is something? Shen Gongbao said. But Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to anyone, and ran directly to the pedestal. As if possessed by a demon, everyone saw this, and could only follow closely. However, when they stepped into the iron gate, they discovered that there were actually 2 terrifying demon bears squatting at the 2 ends of the passage. Roar! Roar! The moment the crowd entered, the 2 devil bears roared suddenly, causing Xuanhuan City to shake violently, and even the ancient Buddha burning lamp above Xuanhuan City frowned. The faces of Xuanhuan and others changed drastically. Male, bastard. Sure enough, there are two shocking demon bears. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and talked to himself. The pace of progress did not stop, but became faster and faster. Exploding forward at full speed, Xuanhuan shot towards the bronze pedestal. Like a sharp arrow. Seeing this, although everyone felt puzzled, they followed closely behind. Xing Tian even flew above Xuanhuan, to beware of possible dangers. At this time, two huge figures stood up slowly on both sides of the passage. For blood-red eyes soared into the sky, breathtaking. Soon, Xuanhuan came to the pedestal, bit his finger without any hesitation, and dropped a drop of blood into the colorful light cluster. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Shen Gongbao exclaimed. He didn't understand why Xuanhuan was so reckless. Could it be that Xuanhuan knew everything about this fairy tomb beforehand? At the same time, the two demon bears had already stood up on both sides of the pedestal, and the terrifying coercion made everyone's hearts jump. Although these two demon bears are slightly smaller than the one outside, their coercion is not weak at all. They may have just woken up, and their movements are still a little slow. Xuanhuan stared closely at the light group in front of him. According to the system, this colorful light group is the core of Xuanhuan City. But why is the thing not moving when it is already dripping blood? Could it be that I made a mistake in any part? For a while, Xuanhuan became a little worried about gains and losses. Thousands of worlds, the city of life will last forever. At this time, a voice full of wildness suddenly sounded in Xuanhuan's ear. Immediately afterwards, the 7-color core suddenly shot out more brilliant. 7-color rays of light, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to narrow suddenly, and Yang Jian and others were even more nervous. I'm afraid that something will happen to Xuanhuan. At this moment, the core suddenly moved, it swayed slightly, and directly inserted into Xuanhuan's chest. Xuanhuan felt a shock all over his body, lost control of his body instantly, and froze on the spot. But he didn't show any panic. Because since the system issued the task, this matter will not do any harm to him, because the system will not harm him. However, Xuanhuan couldn't help being a little nervous, because human beings are not used to the unknown. What is that? Xing Tian and the others stared closely at Xuanhuan, especially the light cluster on his chest, which gave them a dreamlike feeling. Is this going to be inherited? Xuanhuan actually had a kind of expectation. Thinking that Xuanhuan City was older than Wang Xiaofeng, my heart became hot. Xuanhuan City. Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan couldn't help thinking of that old voice just now. But at this moment, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from the core of his chest, and Bailey Xuanzi, who was closest to him, was directly thrown away. The rest of the people's eyes widened. They saw Xuanhuan slowly soaring into the air, and the core of his chest became brighter and brighter. Soon Xuanhuan was submerged in it. A vast aura that seemed to come from ancient times erupted from Xuanhuan's body, causing Xing Tian and Bai Feng in the air to look back. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan, are back. A maniacal laugh came from Xuanhuan's body. To be specific, it should come from the core. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they jumped up into the air, one after another, trying to save Xuanhuan, but they were blasted back by the mask outside. Even Xing Tian returned without success. Hiss. Even Xing Tian couldn't break through that layer of light shield. What the hell is that? Xuanhuan City trembled more and more violently, pieces of gravel fell like rain, but everyone's thoughts were on Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan's breath soared. Why is this happening? System, are you sure you didn't lie to me? What are you worried about? The system's answer made Xuanhuan curse in his heart. At this time, Xuanhuan felt that his chest was getting hotter and hotter, as if being roasted on fire. As the chest expands, it seems that something is about to burst out. How about thinking of a way? Hurry up and save His Majesty. Shen Gongbao said urgently. Xing Tian frowned, even though he was the strongest among them. But there is no way to rescue Xuanhuan. At this time I can only be anxious. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan, want to let you villains know that even though you are admired by thousands of people, you still cannot escape the end of death. The rampant voice sounded again, and just as the voice fell, a white shadow suddenly rushed out of the core on Xuanhuan's chest. Disappeared without a trace. Xuanhuan only felt weak all over, he was unable to levitate, and fell down quickly. The core was still set on the chest, and after the colorful rays of light dissipated, it had turned into a blue-purple crystal, the size of a child's head. Bailey Xuanzi was always worried about Xuanhuan's safety, so he hurried forward to hug the falling Xuanhuan. The rest of the people also gathered around. At this time, Xuanhuan's eyes were blurred, as if he was stupid, and seemed to have entered a certain mysterious state. Although he was conscious, he couldn't move an inch. The world tree in the body rotated clockwise. The yin and yang twins closed their eyes tightly, and their brows were furrowed as if they were suffering some kind of pain. The purple flame knife totem between the eyebrows squirmed strangely, as if it was about to fly out. What on earth is it? Phoenix muttered to himself. There is also an anxious look on his face. However, Bailey Xuanzi, who was holding Xuanhuan, felt that Xuanhuan's aura gradually became stronger. The other side. With a loud bang, the white light group escaped from the core, smashed through the top of Xuanhuan City, and when it came outside, the white light dissipated, and a phantom of the soul instantly solidified, but only a pair of fierce eyes. The rest of the facial features were all blocked blinding white light cover. Ha ha ha. The white phantom laughed wildly, and when the sound shocked the world, it made those monks who were still flying towards Xuanhuan City all look at it. Even the burning lamp ancient Buddha looked at him suspiciously. It has been hundreds of thousands of years, and I, Xuanhuan, have finally returned. Buying talked to himself, acting like no one else was around, and accompanied by his mad state, people looked sideways and were moved at the same time. Xuanhuan? How is this possible? Isn't Xuanhuan a legendary existence? Does Xuanhuan really exist? The aura of that divine soul is too strong, just a divine soul is so strong? I really didn't expect that the myths and legends are true. The monks discussed in horror. Like Chinese myths and legends, this world also has myths and legends. And Xuanhuan is one of them. Legend has it that in ancient times, not long after the human race appeared, a strong man appeared, and his name was Xuanhuan. He and his younger brother Tai Shinchin were the pioneers and leaders of human beings at that time. Until later, Xuanhuan disappeared for no reason. And human beings could only rely on Taishinkin to support them. Both Xuanhuan and Taishinkin are heroes of human reproduction and inheritance. Has great merit. Perhaps because of the sudden disappearance in the long river of history. Xuanhuan's reputation is obviously not as good as his younger brother, Taishinkin. The myths and legends of the two can be said to have a long history. It can be said with certainty that without the two, the human race would have been wiped out in the long river of history. Because the Holy Court offended the immortals and demons, their history was erased. But Xuanhuan is different from Taishenkan, they are older. Legends are also more inclined to fairy gods. It was because of these legends that all the creatures here were in an uproar. When they heard the name Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan? The burning Buddha eyes suddenly blinked a few times. After he came to this world, he also read through the history of the human race in this world, and carefully studied the legend of Xuanhuan. Now it seems that the legends may not all be false. Ha ha ha, I, Xuanhuan, am finally free. This feeling of freedom is great. Xuanhuan laughed wildly and let out his breath without any scruples. Boom! A burst of overwhelming coercion broke out in the vast expanse. Let all the living beings face a huge change. This aura. In horror, it has far surpassed Dou Yu. Xing Tian said in horror. His words not only made him tremble with fear, but also made Yang Jian and the others tremble with fear. Far surpassing Dou Yu, what kind of existence is that? They could all feel the huge coercion coming from Bai Ying, who had suddenly rushed out earlier. Only now did they understand why Xuanhuan City set up such complicated restrictions. It turned out that it was not to prevent outsiders from breaking in, but to imprison the spirit of the White Shadow just now from escaping. This soul has such a terrifying aura just by mere soul, so how powerful should the main body be? Cannot imagine. Xuanhuan laughed wildly for a long time before slowly stopping the laughter. He unscrupulously released his depression, and finally attracted Lei Yun. But the strange thing is that these thunder clouds did not land on Xuanhuan's soul, but disappeared strangely halfway. Ba. Xuanhuan? It's just a soul, what right do you have to be arrogant? The cold sound of burning the lamp sounded, making Xuanhuan look up, and the next second, his pupils shrank suddenly. What a golden Buddha! The Buddha's golden body actually gave him a feeling of fright. It made Xuanhuan's soul a little afraid. Xuanhuan, are you really Xuanhuan? I didn't expect the legendary patron saint of human beings to be so unbearable. What a pity. The lantern ancient Buddha is an ancient Buddha, and he came to this world halfway, so he dismissed their patron saint. There is even an urge to get rid of it and hurry up. Bold and bald donkey, how dare you blaspheme my Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan was furious, and immediately rushed towards the lamp. At the same time, his cultivation base far surpassed Dou Yu burst out, transforming into a mountain-like giant fist with his soul body, and smashed hard at the lamp. Facing Xuanhuan, who was approaching swiftly and fiercely, the ancient Buddha Ding Dang was disdainful. When he raised his right hand, a huge palm that could cover the sky seemed to come from the sky, and it was slowly photographed with a destructive aura. Let Xuanhuan scream out. This is impossible. In the long years, every time Xuanhuan City broke through the ground, Xuanhuan would learn the information of each era from the mouths of the monks who entered. So he is very clear that in today's world, there are very few great Luozuxians. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as rare enough to dominate the world. However, how could he meet a perverted Buddha just after he was freed? Xuanhuan's heart was full of disbelief, and he pointed his fist directly at the giant palm falling from the sky, and blasted it away at a high speed. Humph, the light of the fireflies. Randang's palm continued unabated, and collided with the fist with a bang, directly blasting Xuanhuan's transformed fist, and the giant fist exploded in the air, dazzling and spectacular. All the creatures were horrified. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment. His mind froze for a moment. Even in his heyday, he didn't have such a frightening aura like the burning lamp ancient Buddha. Even if he didn't use his full strength for that punch. Just now, it was almost the same. Any big Luo Shushan will collapse in a hard connection. Ashes annihilated. But this giant Buddha acted extremely relaxed, as if he didn't exert much effort at all. Such a situation almost subverted his worldview. The myth of the human race is nothing more than that, Randang said sarcastically. At the same time, he lost interest in the legend of Xuanhuan. But his words completely ignited Xuanhuan's anger. Rumble. In Xuanhuan's fury, his momentum suddenly exploded. A terrifying gust of wind swirls up, like a majestic tornado, blowing towards the lamp. Do you only have this strength? In the strong wind, the ancient Buddha of Dieng Dang still slapped it with his giant palm, and his disdainful voice came out faintly. Boom, boom, boom. One purple gold, one gray and white, two strong winds collided continuously in the air. Countless monks were short of breath and couldn't see. They could only feel the whistling wind exploding in their ears. Lingding battle Xuanhuan, the collision between ancient times and reality. It's so exciting. Is that really Xuanhuan? It doesn't match the legend. You really believe it, naive. The monks talked a lot, and even forgot the purpose of coming here. If there is a powerful person who can see their fight clearly again, they will see that Randang is pressing down on Xuanhuan to fight again. Xuanhuan's many attacks did not hit the ancient Buddha with a single punch, which can be described as extremely aggrieved. What the hell, there is no sufficient spiritual energy supply in this future generation, and such a strong man can still be born. It's really weird. Xuanhuan began to panic in his heart. Even after this idea appeared, he immediately turned around and ran away without hesitation. Humph, don't you think it's too late to escape now? The golden body of the burning lamp ancient Buddha collapsed the moment the sound sounded, and then turned into a golden light and chased after it. It disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Escaped now? The monks who were still watching the battle were dumbfounded and looked at each other in blank dismay. Inside Xuanhuan City. As Xuanhuan's spirit gradually receded, the giant city regained its calm and no longer shook violently. On the ground, Su Haoyan was still lying with his eyes empty, while his body was stiff. His own cultivation base was slowly increasing, showing signs that he was about to break through. Ding. Complete the side mission, control Xuanhuan City. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. A chance to summon a super army. A chance to find talents. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the merit of heaven. The system prompts sounded one after another, but Su Haoyan didn't have time to pay attention to them. Rumble. At the moment when Su Haoyan's cultivation base broke through the sky over Xuanhuan City suddenly became cloudy, and at the same time, purple lightning bolts flashed from it. A power that could destroy the sky and shatter the sky suddenly emerged. However, before the lightning was generated, a colorful light beam full of sacred aura fell from the cloud, pierced through the sea of clouds, and directly landed on Su Haoyan's body, through Xuanhuan City. Wrap it in an instant, and at the same time isolate Bailey Xuanza. Master? His Majesty? What is this? Wait, don't move. This is the merit of heaven. My God, His Majesty has obtained the merit of heaven. Xuanhuan exclaimed at this time, and tightly covered his small mouth. Stunned. The others had the same expression. The virtues of heaven, in ancient times. Only Nuwa created human beings, and gained merits and virtues. Sanqing founded a sect and gained merit. When all kinds of legends made everyone present envious, they became even more suspicious. But what did His Majesty do to obtain the merits of heaven? Could it be Xuanhuan City? Everyone was puzzled. Xuanhuan, who was wrapped in the colorful light of heavenly merit, has already woken up. At this time, when the heat surged, his mana began to surge crazily. At the same time, he felt that he was flying in Xuanhuan City, passing through the treasure building, the sutra pavilion, and all kinds of treasure houses. In the end, he became numb, and he no longer remembered that he had been to those places. In short, any place in Xuanhuan City, as long as you think about it, you will arrive in an instant. At the same time, Randang, who was chasing Xuanhuan's soul away, suddenly felt something, stopped and looked back. The next second, when he saw the colorful beam of light, his whole body was shocked, his expression went from shock to disbelief, and finally only ferocity remained. Heavenly merit. This turned out to be the merit of heaven. It's that castle, someone is receiving the merits of heaven in the castle. How is it possible? Why isn't that person me? I'm not convinced. The roar of anger rolled out, and the monks passing by were horrified, turned around and fled. The creatures outside Xuanhuan City were stunned by the sudden appearance of light beams. Due to the gap in cultivation, they didn't even know what happened. I only know that someone seems to have got a great opportunity. Opportunity, great opportunity, hurry up. Yes, hurry in, it's a great opportunity. Rush. Inside Xuanhuan City. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the Tai realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the Tai celestial immortal. Ding. Some functions of the system have been upgraded. Ding. Since the host has broken through the Tai realm, the system rewards the host with a designated chance to summon a superpower. The continuous system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, violent mana swelled in his body, and the dark gold robe of 9 dragons supreme made a sound. The purple flame knife totem between his eyebrows wriggled again, and the tree of the world in his body flashed wildly, becoming twice as thick and growing a lot taller at the same time. What? You actually broke through to the Tai realm. My God, how is it possible? 17-year-old Tai realm. You are terrifying. As Xuanhuan regained his freedom, he was finally able to sense the outside world. But this feeling startled him a lot. Boom. The mana in the body was gradually tamped from slack, thick as magma, and the whole body was flushed red. The purple flame knife, between the eyebrows, flashed wildly, more than doubling in size. The swaying flames reflected on Xuanhuan's face, making him look like a fairy. At this time, Xuanhuan's spirit was highly concentrated, and at the same time he was running the longevity Ju mental method, quickly absorbing the surging power of merit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the late stage of the Tai Heaven Wonderland. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan couldn't bear the skyrocketing cultivation anymore, and screamed. The howling sound shocked the sky, and it directly passed through Xuanhuan city and echoed in the void. All the creatures stopped one after another, and when they looked at Xuanhuan city, they had a hint of retreat. Ha ha ha, I have broken through the Tai realm. Almost at the same time, Su Haoyan's wild laughter resounded in Xuanhuan city, resounding through the sky. All the creatures who were still hesitating were stunned. This is a fart, the holy Emperor Haoyan has already broken through the Tai realm. Tai realm. Holy Emperor Haoyan is too terrifying. Oh my God, God is too unfair, why wasn't I the one who broke through? Outside, the creatures were talking about it, some were envious and some were jealous. There are also exclamations. Inside Xuanhuan city. Rumble. The dark clouds over Xuanhuan city suddenly rumbled. As the lightning flickered, something seemed to be brewing. Su Haoyan will usher in a catastrophe when he breaks through the Tai realm. At this time, the karma-cleaning golden fire suddenly burst out from Su Haoyan's body, attached to the merits of heaven, and transformed into a tall human figure in the blink of an eye, which was the body of Gui demon god. Because of the triple effects of the Xuanhuan bloodline, the ancient demon god's bloodline, and the world tree, Su Haoyan's breakthrough is destined to far exceed the Tai true fairyland, and he will not hesitate even if he confronts the Tai golden immortal. But looking at this posture, the growth of cultivation base is still continuing. Boom! A pale golden thunder blasted down, passed through Xuanhuan city, and landed directly on Su Haoyan, who was covered by the merit of heaven. Often the first thunderbolt is the weakest, and it gets stronger as it progresses, so Su Haoyan easily carried it off. Immediately afterwards, 2 thunderbolts fell one after another, and Su Haoyan grinned from the strike. Obviously, these 2 waves of thunder made him feel pain. At this time, the merits of the heavenly Tao have already retired and gradually dissipated. However, the Gui demon god behind him was getting taller and taller. At this time, he hammered his broad chest and raised his head to the sky with a provocative meaning. Although there was Xuanhuan city in the middle, his provocation seemed to anger Tianwu. Boom, boom, boom. The thunders exploded one after another, all of which were endured by the Gui demon god. Bailey Schwanza looked at Su Haoyan's standing heroic posture and the ancient demon god behind him, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Master is worthy of being a master. Even after 10,000 years, his powerful side has not changed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sky thunders bombarded without stopping, causing Su Haoyan to be bloodied and almost turned into a bloody man. Come again if you have the ability. Su Haoyan gritted his teeth and said. But he didn't notice that the sea of clouds was changing rapidly, and in a trance, phantoms of heavenly soldiers with golden helmets and armor emerged. Looking around, there are hundreds of them. Boom! Another 100-foot thick thunder fell, causing Su Haoyan to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Cool, come again. At this time, when Su Haoyan opened his mouth, the person suddenly disappeared as soon as his thoughts moved, and when he reappeared, he was already standing at the top of Xuanhuan city. Seeing this, the people in the ground quickly turned around and followed. In an instant, they also appeared not far from Su Haoyan. Look, who is that? It seems to be crossing the catastrophe. Could it be the Holy Emperor Haoyan? Because he broke through the Tai realm, he has to go through the thunder calamity. My God, the Holy Emperor Haoyan is really so young, the young hero really lives up to his reputation. Outside Xuanhuan city, the creatures who were still wandering and not leaving were watching Xuanhuan cross the catastrophe, but unexpectedly Xuanhuan appeared leisurely. Although Xuanhuan was in a bit of a panic at this time, the teenage Tai realm powerhouse had already made him an existence that everyone looked up to. Throughout the ages, there is only one person. At this time, Xuanhuan raised his head to look at the thundercloud that was still brewing in the sky, but the thundercloud turned into a dazzling long spear at this time, and the sharp tip of the spear shone with golden light, which made people tremble unceasingly. "What kind of catastrophe is this?" Hui asked, muttering to himself. "This is not good." This turned out to be the terrifying heavenly soldiers. Tribulation in Tianwu. Celestial soldiers robbery? Bai Qi, Fenghuang, Yangjian, and other powerhouses were all taken aback. Heavenly soldiers' tribulation will only appear when Tianwu crosses the tribulation. Your Majesty is provoking someone. Is it so serious? Shen Gongbao secretly broke into a cold sweat for Xuanhuan. Puff puff. Dozens of golden spears pierced from the sky. The body of Gui demon god was pierced by the spears, and 5 of them pierced directly into Xuanhuan's chest. Bailey Xuanzi, who could see far away, was horrified. The look of worry flickered, but there was nothing to do in a hurry. Xuanhuan took a deep breath, and soon his eyes became sharp again. He looked at the figures in the sea of clouds, with hideous and terrifying expressions. This calamity is a calamity of heavenly soldiers. Only unworldly geniuses who are favored by heaven can attract this calamity. Once they pass through, they will surely become the leader of all living beings in the future. Wang Xiaofeng said with a smile. He was not at all worried that Xuanhuan would not survive. Today's Xuanhuan is already extraordinary, regardless of the supernatural powers or blood on his body. Even a fairy baby has 2. And the world tree of unknown origin. Every time Wang Xiaofeng thought of it, he would lament that Xuanhuan was a monster. Roar. The golden flame of Xia was attached to the Xian knife and was held in the hand of Gui demon god. He roared up to the sky and swung the Xian knife, to chop up the spear so that the thunder would not hurt Xuanhuan's body anymore. At this time, Xuanhuan grinned grimly, and flew towards the rolling thunder. See! There is the phantom of the heavenly soldiers. At the same time, the yin-yang wheel of life and death suddenly appeared on Xuanhuan's shoulder, and when it spun extremely fast, it entered the sea of thunder, crushing and absorbing the phantom of a heavenly soldier, and in an instant, the heavenly soldier, Jiayun, disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the early stage of Tai True Wonderland. At this point, Xuanhuan's heavenly soldier tribulation of breaking through the Tai realm is over. This also means that Xuanhuan has truly become a strong Tai realm. Moreover, he is far more powerful than true immortal Tai. According to his aura at this time, even if he faced Tianwu, he would not be defeated. And in the case of using all means, it would be no problem to kill him. Even when encountering Tianwu, he has the power to fight. At this time, Xuanhuan was standing on the top of Xuanhuan city, and all the wounds on his body were restored to their original state under the nourishment of the rain that fell after the thunder calamity. At the same time, the ancient holy body also successfully broke through the 4th layer and transformed into thousands of bodies. However, with his current strength, thousands of incarnations are impossible, but 100 or so is still no problem. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the true immortal Tai Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained the merits of heaven and achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation. Congratulations. After Xuanhuan calmed down, after putting away Dou Yu's body of the demon god, everyone came forward and clasped their fists excitedly. May I ask, in the world, is there anyone who can break through continuously? When breaking through the Tai realm, Xuanhuan's strong breakthrough made people look sideways and shocked. Not only did I obtain the merits of the heavenly Tao, I made a breakthrough in cultivation, and I also became the master of Xuanhuan City. From then on, Xuanhuan City belongs to me. Not only the entire castle, but even the 3 terrifying demon bears and 50,000 souls are under his control. It is equivalent to 3 great Luozuxians and 50,000 Tai true immortals. What surprised Xuanhuan the most was that as long as Xuanhuan City is not destroyed, the shocking demon bears in the city and the souls of the 50,000 Tai true Wonderland souls will be reborn without limit. In addition, the exercises, pills, magic weapons, and all kinds of treasures here belong to him. Moreover, the entire Xuanhuan City can be moved without restriction, as long as he wants, as long as he has a thought, he can go anywhere. It can also be said that the current Xuanhuan City is quite a clone of Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan can appear at any time as he pleases. Of course, all these must be established in the same time and space. Okay, now let's rush back to that valley and pick up the world-destroying Divine Army and 100 Illusions Divine Army. Rumble. As soon as Xuanhuan's words fell, Xuanhuan City, which was like Mount Tai, crashed down, and the creatures who were still in a daze were frightened and ran away with their heads in their arms. Xuanhuan City smashed hard on the ruins, and disappeared into the ground in the blink of an eye. Only a deep pit, with a size of 10,000 zhang was left. Like a bloody mouth that would devour someone, it was shocking at first sight. Feeling the violent shaking of Xuanhuan City, Xing Tian and others panicked. But Xuanhuan's words made them both surprised and happy. I am controlling Xuanhuan City to go to Qinhua, so you don't have to be surprised. At the same time, everything here is owned by me. You can wander around and find a place for yourself. Take any treasure you want, don't worry about it. Just move it out. Xuanhuan's words spread to everyone's ears, making everyone very excited. They all bid farewell and left. By the way, why is my breakthrough different from others, and it's getting weirder and weirder? I'm afraid it's unprecedented to directly break through to true immortal Tai. Xuanhuan walked in Xuanhuan City with his hands down, thinking in his heart. Are all the cheating existences so different? It's really a happy trouble. Shaking his head, Xuanhuan decided not to pay any attention to this matter. The more this is the case, the more different I am. Isn't it? Xuanhuan thought proudly. System, what functions are available in this upgrade? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. Although the system has been slightly upgraded this time, the overall change is not significant. In the future, the host has the right to restore the memory of the previous life for all the superpowers who are summoned. The system mechanically returns. What are the benefits for the strong to restore the memory of the previous life? Xuanhuan thought for a while and asked secretly. Once the restoration of memory is used on the strong, the strength will be greatly improved. That is to say, it can surpass the host by 5.5 realms. Xuanhuan was taken aback by the system's answer, but after thinking about it, he didn't care anymore. For him now, this small change doesn't matter much. But it's better than nothing. System, summon a superpower for me. After repelling the demon emperor, he got a summoning opportunity. Let Xuanhuan city recognize the master, and he got another chance to summon. Coupled with the opportunity to break through, he now has 3 summoning opportunities all at once. At the same time, there is also a chance to awaken the limit, a chance to summon a super army, a chance to find talents, and a chance to copy the strong. Especially looking for talents, this is the latest function of the system. Xuanhuan was looking forward to it. Get rich. Xuanhuan thought with a smile. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the golden cicada. Is it possible to restore the memory of the previous life? Jin Chanzi? Tang Xing. Xuanhuan was stunned. What is the use of this guy, except for nagging? How big can it be? Wait, not Tang Xing, this is really a golden cicada. Xuanhuan was thoughtful. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list. Xuanhuan ordered. Golden cicada, from race, Terran. Special status, Tathagata Buddha's second apprentice. Exercises, Jalan Sutra. Supernatural powers, Tathagata Palm. Lucky level, early stage of Deluge Wonderland. Loyalty, 92/100. As expected, he actually has the cultivation base of Deluo Jin in the early stages of Wonderland. It's not comparable to the nagging ghost in Journey to the West. The system continues to call. In the outside world, news spread that Xuanhuan had broken through the Tai realm. Immediately caused a shocking sensation. Who is the Holy Emperor Xuanhuan? Is it an old monster? No way, big brother, Holy Emperor Xuanhuan, the youngest hero on the list of heroes who dominates the Xuanwu continent, has such a great reputation, you don't even know it. My God, Holy Emperor Xuanhuan made such a horrific move when he first appeared in the heavenly world. TSK, a Tai realm less than 20 years old, just thinking about it makes him feel horrible. You mean that Holy Emperor Xuanhuan got a great opportunity in Xuanhuan city and broke through to the Tai realm in one fell swoop? In Bailiang Mountain, the demon emperor listened to the news brought back by one of his subordinates with a gloomy expression. Repelling his avatar and ruining his plan had already made him hate Xuanhuan, and hearing the news that Xuanhuan had broken through the Tai realm made him unable to sit still anymore. Order to go down and search for news about Holy Emperor Xuanhuan with all your strength. Order to go down and search for news about Holy Emperor Xuanhuan with all your strength. The demon emperor ordered with a stern look in his eyes. 9 secluded places. What? Holy Emperor Xuanhuan got a great opportunity in the fairy tomb, and even broke through the Tai realm in one fell swoop? Mr. Milan, who was sitting on a chair, suddenly stood up and asked in disbelief. Yes, young master, Xuanhuan has disappeared now, and the fairy tomb disappeared with him. The bodyguard in black replied respectfully. Call together, I'm going to kill him. Young Master Milan said through gritted teeth. Yuan Palace. What are you talking about? The Holy Emperor Xuanhuan broke through to the Tai realm, and he broke through in the fairy tomb. Chance, such a great chance was obtained by a 17-year-old boy. Ghost shook his head wryly. Xiaoyao Palace, the overlord of the southern sky world. At this time, in a huge palace, Yingjue, stood tens of monks with huge aura. Among these people, especially a middle-aged man in a blue brocade robe had the strongest aura. This person is Su Zuotong, the owner of the contemporary Xiaoyao Palace, who was in the Dzogchen realm in the late period of the Deluge fairyland. And below him are all levels of stewards in Xiaoyao Palace. At this moment, Su Zhuotong asked a disciple standing under the hall in disbelief. Yes, Palace Master. The Holy Emperor Haoyan suddenly appeared in the wilderness about a month ago. He first killed the Lord of Yuwang Palace, Jiuyou Mingzuan, and then got a great opportunity in the fairy tomb, thus breaking through Tai in one fell swoop. At that time, no less than millions of living beings witnessed the whole process of his surviving the thunder calamity. Now the whole world is probably talking about it. When this person spoke, he was not without envy. Palace Master, he is just a domain master of the lower realm. How can he monopolize the opportunity if he has any virtue? I think you might as well issue an edict and ask him to donate all the proceeds from the fairy tomb. Otherwise we have the right to deprive him of the right to participate in the 100 Heroes Conference. Quota. At this time a big man with a ferocious face came out more and more, and suggested to Su Zhuotong, who was sitting on the head. So, is there some suspicion of usurpation, which will be criticized by other forces? As soon as these words came out, Su Zhuotong's eyes lit up suddenly. If he said that he dismissed the treasures in the fairy tomb, even he himself would not believe it. He, a small domain master in the lower realm, actually got such a great opportunity, which made him jealous and hate. Even if this person does not make such a suggestion, he will find a reason to kill Su Haoyan and snatch the treasure in his hand. Palace Master, their power of life and death is in our hands. It's not up to us if they want to die or live. It's just a small domain master. If they die, they will die. What's the big deal? In the hall, someone said again. From the beginning to the end, they did not take Su Haoyan seriously. According to their lofty faces, how capable a small domain master in the lower realm can be. That's it, Tan Wenxiong, just go and tell Holy Emperor Haoyan what I mean. Tell him to come to Xiaoyao Palace to report. Ding. Trigger the side mission, the conspiracy of Xiaoyao Palace. Mission. Details, because the host broke through the Tai realm in Xuanhuan city. Everyone outside was shocked. The owner of Xiaoyao Palace wants to murder the host and rob the host of the opportunity. If the host kills the owner of Xiaoyao Palace and replaces him, the system will reward the host with a copy of a strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. Nima. I didn't bother you before, but you did it first. You really don't know how to live or die. If this is the case, don't blame me for being black. As Su Haoyan muttered to himself, his eyes shone with wisdom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Bull Demon King. From the Bull Demon King? It turned out to be this great god. In the world of Journey to the West, this is a character that even Brother Monkey can't do anything about. Do not restore the memory of the previous life, call up his attribute list. Su Haoyan ordered secretly. Bull Demon King, from alias, Pingtian Demon Saint. Lucky level, early stage of Deluosu Wonderland. Kung Fu, Magic Cow Golden Body Ju. Magical weapon, the Muddy Stick. Supernatural powers, the golden body of the mighty bull. Mount, water-avoiding golden-eyed beast. Loyalty, 81/100. The early days of Deluosu Wonderland. Oh my god, this old cow is too terrifying. As soon as he came out, he sat in the second place in the Haoyan Holy Court. The name of the bull devil is really well-deserved. Come and call me Phoenix. 2 of the 3 summoning opportunities have been used, and there is 1 designated summoning opportunity left. He intends to keep it. Wait until the critical moment to use. Then he planned to send the Phoenix into the dungeon world. After all, it is not enough to overturn the cultivation base of the Dzogchen realm in the late period of the Wild Deluge in Fairyland. Later, after he sent the Phoenix into the dungeon, he began to summon the Legion. With the upgrade of the system, he can specify to summon any version of the Legion. The system summons the Dapeng Demon Army for me. The Dapeng Demon Army is quite a famous army in the mythical world. There are millions of members. It is a powerful monster army. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Dapeng Demon Army. Dapeng Demon Army, from number of members, 1.5 million. Lucky level, level 3 of the Earth level, level 7 of the Holy level. Leader, Dapeng Bird, in the early days of Deluogene Wonderland. Special attribute, Dapeng spreads its wings, and is proud of the world. Dapeng is the identity of the ancient beast, one of the demon saints. Same status as Bai Zhe, Bai Feng, and Phoenix. The army of 1.5 million monsters, although most of them are at the Earth level, but under the absolute oppression in terms of numbers, it will definitely make the opponent feel terrible. Ding! The copy of the Phoenix is complete. Do you want to release it now? The system prompt sounded at this moment, making Xuanhuan smile endlessly. Release, and bring up the property list. Phoenix, from race, divine bird, auspicious beast. Ability, Nirvana divine fire. Luck level, late stage of Deluosu Wonderland. Kung Fu, law of fire. Special attributes, auspicious protector, can bring good luck to the host. Loyalty, 100/100. Seeing the Phoenix that had just returned to reality, Xuanhuan was extremely satisfied. Thank you, Your Majesty, for fulfilling it. Although Feng Huang was unsmiling and always had a cold appearance, but feeling the surge of magic power in his body, when he faced Xuanhuan again, his heart was already full of emotion. Phoenix doesn't need to be too polite. Doing what I tell you is the greatest repayment to me. Xuanhuan looked at the grateful Phoenix, and warned. On the second day, under the control of Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan City appeared in the valley where the 100 illusionary army was located. With a bang, Xuanhuan City landed beside the valley, causing layers of earth waves to shake, and the ground within a radius of 10,000 li shook. The army in the valley was horrified. Afterwards, the 2 shocking demon bears came to the 2 sides of Xuanhuan City and turned into stone statues again. Immediately afterwards, the Dapeng demon army came first. Even Yang Jian's scalp would tingle when he saw the momentum of the dense monster army. It surprised everyone even more. However, Xuanhuan did not hand over the Dapeng demon army to anyone. He was waiting for someone to arrive. At that time, with him leading the Dapeng demon army, the wildness will be completely changed. After receiving Qin Hua, Xuanhuan did not let Xuanhuan City escape, but called everyone together to discuss major issues. I intend to leave a force in the wilderness, based on the Dapeng demon army, to compete in the wilderness. Xuanhuan folded his arms and said with a smile. Even if Shen Gongbao, Qin Hua and others were mentally prepared. Hearing what Xuanhuan said at this time, he couldn't help but feel swayed. Bailey Xuanzi couldn't help asking, Master's intention is to replace Yu Wang Palace in the wilderness. But it is done in secret, at least the relationship between Xingong and Haoyan Holy Court will not be announced. Su Haoyan nodded, his eyes shone with wisdom. If the new palace bans the Yuan Palace and expands the scope of the wild, it will definitely be promoted to a superpower. Yang Jian said thoughtfully. That's right. This force will grow at the fastest speed. It vows to squeeze Yuan Palace out of the wilderness. So, what should this force be called? Why don't you guys brainstorm and talk about it? Su Haoyan asked with a smile. With the resources in Xuanhuan City, as long as they climbed up and shouted, they could quickly pull up a force. What's more, the number of Duping demon army is millions. Therefore, the name is absolutely important and cannot be sloppy. Call it the Great Witch Palace. Call it the Demon Saint Palace. Ho Yi and Yang Jian spoke at almost the same time. Seeing this, the two groaned but did not continue talking. Su Haoyan did not deliberately stop this kind of secret fight. There is motivation only when there is competition, and the grievances between the two clans of liches have a long history, and it cannot be solved in a few words. As long as it doesn't affect the stability and unity, let them do whatever they want. The Demon King of the Cow pays his respects to His Majesty. At this moment, a deafening voice suddenly sounded outside the city, causing everyone to look at each other. Finally waiting for you. When Su Haoyan heard this voice, his eyes lit up. Once the Bull Demon King arrives, the plan will be half completed. It's Deluo Xuxian. Feng Huang and Xingtian frowned, muttering to themselves. Big Luo Xuxian? Who is the one? Everyone suddenly became tense. Don't be nervous, this man is the Bull Demon King, and he has come to join me, Su Haoyan said as he walked out. When everyone came outside, they saw a burly man with a height of more than 3 feet standing outside the city, and beside him stood a strange beast with golden eyes. Ha ha ha, Bull Demon King, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Su Haoyan laughed and stepped forward to pat the Bull Demon King. Once upon a time I, Laonyo, felt that I was destined to be with His Majesty, so I came to join His Majesty today to make contributions to His Majesty, the Bull Demon King said. The sound was like rolling thunder, deafening. He stood there carelessly. Even if he greeted Su Haoyan, he still hugged his fist slightly. It's downright arrogant. Seeing this, everyone frowned. They all secretly said, this monster is too arrogant. Su Haoyan pretended not to see this. The Bull Demon King's loyalty is above 80, and he will not betray, but his status as Deluo Su Wonderland does not allow him to bow his head. It can also be said that he is too proud. Okay, with the addition of the Bull Demon King, I will be even more powerful. While everyone was shocked by this, they also became more and more in awe of Su Haoyan. Especially Yang Jian and the others were even more shocked. Anyone who has recovered the memory of the previous life knows who the Bull Demon King is. That is Ping Tian Demon Saint, who even came to join His Majesty, which shows how terrifying His Majesty's charm is. What makes them strange is that the Bull Demon King doesn't seem to know them like a stranger. Only Xingtian and Feng Huang didn't say anything. Although the Bull Demon King was very strong in their eyes, he was also ignored. However, the Bull Demon King couldn't see through Xingtian and Feng Huang. In his eyes, the two were just like ordinary people. After his consciousness came into contact with the two, he disappeared like a mud cow entering the sea. In such a situation, his bullseye shrank suddenly, and he couldn't see through it. What did it mean? It shows that the cultivation bases of the two are at the late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland, or even higher. This discovery caused a storm in his heart. Two strong men in the late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland, how powerful should this lord be? At the same time, the gaze towards Xuanhuan became extremely solemn. He also put away the arrogance in his heart in time. The tall figure can't help but be a little shorter. Just kidding, even the two strong men in the late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland are standing there obediently. Why am I awesome? Xuanhuan's inspiration was very keen, and he immediately noticed the huge change of the Bull Demon King. After glancing at Xing Tian and Feng Huang who were beside them, they immediately understood. It's really intentional to arrange flowers and the flowers will not bloom, but unintentional to plant willows and willows to make shade. While Xuanhuan was overjoyed, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The strong are respected everywhere. The ancients are sincere and I am not deceived. Okay, let's continue the meeting. When everyone returned to the hall of Xuanhuan City again, Xuanhuan glanced at everyone and said, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" The Bull Demon King asked curiously. "I decided to establish a faction in the wilderness, with the goal of unifying the wilderness. Before you came, we were studying the naming of the faction. And who will carry out this task?" Xuanhuan glanced at the Bull Demon King and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, my old cow has just arrived and has not made any achievements yet. If you believe me, please leave this matter to me. Laonyo Baojing is taking the wild land for your Majesty." When the Bull Demon King heard Xuanhuan's words, his heart moved slightly. And he felt that it was time for him to make meritorious deeds, so he patted his chest and said. And without waiting for Xuanhuan to speak, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I think this new palace is called Pingtian Palace." Pingtian Palace? Pingtian Demon Saint? Haha, you are indeed the all-powerful Pingtian Demon Saint, with big ambitions. Since Niu Iching wants to make meritorious service, I will entrust this task to you. In addition, I will also entrust the Daping Demon Army to you. I only have one request: to develop power quickly. Try to unify the army in a very short period of time. Savage. As soon as Xuanhuan's words came out, the Bull Demon King was horrified. He stammered and said, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. How do you know my title?" Can he not be startled, because the title of Pingtian Demon Saint came to his mind? He felt that this title was very suitable for him. So it was natural to say it. He can guarantee that he never mentioned it to Xuanhuan. My supernatural powers are not limited to this one. As long as you work hard. So what if I let you truly level the world? Xuanhuan's overbearing words made the Bull Demon King startled, but he became excited immediately. No matter what Xuanhuan said is true or not, even this domineering spirit is worth his effort. He knelt down on one knee, patted his chest and assured Xuanhuan, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will never let you down." Okay, Iching, get back on your feet quickly. I believe in your ability. Xuanhuan personally stepped forward to help the Bull Demon King up. This move moved the Bull Demon King again. Seeing that the Bull Demon King's loyalty has increased a lot, Xuanhuan was overjoyed. In addition, Xuanhuan City was officially renamed Phoenix City. Because I Want to overthrow Xiaoyao Palace and let Phoenix City replace it. And the palace master will be held by Phoenix. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, everyone became short of breath. Your Majesty is about to embark on a journey again. Especially the Phoenix, his eyes flashed brightly, and the excitement was beyond words. 3 days later, Phoenix City was traveling underground, heading straight for the Xiaoyao Palace in the heavenly world of the southern region. After leaving the Bull Demon King in the wilderness, Xuanhuan led all his subordinates to kill Xiaoyao Palace. Another day passed, and Phoenix City finally entered the boundary of Xiaoyao Palace. Although Xuanhuan was in Phoenix City, he was advancing underground. However, his consciousness is not hindered by anything, he can clearly see everything outside, and under the blessing of Phoenix City, his power of consciousness has expanded more than 100 times. This feeling makes him very comfortable. Finally, when the Xiaoyao Palace appeared within the scope of his consciousness, his mind moved, and the speed of Phoenix City was fully opened, moving upwards. In Xiaoyao Palace, Xuanhuan sat on the first seat, frowning, because the special envoys sent out searched the whole wilderness, but they couldn't find the shadow of Emperor Haoyan at all. Holy Emperor Haoyan seemed to disappear suddenly. Next stood a group of elders from Xiaoyao Palace. Also looked helpless. At this time an old man with fluttering white beard said, "The great elder has not returned for several days, and it seems that he still has not been able to find the whereabouts of Holy Emperor Haoyan. Could it be that someone has already rushed ahead of him to rob Haoyan's sage emperor?" Someone speculated. Then who is this power? Everyone started talking in low voices. And Xuanhuan was also full of doubts in his mind. The more I think about it, the more upset I become. Rumble. At this moment, Xiaoyao Palace suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, a mysterious force like a prehistoric beast suddenly came from the ground. While making him pale with shock, he took a step forward and was about to escape into the void. However, to his horror, the void here was blocked by that mysterious force. And his void escape technique failed. And the elders standing below were also shocked, and they shot one after another, wanting to leave the hall. Xuanhuan even sacrificed his magic weapon and attacked indiscriminately in all directions, but what made him extremely desperate was that no matter how he bombarded him, he couldn't get rid of the ending of being trapped to death. Facing the huge squeeze of space, Xuanhuan's face was ferocious. Who is it? Give me, ah. Although Xuanhuan's scream was shrill, it was completely covered by the huge roar in an instant. And the elders below exploded one after another, obviously unable to withstand the squeeze of space. They all turned into rain of blood. It was quickly covered by huge stones. Looking down from the sky, you will see that the Xiaoyao Palace, which is as large as 1,000 feet, suddenly exploded, as if an earthquake was coming. And the ground was cracked one after another. In this huge shaking, a majestic and extremely huge city slowed down. Rise slowly, extremely powerful. Phoenix City covers an area of thousands of acres. It drilled out of the ground, and directly knocked the entire Xiaoyao Palace into the air. Even at the moment of flying, it collapsed and disintegrated. Houses and pavilions toppled down from the air one after another, with a bang. The whole scene was extremely spectacular. It's like the end of the world is coming. Ah, what's the matter? Is it the end of the world? Ah, where is the Buddhist scriptures pavilion? How did it collapse? What happened? My God, what is that? How could a city emerge from the ground? With the emergence of Phoenix City, the entire Xiaoyao Palace was turned into ruins. At this moment, there were screams and exclamations one after another. Many monks from Xiaoyao Palace who survived even set up their escape lights and came to Phoenix City to check. Bold thief, dare to destroy Xiaoyao Palace, come out and die. The great elder of Xiaoyao Palace had just returned, and happened to see this extremely shocking scene. Standing in the void at this moment, looking at the sudden appearance of Phoenix City, he was already extremely angry and frightened to the extreme. What is this huge city that suddenly appeared? Why is the destructive power so terrifying? Is the sky going to destroy my Xiaoyao Palace? What is this huge city that suddenly appeared? Why is the destructive power so terrifying? Is the sky going to destroy my Xiaoyao Palace? The elder thought tremblingly. In Phoenix. Your Majesty, send me to fight. Yuan Hong is eager to try. The nature of the militants is evident. Let me go. Yang Jian was unwilling to lag behind. Okay, none of us can go out, and we all suppress our cultivation base. Don't reveal your whereabouts. I want to give the world a big surprise. Xuanhuan's words made everyone puzzled. Xing Tian and Feng Feng were thoughtful. Xuanhuan smiled strangely, and in the next second, two roars that shook the void suddenly sounded, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Shocking demon bear. Before everyone had time to react, they saw two behemoths jumping up on both sides of Phoenix City suddenly, and they became bigger rapidly at the moment of jumping up. The tyrannical atmosphere made everyone terrified. Hey, this breath. Dou Yu? What's going on? How could there be such a strong man in Xiaoyao Palace? Could someone want to invade Xiaoyao Palace? No, who has such great strength? The aura emanating from the heaven-shocking demon bear can be felt even in other places. When people don't know why, they can only guess in their hearts. Destroy Xiaoyao Palace for me. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Roar. After receiving Xuanhuan's order, the shocking demon bear began to slaughter wantonly. Although the great elder was a Deluo Jingxian when facing the devil bear, he had no room to fight back at all, and he didn't even scream, and was directly photographed into a meat paste. Until he died, he didn't understand who destroyed Xiaoyao Palace. The dead can be described as extremely aggrieved. Ding. Complete the main task. Destroy the Xiaoyao Palace. The system rewards the host with a copy of the strong man. A chance to inherit the Tao. A chance to awaken the limit. Ding. Complete the side mission, the conspiracy of Xiaoyao Palace. The system rewards the host with a chance to copy a strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. Two consecutive system prompts sounded, causing the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth to turn up. I was very excited. At the same time, it also means that Xiaoyao Palace was completely destroyed by him. But Xuanhuan, some members of Xiaoyao Palace who survived by chance, didn't care about it. Because it's not worth it. So battles come and go quickly. At this time, Xuanhuan controlled the Phoenix City to land firmly on the place where the main hall of Xiaoyao Palace used to be. And the two shocking demon bears returned to the two sides again, turning into stone statues as tall as 10,000 feet, which shocked people's hearts. Just like that, the news that Xiaoyao Palace was destroyed by Phoenix Palace and replaced by it swept away to every corner of the world like a hurricane. Wild, Yuang City. What? The Xiaoyao Palace was destroyed, and the southern sky world was occupied by the Phoenix Palace? What is the origin of the Phoenix Palace? The ghost exclaimed, but the waiter who reported the news was also at a loss. But then he was so overwhelmed by another piece of news that he couldn't care about the Phoenix Palace at all. Buddha Hall. Phoenix Palace? Where did this force come from? It destroyed Xiaoyao Palace as soon as it came out. This person is quite powerful and courageous. The ancient Buddha who burns the lamp sits on the green lotus Buddha seat, his eyes are flickering and changing. Then it disappeared. A land of seclusion. Xiaoyao Palace was replaced by Phoenix Palace? Who was the owner of Phoenix Palace? Mr. Milan's face was full of shock. Recently, all kinds of ghosts and snakes have been crawling out. It made him feel jittery. The guard who reported the letter glanced at the silent young Master Milan and said tremblingly, "It is said that the Phoenix Palace is related to the fairy tomb, and some people say that the Phoenix Palace was created by the resurrection of immortals and demons." Go away, mess around. It's just nonsense. Prince Milan was furious. The messenger was blasted out. The Phoenix Palace is famous all over the world at an extremely fast speed, in all domains and forces of all sizes. After all, Xiaoyao Palace was once ranked as the third palace, fourth palace, and fifth gate, and its destruction shocked the world, far more explosive than the news of the birth of the fairy tomb. Even superpowers such as human emperors Hall, Tongyu Land, Jianzhong, and Leishu have begun to pay attention and ask about this matter. Phoenix Palace? Where did this force come from? Xiaoyao Palace was destroyed just like that. The sky is about to change. Is it that the catastrophe of heaven and earth is coming? What is the relationship between the Phoenix Palace and the fairy tomb that appeared in the wilderness, especially the two terrifying demon bears, whose strength is probably no less than that of Deluo Xuxian? For a time, the world was in an uproar, with different opinions. The Phoenix Palace is even more famous all over the world. At the same time, we are waiting for the update of the hero list. Perhaps, the new ranking will shock many people. The heavenly world of the Southern Territory, the Phoenix Palace. On this day, Xuanhuan was chatting with Xingtian, Fenghuang and other courtiers in the hall. Your Majesty, I have a doubt here. As Xuanhuan's chief military advisor, Lu Bowen's doubts are usually very important. Under Xuanhuan's gesture, Lu Bowen began to speak eloquently. It is reasonable to say that a complete domain must have barriers and domain spirits. However, there are no barriers and domain spirits in the world of the Southern Territory. Master Lu is right, the Southern Territory does have this flaw. Yeah, since we entered the Southern Territory, we have had this feeling. We always feel that there is something missing. Now it seems that it is the boundary and the spirit of the realm. After Lu Bowen said it, everyone suddenly realized. They all discussed. You mean, the current Southern Territory is not the complete Southern Territory sky world? It's a missing part? Xuanhuan asked with a frown. Yes, Your Majesty. If you are not a complete Southern Territory, you cannot be recognized by the Tao of Heaven. Without the recognition of the Tao of Heaven, let alone Your Majesty dominating the heavenly world, it is impossible to unify the heavenly world in the Southern Territory. Therefore, Your Majesty should seek to solve the problem of the Southern Territory. The question of the completeness of Yutian world. Although Lu Bowen's words were somewhat unpleasant, they hit the key point. Wang Xiaofeng, you were once the #1 domain master in the southern domain, do you know why? Xuanhuan was also puzzled by this. Hastily asked, secretly. Speaking of which, it's all my fault. Wang Xiaofeng's answer made Xuanhuan's eyes light up suddenly, and he quickly asked in his heart, what is it? Tell me and listen. 170,000 years ago, under the leadership of me, Wang Xiaofeng, the southern heavenly world was the richest and most extensive domain in this world, and it was the most popular among all domains, with no domain comparable. Xuanhuan's question obviously triggered Wang Xiaofeng's itching, and he was very emotional. When Xuanhuan was upset, he suddenly said, however, with the arrival of immortals and demons, and with the start of the Great War, all this has become different. People are devastated, mourning is everywhere, and many domains are directly destroyed. Under my resistance, the southern territory has not been destroyed, but it is still in jeopardy. In order to preserve the fire of the southern territory and the possibility of a comeback for the Holy Court in the future, at the last moment before my fall, I cut off my life and death. 1/3 of the land in the southern region was taken away, and the 1/3 that was cut off by me fell into the lower realm, and after 170,000 years of evolution, it became a continent. Wang Xiaofeng's words came to an abrupt end. But in Xuanhuan's mind, a turbulent wave was set off, and even amidst the roar, he understood everything. In an instant. No wonder there is no domain spirit in the southern territory, and there is no boundary. It turned out that it was split by Wang Xiaofeng, so where did the 1/3 that was cut off go? The answer is ready to come. Xuanwu continent. My God, the Xuanwu continent is actually a part of the southern heavenly world. It's really shocking. Xuanhuan couldn't calm down for a long time, because the answer shocked him too much. Therefore, he also understood why he encountered Wang Xiaofeng's soul in the lower realm, because the Xuanwu continent was Wang Xiaofeng's backhand. Ding. Trigger the main task, restore the southern sky world. Task details. Due to the incompleteness of the southern sky world, the development of the host is restricted, and the host needs to restore the southern sky world to a complete state. If the host restores the southern sky world to its original state, the system will reward the host with a chance to listen to the sermon, a chance to awaken the loyal peak, a chance to randomly summon a superpower, a chance to selectively summon a superpower, and a designated summon chance for the super strong Nima. It actually triggered the main quest. And it directly rewards the diehards for peak awakening, which is extremely generous. Berwin, it doesn't look like you act vigorously and resolutely from the way you hesitate to speak. Xuanhuan suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, Your Majesty, the old minister made an astonishing discovery after many speculations and searches for the documents left by the Xiaoyao Palace. Lu Bowen organized his language and spoke. Are you trying to say that the Xuanwu continent is the missing part of the southern sky world? Xuanhuan's heart moved, and he said, quite mysteriously. As soon as this remark came out, Lu Bowen was dumbfounded. He went from bewildered to puzzled to shocked. In the end it turned out to be unbelievable. Your Majesty, how did you know? Lu Bowen swallowed reluctantly, and asked stammeringly. This is a secret that belongs to me. Xuanhuan's answer made Lu Bowen feel terrified. You must know that he was speculated after many inspections and repeated analysis. But how did His Majesty know? He can guarantee that Xuanhuan will never leave the Phoenix Palace. I didn't even check the relevant ancient books. Not to mention him as the client, even Xing Tian and the others were shocked by Xuanhuan's words. Of course, what shocked them was the relationship between the Xuanwu continent and the southern sky world. Who has such a great ability to cut off a piece of the southern sky world? How strong is this person's cultivation? Appalling. I not only know the relationship between the Xuanwu continent and the southern sky world, but also how to fuse them together. Hiss. Merge the continents. This is a supreme supernatural power, a supernatural power that only a strong person above Dou Yu can achieve. Moving mountains and filling seas refers to this kind of great power. However, this kind of supernatural power also has certain dangers. If one is not done well, it will be destroyed by heaven. Even if it succeeds, the caster will fall into absolute weakness. However, once it succeeds, it can be accepted by heaven and get the approval of heaven. You will also get the merits of heaven. In addition, all monks who practice in the southern heavenly world will be promoted faster. Your Majesty can integrate the mainland? Is it a lie? Not necessarily. They don't understand His Majesty's supernatural powers that can instantly improve one's cultivation. As strong as Xing Tian, Phoenix can't see through it either. Wang Xiaofeng, you left me with such a mess, there is no solution, right? I'm blowing my mind, don't let it explode. If there is no way to integrate the two, then wouldn't he be passive forever? In this regard, he absolutely does not allow it. The reason why he is nothing is, because he put the treasure on Wang Xiaofeng. These old guys are very thieves. He didn't believe that Wang Xiaofeng didn't leave a way out for himself. Who am I? The former first domain master of the Southern Territory, for me. This kind of technique of merging the mainland couldn't be easier. At this time Wang Xiaofeng said in a whisper. Xuanhuan said nothing, but rolled his eyes secretly. Cough, cough. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't speak, Wang Xiaofeng coughed twice, and said, with some embarrassment, I have a supernatural power here, called Luo Tian Rongling. You confuse the two as long as you use this method. Of course, you absolutely can't do it now. The minimum standard for using this method must be in the Dou Yu realm. Big Luo? I have 3 big Luos in my hand. Wouldn't it be possible to use this method immediately? Xuanhuan asked with a heartbeat. Unless you want to hand over the land you conquered to others. Because only the future master of the domain can perform this method in person to perfectly integrate the two. Only then can the domain spirit recognize you as the master. That is to say, whoever casts this method, who will be the future Southern Territory Lord. Xuanhuan was greatly discouraged by Wang Xiaofeng's attack. Breakthrough Ronaldo? It's not as simple as breaking through the Tai realm. It can be described as extremely difficult. But if he were to hand over Nanyu to others, it would be impossible to kill him. The only way to break through Dou Yu? Xuanhuan asked unwillingly. Correct. Although Wang Xiaofeng's answer was a little unsatisfactory, Xuanhuan regained his self-confidence when he thought that he had a system that could defy the sky. He glanced at the people in the hall, smiled, and said, of course, such a big matter as merging the world of the Southern Territory will not be discussed until I break through Dou Yu. Xuanhuan's ambiguous words not only did not disappoint everyone, but made them even more excited. Even Xingtian and Feng Huang showed shock. Break through Dou and discuss again? With Xuanhuan's heaven-defying ability, he has clearly told them. I confuse the two, but I must break through Dou Yu. Namo Buddha. The master of the Phoenix Palace is here, and the old monk will light a lamp to pay his respects. Just when the crowd was surging, a loud voice suddenly sounded, causing the faces of the crowd to change drastically. Grandma is a bear. It's this old, bald donkey again. It's really haunting. Xuanhuan burst into foul language, and then ordered to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, this time you will fight as the master of the Phoenix Palace, and I will control 2 devil bears to help you and drive that old bald donkey away. Although Randang Gufwa is a strong man who came out of the system world, the system has not released any tasks, which made him feel very helpless. He can only drive it away first. Your order. Xuanhuan agreed, turned around and disappeared. And Jin Chanzi, who was standing on the hall, was stunned when he heard the words of the ancient burning lamp Buddha. He is too familiar with the ancient Buddha of burning lamp, he is a big boss in the Buddhist world, and even Tathagata respects him 3 points. Such an existence, how could it come here? The unexpected appearance of the Randang ancient Buddha made him feel as if he had seen a ghost. Who are you, and why did you come to my Phoenix Palace? In the void outside Phoenix City, the phoenix skirt fluttered far away from the golden body transformed from the burning lamp ancient Buddha. At the same time, the cultivation base of Dou Yu Wonderland in the later stage overflowed without reservation, making Randang's eyes widen in an instant. The late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland. Are you really the palace master of the Phoenix Palace? Randang's heart has already set off a turbulent sea, and he is still coming. Here is a clone. The strength of this avatar is the middle stage of Dou Yu Wonderland. There is a small realm gap. But this small realm makes them different from mountains and mounds. This is a game of death. What a fart, run away. Thinking of this, Randang turned around and was about to run away. Seeing this, Xuanhuan said with a pretty face, come whenever you want, leave whenever you want. Do you think my Phoenix Palace is an inn? As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he slapped away at the burning lamp. I saw a monstrous giant palm composed entirely of flame suddenly formed, with an aura that could burn everything, roaring down towards the clone of the ancient Buddha of Diangdang. The huge momentum shook the void to the point of collapse, making it impossible for the avatar of the burning lamp ancient Buddha to maintain a solemn face. At this time, his eyes were about to burst, and he raised his palm to meet him. Boom, boom, boom. 2 huge palms, one purple gold and one red, collided in the void, and a huge roar suddenly sounded, shaking the world of the southern sky to buzz. Even everyone in Phoenix City felt their heads buzzing and their eardrums ached. If it weren't for Wang Xiafeng's support, Xuanhuan would have passed out long ago. This is the power of Dou Yu, the power that can destroy everything, which makes Xuanhuan extremely yearn for. Huh, smelly girl, I will definitely be back, old monk. At this time, with only half of his body left, the ancient Buddha Dang rushed out of the sea of flames under the protection of a string of Buddhist beads, and fled away after throwing down a sentence. Although the battle between the two took place in the southern region, Dou Yu Xuxian is already the top figure in this world. Even though their battles were far apart, monks in other places could still feel the powerful aura from the southern region. Wilderness, Bailiang Mountain, the land of tranquility, Sword Tomb, etc., can be felt by all those who are above the great Dou Yu Wonderland. The Lord of the Phoenix Palace is also a great Luo Xuxian, which is really surprising and expected. Phoenix? I've never heard of it. Could it be that it's a new strong man? It's another great Luo Xuxian. What's wrong with this world? Is it true that a catastrophe is coming? All of a sudden, in the land of tranquility, in Jianzhong, and in Bailiang Mountain, there were great powers who began to pay attention to Phoenix Palace. Afterwards, the news that the lantern ancient Buddha was repulsed by the Lord of the Phoenix Palace quickly spread throughout the world. It caused quite a stir. The strange thing is that after a long period of time, all the forces actually died down, and the sky world was quiet except for the wild. Something seemed to be brewing in a weird atmosphere. However, Xuanhuan hid in Phoenix City, practicing hard in order to revive the world of the Southern Territory. There is a wealth of pills stored in Phoenix City, and they are all precious ancient pills. He can take drugs without scruples. For him, there is no question of drug resistance at all. Therefore, the cultivation base has been advancing all the way, and soon approached the middle stage of the Tai Gold Wonderland. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, Xuanhuan practiced in Phoenix City for half a month. Boom! Suddenly there was a thunderous noise from the wild direction, which could be heard by the heavenly world of the Southern Territory and nearby domains, as well as some small and medium-sized forces. Xuanhuan was also disturbed by the loud noise, and quit the cultivation state, quickly came to the tallest tower in Phoenix City, and looked out through the window. That direction is wild. Could it be the Bull Demon King? Who is he fighting with? Could it be that some great power is stopping his development? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Your Majesty, do you need me to support you? At this time, Feng Huang and others rushed over after hearing the sound. Xing Tian even asked for a fight directly. No need. After all, he is also the Luo Xuxian, so he is not so easy to defeat. Xuanhuan said calmly. In fact, he was extremely anxious in his heart. It was because the Bull Demon King's move was too important. And in a sense, it is more important than the current Phoenix. So there is nothing to lose. If he sends troops to rescue, then the world will know that the Bull Demon King is the subordinate of his Haotian Sage Emperor, and Manhuang's move will be abandoned halfway. If it doesn't work out, the Demon Emperor will be recruited and cause a fatal disaster. So after thinking about it, he could do nothing but hope that the Bull Demon King would not be so unlucky. Don't worry, that subordinate of yours will never lose, because the other party is also in the early stage of Deluosu Wonderland. And from the perspective of physical strength, your subordinate is stronger than the other party. So you don't have to worry. At this time, Wang Xiafeng's voice sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan let out a long sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there would be a strong monster like you in the wild. If so, you, the Bull Demon King, are already qualified to cooperate with me, the Bone King. A voice rolled out, which surprised all the forces that could hear it. Oh my God, even the Boneless King of the Zombie Hall has been dispatched. What are they doing? What? The Boneless King, who ranks 5th on the hero list, wants to form an alliance with the Bull Demon King? Xuanhuan felt a little unbelievable. Ding. Trigger a side mission, choose. Mission details, the King of Bawagu wants to form an alliance with the host. If the host refuses, he will get a chance to die loyal to the peak. A chance to awaken the peak. A chance to be a copy of the strong. A chance to summon a superpower. At the same time, the host will enter into a hostile relationship with the Bawaga king. If the host agrees to form an alliance, he will get a chance to randomly summon superpowers. The system's notification tone suddenly sounded in his mind. Xuanhuan was suddenly dumbfounded. I'm just a spectator, but I can also trigger the mission? Have you made a mistake in the system? What does it have to do with me when they fight? Has the host forgotten the relationship with the Bull Demon King? What he is doing now is entirely set by you, the host. How can it be okay? It's a big relationship. The system replied angrily. Xuanhuan was immediately speechless. What are the benefits of cooperating with your zombie palace and my Ping Tian palace? Another voice said in a low voice. It was the Bull Demon King who spoke. If you form an alliance with my zombie palace, you will not suffer. If you encounter strong enemies and troubles, the zombie palace will support you. Even if you sweep Yuan Palace, no one will dare to make trouble. King Bawaga said, not without temptation. On the side of the heavenly world in the southern territory, Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes immediately. Although he knew it was a conspiracy, but with the support of the Bawaga king, the Bull Demon King can walk wildly in the wilderness. Even if Nanyu encounters any difficulties, he can go to Manhuang for help. In other words, if they agree to form an alliance, King Bawaga will be exhausted. Okay, this king agrees to form an alliance. The voice of the Bull Demon King rolled over, and Xuanhuan's nervous heart immediately relaxed. Ding. Complete the side mission, choose. Get a chance to randomly summon a superpower. Okay, that's it for this matter. Afterwards, this king will send an envoy to contact Palace Master Ping Tian. After King Bawaga finished speaking, there was no movement. What a boneless king, he actually sent a clone here, and he's not afraid of hurting his foundation. Xing Tian seemed to have witnessed the battle against the wilderness with his own eyes, so he said disdainfully at this time. Xuanhuan didn't look back, but nodded slightly. At the same time, the Bull Demon King looked at the Buhua Bone King, who turned into a gust of wind and left, and the bull's eyes showed a thoughtful look. A doppelganger is so powerful, how terrifying would his main body be? Could it be the peak of Deluosu's fairyland? I don't know if His Majesty will blame me for my decision. No, I have to report and ask. After the Bull Demon King said a few words to himself, he turned into a gust of demonic wind and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the news that the Bawaga King fought against the Bull Demon King and formed an alliance quickly spread. The battle ahead was huge, and the conversation between the two was not deliberately concealed, not to mention the wild, even other domains heard it. The news naturally cannot be hidden. Especially the barbaric local forces, Yuan Palace. Palace Master, why don't we pass the news to the Juggernaut, or with the strength of the Bull Demon King, we will destroy our Yuan Palace in seconds. At this time, the elders of Yuan Palace were standing opposite Yuhan Guizuan, all of them were sweating profusely and looked terrified. Someone even trembled. Ask for help from the Juggernaut? You guys are too whimsical. With the alliance of the Bawaga King, would the Bull Demon King care about Senior Juggernaut? Ghost Guizuan shook his head with a wry smile, and said in a low voice. However, it is better to be informed than to be unknown, but what if he stands by and does nothing? Yuhan Guizuan glanced at the elders and asked with a wry smile. To save my life, there is only one way, throwing myself into the city. An elder was a bachelor, and he said what everyone wanted to say, but dared not to say. Xuanhuan didn't get angry, and didn't speak, as if he had acquiesced to this decision. North Liangshan. You mean, there is a mighty bull demon king from the monster tribe in the wild, and he has also formed an alliance with the king of bones? The demon emperor sat on a high chair and asked a big demon king, curiously. That's right, Emperor Zun. It's a bull demon from Dou Yu wonderland. It has a very strange origin. I heard that the bull demon king appeared as soon as the fairy tomb disappeared in the wilderness. The great demon king replied respectfully. Is it related to the fairy tomb? The fairy tomb now dominates the pseudo-heavenly world in the southern region. I heard that she is still a woman from the fairyland of Dou Yu. The retreat of Randang has already proved this matter. I just don't know what the relationship between the Bull Demon King and the Phoenix Palace is. Southern Sky World, Phoenix Palace. Your Majesty, there is a secret message from the Bull Demon King, asking if the alliance made a few days ago is correct? Lu Bowen came to Xuanhuan to pay his respects. Reply to him, everything is up to him. I only have one request, I can eat whatever I want, but I can't suffer. Lu Bowen was taken aback by Xuanhuan's answer, but immediately nodded with a smile. Your Majesty, what's worth mentioning is that the whole world has spread the word about this matter. What's weird is that the sword master didn't move, let alone come to Manhuang. It seems that he has given up. Lu Bowen said with a smile. The Juggernaut is only friends with the old palace owner of Yuwang Palace. It has nothing to do with Yuwang Palace itself. It's normal for him not to show up. Sure enough, following the unscrupulousness of the Bull Demon King in the wilderness, he finally forced Yuwang Palace to surrender to the city. Afterwards, Pingtian Palace entered the wilderness. But the Juggernaut remained silent, as if he had acquiesced in this matter. And as the news spread that Pingtian Palace overthrew Yuwang Palace and took control of the wilderness, it caused an uproar in the world again. The sensation caused was no less than the rise of the Phoenix Palace. In 1 month, 2 palaces were replaced one after another, leaving everyone in the heavenly world stunned. They all feel that catastrophe is coming. 7 days passed in a flash. Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to the outside world, he was still taking drugs and practicing diligently. At the same time, study Luo Tian Rongling. He has a feeling that as long as he achieves the Tai Jingxian realm, he can use this method. This is a kind of self-confidence in the dark. There is no reason to speak. On this day, Xuanhuan had nothing to do and decided to summon a super strong man. Because the designated call was hidden by him, he was ready to use it at a critical moment. In addition, there was another limit awakening, which I decided to keep. The only thing that can be used is a random call. As a result, a member of the 8 immortals was summoned, Uncle Chaogua, who was in the late stage of Taijin Fairyland. Xuanhuan was a little disappointed. But after all, he is a strong man in the Tai realm, so Xuanhuan readily accepted it. Your Majesty, I was ordered to survey the world of the southern sky and make preliminary preparations for the integration of the mainland. Unexpectedly, I discovered a tomb of an ancient god. I have already had people guarding it there and blocked the news. Holy grave? Xuanhuan frowned. There was a fairy tomb in the wilderness. It was Xuanhuan. city, which had already been occupied by him. Now, another god tomb appeared on his territory. Is it a coincidence? In this way, gather people, and I will go and have a look. Xuanhuan felt that this matter was not that simple, and it was related to the major events in the world of the Southern Territory, so it was inappropriate to only send his subordinates there. And the Southern Sky World doesn't belong to him yet. One is that he has no time to fight, and the other is that he does not have the strength. Everything will be implemented after the integration of the mainland. It's just that if such a big event happens here, even if the gag order is issued, it will be spread quickly. So just to be on the safe side, he decided to check it out himself. After thinking about it, he immediately walked out of the room, quickly joined Xing Tian and others, and then decided to keep Fenghuang and Shengongbao and other strong men in the Phoenix Palace. The world-destroying Divine Army rode majestically to the Tomb of the Gods on a top-quality magic ship. A place where the mountains rise and fall in the sky world of the Southern Territory. Here the seasons are like spring, with green mountains and green waters, singing birds and fragrant flowers. At this moment, countless monks were flying in the air, densely, galloping towards a certain direction. These monks are all monks born and bred in the southern heavenly world. Although the southern sky world is incomplete, but it is pregnant with abundant resources. Over time, many sects and family forces of cultivating immortals were born. It's just that under the constraints of Xiaoyao Palace, there is no too strong existence. Compared with those big forces outside, the southern sky world has already declined. Not even the third-rate forces. The Tomb of the Gods appeared over there. Is it true or not? Of course it is true. I heard that the person who discovered the Tomb of the Gods was someone from the Haotian Holy Court in the lower realm. Little bastard from the lower realm, what are you doing in our heavenly world? That's the Holy Emperor Haotian, who can enter the list of heroes. Little bastard, you are too crazy. Hey, since the Xiaoyao Palace was destroyed, strange monks often appear in our world. And the aura is so terrifying that everyone dares to be angry, but dare not speak. For a while, the local monks talked a lot, making the situation uncontrollable. This is what Xuanhuan is most worried about. About half a day has passed. A tall and majestic peak surrounded the high altitude within a radius of more than 10 miles, and there were dense figures of monks standing there. They all leaned over and looked down. It was a valley surrounded by mountains. At this time, the valley has disappeared, replaced by a huge deep hole with a diameter of 2,000 meters. This hole is bottomless, and it seems to lead directly to the netherworld. What is strange is that strands of colorful rays of light are continuously spewing out from it. However, although everyone felt extremely curious, none of them dared to step forward to check. Because this huge cave was surrounded by a group of brocade-cloaked monks with a strong aura. This group of monks was heroic, full of breath, and highly uniform in their clothes, especially a golden dragon about to fly into the air was embroidered on their necklines. The golden light is bright and eye-catching. These people are the imperial guards of Haotian Holy Court that Lu Boan arranged here. There are rumors that the Holy Emperor Haotian has come to the southern sky world. Coupled with the Phoenix Palace that replaced the Xiaoyao Palace, the Tian world in the southern region is now in a precarious state. Let these native monks feel in danger. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly, the colorful brilliance spewing out from the huge hole suddenly stopped. This scene not only caused commotion among monks all over the sky, but even the imperial guards guarding this place showed shock. Wang Xiaofeng, I will kill you. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the cave. The sound shocked the world, and it was full of endless hatred. It scared all the monks, including the imperial guards, to retreat in a hurry. Wang Xiaofeng? The monks were puzzled, and each of them looked in shock. The voice just now was so sudden that even the experienced imperial guards were taken aback. Wang Xiaofeng, the #1 domain lord in the southern region, has the title of the #1 powerhouse in ancient times. A majestic and calm voice sounded, and at the same time, there was a piercing sound in the void, and a hole was torn open. A figure stepped out from it, and the leader was the sword master, who hadn't appeared for a long time. The juggernaut was still dressed in blue, with 5 swords on his back, followed by 21 blue-clothed swordsmen with grim expressions. Everyone looked at the juggernaut, because the aura of the juggernaut was unfathomable, so powerful that they didn't dare to look at him, even panting carefully. 17,000 years ago, the heavenly world of the Southern Territory was once the most prosperous place in this world, because Wang Xiaofeng, the most powerful person in the world, founded the holy court of the Southern Territory here. The final battle of the great battle with the immortals and demons was fought on this land. As the first domain master, Wang Xiaofeng challenged all the immortals and demons alone. Countless immortals and demons fell, and the holy court of the southern region was defeated. Wang Xiaofeng is also dead. However, before Wang Xiaofeng was on the verge of death, he used his supreme supernatural powers to cut off part of the southern heavenly world. He also disappeared into the long river of history along with that part. The juggernaut's eyes shifted, as if caught in some kind of reminiscence. And what he said shocked everyone. These secrets had been buried for a long time, and even the native monks like them didn't know about them. Today, they learned from the mouth of the juggernaut that they were shocked. Although you are the native monks of the southern sky world, this tomb of the gods is not something that low-level monks like you can get your hands on. You should retreat quickly. The juggernaut hung high in the sky, looking at the deep cave, and said without a doubt. In fact, the juggernaut also had good intentions, but he didn't get good results because of his good intentions, and instead caused a commotion. As soon as this remark came out, he was immediately criticized by the monks all over the sky. Who the hell are you? Why do you listen to me? This is the southern sky world, okay? What right do you have to stop us? Are you a subordinate of Holy Emperor Haotian? Even Holy Emperor Haotian has no right to expel us. It's really pretentious. Although the cultivators all over the sky are not high level, but they use the principle of law not to blame the crowd, but they are thieves. Relying on the large number of people, they cursed at the sword master one after another. Snort. The juggernaut didn't want to care about these ants, but these people have no eyes. At this moment, he let out a muffled snort, which immediately caused everyone's blood to flow, and those with low cultivation even spit blood from their mouths. This scene immediately silenced everyone. When looking at the juggernaut, he was already full of fear. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying suction force suddenly came from the depths of the huge cave, and instantly sucked in the hundreds of monks and some of the imperial guards cruising nearby. No, what is this? Help! I don't want to die yet. The monk who was sucked in desperately flew upwards, but unfortunately, everything was in vain. All the monks, including the imperial guards, were so frightened that they immediately retreated quickly. Nothing stays. In an instant, 300 or 400 people were sucked in by the black hole. There is no reply, and they don't know whether they are dead or alive. With the cultivation base of the sword master, he would not be afraid of that suction, but he looked at the black hole below, and a strange color flashed on his face. Hey! I didn't expect that there would be a tomb of gods in a false world. Like the Southern Territory. And there is a terrifying demon soul hidden in it. It seems that this king is really worthwhile. At this moment, a gloomy laughter spread into everyone's ears, and immediately, 1,000 meters away from the juggernaut, a cloud of black air as black as ink appeared out of thin air. As soon as the black air appeared, it quickly grew, and stretched, and turned into a middle-aged man in a blink of an eye. The middle-aged man's face was pale and bloodless, his purple hair was casually draped behind his head, and his eyes were also purple. Wearing a black robe, the most tingling thing was that he didn't even have a lower body, where there was a wriggling mass of black air. Yinyang Ghost King, Sima Long, is angry. I didn't expect you to be alarmed by this god's tomb. The juggernaut looked there, his eyes froze, and he said softly. The rest of the cultivators were also taken aback. Sima Long was angry and they knew that the Yinyang Ghost King, the Lord of Yinyang Palace, ranked 8th on the list of heroes. But a very famous existence. Hiss, I didn't expect him to come, and I don't know how much power this tomb can attract. Everyone was secretly thinking. Hey, I didn't expect the majestic sword master to join in the fun. Sima Long smiled angrily, and said in a sinister manner. Although one of the two is 6th, and the other is 8th. But if there is a fight, it's really hard to say who will win. At this time, with the appearance of Sima Long's anger, the atmosphere in front of the tomb of the god suddenly became tense. There is even a murderous aura filling the sky. Let all the monks panic, who are the sword master and the Yinyang Ghost King. As a monk born and bred in the southern region, I know more or less. Just because I knew it was shocking. What, want to fight? The sword master asked lightly. On the hero list, his ranking is higher than the other party, so what's so scary about him? However, Sima Longnu didn't think so. He was a little afraid of the juggernaut, but not to the point of being particularly afraid. But more is worse than less. Thinking of this, he spoke. Juvenile master, why don't you and I work together? I only take the demon soul, and nothing else. How? As a ghost king, a powerful fairy soul is a huge temptation, even more precious than any treasure. Humph, you deserve it too. The juggernaut snorted coldly, and said in a neutral tone. Hearing everyone's heartbeat speed up suddenly, and the color of excitement flickered. This is the rhythm to play. As soon as these words came out, Sima Long's angry face suddenly darkened. He said gloomily, Juvenile master, don't think that you are in front of this seat, so you just show a lofty posture. Today I want to see how invincible your juggernaut is. Boom. As soon as Sima Long's angry words fell, he immediately exploded his aura. This momentum was like a hurricane, centering on Sima Long's anger, it swept away in all directions. Before everyone could react, they were instantly thrown out. I saw tens of thousands of monks falling like raindrops in the sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The juggernaut and Sima Longnu didn't pay any attention to those monks who were blown away. At their level, these many monks are no different from ants. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The juggernaut instantly cast out the 5 shining flying swords behind his back, which hovered above his head in a circular shape. In an instant, sword aura shot out vertically and horizontally, casting dense phantoms of sword aura within 100 meters around his body. Hiss! Everyone present, including the Imperial guards who had already evacuated from the place, all gasped and looked at the real sword shadows all over the sky in shock. The whole body was trembling even more, and his face was full of disbelief. Sima Long's angry face was gloomy. He didn't expect the juggernaut to make such a huge impact the first time he made a move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Of course, Sima Longnu would not be scared away by the power of the sword. Master. He opened his arms suddenly, and at the same time, black shadows full of death breath flew out of his body. In an instant, within 100 meters around him, everyone was killed. Those dense black shadows are covered. After a closer look, I found that those black shadows were ghosts with hideous faces and fangs. They formed a large pitch-black net, facing the sky full of sword shadows as if covering the sky and the sun. This scene made everyone seem to forget about the god's tomb, and time seemed to be frozen here, making them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Humph, stop. Who gave you the right to fight in my territory? Do you want to die? Xuanhuan's angry roar came rolling out, shocking the whole world. Everyone looked for the sound in unison. I saw a huge spaceship sailing towards the sky in the distance, coming in a menacing manner. Soon, Xuanhuan and others were parked a kilometer away from the juggernaut, and Sima Longnu on the top-grade magic ship, forming a 3-way confrontation. Xuanhuan came to the bow and appeared in front of everyone. Handsome and unrestrained, handsome and extraordinary, the temperament of the Holy Emperor of Luck makes him look like a god descending from the earth. Get everyone's attention. Xuanhuan came to the bow, looked at the juggernaut and Sima Long with a frost mask and said angrily, "Both of you, it's so blatant to cause trouble in the southern heavenly world. You don't take me too seriously. Is the southern heavenly world a place where you can run wild?" The juggernaut frowned slightly, knowing a lot from Xuanhuan's words, but the most important thing was that he didn't seem to be afraid of him and Sima Long's anger. How long has it been? Does this kid already have something to rely on? Sima Long was furious and said with a sarcasm, "Where is the wild boy who dares to come here to point fingers, and this seat will cause trouble? What do you do?" Boom. As soon as his words fell, an axe beam hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky, and with the aura of tearing the void, it slashed towards Sima Long below at an extremely fast speed. This axe light was so powerful that it directly scattered the ghosts all over the sky, and in an instant, the wind blew up and raged in all directions. Sima Long was furious and subconsciously wanted to dodge to the side, but to his horror, the nearby void seemed to be locked by some kind of energy. He couldn't move at all. This discovery caused his eyes to burst into tears, and he quickly took a small step to the side after fully cultivating himself. Poof! The light of the axe wiped Sima Long's angry right shoulder and chopped off, directly cutting off his right arm at the root. The axe continued to slash forward, approaching the juggernaut. The sword master frowned, and millions of sword shadows rushed towards the axe like a flood. Boom, boom, boom. A loud bang came, shaking the world. The torrent of millions of sword chi collided with the axe light, and in an instant, a strong dazzling light burst out, and the terrifying wind raged in all directions, causing countless monks in the sky to be directly blown away. Together with trees, rolling stones, flying all over the sky. Xuanhuan was covered with both hands, and looked indifferently at the front. Bai Qi and Hou were like two black towers, standing in front of him to block the raging wind. This kind of rage was like the end of the world, even if it was as strong as Sima Long's anger. He was scared back. On the other side, Xing Tian was standing majestically 1,000 meters away, holding Ganqi in his hand, with a cold face that made people dare not look at him. At this moment, the gust of wind suddenly stopped, and the figure of the sword master appeared. He stood there unscathed, and with the 5 dazzling flying swords floating above his head, he seemed like a god descending from the earth. This scene made Yang Jian and Hou frown slightly, and Xing Tian in the distance couldn't help squinting his eyes. It seems that the sword master's cultivation is stronger than I estimated. Xuanhuan thought to himself. This person's cultivation is probably beyond the scope of Deluo Xuxian. Even if he does not break through Deluo Xuxian, he is still in the realm of Deluo Xuxian's perfection. Wang Xiaofeng said in Xuanhuan's mind. Sure enough, these old monsters are hidden masters. Xuanhuan was stunned, and he didn't show too much surprise. The fact that the Juggernaut was able to rank 6th in the list of heroes was not something that was blown out of the air. Hee, how about it, show me another look. Xuanhuan said angrily and sarcastically to Sima Long. At this moment, Sima Longnu's right arm has disappeared. Although he is the king of ghosts, he still feels pain. Facing Xuanhuan's ridicule at this time, he gritted his teeth with hatred in his heart, endured the severe pain, and stood beside him, but he didn't dare to look down on Xuanhuan anymore. Roll. Hou snorted coldly, and looked at Sima Long furiously, just like looking at ants. Sima Long almost cursed angrily. How dare you, a little guy at the pinnacle of the great Luojing wonderland, come to bully me? Let me go, are you tired of living? Sima Long said grimly. Hurry up. Otherwise, I will let you die without a place to bury you. Xuanhuan interrupted at this moment. It made Sima Long furious, but he didn't dare to be brave. Humph, Holy Emperor Huayan, right? Sometimes you cry. Sima Long threw down a word angrily, and disappeared into the void. Xuanhuan sneered at this, and Sima Long looked down on him angrily, so why should he be made to bow his knees? Everyone in the sky saw that Xuanhuan forced away a strong man on the hero list. All of them showed excitement on their faces. He is Holy Emperor Huayan, he is so handsome. It would be a good thing if the southern sky world let him decide. At least, it will not be disturbed by outsiders. I have decided to let Holy Emperor Huayan rule the world of the southern territory. TCH, what rights do you have as a small casual cultivator? In short, Holy Emperor Huayan is doing well. For a while, the monks who were still wandering in the sky pointed at Xuanhuan and started talking. Here, Xuanhuan was about to go forward to greet the Juggernaut, but at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. Trigger the side mission, the killing intent of the Yinyang Ghost King. Mission details: since the host drove the Yinyang Ghost King away, the other party hated the host. If the host kills the Yinyang Ghost King, the system rewards the host with a selective summoning, a chance for superpowers. A chance to awaken the limit. It actually triggered a mission. It's okay, I'm bored and just looking for a mission to do. Afterwards, Xuanhuan put his eyes on the Juggernaut and said with a smile. Senior Juggernaut, Do you still want to fight me to the death? His respectful title to the Juggernaut is because the Juggernaut once saved him. And because of Xuanhuan's honorary title, the face of the Juggernaut suddenly softened. I just need one thing inside, the sword master said calmly. Although Xing Tian was standing by and staring at him, his face was still calm. What is it? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. He has a feeling that the Juggernaut is definitely not lying, because the Juggernaut is definitely an open-minded person. Will not play tricks. Giving him the treasures that the Juggernaut needs can be regarded as repaying the life-saving grace of the past. Xuanhuan didn't want to owe favors. Resurrection pill. The sword master replied. Easter Dan? He had never heard of this pill. But it doesn't matter, just let him go when the time comes. Okay, I agree. Then shall we go down together? Xuanhuan showed a bright smile. The Juggernaut secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because of the Wang family's relationship, he didn't want to be an enemy of Xuanhuan. Of course he is not afraid of the Wang family, but the Wang family is kind to him. The Juggernaut nodded, and there was a smile on his cold face. Afterwards, the Juggernaut turned his head and gave instructions to the 21 swordsmen, so that the Juggernaut's shirt fell into the huge cave. The Juggernaut was alone, showing his sincerity. But Xuanhuan only brought Xing Tian and Hou Yi. Soon the four of them disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Yang Jian turned his head and ordered the imperial guards to seal up the giant cave, and no one else was allowed to approach. Although the aboriginal monks walking around were a little bit unhinged, none of them went to touch their heads. Even the strong players on the hero list have been forced to retreat. What are they? The four fell all the way down. Gradually, the surroundings became darker, and finally reached the point where you couldn't see your fingers. However, none of them are mortals, and they can see things in the dark. I heard that more than 100,000 years ago, Wang Xiaofeng, the first domain lord of the southern region, killed countless immortals and demons. I don't know if the legend is wrong. The voice of the Juggernaut sounded in the darkness. Somewhat abrupt. Who is Wang Xiaofeng? Hou Yi asked, curiously. He was once the #1 domain lord of the southern domain, and also the most powerful existence in the world. The voice of the Juggernaut came slowly, and the voice was a little low, as if he was remembering this former hero. Oh, the former strong man is so hanging. Hou Yi suddenly lost interest. Back then I was an invincible fighter in the world, and mere mortals and demons are nothing. Wang Xiaofeng boasted in Xuanhuan's mind. Why is the invincible hand still dead? You can't be humble. Xuanhuan secretly slandered. Immediately, Wang Xiaofeng was furious. It is said that the holy court of the southern region was too powerful at that time, which aroused the fear of the immortals and demons, so they decided to suppress it. However, Wang Xiaofeng was too powerful, and it took hundreds of years for the immortals and demons to kill Wang Xiaofeng. And the immortals themselves are also very powerful. Hurt. The Juggernaut said with emotion. This little guy knows a lot. Who did he listen to? Wang Xiaofeng asked suspiciously in Xuanhuan's mind. The Juggernaut is really knowledgeable and talented. Not only is his swordsmanship top-notch, but even his knowledge of ancient and modern times is unmatched. Xuanhuan flattered him in a moderate way. Let the Juggernaut be quite useful. It's because I know the past and the present. It's Wang Jinlong, the patriarch of the Wang family, who told me. Because the Wang family is the descendant of Wang Xiaofeng. After the juggernaut finished speaking, he looked at Su Haoyan meaningfully. Ranked 10th on the hero list, Wang Jinlong, the patriarch of the ancient family, occupies a side that no one dares to provoke. I'll go. Wang Xiaofeng, you still have descendants alive. Wang Xiaofeng was silent for a while, before he said in an uncertain tone. Later, why don't I know? Su Haoyan's face twitched fiercely. He didn't even know if he had any descendants. It seems that this guy is also a flirtatious man. Hey, let me tell you, if you let the Wang family know about your current situation, I don't know what it will be like. Otherwise, I'll take you to see it. Oh, 10th on the list of heroes. TSK, Wang Xiaofeng is number 1 in the world. He is really a face to our ancestors. The more Wang Xiaofeng listened to it, the more angry he became, and finally, he couldn't help it, and cursed at Su Haoyan angrily. Su Haoyan continued to fall, pretending not to hear. But the juggernaut said, I don't know what is the relationship between you and the Wang family, Holy Emperor Haoyan? Su Haoyan knows the yin and yang wheel of life and death of the Wang family. So he is naturally inextricably linked with the Wang family. Moreover, Su Haoyan's power is developing rapidly, and there must be a big force behind him supporting him. This is the unanimous thought in everyone's mind. Wang Jinlong, that's one of my juniors. Su Haoyan said casually. Su Haoyan and Wang Xiaofeng are both teachers and friends, so Wang Jinlong is indeed his junior. Can you please stop talking nonsense? The juggernaut stared at him blankly for a while, then said angrily. Wang Xiaofeng did not refute Su Haoyan's words. In fact, he thought so too. Hey, there's something down there. At this time, Hui suddenly made a sound, causing Su Haoyan and the others to look down quickly. I saw something wriggling below, and there seemed to be a lot of them. What surprised them most was that the wriggling things were still glowing, and growing brighter as they fell. From this point of view, they are not far from the ground. As for those wriggling things, none of them were ordinary people, and they could see clearly with a glance of their spiritual sense. They turned out to be some soul bodies. And it is still a soul body with a golden fairyland cultivation base. Soon, the 4 of them came to the ground deep underground. Long ago, Hui released the fire dragon arrow and wiped out hundreds of thousands of souls. The luminous body on the ground is exposed. I saw that the ground was full of fluorites of various colors. Covers an area of several miles. In addition, there are hundreds of mutilated corpses scattered on the ground, already incomplete. The 4 of them flew at least tens of thousands of meters from top to bottom. And it would be no wonder they didn't break into pieces when they fell from such a high height, without mana support. From now on, we have to be careful. Immortals treat their companions very solemnly. Traps and formations will definitely be everywhere. The sword master said solemnly. Then he sacrificed the 5 flying swords on his back, circling left and right radiantly. Su Haoyan nodded in agreement. So he walked forward under the protection of Hui and Xing Tian. The place they were standing at this time was in a crypt, and there were 4 passages in front of them, each on one side. Are we acting separately? Su Haoyan looked back and forth, left and right, and asked, with a frown. If you don't separate, you should follow me. Although this big man has a good cultivation, he is useless here. At critical times, they can't protect you. Well. The sword master glanced at Xing Tian and Hui, and said softly. Xing Tian suddenly became angry, and Hui also glared at him. Xuanhuan waved his hand, signaling to Hui that Xing Tian should not be impulsive. He said with a smile, "Dare to ask Senior Juggernaut what is his cultivation?" The Juggernaut looked forward and said casually, "It's better that you don't." "No." Xuanhuan tightened his face and was speechless. Then the four of them flew towards the hole on the left. Along the way, Xuanhuan found that the ground was covered with dense fluorites, and found that most of them were spirit stones with strong aura. And it's also the best spirit stone. Let his eyes shine, and he can't wait to grab one and check it out. There is nothing to be greedy for. When the prohibition is broken, everything here is yours. The voice of the sword master came into his ears, which made Xuanhuan a little embarrassed. Soon, the four of them entered the depths of the cave. Above the huge cave, Yang Jian and the officers of the World Destroyer Army stood in the void and looked down. On the periphery, more and more monks rushed here. There are hundreds of thousands of people. These are monks who come to try their luck. But they were all stopped by the World Destroyer Army. Yang Jian didn't even need to do anything. It's just that these monks, without knowing why, thought in their hearts that Haotian Holy Court was too domineering, so they cursed everywhere. "Who are you? You are too overbearing. What's wrong with Holy Emperor Haotian? Do we have to starve to death if he is here? If you want to eat, then you go in, but if you can come out alive, then I don't know. If you want a chance, you have to look at where this god's tomb has already been targeted by figures such as the Juggernaut. Let's take a look at the excitement and satisfy our hunger." The monks were making a fuss and talking about it, and most of them were unwilling. But the name of Holy Emperor Haotian is no joke. Who dares to frown? Everywhere. Hey, there are so many people. At this moment, a sinister laughter resounded through the world, and Yang Jian's face suddenly changed. The moment the laughter sounded, he felt a trembling breath coming, which made his hair stand on end, and his hair stood on end. There are masters. Everyone looked around, but saw an old man in black above the void. The old man was tall and mighty, with a dark ghostly aura lingering around his body. His face is like a child's, crystal clear, his black hair is casually draped behind his head, and there is a domineering arrogance between his brows. No matter who it is, when they see him for the first time, they will have a feeling of wanting to crawl under their feet. His momentum is not weaker than the Juggernaut. Even in a sense, it surpasses Juggernaut. "Who are you?" Yang Jian asked solemnly. At the same time, he clenched the three-pointed knife tightly, and the vertical eyes between his brows kept wriggling, wanting to open them and face the battle at any time. "This seat is the Supreme Master of Tianwu, do you know?" The old man chuckled and said slowly. "But it gives people an endless sense of coercion. Tianwu Supreme. Ranked second on the hero list, the overlord of the land of Netherness." Yang Jian's face instantly collapsed. The officers of the World Destroyer Army were even more frightened. They have been in the heavenly world for a while, and they have also read the hero list, so they naturally know the status of Tianwu Supreme, the second strongest player in the entire world. "Oh, it's boring, I don't even have a decent opponent." "Forget it, it won't be bloody." The Supreme Master Tianwu looked around, only stopped for a while on Yang Jian, then shook his head in disappointment, and immediately bent down into a black light and plunged into the huge hole. It disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. This scene caused the monks around to commotion. Who is that, so awesome? Ignoring the Haotian Holy Quartz army, just go in. Like this? Dou Yu Supreme? This name is too domineering. I will go. I remembered, that is the Lord of the Underworld. It's a good thing that the Haotian Holy Quartz army didn't stop them. Otherwise there would not be enough people to fill their teeth. TSK, there is something interesting to watch now, and it is another super strong man. It is not yet known who will get the treasure. It seems that this place is really not something we can participate in. It's a pity. For a while, the monks talked a lot, but Yang Jian's face was ashen. The gate. He was guarding unexpectedly, still let in an existence that could threaten his majesty. Make him ashamed and indignant. Faceless to see Xuanhuan. Boom. A thick stone wall was knocked down by Hou Yi's punch, revealing a straight passage behind. Xuanhuan stretched his neck to look, and said, "Aren't these ancient restrictions very powerful?" Along the way, they have dismantled no less than 100 formation restrictions, all of which were smashed by Hou Yi. What Xuanhuan felt was that these ancient restrictions were commonplace and not challenging at all. Don't forget that although this subordinate of yours only has the cultivation base of the peak of the Deluo Gene Fairyland, if he really wants to face the early stage of the Deluo Shuxian, he is still capable of fighting. Such a strong man can break the mere restriction, can't it be easy? The Juggernaut shook his head and said, after getting along for a while, it seems that he and Xuanhuan have become good friends who talk about everything. If outsiders saw Juggernaut chatting and laughing with others, they would definitely drop their jaws in shock. There are absolutely no more than 3 people in this world who can make the Juggernaut joke with him. Maybe. Xuanhuan nodded casually. Communicating with the Juggernaut along the way taught him a lot of ancient secrets. The few people walked forward for about 500 meters, and were finally forced to stop. The 4 of them looked around and saw a huge hall appearing 100 meters ahead. This hall has a radius of 1,000 meters and a height of 500 or 600 feet. It's just that the things placed in the hall give people a sense of horror. I saw transparent coffins densely placed vertically in the hall. Through the coffin, one can clearly see the corpses lying inside. And still no rotting corpses. The facial features and clothing are clearly visible. Could it be that these are the corpses of fairy demons? Xuanhuan asked in surprise. Because under the scanning of his consciousness, these corpses were all lifeless. But there is magic power circulating in the body, which seems extremely strange. Maybe. The sword master replied ambiguously. As soon as the voice fell, he walked into the group of coffins. The 3 of Xuanhuan followed closely behind, and Xing Tian reminded in a low voice, "Your Majesty, be careful." Suddenly there was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Ever since he came here, he always felt that something was watching them from the side. And as they entered the group of coffins, this feeling became more and more intense. When the Juggernaut walked past a coffin, the coffin suddenly shook violently. And the corpse inside suddenly opened its eyes. The pupils were not as imagined, only blood red. Very penetrating. Almost at the same time, all the coffins in the hall began to shake, and all the corpses also opened their eyes. The picture was eerie, chilling, and numb. What's the situation? A zombie? Xuanhuan frowned and said. As soon as he finished speaking, all the coffins exploded with a bang, and the coffin fragments flew in all directions like sharp swords. In front of Xuanhuan, Xing Tian waved his relatives and shot down all the flying fragments. Boom! A wave of terrifying murderous intent suddenly descended, filling the entire hall, and at the same time, the four of them were instantly locked. Xuanhuan felt a murderous intent fall on him in an instant, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His back was chilled, and his scalp suddenly rose. Xuanhuan was naturally unwilling to be beaten passively like this, so he wanted to make a move. However, at this moment, the juggernaut moved. I saw the 5 flying swords hovering above his head, suddenly flying in all directions, and the sword light suddenly turned into sword shadows all over the sky, stirring towards the newly revived corpses. The next moment, where the sword light passed, all the corpses along the way were directly reduced to dust. When the sword light dissipated, all the corpses in the hall disappeared. The ground was covered with smelly minced meat and bones. The whole picture is magnificent. There is no challenge, a corpse is a corpse, even a fairy who has become a soldier of the underworld. The sword master said lonely. You can die if you don't pretend. Xuanhuan despised the juggernaut in his heart. However, the strength of the juggernaut made him feel a little itchy. It would be great for such a strong man to serve me, Xuanhuan thought longingly. Now the system already has the function of finding talents. Although he is useless now, the only chance is still reserved. But he knows that he can't always rely on the system. There are also many amazingly talented people in this world, such as the sword master, which makes him yearn for it very much. Just wanting the juggernaut to work for him is no less difficult than defeating the demon emperor. Because a person like a juggernaut is lonely all his life, and would rather die than surrender to someone or a certain force. These corpses are all small people, not worth mentioning. The real big people are inside. They don't have to be corpses, they may be living people. The words of the juggernaut made Xuanhuan and the 3 of them feel their scalps go numb. I don't know how many thousands of years there are still living creatures in the tomb of the gods that haven't been born. Isn't that the existence of old monsters? Xuanhuan couldn't help thinking of Xuanhuan City not long ago. Isn't the living soul just an old monster? Including the one inside him. Nima. Why are there so many old monsters in this world? I'm not an old monster, I'm the #1 domain lord of the southern region, the former #1 powerhouse. Wang Xiaofeng's indignant voice sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan curled his lips and said, it used to be, but it can be used as a fart. Wang Xiaofeng once again roared angrily in Xuanhuan's mind. Let's go, we are getting closer to the truth. The juggernaut threw down a word, and plunged into the darkness ahead. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't care about arguing with Wang Xiaofeng, and hurriedly followed. Along the way, they saw quite a few transparent coffins, but they were not so dense anymore. Are these all fairies? Xuanhuan was very skeptical, and felt that the immortals and demons in this tomb of the gods were like those top-quality spirit stones thrown around. Worthless. It's just some very ordinary immortals, they just take up a word of immortal. The sword master said indifferently. Xuanhuan nodded, suddenly realized that these immortals are similar to the heavenly soldiers and generals in Chinese myths and legends. This god's tomb may be a fairy prison. Wang Xiaofeng said suddenly. What is a mortal prison? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. It's the prison where immortals and demons are held. There may be a fierce prisoner imprisoned here. Wang Xiaofeng replied patiently. Isn't that the same as Xuanhuan city? Maybe, probably. I think you are also half knowledgeable. After a while, you will know. Su Haoyan ended his conversation with Wang Xiaofeng. His eyes were all over the place, observing the situation of the passage. Wang Xiaofeng didn't know why, so he didn't pester Su Haoyan and fell silent. After walking forward for a while, a huge stone gate suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the way of everyone. This stone gate is tens of feet high and more than 10 feet wide. Many mysterious runes are densely engraved on the surface. Dazzling, people feel dizzy when they see it. Slow. Seeing this, Hui pulled out the bow of God Padian and shot through the stone gate. But it was stopped by the sword master. What, is there a problem? Su Haoyan asked with a frown. The juggernaut stared at Sherman, closed his eyes for a moment, and then said, in a deep voice, there are living creatures inside. Hiss. What, there are really living things? Su Haoyan gasped, but was mistaken by Wang Xiaofeng. But here comes the question, why didn't the immortals kill the prisoner? Could it be that the fairy demon has no way to take this prisoner? Can't he kill him? No, aren't immortals omnipotent? Hey, why do I feel that there is an aura that I am very familiar with? Wang Xiaofeng suddenly interrupted Su Haoyan's doubts, and said. Su Haoyan rolled his eyes, you have acquaintances everywhere, and you eat so much, why are you still a ghost? Su Haoyan said with contempt in his heart. Wait, Wang Xiaofeng's familiar breath, could it be that there is really some old monster from Wang Xiaofeng's period in it? Su Haoyan suddenly secretly doubted. What are we waiting here for? Xing Tian asked impatiently. The juggernaut didn't say a word, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hey, I really didn't expect that there are still things in this world where the juggernaut is hesitant. At this moment, a slightly sarcastic and joking voice came into everyone's ears. The four of them looked back in shock. At the end of the pitch-black passage, a blurry figure rushed towards here at an extremely fast speed. The figure was silent, erratic, even flickering. Arriving in a flash. Your Majesty, be careful. Ho Yi and Xing Tian stood in front of Su Haoyan in a flash. The juggernaut was slightly moved. Said aloud, Supreme Tong Yu, I didn't expect you to come too. While speaking, his 5 swords buzzed and pointed at the shadow approaching. Leisurely. The faces of Su Haoyan and the others changed drastically. Tong Yu Supreme. No one dares to mess with the powerhouse who ranks second on the hero list. Su Haoyan's back was immediately covered with fine cold sweat. Nima. The world of the Southern Territory is already incomplete. If these two fight, it will really be ruined. Supreme Master Tong Yu stopped 10 meters away from the 4 of them. He ignored the sword master, who was about to rattle his sword, but looked at Su Haoyan with some amusement, and said with a smile. You are the Holy Emperor Haoyan, right? You are handsome, and you are imposing. You are not yet 20 years old. TSK, a Tai realm powerhouse who is under 20 years old. It is amazing. My son is 10,000 times stronger. His son is naturally the son of Milan. Su Haoyan raised his eyebrows, and said without fear, why, Senior Tong Yu, who ranks second on the hero list, is also interested in this tomb. He deliberately used the word senior to block Tong Yu Supreme, which means that you are a dignified senior, come to grab the things of the junior, what? An embarrassment. Humph, it's just a tomb of a god, I don't care about it. Dou Yu Supreme said proudly. While speaking, he put his eyes on the juggernaut, and said with a sneer. Juvenile, don't you really know the purpose of my visit? Hee, that's right. As expected of being number 2 in the world, I really let you choose the right path. Facing the questioning from Supreme Master Dou Yu, the Sword Saint's expression gradually darkened. Said softly. Is your plan really sound? It will destroy the world. Don't you really care about the lives of hundreds of millions of people? Plan? Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed suddenly. It's a big deal, a secret, damn it. Is labor and capital still there? Are you too not afraid that I will know? Knowing other people's secrets will make you curse and swear even if you don't get killed. In short, these old guys have a lot of ways to keep you tight-lipped. While Xuanhuan was roaring in his heart, Supreme Master Dou Yu's cold voice sounded. Although we live comfortably, we don't know that we have been trapped in this world for a long time, Now our cultivation has been stuck in the bottleneck for a long time. If we want to go further, we must take that step. That step is breaking the sky. Supreme Master Dou Yu's words were full of indignation and excitement. And there is endless hope. The juggernaut did not move, nor did he retract his sword. The atmosphere became weird and tense again. Heaven breaking. This was the first time Xuanhuan heard of it. Is this world a prison? If you want to go further, you have to leave this world to find further opportunities. Otherwise, you will die slowly. Because we haven't cultivated to the step of longevity. The juggernaut glanced at Xuanhuan and explained. Sage Emperor Huayan, young hero, it's okay to let you know. Now we are studying the plan of breaking the sky. And the ancient emperor is already preparing. He wants to break the sky and is looking for a powerful person who can carry this task. The ancient emperor wanted to select 12 strong men and set up a large formation to destroy the sky. However, there are not many masters in the world today, so the help of the ancients is needed. Dou Yu Supreme said eagerly. Then he looked at the juggernaut, his eyes became sharper. If you are obstructing the deity, then don't blame the deity for being rude. As soon as the words fell, Supreme Master Dou Yu stared at him, and an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted from his body in an instant, causing the entire underground cave to shake violently. This kind of shaking is not only felt underground, even the giant peaks above 10,000 meters are shaking at this time. Let everyone in the outside world, even everyone in the world of Nanyu Tian, can clearly feel it. Is this the fight? Yang Jian's face was livid. His back was drenched with cold sweat. He had already asked Phoenix City for help just now. Ask the Phoenix to come to support. It's just that Phoenix can't arrive right now. At the same time, in the cave below 10,000 meters, the Juggernaut and Dou Yu Supreme had reached the point where their swords were on the verge of breaking out, and their aura had climbed to the extreme. The terrifying coercion made it difficult for Xuanhuan to breathe, and he felt a strong sense of suffocation. Let me tell you, you two have different purposes for coming here. Why do you have to fight to the death? Isn't it good to cooperate? Xuanhuan couldn't bear it anymore, and finally asked. Dou Yu Supreme and Sword Master Chi looked at Xuanhuan, their murderous gazes made Xuanhuan's heart beat wildly. Mauler bastard. You two just pretend, sooner or later you will die. Su Haoyan was so angry that he scolded him, and was about to continue to persuade him, when Supreme Tong Yu and Sword Master both withdrew their oppressive aura. The underground cave suddenly calmed down and stopped shaking. Damn it. If the two old things really fight, this place must collapse, or the world of the Southern Territory will suffer. It's up to you. The Juggernaut shook his head and said lonely. And give up the position. Seeing this, Supreme Master Tong Yu was not polite, and walked directly to the stone gate, with excitement in his eyes. If you want to select 12 Xeon Masters, what kind of heaven killing formation do you need? It won't be an improved version of the heaven killing formation in Chinese myths and legends, right? Su Haoyan thought suspiciously. Who is Huaxia? Wang Xiaofeng's strange voice sounded in Su Haoyan's mind, which made him startled, and quickly explained, a super strong man. He can make iron shells, fly through the clouds, turn roosters into phoenixes, and men into women. He can do anything? How can there be such a person? Just brag. Wang Xiaofeng snorted. Hey, what's going on? This breath. Wang Xiaofeng spoke again, but he was still puzzled. What? Are you really an acquaintance? Su Haoyan became more and more puzzled. At this time, Supreme Master Tong Yu suddenly made a move. I saw him lightly punching Sherman. There was a loud bang, and the billowing jet-black mana immediately turned into a black fist the size of a wheel and directly hit the stone gate with an aura of destruction. The stone gate instantly shattered and collapsed, and a wave of dust and air rushed towards his face, forcing Su Haoyan to cover his face. After the dust dissipated, the Juggernaut focused his eyes and looked inside. Supreme Tong Yu's eyes widened even more. I saw a stone cave inside the stone gate, like a prison. It's just that the prison is huge. It was extremely humid inside, the ground was potholed, and the light was dim. If not for the few people who were not ordinary people, it would be impossible to see the situation inside clearly. Call. At this time, there was a heavy breathing sound from inside. Several people looked carefully and found that in the depths of the cave, there was a group of tall black shadows slowly wriggling there. It looks very extroverted. An existence that can be imprisoned by immortals and demons must be extremely strong. You are the legendary Zhantian Demon Emperor, right? You can come out now. Supreme Tong Yu couldn't restrain his excitement, and the words he said were already trembling. / the Heaven Demon Emperor. The Juggernaut's expression changed dramatically. Ho Yi and Xing Tian looked blank. What? Zhantian Demon Emperor? Wang Xiaofeng's former subordinate? The name Zhantian Yaodi was first mentioned by Wang Xiaofeng inadvertently. Under Su Haoyan's questioning, Wang Xiaofeng told him about this person's life, which made Su Haoyan yearn for it. Haha, it really is this little guy. I didn't expect him to be so faithful. Little guy, there really is him. Wang Xiaofeng said happily. The corner of Su Haoyan's mouth twitched. At this time, Supreme Master Tong Yu became fanatical, and he said excitedly. You can come out, once the #1 powerhouse of the monster clan, let us join hands to pierce the sky and pursue a wider world. Boy, hurry up and run. I heard that Zhantian Yaodi is the emperor of the Yaozu, and the Yaozu you killed is his disciple. If you want him to know. The sound transmission of the Juggernaut made Su Haoyan's expression very strange. Standing there without moving an inch. This move made the sword master shake his head, saying in his heart that this kid is too arrogant. At this time, the black shadow in the cave finally stood up, and he walked out. Slowly. At the same time, an unparalleled arrogance rushed forward, causing the expressions of the Juggernaut and Tianwu Supreme to change drastically. Hou and Xing Tian gritted their teeth and did not take half a step back. It's just that the leaked breath is so powerful, so how strong is his body? Cannot imagine. What year is it? Zhang Tianyou's voice came from inside, hoarse and difficult, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. But maybe it is precisely because of this that it makes people have a creepy feeling. It has been 170,000 years since you were imprisoned. Venerable Tianwu said respectfully. It's just that this number made him feel unreal. As strong as Xing Tian and Hou, they both gasped. 17,000 years, it's been so long, it's really long. The Zhang Tianyou slowly came out from the darkness. He was nearly 3 feet tall, mighty and burly, and he couldn't tell what he was wearing, because it had all turned into strips of cloth. His head was already like dry grass, and his long unkempt hair covered half of his face. He has a pair of sharp horns, which shone coldly under the reflection of the dim light. The muscles all over his body were knotted, as if there was infinite power in his body. He slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. There is a faint green light flashing. The Heaven Demon Emperor. The king of the demon clan. If it has been sealed today, why don't you join forces with us to break the seal? You go to revenge, and we go to find the road to eternal life. Supreme Master Tianwu didn't say anything beautiful, but told the truth directly. Although he was surprised by Zhang Tianyou's terrifying aura, he was not afraid. The sky is sealed? Zhang Tianyou muttered to himself. Is the holy court of the southern region still there? Is the lord of the region resurrected? The holy court has long since disappeared. The domain master was even killed by the combination of immortals and demons. How could he be resurrected? Supreme Master Tianwu shook his head. He felt that Zhang Tianyou seemed to have been imprisoned for too long, and he was already confused. The Juggernaut was expressionless, but he didn't release his defense. Naturally, he wanted to prevent Zhang Tianyou from making a sudden move. That's right, this kid is not too old and confused, he still remembers that agreement. Wang Xiaofeng kept nodding in Xuanhuan's mind. Promise? What stuff? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. Do you think I can tell you? You will know later. Wang Xiaofeng groaned, making Xuanhuan's teeth itch with hatred. At the same time, the Zhang Tianyou walked slowly towards Tianwu Supreme. When he passed by the Juggernaut, he glanced at the Juggernaut from top to bottom, and said, the comprehension of the way of the sword is not bad, and he is a man who can be made. Being praised by the old monster from 170,000 years ago, the Juggernaut still has a calm mind. He already has a rock-solid heart, and even in the face of praise, he still treats it with a normal heart. When Zhang Tianyou came before Tianwu Supreme, he had already restrained all his aura, and his dirty face looked like a beggar no matter what, but who dared to underestimate him? Supreme Master Tianwu was still not afraid of Zhang Tianyou's aura. Why should I help you? Zhang Tianyou's mighty figure is higher than that of Tianwu Supreme, so he asked in a posture of looking down at this time. The corners of Supreme Master Tianyou's mouth curled up slightly, and he said loudly, because the immortals have sealed this world. If you want to seek revenge from them, you have to rush out of this world. Our two sides have the same purpose, so join us, it's your best choice. Oh. What you said, I can do it myself. Why should I cooperate with you? Zhang Tianyou's eyes flickered, and there was a possibility of making a move. At any time. Although you are very strong, please don't look down on us, because we are not necessarily weaker than your era. Supreme Dou Yu snorted softly. Although he wanted to Xuanhuan, he didn't allow the other party to underestimate him. He is now number 2 in the world, but Xuanhuan was not in his era. Not even ranked. What right do you have to look down on him? If you want me to value you, it depends on whether you have that strength. Xuanhuan said softly. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly punched Supreme Master Dou Yu. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Supreme Dou Yu was not mentally prepared at all, and in a hurry, he could only cross his arms forward, trying to block the punch. Boom. The power enough to destroy the heavens and the earth directly blasted the Dou Yu Supreme in an instant, along the passage, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He knocked down countless stone walls along the way, and the violent noise made the ground in the southern region tremble. In the passageway, gravel was scattered and dust was flying. Fortunately, Hui and Xingtian saw the opportunity quickly and blocked all this for Su Haotian. After the chaos, the juggernaut not only lamented, the strong and ancient times were all proud, that's so easy to convince. At this time, Xuanhuan glanced at him, and said with a light smile. Why, you want to try too? Today's monster clan is almost all inherited from him, and one can get a glimpse of it from the aura on his body. Although Xuanhuan has been imprisoned for 170,000 years, it does not mean that he is weak. On the contrary, it is hard to see through. Why don't you dare? Juggernaut is never afraid of any challenge, even if the opponent is much stronger than him. What's more, this is a strong man from 170,000 years ago. To be honest, he was a little itchy. Seeing this, Su Haotian sweated profusely in an instant, and immediately roared. Your sister, can you have a good time and stop fighting on my territory? As soon as the words fell, the Sword Master and the Demon Emperor, Xuantian, looked at him together. In an instant, Su Haotian felt as if he was being watched by a giant beast, which made his hair stand on end and tremble with fear. This is? Xuanhuan's body suddenly trembled, and then his eyes widened suddenly. And then he became excited, and his body trembled violently. This scene made the juggernaut frown. Su Haotian gasped. This guy saw me so excited, could it be that he fell in love with me? I'm not gay, but I don't have the hobby of long yang. Search. Dou Yu Supreme suddenly ran back from the dust, his body was like light smoke, like a ghost, ghostly appeared next to Xuanhuan. I was punched by you just now, and your life was saved by this deity. As an ancient monk, you should repay your kindness. The Supreme Master Dou Yu received a punch from the Xuantian Demon Emperor. And he was just like a normal person, and he was not injured at all. However, Xuanhuan ignored him at all. Instead, he looked at Su Haotian with incomparable excitement, causing Dou Yu Supreme's complexion to darken. The situation is a little weird? Supreme Master Dou Yu murmured in his heart. He secretly decided that if Xuanhuan did not agree to his invitation, he would do it directly. If he could surrender, he would destroy it. Boom. A fiery flame suddenly burst out, and with a bang, it appeared in front of Su Haotian, revealing the graceful figure of a phoenix. Your Majesty, the subordinates are late. Who doesn't have eyesight and dares to hurt my Majesty? Phoenix said coldly. Big Luo Xuxian? Another Daluo Xuxian. The Juggernaut and Dou Yu Supreme were startled. There have been two great Luo Zuxians around Xuanhuan up to now, and they are still in the late stage of the Luo Xuxian. There is also an existence comparable to the early stage of Daluo Xuxian. Stronger than them, there are no subordinates of the three great Luo Zuxians. How can we not shock them? Zhang Tianyao simply ignored the addition of a super strong man in the venue. Still looking excited. Looking at Xuanhuan's handsome face at this time, he felt as if he had passed away. I really didn't expect that what you left back then actually came true. This sentence is heard in everyone's ears, which makes people not only imagine. Then? What do you mean, what happened back then? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Aren't you leaving yet? Xing Tian General Qi Yihing shouted in a cold voice. Let's say it again, when you leave the southern territory, you can fight as you like outside, I don't care about it. But not here. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said. Let me just say, you haven't awakened your previous life, that's why you're so weak. Territory Master, the #1 powerhouse in the southern territory, please accept my subordinate's bow. Zhang Tianyao muttered to himself, and in the next second, he knelt on the ground on one knee. This move moved everyone. What's the situation? Juggernaut and Supreme Dou Yu stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths wide, feeling unreal. Hui, Xingtian, and Feng were even more at a loss. There was a look of shock in their eyes at the same time. No way? Could it be that the Demon Emperor from 170,000 years ago is also Su Haotian's subordinate? I am not the #1 domain lord in the Southern Territory, nor is I the #1 powerhouse. This is not nonsense. If this matter gets out, can I still have a way out? Don't deny it, you are. The words of Zhang Tianyao cannot be doubted. Let the faces of Juggernaut and Dou Yu Supreme be full of weird expressions. Who else can make the former Demon Emperor called the Domain Master and the strongest person, except Wang Xiaofeng, the #1 domain master of the southern region, who was the strongest person in the world 170,000 years ago? How many times have I said it? I am not Wang Xiaofeng, I just inherited his blood. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, without the urge to run away, and patiently explained. If the matter really gets serious, it will definitely attract the attention of immortals and demons, so wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? And he's really not Wang Xiaofeng, okay? You are the god of war. I am not. I said you are, and sooner or later you will understand. I said you are, sooner or later you will understand. Are you a cow? Why did you run all the way to the black? Your Majesty, calm down. Juggernaut and Dou Yu Supreme were speechless, completely speechless. Sage Emperor Haotian is an idiot, the biggest idiot in the world, even if you are not Wang Xiaofeng, you can even pretend to be. This is the Demon Emperor. Zhangtian. The subordinate who sent it to the door didn't want it. What a stick. This kind of weird evasion gave Dou Yu Supreme, who was so determined to win over Zhangtian Demon Emperor, an urge to hang himself. It seems that Xuanhuan really didn't lie to him. Xuanhuan is really an elder of the Wang family. This kid, could it be that Wang Xiaofeng took his home? The sword master thought crookedly. Xuanhuan had no choice but to say helplessly, if you worship me, I will be the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng, otherwise don't pester me. How could such a strong person worship him? He was just looking for a reason. That was not a reason. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tianyao didn't hesitate at all. With a bang, he knelt down on one knee, and said loudly, "That is necessary. I was your subordinate 170,000 years ago, and I am the same now. And I will follow His Majesty for life and death." As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions changed. Xuanhuan's side was naturally pleasantly surprised. But the expressions of Juggernaut and Supreme Master Dou Yu instantly turned ugly. If Haotian Holy Court obtained Zhantian Demon Emperor, then who in the world can resist the footsteps of Haotian Holy Court? Is this true? Xuanhuan couldn't believe it. With the help of the Demon Emperor Zhantian, he would be able to deal with the Demon Emperor Jun with ease. Certainly. Zhantian Yaodi clasped his fists and said. But he went on to say, however, I have to take revenge first, and when the matter is settled, I will definitely accompany His Majesty and fight the world. As soon as the words fell, Zhantian Yaodi suddenly jumped up, smashed the stone wall above his head, and disappeared in the eyes of everyone in the blink of an eye. Obviously has flown out of the underground cave. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. The rest of the people also looked at each other in blank dismay, also froze on the spot. What a trap! What the hell? After a long time, Xuanhuan burst out and said foul language. The corners of the mouths of the others twitched and their shoulders shrugged. Feng Huang even turned around and lowered his head, trying not to laugh out loud. Ding! Trigger the side mission, subdue the Zhantian Demon Emperor. Task. Details, because the Zhantian Demon Emperor delayed the time to worship the host for revenge. If the host subdues the Zhantian Demon Emperor, the system will reward the host once a chance to summon superpowers. A chance to be loyal to the peak. A chance to awaken the peak. Xuanhuan's prompt sounded at this moment, making Xuanhuan gnash his teeth. Even more. What if the Demon Emperor Zhantian died before he could take revenge? Maybe I just had fun for nothing. This kid is still so fluffy. Wang Xiaofeng sighed in Xuanhuan's mind. He really thinks of me as you. If this makes a lot of noise, how can you let me play? Xuanhuan said angrily. He is Xuanhuan, the Holy Emperor of Haotian Holy Court, not someone's substitute. Not to mention the #1 domain lord of the southern region. Back then. Think about it, you will face it sooner or later. You won't be afraid, will you? Wang Xiaofeng sneered. It made Xuanhuan even more angry. I am not afraid of the sky, I am not afraid of the earth, I just don't want to be famous. Xuanhuan cursed secretly. No matter how extraordinary Xuanhuan is, how tall and powerful Xuanhuan is, in the future, it will be counted on Wang Xiaofeng's head, how depressing it is. What is replacement? You are me, and I am you. We are one. Wang Xiaofeng said with a smile. Xuanhuan just wanted to refute, but Dou Yu Supreme came over at this moment. What are you going to do? Phoenix stood in front of Xuanhuan, and his icy pretty face immediately became alert. Hee, Holy Emperor Haotian turned out to be the reincarnation of the first domain master of the Southern Territory. This time, you must restore the heavenly world of the Southern Territory. If you succeed, I will guarantee you to enter the list of 12 people. Dou Yu Supreme ignored Feng Huang and said to Xuanhuan with a smile. How do you know that I'm going to resurrect the Southern Sky World? The words of Dou Yu Supreme gave him a creepy feeling. His plan to revive the heavenly world of the southern region was carried out in extreme secrecy. Not to mention them, even the subordinates around him don't know much about it. There's no need to doubt it, A long time ago, we knew that the Xuanwu continent you ruled now is the missing part of the southern territory. It's just that in the past tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to take the step of unifying the Xuanwu continent. It's even more impossible to revive the southern sky world. But now you have done it. If you want to move forward, you have to face the broken Nanyushan world. Therefore, we have been paying attention to what path you will take next. Now, resurrecting the Nanyushan world is what you have to do. Isn't it? Supreme Master Dou Yu did not put on a superior posture in front of Xuanhuan. He really put Xuanhuan on the same level as him. It's a form of respect. Because the current Xuanhuan is the key to them getting out of this world. He couldn't tolerate even the slightest negligence. Ding. Trigger the main quest 12 Emperors of Heaven punishment. Mission. Details: the strong men headed by the ancient emperor and supreme master Dou Yu want to break the sky, and they are forming the 12 strong men who are forming the heaven punishing formation. If the host becomes one of the 12 emperors, the system will reward the host with a designated chance to summon a super powerhouse. A chance to awaken the loyal peak. A chance to be a powerhouse peak. A chance to summon a super legion. At this moment, the system notification sound echoed in Xuanhuan's mind, causing Xuanhuan to be taken aback for a moment. The 12 Emperors of Heaven? It sounds awesome. Since this is the case, then I will definitely complete the integration of the Nanyushan world, so that the Nanyushan world from 170,000 years ago will be presented to the world again. With the assurance of Dou Yu Supreme, he will naturally not say any more polite words, nor will he deliberately explain that he is the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng. To become the 12 emperors of Zhu Tian, his identity will definitely be admired by all generations. At that time, there will definitely be a large number of sages who will come to pay homage to the Haotian Holy Court. At that time, the Haotian Holy Court will become the most powerful holy court in this world. Court, none of them, Goody and Leizu, have always paid attention to you, Yaodi, Randang. Among the three, only you are the youngest and the one with the greatest influence. Therefore, I am waiting for your good news in the land of darkness. Dou Yu Supreme said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, he turned around and disappeared. Ancient Emperor? Now the strongest in the world. Really attractive. He and the Demon Emperor, Randang, are the 3 most popular heroes in the recent hero list, so they will naturally attract the attention of top powerhouses. It's just that Dou Yu Supreme would be optimistic about him. Now it seems that it should have something to do with Zhantian Yaodi. With the Demon Emperor Zhantian standing sideways in front, the top 10 powerhouses have to measure and measure before they can attack themselves. Especially Dou Yu Supreme, don't forget that he triggered the mission to kill Prince Milan. At that time, the old fellow Dou Yu Supreme's expression is not known how wonderful. Xuanhuan had a playful smile on his face. Let the juggernaut curl his lips endlessly. Although I don't know why this kid has a sly smile on his face, but with Xuanhuan's urinating nature, it is definitely not a good thing. The Demon Emperor Zhantian has left, and all the restrictions will be invalidated. I will go find the resurrection pill, and then leave. After speaking, he disappeared. The 4 of Xuanhuan were left looking at each other. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Phoenix asked. Xuanhuan waved his hand and said, let the world-destroying divine army come. in, and at the same time let the 100 Illusions divine army from Phoenix City also come. In order to prevent the world-destroying divine army from doing some small tricks secretly, he needs the 100 Illusions to supervise each other. Xuanhuan nodded, turned around and left. In the following time, the three of Xuanhuan wandered around in this huge tomb of God. Under Hou and Xing Tian's thunderous actions, all 4 passages were cleared. During this period, Xuanhuan got a lot of treasures, and at the same time, Hou and Xing Tian got a lot. Xuanhuan found that there were too many pills, spirit stones, magic weapons, and other items in the tomb of the gods. There are even countless treasures all over the tomb of God. Xuanhuan has a feeling of getting rich overnight. In comparison, the treasures in Phoenix City are much inferior. Hurry up, and help me collect the genius treasures that can improve my cultivation. I want to enter the Tai Gold Wonderland. Then break the sky. Xuanhuan stood on a high pile of spiritual stones, showing the demeanor of a local tyrant. Hui Xingtian laughed out loud. On the second day, the three of Xuanhuan flew out from the ground. At this moment, the area within a kilometer around the entrance of the god's tomb has become flat, with countless military tents spread all over the surrounding area, guarded by densely packed soldiers. In addition to the human race, there are also monster soldiers. All the monster races of the World Destroyer Army guard the entrance of the god's tomb together with the 100 Illusion Army. As early as below, Xuanhuan's governance of the country is equal to human monsters. Therefore, in Haotian Holy Court, people and monsters are the most harmonious country, and it is also the most popular place in the world. Seeing the three of Xuanhuan flying out of the cave, all the soldiers knelt down in unison. He shouted loudly, "See your majesty." Millions of soldiers knelt down and shouted in unison, and the sound shook the entire southern sky world. Let all creatures have a feeling of shocking the soul. Especially the soldiers recruited by the 100 Illusionary Army in the celestial world, their faces were full of fanaticism at this time. The legendary Holy Emperor Haotian appeared in front of their eyes, which shocked them and brought tears to their eyes. In the distance, the native monks of the heavenly world who were still unwilling to leave were even more stunned. They couldn't understand why an ordinary emperor was so popular. This has exceeded their cognition. At 10 noon, Xuanhuan quickly returned to Phoenix City. As soon as Xuanhuan returned to Phoenix City, he ordered him to go to seclusion, and he must hurry up to practice and advance to the Tai Gold Fairyland as soon as possible. This time he got a lot of treasures from the Tomb of the Gods. After taking them, he will definitely be able to advance. At that time, he will be able to merge with the mainland. And the Juggernaut left the Tomb of God as early as yesterday, and even sent a voice transmission to him before leaving. I, the Juggernaut, owe you a favor. From the Holy Emperor Haotian. The Juggernaut's favor is a precious asset, because in today's world, the Juggernaut's strength can be ranked among the top few. In the future, if the Haotian Holy Court encounters a huge crisis, he will definitely ask the Juggernaut for help. Of course, Xuanhuan didn't want to have such a crisis. At the same time, the news about the appearance of a god's tomb in the Tian world of the Southern Territory has spread all over the world. This incident is rare and cannot be covered up. Because this incident involved several big figures. The tomb of the gods that appeared in the southern sky world unexpectedly ran out of a peerless great demon king. I heard that he is the ancestor of all demons, and his strength can be called the world's number one. Well, there is such a thing. But compared to this, it is more surprising that Sima Long was scared away by Holy Emperor Haoyan. The tomb of the gods that appeared in the southern sky world unexpectedly ran out of a peerless great demon king. I heard that he is the ancestor of all demons, and his strength can be called the world's number one. Well, there is such a thing. But compared to this, it is more surprising that Sima Long was scared away by Holy Emperor Haoyan. I heard that Dou Yu Supreme and Juggernaut are also involved in this matter. Hey, this incident is more eye-catching than the fairy tomb. Although there is no fierce battle, it is impossible for so many big people to collide with each other. If you want me to say, the most shocking thing is that the Holy Emperor Haoyan was able to keep the Tomb of God with the participation of Supreme Master Dou Yu, the Sword Saint, and the Ghost King. This shows that the Holy Emperor Haoyan is extraordinary. In the hundreds of domains in the sky world, forces of all sizes are discussing this matter. At the same time, the matter of the Tomb of the Gods also made Su Haoyan's reputation soar. Soon Dou Yu Supreme broke out another news that was enough to shock the world. Holy Emperor Haoyan was the reincarnation of the first domain lord of the Southern Territory 170,000 years ago. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was shocked. For a while, the news about the first domain master of the Southern Territory, the Holy Court of the Southern Territory, was unearthed by interested people. The secrets hidden by gods and demons, and the ancient books that have not been destroyed have been dug out one after another. As it was circulated, things became more and more intense. Savage, Pingtian Palace. Your Majesty is worthy of being the Emperor of all ages, and the unification of the world is just around the corner. The Bull Demon King sat on the throne in the Pingtian Hall, laughing with excitement. For him, being able to follow Su Haoyan is much better than being a monster in his previous life. North Liangshan. The territory of the Demon Emperor Dijuan. Bailiang Mountain, which covers an area of more than 30 domains, is slightly inferior to the area occupied by the 3 palaces, 4 palaces, and 5 gates. But as a great power of the monster clan, being able to unify more than half of the monster clan is already shocking. On the land of Bailiang, the Demon Emperor's palace is like a prehistoric beast entrenched in the wilderness, giving people a sense of absolute oppression. At this moment, the Demon Emperor was sitting on the large golden seat, listening to the demon soldiers report calmly. Dozens of great demon kings of Taiyu realm sat on both sides of the main hall. The quiet atmosphere seemed extremely strange. The Demon Emperor Zhangtian has already been born, and his whereabouts are unknown. The key is that he swore a grand oath before leaving, swearing allegiance to the Holy Emperor Haoyan. And he personally declared that Emperor Haoyan was the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng, the first domain lord of the southern region 170,000 years ago. And this news was finally confirmed by Dou Yu Supreme. It seems true. The demon soldier who reported the letter said respectfully. Following the announcement of this news, the dozens of big demon kings who sat down began to discuss in low voices. The demon emperor muttered to himself in his seat, the reincarnation of the strongest person in the southern region? The corners of his mouth turned up, and he said with a smile, "That's right, I really didn't misunderstand you. If that's the case, Padian will really be able to make some efforts in the future." Even though Su Haoyan was the reincarnation of the former strongest man, the Demon Emperor didn't feel afraid, nor did he have even the slightest killing intent. I don't know why, but he just couldn't get up and wanted to kill Xuanhuan. Somewhere, there is actually an urge to protect Xuanhuan. It made him feel extremely puzzled. In the illusory, real and illusory hall, the ancient emperor, dressed in a snow-white dress, leaned on a purple gold crutch, standing under the eaves of the corridor as always, looking up at the sky without taking his eyes off it. The old man in black clothes next to him said with a smile, "Gu Emperor." Emperor Haoyan turned out to be the reincarnation of Wang Xiafeng, the former strongest man in the southern territory. I don't know if this is true. If it is true, should we invite him into the plan of the 12 emperors of heaven? The old man asked, carefully. He is the most trusted person around the ancient emperor. He is also the person who knows the ancient emperor best. He knows what the ancient emperor needs most now. So what about Wang Xiafeng's reincarnation? Back then, Wang Xiafeng dared to challenge the gods and demons, so what happened in the end? In the end, he still cut off the heavenly world of the southern region. Could you still let him challenge the gods and demons again after 170,000 years? The proud look in the eyes of the ancient emperor flickered, and in addition to pity for Wang Xiafeng, there was also a strong sense of regret in his words. Perhaps Wang Xiafeng is really a strong man. But don't forget that he was once a strong man. The current world does not need the former glory. If he can restore the southern territory to its original state and kill that old guy Dou, he may be eligible. Become one of the 12 emperors. North Mang Valley, Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The entire Hall of Poisons was covered by a green mist. Quietly without any sound. At this time on the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, the third in the world. Today, the Sage Lord of 10,000 Poisons is high above, and a waiter from the Hall of 10,000 Poisons is saying. It is rumored that Holy Emperor Haoyan is the reincarnation of the former god of war and the first domain lord of the southern territory. This matter comes from Tianwu Supreme, so it should be true. The reincarnation of the first domain master in the southern domain? What the hell? The words of the old guy Tianwu Supreme are not credible. Just like the hypocrite of the ancient emperor. What about the 12 emperors who punished the sky? It depends on the strength of the individual. Don't worry about him. Hasn't Zhao Gongming found that yet? TSK, although the strong man in the early stage of Daluo Xuxian was injured, if it is used by me, our Hall of 10,000 Poisons will replace the Hall of Human Emperors just around the corner. Thinking of this, the Wan-poisoned sage monarch had a frenzied look on his face. 5 days passed by in a hurry. On this day, Xuanhuan was sitting cross-legged in the liquid medicine, practicing non-stop. Ding. Trigger the side mission, eliminate the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. And save Zhao Gongming. Task details, because Zhao Gongming has been looking for a foothold in the heavenly world for the host for thousands of years, he was finally targeted by the king of 10,000 Poisons. Although he has become it existed in the early stages of the great Luoxiu immortal realm. However, it was still injured by the sage monarch of 10,000 Poisons, and was captured by him. If the host rescues Zhao Gongming and kills the sage monarch of all poisons, the system rewards the host with a chance to selectively summon a super strong man. A chance to copy the strong man. The system prompt sounded at this moment. Immediately let Xuanhuan withdraw from the cultivation state. Deluosu Wonderland. Zhao Gongming actually had such an opportunity. Nima. Damn old poison, if you dare to kill my love, I will let you die. Without a place to bury you. Xuanhuan said bitterly. From now on, Xuanhuan has already hated the palace. Of 10,000 poisons. It is decided to completely eradicate the hall of poisons from this world. In order to be able to break through the Tai Golden Wonderland as soon as possible, Xuanhuan decided to retreat completely, and never leave the level. Unless he breaks through. So time was cultivating in Xuanhuan, passing quietly during the cultivation. In a blink of an eye, a month passed in an instant. On this day, Xuanhuan finally ushered in the opportunity to break through. Rumble. In the southern sky world, above an ordinary sect, there were sudden bursts of thunder, and pitch-black thunderclouds rolled in, making the entire southern sky world feel the aura of destruction. From a month ago, Xuanhuan temporarily confiscated this small sect in the heavenly world. For this small sect, it is both an honor and a misfortune. Unfortunately, they will become vassal forces of Haotian Holy Court. Fortunately, they are the first heavenly world forces to be included in the Haotian Holy Court. It will be different in the future. Is someone going through the robbery in the door? Who else can be? It must be His Majesty Haotian, because it is no secret that the Holy Emperor Haotian has made breakthroughs in our sect. TSK, it is said that His Majesty is less than 20 years old, right? Tai Jingxian, who is less than 20 years old, is terrifying to think about. He is indeed the reincarnation of the first domain master of the Southern Territory. Once His Majesty breaks through the Tai Golden Immortal, he will use his supernatural powers to revive the world of the Southern Territory. At that time, our place will be noticed by the world. The monks of the Zongmen and the people outside all put down their work at this time, stopped everywhere, pointed at the thicker and thicker thunderclouds in the sky, and started talking about it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There was a sound of piercing through the sky, and the soldiers and generals of Haotian Holy Court flew into the sky, densely packed, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding the mountain peaks. A look of readiness. Everyone looked at the peak excitedly, the emperor who made them respect him so much and made the soldiers so fanatical. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. This kind of momentum, not to mention in the sky world, even below, the holy city where the Haotian Holy Court is located is also full of monks standing in the sky at this time. Headed by Quafu and Jiuling Yuansheng, the generals and civil servants clenched their fists, looked up at the sky, and silently prayed for Xuanhuan in their hearts. And the 5 girls headed by Bai Suzhen even hugged each other, looking at the sky with a hint of worry in their eyes. Boom. A terrifying blue sky thunder crashed down, illuminating the whole world, and at the same time opened the prelude to Xuanhuan's tribulation. A giant golden palm suddenly protruded from the mountain below, blasting away the thunder and causing waves to rage in all directions. The picture is spectacular. In the following time, thunder after sky skyrocketed and became more and more powerful. At this time, Xuanhuan was standing on the top of the peak, and he took shots one after another with the Futian palm he learned from Wang Xiaofeng, scattering all the thunder from the sky. While Fu Tianzhong scattered the sky thunder, it directly absorbed the thunder calamity, turned it into pure energy, and poured it into Xuanhuan's body, making Xuanhuan's place stable all the time. The purple flame knife between his eyebrows kept beating, and his face was full of excitement. Color. Haha, no one can stop me from becoming a Tai Golden Immortal. Xuanhuan laughed wildly. The tone was full of endless domineering, and the sound was transmitted for millions of miles, so that everyone in the southern sky world could hear it clearly. Boom! Boom! One after another sky thunder was blasted away by the giant golden palm. All monks in the southern sky world can see it. It was as if someone was challenging the overwhelming power. Want to pierce the sky, blast the shackles, and travel into space. Seeing everyone's blood boiling. Seal up. Above the thunderclouds, in the sky, there was a sudden shout. This voice is full of endless majesty, and the sound waves rolling down shocked everyone's hearts. The sky thunder was still bombarding, but it was scattered by Xuanhuan's Fu Tian palm. At this moment, Lei Yun slowly moved away, revealing a stalwart figure on top of it. It was a general wearing golden armor. Although it was illusory, it gave people an absolutely real feeling. That's the immortal demon seal tribulation, Yang Jian exclaimed. His words attracted everyone's attention, especially the Fu Tai realm powerhouses. Even a few strong men from the Dou Yu realm showed serious expressions. The immortal demon seal tribulation is the thunder tribulation that should occur when breaking through the great Luo realm. Even when breaking through the great Luo Jingxian, one can still encounter such a thunder disaster. Not to mention powerful, but also extremely dangerous. The so-called immortal demon sealing calamity means that the phantom of the immortal demon appears in the heavenly calamity, and seals the monks who are going to cross the calamity in this world. Leave them no choice but to accept his test. Immortals and demons, they are peerless evildoers who replace the way of heaven to test their great luck. They belong to the legendary catastrophe that is rare in tens of thousands of years. According to records, the last time such a catastrophe occurred was when the ancient emperor broke through to the peak of Dou Yu Xuxian tens of thousands of years ago. Then, the ancient emperor entered the Tianwu pavilion, and since then he has been out of control, and later created the human emperor palace. He is recognized as the #1 genius in this world. In the face of the immortal demon seal robbery, Xuanhuan has curbed his arrogance and started to get serious. Looking at the phantom of the fairy and demon high above, Xuanhuan felt an unparalleled aura from it. TSK, I didn't expect you to encounter the immortal demon seal robbery. And I don't know if it's your luck or misfortune. Wang Xiaofeng was a little surprised in Xuanhuan's mind, and said very solemnly. Xuanhuan once learned about this fairy seal robbery in an ancient book, and knew its unusualness. Now when he really faced this catastrophe, instead of being afraid, he was very excited. My path, which step I took, was not an act against the sky, and none of the catastrophes I encountered were destructive. In the end, it was not destroyed by me. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will never be the same in the future. Change. No one knows that the current Xuanhuan has regarded heavenly tribulation as a panacea for body training. He believed that there would be no such quintessential body refining elixir in this world anymore. The catastrophe is no longer falling, hovering around the phantom of the general, as if waiting for the phantom to review. Is that a fairy? Yes, immortals, there are only legendary masters of heaven and earth. Immortal demon seal tribulation, I didn't expect the legendary thunder tribulation to be right in front of my eyes. It is indeed the reincarnation of the first domain lord in the southern territory. Even the breakthrough thunder tribulation is different. This lightning calamity is too terrifying. Even if it is far away, there is a feeling of suffocation. It is hard to imagine how His Majesty broke through, to the Tai realm. In the heavenly world of the Southern Territory, people talked a lot, lamenting the catastrophe, but at the same time worried about Xuanhuan. "Hey," I said, "dude, what are you doing? You're coming down, I'm tired of waiting." Xuanhuan suddenly shouted loudly. Let everyone slap their foreheads with helplessness. Gooey demon god? The phantom of the fairy and demon stood in the clouds overlooking Xuanhuan, and suddenly spoke. The voice was full of infinite majesty. But Xuanhuan's face couldn't help but change. Gooey demon god, that is Xuanhuan's biggest secret. Almost everyone in the world knows the legend of Wang Xiaofeng, but they know very little about the ancient demon god. That's a taboo for immortals. Things are not good. The fairy demon already knows that you are the descendant of the ancient demon god. In the future, I am afraid that they will take measures to eradicate you. Wang Xiaofeng said solemnly in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan's heart couldn't help but quiet down. However, before he had any thoughts, the phantom of the fairy and demon in the void made a move at this moment. He was originally the conscious manifestation of a certain fairy, and there was an aura that could destroy the world with every gesture. I saw him lift his white and jade-like palm and gently pat it down. In an instant, the sky thunder condensed into a giant palm of thunder and flames, which fell like Mount Tai, trying to smash Xuanhuan at the top of the mountain. The boundless coercion has already sealed the world, even if Xuanhuan wants to quit. The power of the immortal demon seal robbery can be seen. At this time, Xuanhuan was finally moved. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the yin-yang wheel of life and death. At the same time, the purple flame saber jumped out from between his eyebrows, and he held it in his hand. The flame dragon armor had already been put on his body. On the left and right shoulders, the two wheels of the sun and the moon emerged, giving Xuanhuan a feeling comparable to the phantom of the fairy in the sky. Purple flame dog days. With the purple flame knife, Xuanhuan even integrated the Futian palm into it, making the Futian palm even more destructive at this time. Billowing purple golden flames covered the huge palm, rushing upward with the momentum of tearing apart the void. The giant palm formed by lightning and the purple flame golden palm collided with each other in the sky above the mountain peak. The terrifying energy suddenly exploded, setting off a storm-like air wave and sweeping in all directions, shaking the entire southern sky world. This power! Yang Jian screamed, Jin Chanzi was moved, and Ho Yi tightened his grip on the heaven-breaking divine bow, including Feng Huang and Xingtian, two great Luo Zuxians, who were all moved by it. Because Xuanhuan's palm has already surpassed Tai Jingxian. Even to a certain extent, it is already comparable to the great Luo Tianxian. You must know that Xuanhuan has not broken through the Tai Gold Fairyland yet. There is such a huge power. If a breakthrough is made, it is not impossible to challenge De Luo by leaps and bounds. Haha, open it for me. Xuanhuan laughed wildly, with an incomparably crazy meaning, which shocked everyone. He has not shot against the enemy for a long time. He misses the kind of battle that can be watched vividly. Now fighting with the fairy phantom, every cell in his body is in extreme excitement. With a full-blown palm, his strength far surpassed that of the Tai Golden Immortal exploded. At this time, he clenched his right hand hard, and there was a loud bang. The huge force directly crushed the thunder cloud, and it turned into black smoke. And dissipated. The 5-clawed golden dragon formed by dragon energy suddenly jumped out of his body and hovered around his body. When his long purple hair was fluttering in the wind, he raised the purple flame knife without any hesitation, and slashed towards the sky. Go! Rumble! Immortal Ghost Phantom raised a palm again to block the bombardment of the purple flame knife, but in the next second, Phantom disappeared into the void. All thunder clouds dissipated, and the world suddenly became silent. At the same time, Xuanhuan only felt that all the seals acting on him suddenly shattered, and the mana in his body rushed out like a tide, and his aura instantly soared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Tai Gold Wonderland. Holy Emperor, he broke through. A big demon king in Tai realm suddenly roared frantically. The sound resounded throughout the world, and everyone in the southern sky world heard it at this moment. On the top of the peak, the 5-clawed golden dragon, no, it should be a 6-clawed golden dragon. The improvement of cultivation level has allowed Jinlong to be promoted directly. With a long moan, it suddenly grew bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it quickly rose to a height of hundreds of feet. Even standing at a long distance, you can see a giant dragon hovering in the void, swimming happily. Xuanhuan, whose upper body was bare, had knotted muscles all over his body. And pure aura surged towards him from all directions, and penetrated into his body without hesitation. Let his breath grow wildly. Hiss! The Holy Emperor has broken through. Ha ha ha, the youngest Tai Golden Immortal in history, he is so handsome. Your Majesty is mighty. Long live your Majesty, long live, long live. At this moment, everyone knelt down and shouted, "Long life." The sound boomed. For 9 days. Spread millions of miles. The next step is to merge the mainland and revive the southern sky world. Let's look forward to it together. The Xuanwu continent of the lower realm, whether it is a civil servant or a general. All excited at this time. Bai Suzhen's 5 daughters even wept with joy, as if they broke through by themselves. At this time it is not only a national celebration, but also a grand occasion. For the whole world. For Xuanhuan, this is just a breakthrough. But for the entire Haotian Holy Court, the entire Xuanwu continent, and the entire southern sky world, an epoch-making moment is coming. The southern sky world has been broken for 170,000 years, and now it is about to be resurrected in the hands of Xuanhuan. If Xuanhuan succeeds, then Xuanhuan will rank among the top 10 in the list of heroes as the most powerful force in the world. Even if his strength is not as strong as the ancient emperor. But his merits, to mankind, in a sense, can be called immeasurable. Even the strong such as the ancient emperor are still far behind. Furthermore, if he breaks through the Tai Golden Immortal, he can summon the strong in the Dou Yu Wonderland. Even more powerful subordinates. In short, the significance of breaking through the Tai Gold Wonderland is extremely important to Xuanhuan. Thinking of the joy, Xuanhuan couldn't help raising his head and screaming. Xuanhuan's whistle could be heard in the whole southern sky world, and even the lower realm, followed by cheers that shook the sky. 10 days later, Xuanhuan, wearing the 9 Dragons' supreme dark gold robe. Amidst people's endless calls, and all the strong men, Zongyun came to the border of the southern sky world, the fault that was almost forgotten by the world for 170,000 years. This fault is as neat as a knife, even in the past 170,000 years without even the slightest bit of decay, it is still neat and uniform. For when is the Jiaoding in place? Xuanhuan stood on the edge of the fault. Half a meter in front of him was the endless abyss. Through the thin clouds, Xuanhuan seemed to see the landform of the Xuanwu continent below. Back to your majesty, the 9 cauldrons are already in place. Now it's time for his majesty to cast a spell. Lu Bowen, as the first-generation civil servant of the Haotian Holy Court, was able to personally witness and participate in such a huge project as the revival of the southern sky world. His mood at this time was exciting and surging. Are the 9 Tai Golden Immortals available? Xuanhuan asked again. Return to your majesty, Lei Zhenzi and other 9 generals are already in place. Lu Bowen replied loudly. Okay, I announce that the fusion ceremony between the heavenly world of the Southern Territory and the Xuanwu continent of the lower realm has officially begun. Now, I, Holy Emperor Haotian, hereby offer a sacrifice to the world that the world of the Southern Territory has been destroyed due to the invasion of immortals and demons. I uphold the great wish of the world and restore it to its original state today. Please bear witness together. Xuanhuan's whole body has gradually risen, and his sonorous voice resounded in all directions. Even at the far end of the world, Xuanhuan could hear Xuanhuan's voice of sacrifice. In ancient times, there was the 9 tripods that shocked Kyushu, and now there is the emperor who opened the great world of the southern region. Xuanhuan raised his hands high, raised his head to the sky, and muttered to himself. Luo Tianrong's spirit gun instantly activated. The giant golden cauldron placed under his feet clanged loudly, spread across the fault line. At this time, the 9 strong men of the Haotian Holy Court, who were already waiting in battle in various parts of the Xuanwu continent, suddenly felt the call from the giant golden cauldron of the southern sky world, that is, the mother cauldron, through the giant bronze cauldron beside them. Started to move almost at the same time. Rumble. In an instant, the 9 giant cauldrons made a loud bang, accompanied by 9 beams of light soaring into the sky. Form a curved line. A phantom of a colorful giant dragon is directly formed in various parts of the Nanyushan world fault. Rumble. As the giant dragon took shape, the world of the southern sky began to shake violently. It was slight at first, and almost instantly the shaking became violent. Wow, the Holy Emperor has started. After so many years, our southern region is finally about to take off. Our ancestors said that our home should be on the other half, but this difference is 170,000 years. It has been a long time. All over the world in the Southern Territory, although the vibrations became more and more violent, instead of fear, people became teary-eyed. At the same time, various discussions arose one after another. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's face flashed with joy, although the formation of a giant dragon was the first step of Luo Tianrong's spiritual transformation. But with the first step, is the second step far away? At this time, Xuanhuan was muttering something, and his hands quickly pointed towards the giant golden cauldron in front of him like wheels. At the same time, the giant bronze tripods, distributed in other places also, sensed the order of the mother tripod at the first time. At this moment, Jiaoding finally started to shake. At the moment of shaking, it began to struggle upwards and fly. Jiaoding wants to take off, and it wants to take off with Xuanwu continent. How can the Xuanwu continent, which has been silent for a long time, be willing to fly to the sky? The powerful force of pulling back makes this takeoff extremely slow. On the Xuanwu continent, all the powerhouses in dozens of regions, including the southern region, Saint Emperor Peak, western region, and eastern flame region, were praying for Xuanhuan's success. Return the southern domain to a complete world. Although Luo Tianrongling is against the sky, its biggest and fatal shortcoming is that only the caster can control it. Although the 9 Taiyuan wonderlands can share some of the pressure. But for the caster, it's just a drop in the bucket. At this time, Xuanhuan had already concentrated all his attention, pouring all the mana in his body into the huge golden cauldron in front of him. The giant golden cauldron has become translucent. The calling power from the mother cauldron is getting stronger and stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, I got up. The Xuanwu continent actually left the silence, it floated up. All the creatures on Xuanwu continent felt erratic at this time. No panic, no screaming, just heart-pounding cheers. Although thousands of miles away, Xuanhuan seemed to have heard the cheers of the people. At this moment, he shouted loudly, and the yin and yang twin babies in his body suddenly opened their eyes, opened their small mouths, and one silvery white and one purple mana spewed out together. The tree shook violently, strands of golden light rippling out, and together with the mana of the twin infants, injected into Xuanhuan's torrent of mana. Drink. Give it to me. The loud shouts that shocked Kyushu came out, in exchange for even more roaring vibrations in the lower realm. If someone looks under the clouds, he will see a continent of hundreds of millions of square kilometers, soaring upwards at an extremely fast speed. And below him has become nothingness. Like a piece of chaos, those light things flew upwards. Became the sky. Those heavy and muddy things slowly descended. Became land. After a long process, just when the 9 Taiyuan fairyland powerhouses were exhausted, and they were about to be unable to suppress Joding, who was about to collapse, just when Xuanhuan felt that his mana was about to run out, the entire Nanyushan world, suddenly, there was a loud bang. At the same time, a giant peak rises from the ground, and a giant city flashes along with it. Immediately afterwards, more and more cities and mountain peaks appeared one after another in this world that had been barren for a long time. It left all the native monks stunned and even more shocked. Ha ha ha, the southern sky world has finally returned to its original state. We can finally see the complete Nanyushan world. I never expected to see such a grand occasion in my lifetime. For a moment, both the former Xuanwu continent and the aboriginal monks in the southern sky world were all excited and weeping with joy. At the same time, everyone felt that the aura in the new Nanyushan world was skyrocketing. The speed of spiritual energy growth was so fast that the monks and monsters were so excited that they even knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves on the ground, paying the highest respect to the Emperor in the sky, who created all this. At this time of worldwide celebration, with the new southern sky world as the main body, a transparent light wall of hundreds of billions of square kilometers was formed around the world. The powerful energy fluctuation made Xuanhuan, who was already exhausted, look around. What I saw was the still expanding southern sky world. Seeing this, Xuanhuan showed a bright smile on his pale face. He knew he had succeeded. Successfully restored the southern sky world. After the recovery of the southern sky world, the first thing to appear is the barrier, and only when the barrier is born can it be considered a success. At this time, a transparent wall of light was slowly formed along the self-contained boundary of the southern territory, taking back all the territory that originally belonged to the southern territory wherever it passed. What is this? This is a boundary, no. Don't take my sect away. Somewhere in the southern region, a large sect was divided into two by a wall of light that suddenly appeared. It made everyone in the sect panic even more. Horrified. What should come will come after all. Once the southern territory is restored, our territory will still be returned to the southern territory. Forget it, the world of the southern territory is also a paradise. I heard that Emperor Xuanhuan is a generous man and a king of benevolence and righteousness. Let's worship him with our sect. For a time, wherever the light wall passed, all the previously displaced territories in the southern region returned. Ha. Who is it who is capable of resurrecting me? It feels so good to be alive. A crisp voice suddenly sounded in the southern sky world. This voice seemed to be in people's ears, and all the creatures in the southern region could hear it clearly. It's the world spirit, he's resurrected. The world spirit was finally born, which means that His Majesty, he succeeded. At this time everyone could hear that the new southern sky world finally produced a world spirit. In other words, it means that the southern sky world has finally returned to its original state. Ding. Complete the main task, restore the world of the southern territory. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to listen to the sermon, a chance to awaken the diehard peak, a chance to randomly summon a superpower, and a chance to selectively summon a superpower. A chance to summon superpowers. At this moment, the system notification sound finally sounded, causing the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth to curl up. Until this moment, he could finally rest assured. Rumble. The moment the world spirit appeared, the sky suddenly roared with thunder. But it was not thunderclouds, but colorful clouds of various colors. Boom. Just when Xuanhuan looked up at the sky, a beam of colorful light that was as thick as an arm suddenly swung down, directly covering Xuanhuan in it. The light of heavenly virtue. That turned out to be the light of heavenly merit. In an instant, Xuanhuan's consciousness fell into endless chaos. In a blur, he saw countless figures walking through the long river of history. They were fighting, and there was even an emperor wearing a dragon robe sitting on the court and listening. The picture is like a movie, constantly flashing in Xuanhuan's mind. In the end, he finally saw a tall and majestic figure, the southern region holy court, the southern region's first domain master, the figure of Wang Xiaofeng. The screen ends here. But the impact on Xuanhuan is not over yet. At this time, all the emperors who appeared in the history of the southern region suddenly rushed out of the long river of history and ran directly to Xuanhuan. Before he could react, they directly escaped into Xuanhuan's body. With the first one, there will be the second. Xuanhuan has nothing to do about it, he can only watch them become a part of his body. If there is a great power here, they will definitely shout in shock. This is the inheritance of all ages, and it is an inheritance in another sense. From then on, Xuanhuan will be admired by all generations. He will be the first domain lord of the holy court in the southern region, and after Wang Xiaofeng, another domain lord recognized by heaven. Moan. From the outside, people saw the five-clawed golden dragon leaping out of Xuanhuan's body. When hovering around him, it got bigger and bigger. This scene shocked everyone. At this time, with the descending of the light of the meritorious deeds of heaven, escaping lights flew up from all over the world. Standing in the void, looking at the Nanyushan world that has become a giant Human Emperor Palace. The ancient emperor leaned on a golden cane and stood in the void above the main hall, looking at the southern region. His face was no longer cold, but was shocked, and there was a flash of approval. It has been 170,000 years, and no human emperor has been able to do this. He has done it. Does it mean that having him in the sky will no longer be a dream? Sword mound. The 5 flying swords humming behind the juggernaut trembled even more. If it wasn't for the juggernaut trying to suppress them, I'm afraid they would have already flown to the southern territory. I didn't expect that the resurrection of the southern territory would have such a great sense of homecoming. These 5 flying swords were once obtained from the southern territory. Now that the southern territory is revived, they are going to return. This kid will not keep a low profile wherever he goes. A place of seclusion. Dou Yu Supreme was suspended in the void, looking at the southern region. His eyes flickered with excitement. For him, there is nothing in this world that makes him happier than the reappearance of the world in the southern territory. Because of the resurrection of the southern territory, their plan to break the sky will be officially put on the agenda. At this time, the demon emperor, the sage monarch of 10,000 poisons, and Randang all looked at the earth-shaking changes in the southern territory with complicated expressions. Look at the Haotian sage emperor who is surrounded by golden dragons and empowered by the merits of heaven in the sky over the southern territory. At this time, the 5-clawed golden dragon outside Su Haotian's body had grown to hundreds of feet, circling around his body, making Su Haotian full of arrogance and majesty. At this moment, the golden dragon roared like a roar, and a golden dragon claw slowly grew out of its abdomen. Ding! Trigger the main task, 9-clawed golden dragon. Task details. Because the host is motivated to become the most powerful emperor in the world. And 9-clawed golden dragon is the most powerful existence in the world. It has always been known as the 9-5 king. If the host successfully condenses the 9-clawed golden dragon, the system rewards the host with a designated chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to die loyal to the peak. A chance to be a strong man at the peak. A chance to copy the strong man. A chance to awaken the limit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully condensing the 6-clawed golden dragon. The level of the host has been raised by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the middle stage of Tai Gold Wonderland. 3 consecutive system prompts sounded one after another. Su Haotian, who was in a state of chaos, didn't hear it. But the imperial guards guarding around him have already felt the growth of Su Haotian's cultivation base. Let them be both odd and odd. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful lights kept falling from the sky, which were directly absorbed and refined by the 6-clawed golden dragon and Su Haotian. At the same time, the merits of heaven are also transforming his body. He could clearly feel that his strength was slowly increasing. Although this feeling made him inexplicable, it made him very excited. He has a feeling that with his current physical state, once he turns on his myriad of avatars, he can transform into at most 100 avatars. And it is still equivalent to the strength of the main body. Master, congratulations. At this time, a childish voice suddenly appeared in Su Haotian's mind. Su Haotian woke up suddenly. Who are you? Su Haotian asked vigilantly. I am the domain spirit of the heaven world in the southern territory, that is the spirit of the world in your mouth. It is only because of the merits of the heavens that I transformed into a domain spirit in an instant. When the immature voice sounded, Xuanhuan felt a blur in front of his eyes. And in the next second, a doll with a tiger head and a tiger brain appeared in front of him. Are you a domain spirit? Xuanhuan had already landed on the ground at this time, facing the doll. Floating in front of his eyes were full of curiosity. That's right, my name is Kid, don't look at me young, I'm already 170,000 years old. As soon as the boy said that, he threw himself into Xuanhuan's arms. Seeing this, Xuanhuan clasped his hands together and hugged the child in his arms. The child is very light, like cotton wool. He pinched the boy's pink face with his hands. A doting look flickered on his face. This doll is extremely cute and agile, which makes Xuanhuan love it even more. Okay, you Ling of the Southern Territory, you will be called Long Long from today on. Xuanhuan laughed loudly, and lifted Yuling above the top, but the sound was not released, only he could hear it. This is his secret weapon, the less people know about it, the better. In a sense, only psychic world spirits can be called domain spirits. Until now, he has not gotten any domain spirits to appear. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the domain spirit in front of him is the only one in this world. Long Long? Okay, I finally have a name. Xiao Long Long was writhing in Xuanhuan's hands, appearing extremely excited. Immediately afterwards, he lay on Xuanhuan's shoulder and bit it down. Without hesitation, causing Xuanhuan to grin his teeth in pain. Although the imperial guards were facing outward, they guarded carefully. But he was paying close attention to Xuanhuan all the time. Seeing this at this time, his face changed drastically, and he was about to make a move. Wait a minute, Your Majesty is fine. The spell has been cast, and the imperial guards will retreat. Surrounded by Zixia and other women, Bai Suzhen came down to Xuanhuan. She waved back the imperial guards first, and then walked up to Xuanhuan with a smile on her face. Your Majesty, Yu Ling has recognized you as master, how do you feel now? Now the southern sky world has been restored to its original state, regardless of each other. When Bai Suzhen's 5 daughters saw Xuanhuan again, they all felt as if they had passed away. At this time, after Bai Suzhen's reminder, Xuanhuan only felt a boom in his body. He felt an inexplicable force appearing in his body instantly. Somehow, he seems to be establishing some kind of connection with Long Long. Soul contract. No, this wonderful feeling seems to be more advanced than the soul contract. Long Long Song opened his mouth, and then rubbed Xuanhuan's cheek very affectionately, which made Xuanhuan very happy. At the same time, he seemed to have merged with the entire southern sky world. He was sure that with just one thought, he could appear anywhere in the southern sky world in an instant. This feeling made him both surprised and excited. Master, in the future, Long Long will be a part of your body. That is to say, the Master has the supernatural powers of the domain. As long as you want, you can take the enemy into the domain at any time, and you can abuse it as you want. My domain is my domain. Call the shots. Long Long said proudly. Domain supernatural powers. I actually possess such God-defying supernatural powers? God really treats me well. However, Long Long, have you always existed in this form? Xuanhuan frowned and asked. How could it be? Master Long Long is tired, so he went to rest first. If you want to call me, just say my name silently in your heart. After Long finished speaking, he escaped into Xuanhuan's body and disappeared. Long disappeared leisurely, and Xuanhuan walked towards the crowd. Xuanhuan walked up to Bai Suzhen's 5 daughters, and hugged them vigorously. Surrounded by everyone, he returned to the holy city. Sitting in the hall again, Xuanhuan couldn't help feeling a lot of emotion. Long live, my emperor, long live, long live. At this time all civil and military officials stood on the main hall and paid respects to Xuanhuan in unison. All my loves, be flat. Now that the world of the Southern Territory has been recombined, with Jiuding integrated into the world of the Southern Territory. From then on, the territory owned by our Haotian Holy Court will be calculated in trillions. So, how to plan the territory and how to govern the country next, it's a question for you to think about. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he looked at the excited civil and military officials in the hall, and continued with a slight smile. I suggest that the southern heavenly world be divided into 9 continents. These 9 continents include all regions. Of course, Zhuge, Xia, Taibai, and Boan are responsible for the specific planning. At the same time, the military generals below the 3rd rank will mobilize the army and go to the entire southern sky world. We will strive to achieve a high degree of unification in the shortest possible time. Remember, our Haotian Holy Court must be based on benevolence and righteousness, and not use force. Of course, for those vicious people, we should take action, and we still have to do so. The minister waits to obey the order. As soon as Zhuge Liang and the others heard this, they rushed out to receive the order. At the same time, hundreds of generals were extremely excited. For them, this is a feat of making history. In the following time, Xuanhuan talked about the idea in his mind again. How to implement it is not his problem. The court meeting ended in joy. Let all the officials of Haotian Holy Court have a bright smile on their faces. That night, Xuanhuan spent a beautiful and indulgent night with the holy empress and concubines. The specific details are not enough for outsiders. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan walked out of Shui Miao's bedroom. Feng Liang, can I ask you a question? Xuanhuan sat in the Shang study, casually asked Feng Liang, who was standing behind him. The master wants to ask about the status of the slave's cultivation? Feng Liang said with a smile. Knowing that you are still pretending to be stupid. Xuanhuan's sulky look made Feng Liang feel more cordial. Master, don't worry, in this world, even if the slave's cultivation level is not as good as that of the ancient emperor, it is almost the same. But it is lower than that guy of the demon emperor. In the eyes of the slave, only the demon emperor can't see through. Feng Liang didn't laugh this time, but answered seriously. That is to say, you have at least the cultivation base of Deluo Xuxian's peak? Or even higher. Xuanhuan seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Feng Liang. Feng Liang just smiled and didn't answer. The hall fell into silence. After a long time, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered, go and call Neza, Yangjian. Restoring the heavenly world of the Southern Territory gave him a chance to be loyal to the peak. 3 callings, 1 hearing. Plus previously reserved opportunities. Through the fusion, he can obtain 2 loyal peaks, 1 designated summon, and 1 random summon. He decided to make Neza and Yangjian loyal to peak. Achieving Deluo Su Wonderland. After summoning a big Luo Xuxian, if this is the case, the high and combat power in his hand will surge to 4. This is not counting Phoenix, Bull Demon King, and Zhao Gongming from the Palace of 10,000 Poisons. Before he knew it, he already had 7 great Luo Zuxians, coupled with the huge territory of the southern region. His 100 domains banquet will not be too far away. The system designated me to summon the demon Emperor Tai. Su Haoyan ordered happily. Friendly reminder from the system, if the host does not want the demon Emperor Tai to defect, please give up the summoning immediately. When the system prompt sounded, Su Haoyan couldn't help being taken aback. I'm talking about the system. Could it be that the demon emperor summoned now will defect? 100% will defect. Hearing this, Su Haoyan gave up. Reserve the designated call, the system will give me a random call. Since the designated summon is reserved by him indefinitely, let's start. Random summoning. This is also the only random call left after he passed the exchange. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Tathagata Buddha. Puff. Su Haoyan couldn't believe his ears. Tathagata? My mother. How did you recruit this great god? Doesn't this add to the confusion? Ding. Because the strength of the Tathagata far exceeds the scope that the host can surrender. He will be exiled. Before Su Haoyan could react, the system prompt sounded, which made him stunned for a moment, and he was completely confused. System, are you playing with me? Su Haoyan regained his breath, and suddenly jumped into a rage. Tathagata. Burn the lamp. Are you a Buddha? Have I fallen into the monk pile? Dealing with a burning lamp has made him exhausted, and now there is another Tathagata Buddha. There is no way to pass this day. Su Haoyan almost collapsed. No one can play like this. This is to play to death. Ding. The system's friendly reminder, the Tathagata Buddha summoned by the system has just become the boss of the Buddhist world. He has not yet firmly established his heel. At the same time, there are certain contradictions with the old-fashioned ancient lamp-burning Buddha. Therefore, the two of them are, under certain circumstances, will not join hands. The system was obviously a little embarrassed, and reminded helplessly at this time. After getting angry, Su Haoyan gradually calmed down. The matter has come to this point, and there is nothing he can do. However, the question reminded by the system made his eyes shine again. As long as the two old monks don't join forces, he will have a way to break them one by one. Furthermore, even if the summoned strong man is not controlled by the system, he will not immediately become hostile to the host. Because they haven't met Su Haoyan yet. How to talk about hostility? Ding. Neza, Yang Jian's loyalist awakened successfully, should he be released now? At this moment, the system notification sounded. Freed. Yang Jian is the pinnacle of the virtual fairyland. Neza is at the pinnacle of the fairyland. Damn it. 2 de Luoshu peaks in the fairyland, you old bastard, this time I have to leak your chrysanthemum. 10 days after the successful recovery of the southern sky world, the lord of the Phoenix Palace, Xuanhuan announced to the world in a high-profile manner that Phoenix City voted to worship the holy court of Haoyan, and became the 4th strong man in the great Luoshu wonderland under the holy emperor Haoyan. As soon as this news came out, the world boiled again. And the southern sky world has once again become the focus of everyone. A great Luo Xuxian decided to worship the holy emperor Haoyan, although it sounds a little weird. But with Su Haoyan's current power, it's not Surprising that such a thing happened. And with the success of the resurrection of the southern sky world, the hero list was also updated at this time. With Xuanhuan's heavenly merits again, Xuanhuan entered the top 10 as a meritorious Saint Emperor. The Holy Emperor of Merit, the Holy Emperor of Haoyan, the Domain Lord of the Southern Sacred Court, the reincarnation of the God of War, and his immeasurable merits will be passed on to all generations. This is the evaluation of Xuanhuan from Qianlong Pavilion on the hero list. It is worth mentioning that Xuanhuan entered the top 10, but squeezed out the 8th place Ghost King Sima Longnu. In the midst of Sima Long's fury, a big storm was secretly brewing. The Demon Emperor has risen to the 19th place because of his constant battles and the expansion of his territory. Randang was very unlucky, defeated by the mysterious Buddha Tathagata in the Buddha Hall, and even robbed the Buddha Hall by Tathagata. Let the world astonished. The Tathagata Buddha suddenly appeared strongly in recent days. He first made a big fuss about the Buddha Hall built by Randang. It even defeated the Lantern Ancient Buddha. Afterwards, the Buddha Hall was snatched from Randang's hands. Became the Lord of the new Buddha Hall. After the First World War, Randang disappeared without a trace. And Buddha Tathagata relied on superhuman means to quickly rank 535th on the hero list. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. At the same time, it made everyone feel dumbfounded. Monks are also crazy these days. And another new star that has entered people's sight is the new overlord of the Wild, the Bull Demon King of Pingtian Palace. In just 1 month, the Bull Demon King wiped out the old power Yuwang Palace. It has to be said that his strength is terrifying. The Bull Demon King even pushed Pingtian Palace to the 630th place on the hero list by means of thunder. Seeing this, Xuanhuan showed an incomparably bright smile on his face. The hero list has changed many times in the past few months, making the situation in the world turbulent. Which is strong and which is weak is confusing. The catastrophe of heaven and earth is coming soon with the comeback of the sky world in the southern region. Sage Emperor Haoyan, Bull Demon King, Phoenix City, Randang, Tathagata, and the Demon Emperor Zhantian from ancient times, it is a certainty that the catastrophe is coming. In a world of great contention, talents emerge in large numbers. This is an eternal iron law. Have you heard? In order to regain his position on the list of heroes, Sima Longnu has already marched towards the southern region with an army. TSK, Sima Long's anger is coming for revenge. I don't know who will win this battle. Needless to say, it must be Holy Emperor Haoyan. He is the reincarnation of the former god of war. It's easy to beat Sima Long's anger. In the world of heaven, all domains and various forces are talking about it. It is the same for ordinary people. Regardless of the outcome of the discussion, Xuanhuan's reputation is constantly rising. The skyrocketing fame value also made Xuanhuan constantly exchange pills and magic weapons and distribute them to his soldiers and generals. The overall strength of Haoyan Holy Court has been greatly improved. Again. At this moment, Xuanhuan is sitting in Bai Suzhen's bedroom and flipping through the Lucky Mall. Bai Suzhen lay naked in Xuanhuan's arms, looking at Xuanhuan affectionately. Your Majesty, the concubine also wants to become stronger. The concubine feels that she is becoming less and less worthy of your Majesty. Bai Suzhen said softly. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately came to his senses. It seems that it's time for my women to strengthen their strength. While Xuanhuan was thinking in his heart, he lowered his head and said softly, Xinjin, don't worry, I will make you stronger in a few days. Your Majesty, what you said is true. Bai Suzhen's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said in surprise. Of course, when did I say panic? Don't worry, I will make each of you stronger. Rumble. Just when the two kissed me, there was a loud noise. Let Xuanhuan get up quickly and go outside the bedroom. Master, I have already felt that it is a ghostly guy who is attacking the partition. He has many ghosts with him, and he seems to come to find the master desperately. At this time, Yu Linglong's voice rang in Xuanhuan's ears. Yu Linglong usually plays in the entire Nanyushan world, and whenever Xuanhuan needs him, he will appear in an instant. TSK, as expected of a new generation of domain masters in the southern region, who even gave birth to domain spirits. At this time, Wang Xiafeng's voice suddenly sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Why, you're not dead yet, you're alive again. Xuanhuan said angrily. At the critical moment of Nanyu's resurrection, Wang Xiafeng actually fell into a deep sleep, making Xuanhuan both helpless and angry. Hey, what can I do? All my mind has been integrated into the Xuanwu continent. Your movements are too big. Can you prevent me from falling into a deep sleep? In other words, I haven't even been able to conceive this domain spirit before. It seems that you are much stronger than me. Your Majesty, someone is attacking the barrier. At this time, Yuan Hong came to Xuanhuan and said, it's Sima Long's anger. Probably looking for death? Xuanhuan replied casually. Long, can they come in? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. Don't worry, Master, he won't be able to get in even if he's exhausted. Long said proudly. Yuan Hong, go and inform the Bull Demon King to let him take over Sima Long's nest and occupy him. Let him expand his territory. A cruel smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Sima Long was furious. He triggered the mission. He will never be allowed to leave the southern sky world alive. Ding. Trigger the side mission, prepare for the 12 Emperors of Heaven. Task details: the 12 Emperors of Heaven were established because the ancient emperors and other strong men wanted to break the sky. The rules for their selection are not only strength, but also it has enough territory. So, the host must grab Sima Longnu's territory. If the host grabs the territory of Sima Long's anger, the system will reward the host with a chance to be a strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. The minister obeys the order. Yuan Hong took the order and left. Pass the decree, let Neza, Yang Jian, and Feng Huang lead the army, break through the boundary, and kill Sima Longnu for me. After Xuanhuan gave an order, the entire holy court moved quickly. Rays of light soared into the sky. The three leading people were even more breathless. Let everyone in the holy city boil instantly. Rumble. The daring thief actually disturbed the world of the southern territory. You want to die? Ah, the three-peak de Luoxians? How is it possible? How can the holy Emperor Haoyan have so many strong people? Stop talking nonsense, take your life. Boom. What? All of a sudden, outside the world of the southern territory, with the arrival of the army sent by Xuanhuan, the sound of roaring and fighting continued to be heard, and the screams kept coming and going. Let everyone in the world stop and watch. Ding. Complete the side mission, the killing intent of the Yinyang ghost. King. The system rewards the host with a chance to selectively summon superpowers. A chance to awaken to the limit. When Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the court hall and drinking tea leisurely, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up slightly when the system prompt sounded. In the current Haoyan Holy Court, killing Dou Yu Xuxian has become extremely common. After another half an hour, the army returned to the holy city in mighty form. Afterwards, the news that Haoyan Holy Court defeated and killed Sima Long's anger quickly spread to all regions and forces like a whirlwind. Once again, the world was in an uproar. Sima Long is angry, the king of Yinyang ghosts, such a boss was killed by Haoyan Sage Emperor. This Haoyan Sage Emperor is too domineering. What? It was the old ghost Sima who killed him in the holy court of Haoyan. And the holy emperor Haoyan had no choice but to kill him. I can't blame him. This Sima Longnu takes himself too seriously. Holy Emperor Haoyan is no longer what he used to be. If nothing else, there is more than one great Luo Xuxian under him. For a time, there were discussions all over the world. There are also mixed praises and criticisms for Su Haoyan. But no matter whether it is praise or derogation, it is difficult for Su Haoyan's name to be known. 3 days later, the Yinyang palace was captured by the savage overlord, the Bull Demon King. The Yinyang palace was also the Yuan palace, after the Xiaoyao palace, the third old force to be wiped out by the new forces. Although this news is much inferior to the killing of Sima Longnu, as a new force, the Bull Demon King is also known to the world. Ding. Complete the side mission, prepare for the 12 emperors of heaven. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to be a strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. On this day, Su Haoyan sat high in the conference hall and announced loudly that the Holy Court of Haoyan would formally send troops to crusade against the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The intention is to rescue Zhao Gongming, who was detained by Wandu Xingjun. Fight, fight, fight. Before this, the army of Haoyan Holy Court had already been prepared, and they were waiting for Su Haoyan's order. Today's Haoyan Holy Court has more than 100 legions directly under it. And the number of soldiers has exceeded 30 million, not to mention that there are various dynasties and kingdoms below. And a few days ago, under the conquest of the Haoyan Holy Court army, the Tian world in the southern territory had completed its unification. And it's highly unified. Subsequently, Zhuge Liang's 4 civil servants began to implement the strategy of governing the country on the 9 continents formulated by Su Haoyan. I believe that in the near future, the southern territory will become even stronger. 3 days later, the army led by Xingtian, Fenghuang, and Neza marched northward and started the journey to conquer the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Su Haoyan did not go out with the army, and the current Haoyan Holy Court no longer needs him to do it himself. And the Baisheng conference is coming soon. He needs to make some preparations. However, before he started to prepare, a person came to Haoyan Holy Court, which surprised Su Haoyan. Why is it you, Randang? Sitting in the main hall, Su Haoyan looked at the ancient Buddha standing below with a strange look on his face. The big boss of Randang ancient Buddha world, what an awesome character. Why did he come to Haoyan Holy Court so low-key? Could it be that there is something tricky about it? Sage Emperor Haoyan, Randang, is here today. To be honest, he is here as a guest. You should welcome me. Although the burning lamp ancient Buddha looked a little haggard at this time, but extremely arrogant. A guest? I said, old monk Randang, you should invite me. I am very busy, but I don't have time to entertain you, this great Buddha. Su Haoyan's eyes flickered fiercely, and he didn't show any face to the ancient Buddha. You're obviously desperate. A rootless duckweed still dares to show off his power in front of me. Does he really think he is a Buddha? Chen, Randang. Randang pays homage to your majesty. Randang Gufwa didn't expect Su Haoyan to be so difficult. How could he be so angry with his arrogance? It's just that when he thought of the person behind him, he felt frightened for no reason. What happened to the Buddha? It's not that he was afraid of death. Forget it, in order to survive, I had to do so. Seeing this, a trace of doubt flashed in Su Haoyan's eyes. The old monk in front of him was completely different from the ancient Buddha in his memory. No matter how you look at it, burning a lamp does not seem to mean worshipping. It seems to be coerced. However, who can have such a great ability to coerce the lamp? Could it be him? Su Haoyan thought of a possibility, but he was still puzzled. Well, since that's the case, you can stay in the holy court. Su Haoyan will never waste time on things that he can't understand. The key is that there are so many masters in the Haoyan holy court, and with Ran Dang's cultivation at this time, he really can't make any big waves. Of course, he still has to give Ran Dang the face, just let it out, it's not good to push people too fast. As a result, the ancient Buddha Di Dang settled down in Haoyan holy court. And Su Haoyan was not too harsh on this Buddha. A temple was built especially for him, where he lived, and allow him to spread the Dharma. For the lamp, this is also a good home. Of course, if Haoyan holy court encountered any crisis, Su Haoyan would not let him stand by. Rumble. On this day, when Su Haoyan was flipping through the Lucky Mall, a deafening roar suddenly came from the northern sky. The battle started so soon? TSK, the three generals have had a good time this time. It's a pity that I don't have that strength. Work hard, with His Majesty's benevolence, sooner or later you and I will lead troops like the three generals. At this time, in the void of the holy city, many generals of the first and second ranks of Haoyan holy court were already standing, pointing to the north. Su Haoyan ignored the battle in the north. For him, the outcome of this battle was already doomed. If the three strong men at the peak of Deluo Xuxian still can't win the sage king of 10,000 poisons, then they don't come back to meet him, the sage emperor. Why, what a shame. The system summons superpowers for me. Ding. The system is randomly summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Zhong Kuei. From Zhong Kuei, it's really good. If one day I go to the underworld, this will be a great help. Su Haoyan doesn't think that he is a law-abiding person. Once the affairs of the world come to an end, he will send troops to the underworld. Because a qualified emperor of heaven does not hold the underworld in his hands. What kind of emperor is he? That's right, Su Haoyan's goal is the heavenly emperor, the 95-year-old who sits above tens of thousands of people, the heavenly emperor. System, call out Zhong Kuei's attribute list. Su Haoyan ordered calmly. Zhong Kuei, from race, ghost. Magic weapon, exorcism sword. Cultivation method, exorcising ghosts. Lucky level, early stage of Deluge in Wonderland. Loyalty, 85/100. Su Haoyan is very satisfied with his good cultivation and 85 loyalty points. The system continues to call. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Wu Daolong, from Puff. Why is it this guy again? Hurry up and call again. Ding. The system is resummoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Daoist Tai. From Reverend Tai, this is not bad. It's just that I won't be able to fall down. I'm a little tangled. A friendly reminder from the system, although Daoist Tai is powerful, he has not reached the point where the host cannot be defeated. At least he will not become an enemy with the host. The system prompt sound not only did not reassure Su Haoyan, but became worried. If you give up, it's not sure which Mao god will be next. If you are calling a Wu Daolong, he will have no time to cry. The system, it's him. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list. Su Haoyan didn't dare to gamble, he would rather bring in an uncontrollable power than a waste. Tai real person, from Status, Kunlun 12 Immortals ranked 5th. Race, Terran. Skills, unknown. Magic weapon, unknown. Luck level, unknown. Loyalty, 10/100. Puff. What's the situation? It's all unknown, and the loyalty is so pitiful. The 12 Immortals of Kunlun, I really have water in my head, but it doesn't seem too bad. Su Haoyan was extremely depressed. This Nima might defect at any time. A friendly reminder from the system, Master Tai is Neza's mentor. The host has shown Neza a kindness to rebuild, so it is unlikely that Master Tai will defect. The host can rest assured. The systematic analysis made Su Haoyan feel a little relieved. He originally wanted to use up the designated summon, but after thinking about it, he thought it would be better to keep it. Then he came to Bai Suzhen's bedroom, fulfilled his promise, and awakened Bai Suzhen to her peak. When Bai Suzhen from Tai True Wonderland appeared in front of him, Su Haoyan showed a gratified smile. Afterwards, Zixia also became the Tai Heaven Fairyland after undergoing extreme awakening. Su Haoyan didn't favor one over another, and successively improved Shui Miao Miao and Shenzhener to varying degrees. In the end, after raising Linghu Shanlan to Tai Gold Immortal Realm, Su Haoyan finally settled his worries. As time went by, the fighting in the north continued. On this day, a loud shout suddenly sounded, and Su Haoyan couldn't help but walked out of the Shang study and looked up. Hey, who are you? How dare you participate in the affairs of my Wan Poison Palace, don't you want to live? An arrogant voice sounded. Who else could it be if it wasn't the king of all poisons? Namo Amida Buddha. The benefactor regards life as worthless, which is a serious sin. It is not too late to turn around at this time. This voice is very strange. Judging from this posture, it seems to be a monk. But, hasn't the burning lamp belonged to our holy court? Who is he? For a while, the generals of Haoyan Holy Court talked a lot. I don't know. Why? Randang stood in the corner with a complicated expression. Su Haoyan frowned slightly, thoughtfully. Old monk, mind your own business. Get lost. Since that's the case, then on behalf of justice, I'll save you. When Su Haoyan heard this, his forehead was full of black lines. Are all crows really the same black? As soon as the voice fell, more violent voices continued to ring out from the north. Only half an hour later, after a scream, the north returned to tranquility. Ding. Complete the side mission, destroy the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. And save Zhao Gongming. The system rewards the host with a chance to selectively summon a super strong man. A chance to copy the strong man. The system notification tone also sounded at this time. This made Xuanhuan even more confused. Since Tathagata has been exiled and has not recovered the memory of his previous life, why would he make a move? And obviously helping me. Is there something hidden here? Xuanhuan already knew who this strong man who shot and killed the Sage King of 10,000 Poisons was. In this world, apart from burning lamps only, Tathagata has such strength. Moreover, the Tathagata is stronger than the ancient Buddha of Randang, which can be seen when people come to worship him before Randang. That's right, Xuanhuan has already affirmed that the worship of burning lamps has a lot to do with Tathagata. And in a sense, the burning lamp was forced by Tathagata. Why does he want to help me? This is not logical. Xuanhuan couldn't figure it out. Early in the morning of the second day, the army led by Neza, Xingtian, and Phoenix returned to Haoyan Holy Court. At this time, the main hall. Your Majesty, I'm ashamed, the three-person team battled the Wandu Sage King. And it was a draw. If it wasn't for an old monk, the old poison would have escaped. Xingtian said awkwardly. Haha, Xingtian doesn't need to blame himself, I understand this matter. If you want to blame, then blame me, because I was careless this time. Xuanhuan waved his hand and said calmly. In the main hall, apart from the three experts from the Haoyan Holy Court, there were also two more unfamiliar faces. One is Zhao Gongming, who has not seen each other for thousands of years. One is an old Taoist priest, standing in front of Neza with a kind expression on his face. Seeing this, Xuanhuan quickly got up and personally helped Zhao Gongming, who looked haggard. Gongming, 10,000 years, thank you for your hard work. Xuanhuan supported Zhao Gongming and said with emotion. Your Majesty, with His Majesty's words, the old minister is worth dying for. When Zhao Gongming saw Xuanhuan, tears welled up in his eyes. Xuanhuan's concern dispelled some of the grievances in his heart. The old man is very pleased that little friend can treat his subordinates like this. At this time, the old Taoist priest standing beside Neza, with a bone whisk in his hand, said with a smile. This should be Neza's master, Master Tai, right? Hee, I'm here to welcome the master to Haoyan Holy Court. Xuanhuan performed the etiquette of a junior. Master Tai smiled and remained silent. Master, with you sitting in the holy city, the disciples will feel at ease. Neza stood beside Taoist Tai, and said obediently. Haha, Master, can't bear the constraints. Seeing that you are safe today, and your cultivation has improved greatly, I feel relieved. I am leaving now. Taoist Tai said that he was about to leave the hall. Xuanhuan hastily said. Nowadays the world is in chaos, and wherever you go, there will be constant disputes. It's better to stay in Haoyan Holy Court, I will never let anyone disturb you. Xuanhuan asked to stay. Yes, Master, His Majesty is different from other emperors. He is a benevolent and righteous king. He treats the people with kindness and love. He is a rare emperor in the world. Neza also followed suit. Although Taoist Tai didn't make a move, except for the witch clan and the Demon clan, Haotian Holy Court is basically his juniors. The seniority is big. And the strength is even more unfathomable. With him around, even if he doesn't need to make a move, he can still frighten the crowd. If that's the case, then stay as a teacher. If you don't like being a teacher, you will leave at any time. Master Tai nodded and said. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of most of the powerhouses in the palace brightened. For them, the real Tai was a big boss. With him in command, who dares to challenge Haotian Holy Court? Xuanhuan also heaved a sigh of relief, now that the ancient Buddha who burned the lamp had returned, and with Taoist Tai sitting in charge, even the demon emperor would not pay much attention to him. 3 days later, the bull demon king marched northward, and took down the one poison palace that was already on the verge of collapse with extreme ease. As a result, the territory of Pingtian Palace expanded again, causing the world to look sideways. Human Emperor Palace. Gu Emperor, the heaven-punishing plan should be implemented, right? Dou Yu stood respectfully behind the ancient emperor and said. Well, the Hall of 10,000 Poisons has been destroyed, and the villain Sima Longnu is also dead. Now that the top 10 heroes are clear, it's time to put the Tianwu plan on the agenda. Gu Di muttered to himself. At the same time, his eyes flickered. I don't know what I'm thinking. North Liangshan. Great Emperor, the Pingtian Palace is too dishonest. The Hall of 10,000 Poisons is originally in the sphere of influence of our demon emperors. Palace, and their territory should also belong to us. But the bull demon king just took it. Is it unreasonable? A big demon king said angrily. It's okay, a little bit of territory won't do much good. Since the bull demon king wants it, just take it. My emperor's vision is not so short-sighted. In the hall of the demon emperor is discussing matters with his subordinates. At this moment, a little demon suddenly ran in. He knelt on the hall and said anxiously. Great Emperor, it's not good. Supreme Dou Yu is here. Dou Yu Supreme. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the demon kings in the hall changed. The shadow of a person's famous tree, the second in the world is not just talking about it. The demon emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, please come in. He didn't ask Supreme Master Dou Yu what he was doing here, because the little demon would never know. Your order. The little demon quickly got up and ran out. Ha ha ha, don't bother me, I came here uninvited, and I hope the demon emperor will not be offended. Supreme Master Dou Yu's words sounded, and then everyone felt a blur in front of them. Supreme Master Dou Yu appeared in the hall with a series of afterimages. The demon emperor's expression remained the same, and he didn't move, because of the ghostly figure of Supreme Master Dou Yu. The world's second-ranked Taoist friend Dou Yu came to Bailiang Mountain. Didn't he just pass by? Supreme Dou Yu is still dressed in green clothes, with a dark ghostly aura lingering all over his body, and the coercion he exudes is extraordinary. Although the demon emperor is not at all uncomfortable, the foreheads of several great demon kings standing in the hall are sweating, curved back, obviously under a lot of pressure. Haha, of course it's a major event that will increase your demon emperor's strength. As soon as these words came out, all the demon kings showed shock, and the demon emperor's eyes also showed curiosity. Night. Xuanhuan didn't practice, nor did he go to that holy concubine's bedroom. Instead, he was talking with Wang Xiaofeng. You are too cowardly. Xuanhuan said sarcastically in his heart. It's not that I'm cowardly, it's that the real Tai is too strong. If I didn't see the opportunity quickly, he would have discovered it long ago. And I absolutely must not let anyone know about my relationship with you. Wang Xiaofeng was already depressed, but being looked down upon by Xuanhuan at this time made him even more angry. Now you should tell me what is the relationship between me and you. Also, what is the origin of the ancient demon god? Xuanhuan's voice was a bit resentful. In fact, Wang Xiaofeng kept hiding himself, so he had to be on guard all the time. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng fell silent immediately. Just when Xuanhuan thought there was nothing to do today, Wang Xiaofeng said leisurely, "Well, I will tell you about this sooner or later. With your current strength, you are enough to hire this world, so you have nothing to fear." When Xuanhuan heard it, his breathing became short of breath. All along, he has been brooding about it. Hurry up, let me pay tribute to the deeds of the heroes of the predecessors. Xuanhuan hurriedly urged in his heart. Actually, the ancient demon god is not a creature of this world. He comes from outer space. It is an extremely mysterious planet. It is extremely difficult for us ancient demon god to reproduce. 10,000 chances may not succeed once. However, the talent is quite astonishing. Even this kind of talent once made immortals jealous and frightened. Wang Xiaofeng said lightly. Xuanhuan suddenly realized. No wonder Bai Suzhen's 5 daughters remained silent for such a long time. It turned out that the root cause came from Gui demon god. In this world, when the human race was still ignorant, and even before humans were born, the ancient demon god already existed. According to legend, my ancestors were born before the Tao of Heaven and the Great Thousand World appeared. After a long period of time, the ancient demon god has gone through countless battles and various catastrophes, but he has survived and has not disappeared in the long river of history. However, unfortunately, in my generation, the ancient demon god is only left with me. People. Because in the outer space, the ancient demon god finally provoked a great enemy and was brutally exterminated. At that time, I was still in my infancy. I was so ignorant that I didn't even know who the enemy was. Later, by chance, he was rescued by Emperor Yan, the founder of the Holy Court in this world, and later became the god of war of the Holy Court, and was entrusted by Emperor Yan to become the Holy Emperor of the Holy Court at that time. Later, I conquered East and West, and quickly unified this world, becoming the first domain master after the unification. That is, the first domain master of the southern region. Actually, the main reason why the immortals sent troops to conquer the Holy Court in the southern region was because of my existence. They were afraid of the strength of the blood of the Gui demon god. The Holy Court was destroyed. Because of this, Wang Xiaofeng spoke eloquently, with an extremely heavy voice. Xuanhuan was stunned, and finally understood why Wang Xiaofeng hated immortals and demons so much. I didn't expect the ancient demon god to have such a long history. The way of heaven is not even ranked in front of him. Xuanhuan suddenly felt that he really found a treasure. My current bloodline is an existence that even immortals are afraid of, so it must be very powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for knowing the origin of the Gui demon god. The system rewards the host with a chance to be loyal to the peak. A chance to be a strong man at the peak. 2 chances to awaken the limit. A chance to summon a legion. A designated summon super strong opportunity for the system prompt sounded at this time, which made Xuanhuan very happy. Against the sky. Such a generous reward. Xuanhuan was excited, but Wang Xiaofeng was very depressed. The connection between him and Xuanhuan can be broken as soon as possible. No sign at all. Xuanhuan planned to keep such a generous reward and did not use it immediately. After he sighed, Xuanhuan calmed down and urged Wang Xiaofeng to continue. Ignoring the system, Wang Xiaofeng's connection with Xuanhuan was restored again. At this time, Wang Xiaofeng said savoringly, "What is in your body? Why can you block me?" To be able to shield him instantly, this mysterious thing must be very powerful. Sometimes, he wondered why Xuanhuan had so many cards and more subordinates, and each one was stronger than the other. With all kinds of mysterious and powerful supernatural powers, as well as his soaring cultivation base, he even had a feeling that even without him, Xuanhuan could reach a point where even he would look up to him. However, although he was full of doubts, he did not continue to dwell on this matter. "I have to solemnly warn you that you must learn to hide yourself in the future. In particular, the identity of Gui demon god must not be exposed. Once you are known by immortal demons and enemies outside the sky, the consequences will be disastrous. Even I didn't break through, so you don't have to expect extravagantly. Although you have enough cards, you can't do anything. There are strong men like clouds in my hands, and immortals and demons will surrender under my feet. I have nothing to be afraid of. You must know that the strong men he summoned, but the best in other worlds, are not necessarily weaker than the strong in this world. Don't be brave, be careful in everything. Even if you are strong, you won't be able to break through this world. You are not a coward," Wang Xiaofeng said sarcastically. Xuanhuan at this moment gave him a feeling of arrogance. Seems crazier than him. Hey, being in a dwelling for a while doesn't mean you can't get out of it for the rest of your life. I believe that this world can't stop my ambition. Wang Xiaofeng was speechless. He used to be so arrogant, but in the end he turned into a wisp of dead soul, struggling to survive. Now he can only rely on Xuanhuan to avenge him. Almost forgot, you haven't told me what our relationship is. But Wang Xiaofeng said that he finally chose him after 170,000 years of screening. And he himself said that it is impossible to transfer the blood of Gui demon god. In other words, the bloodline of the ancient demon god he obtained was innate. Only this kind of explanation can explain it. He even suspected that he was the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng. 10,000 steps back, it is also the reincarnation of a certain ancient demon god. However, how should the system interpret it? Once again, Xuanhuan felt a sense of chaos. Is it important? You just need to know that one day you will avenge me and kill the fairy. And how many years can I live? I'm afraid it's already counting down. Hearing Wang Xiaofeng's words, Xuanhuan felt sorry for him. There was no further questioning. By the way, you once said that the yin-yang wheel of life and death was learned from a strong man named Chandi. So who is this Chandi? Xuanhuan asked to change the subject. Tonight, Wang Xiaofeng seemed to want to open up too, and stopped hiding. Let Xuanhuan have a thought to get to the bottom of it. Emperor Qian has a mysterious origin. I met him when I was traveling in outer space. He saw that I was a good match, so he passed on the yin-yang wheel of Life and death and Futian palmed to me. Wang Xiaofeng sighed. Then he said, Emperor Qian is a strong man outside the sky. If one day you break through the seal and go to the outside world, you may be able to meet him. Ding. Trigger the main mission, break the seal, and enter the outer space. Task details: because the fairy demon sealed this world, the host must break the seal and go to the outer space to develop if he wants to realize the revenge in his heart. If the host successfully breaks through the seal and goes to the outer space, the system will reward the host with a chance to designate and summon a super strong man. A chance for the strong man to peak. The system prompt sounded at the right time, causing Xuanhuan to squint his eyes. Heaven! It's another world. It seems that my sky is beyond the sky. It's just that I don't know when I will be able to break through the shackles of this world. For a while, Xuanhuan began to yearn for it. However, it is not easy to unify this world. Even if successful, time will be long. The night passed quickly. In the early morning of the next day, the court meeting on the Holy Emperor peak lasted longer than usual and lasted for a total of 5 hours. However, when the civil and military officials walked out of the hall, they were all smiling. Xuanhuan rewarded the civil and military officials who went to the hall of 10,000 poisons today, and announced a series of expansion plans. One of the issues is to place the surrounding domains of the southern region within the territory of the southern region. And it was unanimously approved by all officials. Now Xuanhuan Holy Court is developing steadily and quietly, and the pace of outward expansion has not stopped, and it has achieved fruitful results. Because there are too many super warriors in Xuanhuan Holy Court, just take out a warrior and you can easily conquer a domain. You don't even need to send out troops. Unknowingly, Xuanhuan Holy Court has become a powerful existence that people look up to. Xuanhuan walked in the Xingdi Peak with his hands behind his back, followed by Baisuzhen and Shui Miao Miao. Baisuzhen is the queen, and it is her duty to attend the daily court meeting. And Shui Miao Miao came here purely to make soy sauce today. Now the cultivation bases of the 5 harem women have all reached the Tai realm. With the power to protect himself, Xuanhuan felt relieved to some extent. Although Xingdi Peak is heavily guarded, Xuanhuan can't guarantee that it will be safe. Your Majesty, I have good news for you. Baisuzhen spoke suddenly, her voice was somewhat bitter. Xuanhuan stayed in the minister's study all night yesterday, and came to the court meeting again this morning, so he didn't have time to go to the harem at all. What's the matter? Xuanhuan asked gently, holding the 2 charming women in his arms, one in each hand. Sister Xuanhuan is already pregnant. Baisuzhen glared at Xuanhuan tenderly, and said with gusto. She was a little anxious. I don't know when I will be able to conceive Xuanhuan's child. Xuanhuan trembled when he heard it, and he asked excitedly, Are you sure? You're not fooling me? Last night Wang Xiaofeng also said that the possibility of the Gui demon god reproducing offspring is 1 in 10,000. She didn't expect to hear the news that Linghu Xuanlan was pregnant today. Xuanhuan was naturally overjoyed. At the same time, I was a little apprehensive. No matter in his previous life or in this life, he had no experience of being a father, so he was naturally a little nervous. Great, hurry up and take me to Xuanlan's bedroom, Xuanhuan said while holding back his throbbing heart. Afterwards, the 3 of them flew towards Linghu Xuanlan's bedroom. On the Wei, Xuanhuan said to Wang Xiaofeng in an extremely embarrassing manner. How about it? Did you see that I have a child? Haha, this feeling is really cool.